I think it's going to get bigger and bigger this year. It's going to be a good year because a lot of the censorship of flat Earth information has come right down on social media platforms. So we got places like TikTok and Instagram, Facebook, even YouTube.
Hello.
Hello.
Tell me some cool flat Earth shit.
Well,
What do you class as cool flat Earth shit?
I want some of the really compelling stuff. Some of the stuff that like an anti-flat earther would say, I can't deny this, but I still think it's a globe.
Well, that's pretty silly logic, yeah, because anti-flat earthers not going to agree with anything because they're dishonest. They have an agenda.
Oh, what do they say about the oil rigs?
Like, you already know this stuff, man. Why are you asking these questions? You already know.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, do you have any other stuff like the oil rigs?
Yeah,
we had
we got tons.
discussion, you and I, the other night about everybody's experience, everybody in every industry measuring the Earth as flat and treating it that way and referencing it that way. And now you're back pretending like you didn't hear any of that. And I'm wondering if you're trying to treat us like some kind of singing, dancing monkey that you can just ask to tell you things. Kind of disrespectful.
Well, I was just coming to a group of people that know more about it than I do and asking for the good stuff.
In the words
I don't want to hear
in the
like
words
the oil
of Jimmy,
stuff
it sounds
again.
like he had a full NPC reset.
Who cares? We got an audience. Do some exposition. Who cares about this guy? Talk to him about flat Earth.
So we can have a full NPC reset again?
So? You don't know what a foil is?
Wait, what's
He's here to serve the purpose of
an NPC reset? Is that a crash show?
No, doesn't matter. It's a distraction from the topic. That's what it is.
All right,
Anybody want to talk more about him, or do you want to talk about flat Earth to the people that are listening?
All right, you wanted a good observation, Wake. All right, check the side chat out. All right, this is 21 miles across the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Right, 1.5 meter observation height. All right, so if the Earth were a globe, there should be just under 300 foot of curvature over this distance. Now,
is that coast that it's looking at? I'm seeing like it looks like lights. Is that a city?
It's like a little mining thing, right? I'll show you some top view pictures. So this is where it's at. It's just uploading. Just a second. All right, so this is, you see the yellow line? That's the distance markation tool. Okay, so he's standing up at that little peninsula at the top of that yellow line, and he's going to be zooming across to the shoreline on the other side. All right, so this is the shoreline on the other side that you can see in the zoom footage there. It's just uploading. All right, this is the shoreline. Okay, we can see the big white tower, and the shoreline's the target essentially. All right, so if we take the observer's height into account, which is in the next picture. All right, so we got the eye height, 5 foot, camera height basically. We got the target distance, 21 miles across the water. So the horizon, the geometric horizon should be at 2.7 miles. And the shoreline on the other side should be hidden by 223 foot. That's the hidden height.
Yeah.
Okay, now, here's some screenshots from the zoom footage. Right, so he did it during the daytime. Okay, so have a look at the picture above the Earth curvature calculator. Okay, that's a close up, and then this is the same tower, the same shoreline from 21 miles away during the daytime, and then he stayed there and he did it again during the nighttime as well. Because some globe earthers like to say, "Oh, you got these magical, perfectly lucky refractive conditions," right? So he stayed there. He did it again at nighttime, and it's even clearer at nighttime. So you can see the comparison of the three images there, right? The close up, and then the shot at nighttime, the shot at daytime, and we can see the whole of the tower. Okay, we can see the shoreline. We can see the lights reflecting off the water. And we don't see any sign of that geometric horizon that should be there. We don't see any sign of any curvature. And then after they did this, they set up lasers, same height, 5 foot, and then they shot the laser across as well. And here's a picture of the laser. And then here's a picture of the laser signal being seen from the other side. It's just kind of like an icing on the cake. All right, so there's 3 different observations there within the same day, over 21 miles, showing that there's zero curvature.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
And I don't want to interrupt anybody, so it's just a quick question. What would people gain from not letting us know if the Earth is flat? What would they gain? What do you guys know? What's behind it?
Hold that question. Hold that question for a second, because I just
okay.
did a
I'll wait. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Yeah, we'll just be a second, right? So, just if Wake wanted to reply to that that little presentation of the observation.
Nah, this seems like a good one.
It's a really good one, man. Yeah, it's there's a full video that goes along with it as well, which I'll just drop a link to it in the side chat if anyone wants to check out the full video. There we go. All right, so yeah,
So
this is
a
a really good
position
one.
that like commercial space travel will never be a thing.
Yeah, like going to the vacuum of space and that kind of thing. Yeah, that's not going to be a thing. I mean, they've been promising commercial space travel since the freaking 70s, and yeah, it just doesn't ever happen. But this is the thing, right? If the Earth's a globe, right, you might be able to go up really high up into the sky or something like that. Okay, but when it comes to what's happening on the ground, right? Whatever you're going up above a flat surface into the air. Because when we go and check the surface, there's no curvature, right? If gravity was real, okay, you need gravity to have a globe, right? So gravity would have to be real if the Earth's a globe. Gravity meaning what most people think of as mass attracting mass, everything being pulled towards the center of the globe. Okay, that's what most of the globe earthers claim gravity is. Okay, so the water would have to be curving. Even if you go for Einstein's gravity, it still dictates that the water would have to be curving at a calculatable rate. Okay, so that would be 8 inches per mile squared over this distance. That formula would be accurate, and there would have to be that curvature there. It would have to be there. If it's not there, it would debunk gravity, it would debunk the globe, it would debunk anything that requires, right, that the Earth be a globe.
What if the globe is like 10 times larger than they say it is? Because I'm seeing, I think it was with the oil rig one too, that it's like you're seeing like 10 times farther than you should be seeing.
Well, their whole model is kind of based off that 39-59 mile radius value being correct, right? Space travel, everything, the distance to the sun, the distance to the moon, gravity, everything, right? So if that's wrong, then everything's wrong. And if it were bigger, right, it would have to be so much bigger that, according to them, all the continents would have to be in this tiny little section of this giant globe, including the North and the South Pole, right? So it just doesn't.
At this point, I could kind of see it.
Yeah,
I
you could
love
imagine it. You could imagine whatever you want at this point, but if you don't have any evidence for this giant globe that debunks the globe model, the current globe model, right, then it would just be a story or an imagination. And we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, we're just saying that when
Yeah.
we test for the curvature, it's not there. It's never there. And
From
What is sorry.
from a flat Earth perspective, what's the speculated like limit on how high you can go?
well, it's not speculated, right? We have a height that we can send up a camera, right? So the highest we can go is like 40,000, 50,000 feet in a plane. And then the highest we can send up a camera is weather balloon height. Okay. Once you start getting above
any
that
weather
height,
balloon? You got any weather balloon perspectives?
yeah, I got plenty of weather balloon perspectives. But look, this is the thing. Okay, even according to the globe, right? Even according to, say, the globe scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he says that you wouldn't even see curvature from that height, even if the Earth was a globe. So it's no surprise that when we send up a camera to that height, we just see a flat horizon. Okay, so even higher than that, he says you wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth, even more than double that height. Okay, because the Jeff Bezos, sorry, not Jeff Bezos, Richard Branson had the Virgin Galactic that went up to apparently 300,000 feet, right? More than double the height of a weather balloon maximum height. And Neil deGrasse Tyson did multiple interviews saying, look, this is dishonest. They're not going to space. You wouldn't see curvature from that height. I did the calculations. So as high as we can get to, we just experience a flat Earth. Okay, there's also something called the Outer Space Treaty, which prevents people sending up their own satellites or their own rockets above a certain height, or sending a camera up above a certain height. It's not permitted, and that's why no one's ever done it. So yeah, there's restrictions, and there's also
Interesting.
there's also just these ground tests that we can do, right? So
You can see the curvature in space about like 50,000 feet up, I believe. You can start seeing curvature.
that's not space, right? That wouldn't be where space would be, right? That would just be the height of a plane, right? A bit above the height of a plane. And according to 50,000 feet, that's a bit higher than a plane.
Have you guys considered doing like a ride share with like SpaceX? Looks like you can send up like a kilo for like less than 5K.
No, I don't. We don't need to do that because we can check the surface of the Earth and we can't find any curvature over huge distances. Okay, so if someone did that, right? If someone wants to go up and validate that the Earth's curving that way, right? Then we're open to what's been done, right? And we'll check it out. But at this point, okay, we're not seeing any evidence that the Earth's a globe. Okay, because even if you're going to send a camera up to an alleged height, okay, what kind of lens is being used? There's a whole bunch of things that need to be considered. And people like to do that sometimes. They're like, what if this, what if that? It's actually called appealing to the future. Right? It's what if in the future someone does this or that? Okay, we'll address it when that gets done.
Mm-hmm.
Because they already said they went up to the moon, right?
Yeah.
Another guy had a.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, the other guy was waiting patiently to ask a question. What was your question? Is he still here? What's your name? Or maybe he split. All right.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's your question?
Can I go to the bathroom?
That's
No.
hilarious.
No, you cannot.
Bathroom.
Anyone got any better questions than that guy?
Oh man, you missed the perfect opportunity.
I think the angle that I would be on right now, if I wanted to stay globe Earth, I would say this thing about buoyancy that you guys are using to explain, like as an alternative to gravity, like.
Friend, bro, it's not
How,
an alternative.
what's
It's not an alternative. It's what's actually observed.
Yeah, I hear you. Like, what about things falling in a vacuum?
Okay, so if something is more dense than its surrounding medium, it travels to the Earth. That's called falling. So if you put something in a vacuum, it's going to be more dense than the vacuum, and it's going to travel to the Earth. It's exactly what we always observe. If something is more dense than the surrounding medium, it goes to the Earth.
Yeah, but do you not need gravity for buoyancy to work?
Well,
Like when
dude, all his gravity is, all his gravity is. Yeah, look, all you need is things to go towards the Earth. Why that happens, that's a different answer. Okay, what happens and why are two different things, right? You see what I'm saying here?
I see what you're saying.
So the implicit in the gravity claim on the globe Earth is a claim about everything's being pulled into the center of a giant ball. Well, let's just take that and throw it away, and let's just say everything's just pulled downwards, perpendicular to a horizontal plane. You'd end up with all the same effects locally that we can observe, right? It wouldn't change the observation at all. The only difference is that when you say everywhere I go, things fall down perpendicular to a horizontal plane, which is what we all observe, we observe that. The glober says everything falls inward to a giant ball. We never observe that. That's a story about what's happening, not actually what's happening.
Gravity's, gravity, as you guys claim gravity is, right? That's just kind of something that you need if you want to have a globe. Okay, you need to explain crazy shit, like all of the oceans sticking to the outside of a globe, and that kind of thing. Okay, so if you want to say buoyancy, you're gonna have to put gravity into your buoyancy formula on a globe. You're gonna have to have gravity if you want to have a globe. Okay, but gravity would dictate that water would be curving at X amount, and if it's not doing it, that would debunk your gravity. Now, we can all agree that things fall to the ground. Okay, most things are more dense than the medium of the air. It's a very light medium. It doesn't hold much. Okay, and if you just get a vacuum chamber now, all of a sudden, all you're doing is removing even more of the air. So it's an even less dense medium now. Okay, if you put something in a vacuum chamber, like a rock and a feather, they're just going to sit on the bottom of the vacuum chamber, and they're never ever going to move. They're not going to just fall. Okay, they're only going to fall if you input some of your energy in one way or another, and you displace them. You're going to have to lift them up. Okay, and then after you've lifted them up, energy has been exchanged. Okay, they now have kinetic energy, potential energy. And when you release them, they're going to find equilibrium. They're going to seek their natural place of rest due to specific gravity, or Archimedes' principle, relative density, whatever you want to call it, right? They're more dense than the air. You've lifted them up. You've displaced them. They're going to sink back down. The question at the end of the day is always going to be, why is there a down direction? And why is there an up direction in general? Okay, and that nobody knows the answer to that. Okay, it was like that when we all got here. It's something we can test. There's two primary directions, up and down. Now, if you wanted to claim that something's pulling things down towards the Earth, because that would have to be what's happening if you have a globe that's in a vacuum. Okay, so you would have to be able to prove the cause of the effect. not just show the effect and say, "Oh, this is gravity." And be like, "Well, what's gravity?" And then when you ask questions like that to astrophysicists and people like that, they say, "Oh, we have no idea. We have no idea what gravity is or where gravity comes from. It just kind of has to be there for the globe to work, for the model to work." So on a flat, stationary, contained system, you don't really need that same thing. You don't need that mass attracting mass or that bending and warping of space-time to make up for all of the crazy shit that globus claim, right? Like oceans sticking to the outside of a ball, that kind of thing. We don't have to. We would say that if you want to have a body of water, you got to have a container, right? You can't put water on the outside of a bowl without some magical force, right? If you want to claim something crazy like a magical force, then you're going to have to prove that. But we can easily explain why things rise or sink just due to relative density.
Yeah, so
Anything in nature.
What's the difference then in filling a cup with water and filling like a basin with water?
Well,
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing, yeah. But look, this is what we can do. Okay, we can test what we're saying. Like I can get an egg. We can set up a little experiment. Okay, I'm going to get an egg. I'm going to make a prediction that if I put the egg into the fresh water, cup of fresh water, that it's more dense than the water and it's going to sink. It's going to go down. And then if I change the density of the medium of the water, okay, by doing something like adding salt to the water, I can change what the egg does, right? The egg will now go upward instead of going downward. The only thing that was varied and manipulated was
the egg's age
water.
is going to affect that too, because if it's a
fresh egg, we're just talking about a fresh egg, a fresh egg.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, all we've done is we've shown that we can change the direction something goes just by varying and manipulating the medium, the density of the medium. I mean, it's kind of hard to debunk because anyone can test it anywhere, anytime, and it's going to work every single time. As far as I know.
It's crazy when you realize, wait a minute, this kind of makes sense. I remember that time.
Yeah.
I think it might be happening to him right now.
So somebody was saying something a few days ago about like this one dude put up a bunch of sticks and he was measuring shadow to prove that the world was a sphere, and like the Chinese did the same thing to prove that the world was flat, and they both came to the conclusion that they initially had when they started their experiment.
Right. Well, yeah. So both sides made presuppositions. Okay, so both tests are invalid because of the presuppositions. Eratosthenes assumed that the Earth's a globe, and he assumed that sun rays come in parallel. And then the Chinese assumed that the Earth is flat and that the sun rays come in, on an angle, okay, diverging away from the source of the light. And then they did their math based on their presuppositions and came to their conclusions. Both methods are flawed. Eratosthenes, there's not even any proof that guy even existed. Okay, he didn't write. There's nothing left at all that he wrote down, and then he wasn't spoken about until hundreds and hundreds of years after he allegedly died. And the Greeks loved making up these mystical figures as well. So, like Pythagoras,
could you not do the stick thing like modern day and in different locations? And get different measurements?
You could do it. You could do it, right? But this is the thing, right? I could do it right now in the room that I'm in with the light on my ceiling, and it depends what presuppositions you make to what results you're going to get. All right. So if I did the exact same thing that Eratosthenes did, okay, I could turn on my light, put a stick underneath the light, directly under the light, and then there's not going to be a shadow, right? And then I could put a stick on the other side of the room, and then there's going to be a shadow. Okay, then I could measure the length of that shadow, work out an angle, shadow angle.
Yeah.
Okay, and then now I got to make some presuppositions, right? I could think that I'm standing on a spherical surface, right? And that the rays coming in from the light on the roof are coming in straight, parallel. And then I could do the exact same math that Eratosthenes did and work out the circumference of my flat floor just by assuming it's a globe, right? And I can work out a circumference, which is obviously the outer perimeter of a sphere. Okay, obviously my floor is not a sphere, but I've been able to calculate the circumference of it just by pre-assuming that it's a sphere and doing my math based off that pre-assumption. Okay, or I could do what the Chinese did, and I could assume what's really happening, and this is what's really happening because I could confirm that my floor is actually flat by doing actual measurements across the surface of the floor. So I observe my floor is flat. I can measure my floor is flat. Right. I also know for a fact that the light rays coming from the light on my ceiling are diverging away. Right. They're coming out of the light bulb in all directions. Right. It's diverging rays. So I can confirm that if I was doing what the Chinese assumed on the scale of my room, then my results would be correct. Okay. That my floor would be flat and that my light source is local. Okay. But on a grand scale, it's a little more difficult. That's why we would want to actually take measurements of the surface before we make assumptions.
Yeah. So if you set up like 8 sticks, like one in every cardinal direction along the equator of a globe projected, like a globe projection, and one in North Pole, one in South Pole, and then you got everybody together, right, over like some kind of call, and you had everybody measure the light affecting their stick. Would that not be of any value for like
Not really,
determining
no.
the shape?
No. All you're doing is measuring lengths of shadows. If you're not going to bake in any pre-assumptions, all you're doing is measuring lengths of shadows in relationship to the sun. These would just be angles.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to do it without making those same presuppositions.
So you're saying that like the distance to the sun is not a known variable that you can use to like articulate
Correct.
this?
That's correct.
It's an apparent light in the sky, right?
Yeah,
we don't know the
okay.
size, we don't know the distance, we don't know what medium it's in as well, okay, because they're assuming it's in a space vacuum and 93 million miles away and all of these things, all of these assumptions. Okay, I would say that the sun is an apparent light in the sky. And look, here's the thing. If you're looking at the sun, let's say I can see the sun and you can see the sun at the same time, but we're huge distances apart. If I draw a line from where I can see the sun, right, a line from my eyes, imaginary line straight to where I can see the sun, and then you do the same thing. Okay, those two lines are not going to intersect at the same point. Okay, because you're seeing the sun unique to your position, right? Unique to your perspective, unique to the atmospheric conditions of where you're at as well. Okay, so it's an apparent light in the sky. Okay, 20 people could do that, and none of their lines are going to intersect at the same point in the sky.
Now,
The
like
sun's
DJ
crazy. It
mentioned,
does also-
you could skip all this stuff. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm done. Go ahead, Cease.
So, like DJ said, the better thing to do than measuring shadows with all these baked-in assumptions is to just go ahead and measure the surface in which you're trying to measure, right? Like with some kind of straight edge. So if he's in his kitchen or in his room, right, he can take a straight edge and he could lay it against the surface of the table or of the floor and find out how much deviation there is from the straight edge, something that you know that is true and flat, and have a measurement, essentially of how flat it is. Now, it may not be perfectly, horizontal like the straight edge is. You would have to get the deviation from the straight edge. However, if it's a ball, you have a very consistent relationship between the deviation or the drop over the distance according to the straight edge, right? So that would be the best way to figure out what it is that you're on instead of measuring lengths of shadows with pre-assumptions.
I see what you're saying.
Oh, I could do the same thing in my room right now with 20 different sticks. Right? Still the same problem at the end of the day. Two sticks, 20 sticks. At the end of the day, my floor is still measuring flat. Okay, but if I presume it's a ball and then do the same thing with 50 sticks, it's still going to be a flat floor at the end of the day. That's why measurement always trumps assumption or, a calculation based on an assumption. A direct measurement's always going to be what you should do first. And then you should base your calculations off the measurement.
I think I understand the angle that you guys are approaching this from. You're approaching this from like if it's a test that you are not capable of doing yourself, then you question like the validity of it. So if you need like 100 scientists doing 100 different things in some specialized piece of equipment that cost $100 million to build and needs like this huge footprint of land, because that's not something that you are capable of replicating, that's not something that you're capable of accepting into your into your doctrine.
Well, not
could you give us an example of that? Because could you give us an example of?
Well, I don't mean it
to scientists doing this.
Well, let me clarify, right? Let me clarify. I don't mean that in a derogatory way. What I'm talking about is like if you've got like these guys at CERN and they've got like this who knows how many $1 million fucking like giant donut. You're not able to replicate their results, so presumably they could tell you whatever they want.
Well, that's fair, but that we're not talking about whatever they're doing at CERN. We're talking about surface measurements of the Earth, which we have all the access to the things that we need to do that. Like there's really no need. I don't know what the cost of the equipment would be, other than if you wanted to create a very large straight edge, right? And if it's going to be made of material, then that material is going to have to hold some kind of rigidity as you teeter it, out beyond whatever length you're going to need to teeter it. But we don't really have those materials. So the next best thing is a laser, right? Or since we already know that water finds its own level, which is horizontal, flat, level across the surface, since we already know that, we can use water. So there is no equipment, there is nothing to do to measure other than to use what we already have, which is the Earth, some kind of material that shows, horizontality or straightness, like a laser beam or water. We've done all that.
Yeah. Well, what shape is that big fucking ring that they got in CERN? Like, is it a perfect circle that is completely flat, or is it like a circle with a slight curve to it?
Well,
sure, man.
Okay, so it's not a perfect circle if you look at the, basically the breakdown or the diagram of it. It's under the ground, right? So you can't look at it, but it's not a perfect circle, I don't think. And then if you're going to ask, is it curving? Well, it still wouldn't matter because it's underneath the surface of the Earth. So if it has, some variation in the, we'll call it the y-axis, doesn't matter.
It's got 8 arcs and 8 straight sections. So it's not even a circle. It's a hexagon. Octagon.
Yeah, I don't think anyone claims that proves the globe or anything like that anyway. Okay, but yeah, you are right that if someone gives you some information that you can't verify, then that's going to be faith-based. But it's worth analyzing it and looking at it, looking at the logic behind it, and checking it out. But if we could probably debunk some of these things just by testing the surface of the water. Okay, but if you can give us an analogous example of what you're talking about, we could go over it. Okay, who says they have some amazing equipment that they use to prove the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. Is like, let's say there. I know you guys don't really like hypotheticals, but like, if there was some like experiment that you could do that would 100% prove if the Earth is a globe or not, but you need $1 billion piece of machinery to in order to measure it, and then you need like 100 different guys with 100 different specializations and already specialized fields to analyze it, and then that group of people would come together and piece it all together and then tell you what they think it is.
Yeah, well, I know you don't need that. That's the problem there. Okay, that's not something that exists, and it's not something that you would need, because it's very simple, right? If the Earth's a globe, the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. There's no evidence of that. Okay, I don't see why you would need some $1 billion machine to be able to just test the surface of water.
It also is interesting, if we were to play around with your hypothetical, why hasn't that been done?
Well, I'm sure they would say, well, it's already been done. We've got rocket ships that can shoot you out far enough, and then you can look down, and then you can see that it's a globe.
Whoa. You were talking about specialized equipment measuring surface curvature. And then I said, well, why hasn't that been done? And you went to rocket ships and then video. And, trust us, bro. Not the same thing.
Well, I'm saying that's what I think they would point to. They would say, well, of course we can prove to you it's a globe, but we would need to bring you up into space to show you it's a globe. But then you would need to trust that the thing that you're looking through isn't a screen as well.
Well, that's the thing. So are you saying that the claim of the globe or the curvature from seeing curvature from outer space is unfalsifiable? I think I have a problem with that.
Okay, what do you mean?
I mean that it is something that I cannot falsify. It is a claim that can't be tested.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on like what your degree of, or I guess what your nature of belief is for the reason why you've come to the point where you would conclude that the Earth is flat, because like I can see like the reasonable end of that being like I just have it's like an integrity thing. Like I need to be able to know the result for myself and not have to take somebody else's word. And then there's like the extreme end where it's like, yeah, even if they shot me up in that rocket and maybe look through a window, it could be a screen. And then they're like, okay, fine, here, put this helmet on and go outside. You can do a spacewalk. And then they're like, well, that could be like a screen too.
Nobody here is claiming that. The problem is that it's not a falsifiable claim. However, as far as seeing curvature from way high up, all right, at whatever height that they're claiming. So as far as I can tell, we actually need to get to about where they were at the moon, or halfway between here and the moon, in a heliocentric idea.
Yeah.
To see that. You and I don't have that ability. We just don't.
Yeah.
Now, you could. Right? So if we just don't have that ability to falsify that claim, the next best thing, although I think it is actually the first best option, is to measure the surface on the surface with the equipment that we have and the technology that we have. And that's what we do. And so we say, well, if I can't falsify a claim that's supposed to be halfway between here and the moon, what I can do is falsify it on Earth and say, well, if you're going to show me this picture and I can't go, I'll just check while I'm down here. And to me, that's the best option because I have direct access of the thing that they're claiming is curved, and it isn't. What also is fishy is that the more that we have dug into, all of the writings and the postulations of all these scientific priests out there, is that they're actually admitting to us that it is flat and stationary anyway. They're actually saying, well, we treat it like it's flat and stationary too, but trust us, bro, it's a ball. So everything that they're doing is measuring flat and stationary. So they're saying trust the picture, ignore what we tell you directly, and believe in what we told you when you were in kindergarten and all the way through whatever.
Right. I have a question. Do you believe that there is a roof at any point?
Me personally, yeah, I think this place is contained.
Okay, so even if you do and I know you guys don't like hypotheticals, but I'm not using it to try to make you say, oh wow, the world really is a globe. I don't have any delusions about converting anybody. I'm not even trying, right? I'm curious about this because I've seen some things and heard some things that made me think, oh wow, that's really compelling, and I've heard other things that are less so. But what I would say is if you accept that, let's say we have a super advanced rocket, super crazy, it's like a nuclear rocket that can go super fast and it can burn forever. If the world is flat and you have this super advanced rocket and you begin to go up and up and up, at some point you're going to reveal everything that we already accept to be there, right? But if you keep on going up past that point, what are you seeing on the edge? Is there an edge as well, or does it just go on forever for as long as you can go up and observe out?
Well, I mean, this is all asking me to speculate on something I would not be able to prove, right? So what we can demonstrate is that as far as we can tell, we have a volume here under pressure. The height of what the container for this pressure might be at, I have no idea. The limit to the realm, where there might be this edge, no idea even where to find it. So I don't know which direction to go to find this edge. But if we have water and gas under containment, it is safe to assume, right? I can say assume that this place is a contained system.
Should that not be something that you attained under that pressure? You would be able to calculate the size of the vessel containing that pressure, that particular pressure with that particular gas makeup. You would be able to approximate it.
No, you can't, and I'll tell you why. Because I can get you 1 cubic foot container, right? 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot. And I can fill it with 17 or 14.7 psi. I can also take a 500 cubic foot container and fill it with 14.7 psi. And all I know is the gas pressure.
I see what you're saying. You would need also to have some way to measure the forces being exerted on the structure of the vessel itself.
I would need to
the way you measure.
To know a size, I have to know a size. Yeah, but there's all different sizes of tires, but they can all be filled at the same pressure. So it's not going to give you a good gauge of surface area or total area. It's just not, or volume. It's just not going to be able to tell you that. Pressure is pressure. That's what we measure. Length, width, height. Those are things we measure. Hello?
Yeah, no, I'm just I'm thinking on this one. We know what the pressure is, and we know
Hmm.
the base size of the flat base.
No,
I don't think we do. Nope.
You don't think we have an approximation on that?
Nope.
no.
So you think there's do you think there's hidden continents?
Well, that's a
We don't
different
need to make
question.
claims.
So let's pretend for a moment that the size stays the same, but there's land within the size that we think we know that we're not aware of, right? That like there could be quote unquote hidden land within the area that we already know that we live upon. That's kind of a given. You can look at maps that are 300, 500 years old, and there are pieces of land, right, that apparently people have set foot on that are on those maps that are not on the maps that we have today. Does that mean that all of a sudden those places are underwater with each other, actually? You know, what the quote unquote shape of the realm might be to get a good gauge of what the surface area actually might be. And we don't have that ability, as far as I know.
What is your angle?
Conspicuous region, you know, kind of like low Earth orbit, we'll call it, you know, out there beyond where the air really is thick. And this technology is hurling around a sphere tethered by a force, non-force called gravity. Is that the assumption that you're making when you say satellite?
Yes, I think so. I mean, what I'm saying
Okay.
is, do you think that we do have like man-made objects in the air above us right now?
Well, in the air, yes. I mean, earlier I posted one. You know, we have satelloons, got tons of those. It turns out Google and NASA have huge balloon programs, probably along with a lot of other major corporations that do this for whatever purposes. Those are very common. And they're very reliable. They're actually much more serviceable and a lot cheaper than trying to shoot something out into a vacuum and have it orbit a ball that doesn't exist.
Oh, interesting. Well, this is they're inflated with gas after reaching orbit, so they do still launch them. It sounds like.
No, most of them are launched from the ground, but you
Yeah.
can launch them from altitude as well.
And they will
We have footage of them
capture
being
them
launched.
during, yeah. They also capture them when they begin to descend, when the amount of helium that is in the balloon begins to finally wane, like it leaks out eventually. But they can be up there for, I think, months at a time, not many months, a couple of months at a time. But after a while, the helium does leak out. That density relationship starts to change and they begin to descend. So they will send out planes with these big long hooks on them and they will just capture those balloons and quote unquote satellites, the pieces of technology, take them down, put them on another balloon and send them right back up.
Okay. So, but you would trust like the results of a GPS then if you were able to like get it into a region that is not currently acknowledged.
Well, that's a weird question. I would. That's a weird. Is that a question? What? So I would believe that someone could be in a place that we don't know about.
No, I'm saying like, would you be able to trust those results?
What results?
I mean,
like what kind of
like a GPS ping from somewhere like off the map.
This is a strange hypothetical. I mean, you're asking me about something that, as far as I know, is not occurring. And then if you say off the map, well, that means somebody has reached another region that isn't actually on the map that we have. I would say, well, ain't this some bullshit? We've got somebody in a region that is not on the map, and the amount of time it took for us to get a ping from them certainly does not fit the available or known, area of the Earth, and I would say, well, there's more area that we were not aware of. That's all I could say.
I mean, I think that'd be kind of cool if it's like a bunch of flat Earths and they're all like divided by a bunch of ocean, and that's how you like encounter aliens. So like if you got the right route, you'd fight them on the water like alien pirates.
Bro, you're okay. You've decided to go into, like, I don't know, sci-fi land in your imagination. Okay.
Yeah. I just it would be cool.
So, Wake, what do you think? What do you think the likelihood is that when we were all told about space, right? And I know that space has been fairly well described and defined as a region very far away from the Earth, right? Uh, that essentially is an extremely low pressure region, right?
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of life. There's some, stardust and all this other crap, and a handful of gas giants and blah blah blah. And then you've been given like some imagery, especially in the sci-fi, where Star Wars and Star Trek and Marvel movies, and there was a movie back in the '90s called Event Horizon. You ever heard of it?
Yeah.
An alien and all that
that's
stuff.
The one with the bomb necklaces?
Oh, I don't remember bomb necklaces. I remember essentially it was about a handful of people on this ship that were overcome with this evil, right? Because they were traveling through a region that they'd never traveled through before. Anyways, I digress. Anyways,
Okay.
Just all the imagery that you've seen about what space is, right? But do you think it's possible that perhaps when the more official talking heads, quote unquote scientists, cosmologists, whatever, astrophysicists, and even in colloquial discussion, when they talk about space, they're actually only talking about the region above the surface. That is ultimately space. And we've been all just thinking of it incorrectly. That perhaps that idea about, the galaxies and the black holes and all that stuff is just kind of fluff. And ultimately, when they say space, they're just talking about the open space above your head.
Okay. What are you asking me?
Well, you could say a word, and someone could assume that you mean something. It's kind of like words that have double meanings almost, but there's a very common meaning to it that everybody sort of appreciates. Because if I say the word space, ultimately you think about the vacuous region with all the stardust and the galaxies and the asteroids and stuff, right? Isn't that about right?
Yeah.
What if somebody else, when they're saying space, only means the space above your head?
I get what you're saying.
With the poor assumption that you know what they're talking about, are talking about something completely different.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So I think when I think of space, my default is to think of it as like as if we were on a globe and that we can enter into some kind of medium to transport between other like spherical objects orbiting in sort of like circular kind of shapes. That is my go-to, but I'm not totally against it just being like, if you just keep going up, it just keeps on getting thinner until there's nothing there, and that it's flat as far as the eye can see. Because like there still presumably has to be an edge at some point somewhere. So like fucking whatever like explorational equipment we need to get to that point, fucking drill baby drill, go find what's on the outside of whatever we're in.
Well, yeah, I guess I would agree. It would be nice to know if there is a limit to this place, where it is, and how we could find it. Right? No worries. But what I'm talking about is earlier it was mentioned that one day we were going to have commercial space travel, and I would like to posit the idea that we already do have commercial space travel.
If we're talking about airplanes,
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So you could say that something is going to occur, and you know what you mean, but everybody else thinks you mean something different. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going on, but if somebody came in and said, well, one day we're going to have commercial space travel, I would say I think we already do. And they would say, what do you mean? Are you talking about Bezos? Are you talking about, Richard Branson? And I would say, no. The space above our heads is being traveled commercially daily, a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if I did like accept flat, right? I would still want to know like where the fuck is the edge and how do we get there? Because like, if circumnavigating the globe is happening because you're walking in one big circle, then I want to walk in a straight line. And I want to keep going in a straight line. And what do I encounter if I reach the end of that straight line?
I mean, that's a fair desire. I would also like to see what happens if we could figure out the reference system to travel straight like a crow would until we hit something. That would be cool.
Would you not be able to? Yeah, that's something that you should be able to calculate, right? If you take like a route that is a circumnavigating route that could, like, you could just say around the equator, right? Just to reference like this point and then this point and this point and this point broken down however far you need to break it down so you're traveling along what would be a complete circuit of a globe Earth, and then you apply that with it, like, so you would be able to say like I don't know the math because I'm not a math guy, but you should be able to say if this route is overlaid on a flat surface and it is presumed to be a circle, then you should be able to unwind that to figure out what the route would need to be a straight line, and you should be able to use that to give yourself a vector to follow.
Yeah, but how accurate do you think you have to be?
Honestly, I don't think you have to be too accurate, because even when you're traveling over short distances, if you make like a small mistake with like, oh, I did like 93 degrees instead of 93.5 degrees, once you travel over a far enough distance, you're going to be way off mark. And the point about what you would be doing here is like you're aiming to go off mark, like you're aiming.
So how do you know you're off the mark, right? How do you know it's you that's off the mark and not the map that's off the mark?
Yeah, I don't know. Like you would have to accept the map for what it is, but I mean, what I'm saying is
we have some big issues with maps. Okay, I mean extremely big issues with maps. We could get into it really deep, but for the sake of the conversation and the audience listening, it's probably best we don't right now. There's something called a transport rate, which is the deviation that you'd have as you go around in a circle versus a straight vector. And I'm here to tell you that the transport rate is not measured by any airplane, not even by satellites. It's actually calculated. It's calculated in order so that these navigation systems could put the airplane or put the satellite somewhere relative to a globe. That's all these things need to do. That's what their job is to do, is to put the asset somewhere on this coordinate reference system, no matter where it might actually be.
Okay.
Yeah, the fact that we can prove that a transport rate is a calculation and not a measurement should make you scratch your head and say, why is that, right? So we measure the Earth flat with lasers, and you know what? It starts to make sense. Didn't mean to hijack the conversation, though. Carry on.
That makes it even easier, right? Because shouldn't you be able to navigate towards like the edge by following like a path of lasers?
I don't think that there's an edge like you can fall off a flat Earth.
No, I'm not saying you fall off. I'm saying like it keeps going.
Yeah, like to where, I don't know where it terminates, man. I don't know how or if anybody's actually done that.
Well, why would it need to it doesn't need to terminate.
Well, funny thing is we're breathing gas pressure, which means there is a limit to the volume, which implies very heavily, if not proves, that there is some kind of containment that we're in.
It could just be a flat plane above us.
Yeah, but if the plane is infinite, and if our container is infinite, then the volume would be infinite. And this presents some really interesting problems regarding entropy and gas behavior.
Okay,
we live
so it needs
more or less in a realm, dude. This is the realm. We don't live in an outer space Big Bang cosmology.
So are you saying that this stuff with entropy and whatever else, do you need to have like a set amount of like volume of gas and then it's okay, and if it's infinite it's a problem, or it's okay when it's infinite and it's not okay when it's a set amount?
The fact that we have pressurization means that there's a limit. You're breathing gas molecules that bounced off of something somewhere.
Okay, but so what's the reason again that you're not able to calculate the size of the container if you know what the
calculate it? Yeah, I don't think we have enough information to do that.
What other information do you need? Like we have like I guess you're saying you can't necessarily trust the
you might need to know like the total number of moles or something in the system. It's like, no, we don't have a way to get to that.
Yeah, if we can only measure the pressure up to a certain height, which isn't very high. It's like what, 40 kilometers up or something like that. That's the maximum height a barometer will work.
Now, it's possible this place is really freaking huge. Like, I would say that it's possible that there's more landmass to our flat Earth reality than there might be landmass that wraps around a fake globe.
So are you guys?
But there has to be a limit to what we breathe.
Are you guys chill with ice walls?
I don't think ice walls contain our system. The whole ice wall thing comes from flat earthers who look at a globe map that's been flattened out.
Yeah, that was actually a term given to, the coastline of Antarctica by the United States military, and the flat earthers picked it up because they were looking at AE maps. But, I mean, is there an ice wall? Yeah. Apparently so. Is it surrounding the azimuthal equidistant Earth? I don't think so. There's no way for me to prove that.
Yeah, I think Antarctica is an island continent. But there may be multiple ones, for all I know.
But what if the North Pole and the South Pole are not they're walls, but not like circular walls, like just like straight walls, east west?
You mean like a rectangular map?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty wild. The issue is, though, the Mercator map that you're invoking right now is still based off a globe. The latitude and longitude are still spherical coordinates.
So what do you get then if you just like collect every map every culture had in like, you know, the end of the 1600s, and then just like fed it through an AI or something like that to average it out to determine what the surface should look like?
Well, garbage in, garbage out, because the problem is for hundreds and hundreds of years, even longer than that, going back to Ptolemy, they've used spherical coordinate references. So they've used a spherical topology for almost the entire time. You know, what we truly need is we need to survey the world divorced from the celestial sphere model. The celestial sphere, by that I mean how the heavens are imagined to project themselves to our eyes.
Yeah, well, I mean that seems like something that you could do. That seems like something that you could do like a big project about. And you could, you
Well,
know,
it costs billions of bucks when you're talking about the oceans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on the land, that's exactly what they're doing. Over the land, they are surveying it as a vast plain, believe it or not. But when you get over the oceans, all bets are off.
Like, how do you use the stars to navigate by Antarctica when it's going to be winter in Antarctica at the time you can see the stars mostly? I mean, you're probably not going to survive. So in order to survey Antarctica or places around it, even using the stars, you're going to have to maybe select 3 months out of the year.
Well, if you hold on, all right, if you do like a proper like a proper survey of, you know, say just like North America and South America, right? And then you project that onto a flat surface like a grid, right? You'd be able to line it up, and then you could do the same. No,
because if you begin with the spherical coordinates, you're already projecting the sphere flat, which is distorted. Because the distortion comes from the sphere that it's projected into the coordinates in the first instance before it's then projected flat.
I see. Sure. Well, what if you just went with like here we're going to make a point right here in the middle of America, or what this, you know, what we presume to be the middle. It's not going to matter. You make a big rock there, right? And that's your anchor rock. That's what we're going to draw. That's like our first node on the map. We're going to draw from here. We're going to look to, you know, exactly where the sun comes.
That's how they do it flat.
Yeah, so you go to exactly where the sun comes up on January 1st, and you go exactly where the sun goes down.
Don't want to use the sun or stars. Nope. Don't want to use the stars.
Use the sun?
Nope. No, because the way that that's portrayed and imagined is to be operating within a spherical framework. But it really doesn't manifest that way in reality. What you need,
but you just point two random directions.
What you need to do is to use the land itself.
Yeah, sure. So just point in two random directions, be like, this is now east, this is now west, and then, you know, you square it and be like, this is now north, this is now south, and then you start measuring out from that point. You measure out your first kilometer, or your first whatever, however many kilometers, and then you square it up, and then you say, and then you just build the grid off that.
This is done. We have examples of that not only in the U.S., but most famously, the British government. The British national government has something called the British National Grid System for the UK Ordnance Survey. They surveyed a swath of the Earth, 2,500 by 2,500 kilometers square, without regard to latitude and longitude, without curving it. And if you were to take this massive square grid and slap it on a globe, it doesn't match the coordinates on the globe at all. So there's a great example of a massive map.
Are you chill with like deep sea maps, or do you presume that to be unreliable?
It depends. It depends. So with bathymetry, they use depression angles with LiDAR or radar in order to scan the surface. The problem is where the boat says it is hooked up to GPS and is using spherical coordinates. So all that data, if it's going to be calibrated to WGS84, some spherical reference system like that, it's going to be mathematically bent as they measure it.
Would you not be able to just like unbend it and figure out what the projection would be? Because you know how they're bending it to give you the distortion.
Possibly. I mean, I think the military does this, and nobody has access or has much knowledge of it at all. That's just my personal opinion.
So, yeah, you could do this. Now, here's the funny thing about the reference coordinate system that they use, right, which is the sky, essentially. They're also sort of treating those stars and everything that they reference their measurements to be basically fixed. And in reality, as far as we can tell, the stars are not in a fixed, I want to word this very carefully, they're not in a fixed location, meaning in free space, you can't run up and touch them. So they're apparent. So it's almost like an apparent system, right? An apparent reference system that everything is attached to. And we still ultimately don't have a solid way to measure points on the surface with a good solid reference system. Like what you're talking about, if you had an anchor or a point on the surface of the earth that you were going to always reference to your distance from and your angular relationship to it so that you could get a good map, that would be great. The problem is, let's say you would probably need some kind of beacon or repeater or whatever, radio, I don't know. But after a while, distances cause problems, like the same way that they do out in the ocean. So when the distances cause problems, and then maybe even the conditions cause problems, the further you get away from that beacon, the less your measurements are going to be very reliable. So we really actually don't have much to anchor to as a reference point to get a full understanding or map of this place. It's very difficult.
That's a good point about the stars. It's worth repeating. Flat or globe, you can't triangulate the position of stars in the sky, period. You know, and for this reason, there are some very novel ways to map the Earth that provide coordinates to you no matter what shape the Earth actually is. One of the ones I came across is called Gaia, like Gaia, Gaia. And the Gaia system treats all the stars that you see in the sky as vectors, not as points that are fixed. Like Sazu was saying, fixed. They're not fixed, they are vectors. And they're observer dependent, which means if you have multiple observers all pointing to the star, their points don't converge to the same place. They converge in different locations, and it seems irrational, but it's not. It's consistent. And the closest thing that I can come up to analogize this is a rainbow. A rainbow is an optical effect. If you point at a rainbow and I point at a rainbow and says who points at the rainbow that we all see in the sky, our points will not converge at the same location at all. You can't go to where a rainbow even is. And it seems very much that the sun, moon, stars, and planets manifest themselves in a similar way as an optical effect does. So, the Gaia Star Tracker functions under this premise, and it doesn't matter what shape the Earth is. The Gaia Star Tracker is used on some satellites and drones today. Isn't that fascinating? Funny enough, Stellarium, your favorite planetarium software, also works on any shape of the Earth, flat or globe, or dinosaur nugget or banana or whatever these clowns come and say day after day.
Interesting.
Yep, that's right. The key is observer dependence, which it truly manifests itself to be, just like rainbows. So, you can create an internally consistent coordinate reference system out of the sky, and you interpret the sky as a sphere. As long as you use it consistently, you're going to get consistent results. And you might be so convinced as to think that that's what reality's like, when it's not. I mean, it's kind of like the idea of using GPS. You ever have GPS take you the wrong way to a friend's house? Well, I mean, it'll still get you there, but it may not be the most optimal route. I firmly believe, based off of my understanding of topology and how we've mapped the world using stars, treating them as a big sky dome or sky sphere, that the globe misrepresents the true distances and orientations and even scales of things.
Yeah,
All the continents.
Good.
It's really funny when you think about it too. Like I'm old enough to remember the first Iraq War, when the Scud missiles that Saddam Hussein was launching all over the place into Kuwait and other areas were way off course. They're way off course, and the Western world was mocking him for using a shitty guidance system. I mean, wouldn't it be funny if he was using the globe one and everybody else uses a flat Earth guidance system?
No, but he did that on purpose sometimes.
Yeah, just terrorize people. Yeah.
Sorry, newcomer, did you have a question, or were you commenting on the current conversation? Okay, moving on. Man, they just keep getting dropped in here when they're finishing their conversation that they got booted from.
In celestial navigation, there's this so-called rule of thumb, the 69 to 1 rule, that for every 69 statute miles you go in one direction, that the star field, the celestial sphere, rotates about you by 1 degree. To my knowledge, first, this would require, if it were true and consistent everywhere on Earth, it would require that Earth has the same topology as a sky from which it's mapped from. So if you're treating the sky as a globe, then the Earth is going to be a globe if you apply this rule. The issue is this rule's never been independently verified, to my knowledge. And the kind of instrumentation that'd be required, I think, is probably very expensive and the methodology very complicated. And what's funny is we do have records of surveyors going back to the 1700s, even the 1730s, like the French and the English. They noted that the 69 to 1 rule was not consistent. They sent out teams of surveyors all over the world to go figure out how inconsistent it really was.
What do you think about gravitational anomalies?
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I'm open to the idea, insofar as there are documented places on Earth where pendulums swing faster than they should in other places. I don't know how much to accept regarding those claims. But I mean, even the mainstream literature says that the gravitational acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared is an agreed upon average, and it's not always consistent everywhere on Earth. It's not even consistent amongst elements. We've got a famous study, the Bremen Drop Tower in Germany. I think it was like a 300-foot vacuum tower that people do drop experiments in. And we've got a video, we've got some papers on a guy that, or a team rather, that set up a tray of different elements, different atomic elements like barium, magnesium, iron, copper, and lead, and others, these blocks. And a camera was attached to a tray at the top of the vacuum drop tower. And it was watching all the elements, and the camera and the tray would all drop, boom, and the elements lifted off the tray at different times, thus implying that whatever gravity is was affecting them differently. It wasn't much, but it was enough. If you talk to geodetic surveyors, they'll tell you that plumb lines aren't straight, that if you drop a plumb line in certain places, that the plumb line doesn't form a horizontal corresponding to the vertical. In fact, they even say it gets worse, that if you could hang a plumb line down a mine shaft, that not only would the plumb be deflected or shifted off in one direction at the bottom, but the line itself would curve.
Is there any? Are there any patterns with that?
Nothing consistent, but they've mapped this all over the Earth. It actually ended up in something called a geoid model. And what they did is they took their mappings of this phenomenon and they wrapped it around WGS84, giving every location spherical coordinates and the associated distances and orientations with respect to each other on that map. But if you were to unwind it from that map, if you were to use a planar survey and put those locations down instead, you'll probably have a different result altogether. I mean, you'll have the same lumpiness, but you'll have it in different areas because the world would be surveyed different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty trippy, right?
It is, yeah. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay, cool. What's up, guys? I know I kind of barged into that conversation, and I'm sorry for taking it away. We get some people talking to us, and we might be the first genuine conversation, in-depth conversation they've ever had with the flat earther. Give them food for thought, and they go out into the world, right? They start Googling flat earth, or they come upon like flat earth on Twitter, and they get something else completely different altogether than what they get here. So I just hope what we say keeps them coming back for more, because I think what we have to say about the matter is different than most other places you'll get this from. See, I've got some notes on the topic that we were just discussing. I'm going to go through them, see if there's anything worth passing on here. I can scan and chat at the same time. Let's see. Timeline. Just trying to put together a timeline of Geodesy. The timeline of Geodesy, that's so-called measuring the globe, right? Focusing on logical gaps and fallacies. So my research, I came across, maybe it might be worth to go backwards. So we have the gold standard, not really the gold standard, but the common standard is WGS84. World Geodetic System, I think it stands for, that's what the S is, from 1984. And this is actually a pretty complicated latitude and longitude grid with dimension of the Earth. It's claimed to have been an evolution of earlier models enriched with satellite data. And it's funny is they make big deals out of little variations and differences over prior models without the satellite data. Like, wow, what an expensive capital outlay to get virtually, nowhere. Kind of like how they make a big deal out of the equator being a bit chubbier in the middle, and they're like, yeah, Earth is oblate. And you're like, well, how oblate? 14 miles over a 4,000 mile radius. They make a big deal out of that oblateness. But WGS84 is fundamentally built on the chassis of the Clark 1866 ellipsoid, Ross Clark, explorer, surveyor. So what he added to his datum that he was working off of was more measurements of the sky with respect to the ground, the rotation of the stars, apparently as you move around. But this ellipsoid itself was based off of an earlier ellipsoid called the Bessel ellipsoid. And even preceding that, something called the Airy ellipsoid. These are all mathematical models coming around in the mid 1800s, early to mid. But these ellipsoids were never really standardized or put together until then, because prior to that, people were just measuring arcs. And there was no standard way to glue together all the arcs that they were measuring out of angles in the sky into a cohesive ball. But, people still had an idea of Earth as being a globe. Back in the 1700s, let's see, where should I go with this? There's an event, the French geodesic missions to Lapland and Peru. So back during the early to mid 1700s, the French and the English were at a big disagreement with each other over whether or not Earth was shaped like an egg, that is to say prolate, or kind of flattened like a flattened soccer ball, so oblate. And that was like the great debate. You had like the King of England, the King of France arguing over tea, whether the Earth was longer at the poles or fatter around the equator. So they all sent out their teams to go figure out and try to settle the affair once and for all. What I find fascinating about this story is the time, place it took in, early to mid 1700s, 1730s. You mean to tell me with 1730s knowledge of the world and technology that you could take a team of surveyors and send them over to Peru, to the freaking mountains, the Andes Mountains, to go survive in the wild? I mean, like, just think about that for a minute. French people traipsing around the New World in the Andes Mountains to just go measure the stars and somehow figure out how much land you've traversed through the jungles and the mountains and the valleys to see if the sky rotates at an even 69 degrees per, or 69 miles per degree. And then they sent another team to Lapland, which is like northern Finland. Do they have polar bears up there? To go do the same. The idea was to send one team over by the equator and one team over near the North Pole, and we'll see if the Earth is egg-shaped or squashy-shaped. And the squashy shape won out. And this is where we get the idea that Ursa Oblate spheroid from these people that supposedly did this. I really don't buy their accuracy, their methods, or anything for a second. Like, how many sandwiches did they have to eat on this trip? You know? How are they getting food and water? How are they living? How are they writing down things in their journals? Did any of their equipment break? Did anybody die? Did anyone get injured? Anybody get a toothache or a broken finger? I mean, what the hell? Traipsing around in French wigs in the Andes Mountains with all the Indians, like, what the hell? Really? Well, but they still believe that Earth was a globe of some sort back then. And they still had an idea that Earth's radius was around 4,000 miles. So it gets even weirder. You got to go back to the 1600s. And you say, okay, did they get the radius value from something earlier that came before it? It turns out they claim to have done just that. There's a French guy in the 1600s. What was his name? His name wasn't Picard, was it? Like, all these Picards keep popping up. Was it Bruno? Anyway, the guy claims that he went from the center of Paris to a town north of Paris, which happens to be exactly like 69 statute miles, whatever they converted to in France that day. Today it'd be 69 statute miles. And he did a survey of the stars, and then he counted how many revolutions his wooden wagon wheel went along this road to the town 69 miles north. And then he measured the stars again and determined that the stars had rotated 1 degree for the 69 miles that his wagon wheel went by counting the revolutions on his wagon wheel. That's really the origin of the 69-to-1 rule, if you can believe that. I mean, you just have all these stories. You keep going back further and further and further. You eventually get to the golden seed value for the radius of the Earth, and it's fucking Eratosthenes, dude. And we already know the problems with that. He didn't actually measure the globe. He measured angular displacement over time, if that, of the sun. In a very limited part of the world, using very primitive methods. And the story may not even be true. Like, it really reads like a thought experiment. And there are many university articles written about this. Like, yeah, Eratosthenes probably wasn't a real guy, and this wasn't something that anybody had actually done. It was taught as a thought experiment through the schools back then, as you could do this conceivably. And if you do, here's what you might find. And the method isn't even exclusive to a globe, right? I mean, you have different assumptions, and he affirms a flat Earth, for crying out loud. So if they're really using this as a golden seed value for the radius and for all the things that followed, and let me tell you what, the kinds of things that followed, they're swinging pendulums all over the world, they claim. They're dropping plumb lines, and they're claiming to measure deviations. They would look at a star map, like a nautical almanac, right? And they'd wait for a star to come directly overhead at the appointed time that it's supposed to be. And the star's not there. And they're like, the star's actually a little bit over there. I wonder why that is. Must be gravity. A gravity field is warping the starlight, because the star must really be overhead, but I see it not really overhead. So if we just apply this curving gravity field, bada bing, bada boom, we got a globe again. Same thing happens with stars that are low on the horizon instead of directly overhead, except they don't use gravity to keep the ball going. They keep astronomical refraction on the table to keep the ball going. So just time after time, you got all these ad hoc excuses. You've got all these methods that aren't globe exclusive at all, and all of this is being glued together into a gigantic ball of crap, and we're stuck with it. And you want to question some of this stuff, and people think you're crazy. I mean, they think you're crazy for looking into it in the first place. I keep forgetting I've got all my notes in front of me, but it's almost too much to go through, and I'd be sitting in silence while I'm scrolling. But yeah, what is fascinating though is how they do seem to claim that whatever gravity is, that the effects are different in different parts of the world just by a little bit. What I find fascinating too is one of the original numbers for gravity was a transcendental number, which was pi squared. That's right, pi squared was used originally as the gravity acceleration is a constant. Yeah, and the square root of that's pi. But they would take these pendulums, right? So they would first get like a scalar quantity of gravity by taking the pendulum and swinging it and swinging it and swinging it. And they'd go somewhere and it would swing slower or swing faster. And they're like, okay, great, we got a difference here. We measured the scalar. Let's get a vector with this. And they would then take a plumb line and drop it. And it wouldn't drop and hang straight perfectly down, they'd say. It'd actually curve off to the left or to the right or forward or backwards a little bit. And say, aha, now we got a direction. So it's going to be pulling in this direction a little bit this way over here with this much strength over there. Write these numbers down. And it'd be like, oh yeah, this works great because guess what? We can explain this. It tends to happen around the base of all these mountain chains. Until they went to the fucking Himalayas and tried it and it didn't work. That's right. There's a problem with the Himalayas. The gravity field, which they think should behave a certain way, doesn't behave that way over there. So it's not as consistent as they thought it was. And so they're like, well, fuck, it's an anomaly. We can't explain it. We got all these gravity anomalies everywhere. And even if you were to do this, it doesn't mean Earth is a globe, right? The problem, like I said, is they do this all over the world, and then they wrap it around the ball using a spherical coordinate system. Why? Because how did they log where they were? They used the coordinate reference system of the day, of the ages, which was inherently spherical. So they would bake in their location, their distance, and orientation from the get-go using that assumption. If they'd use something like the UK Ordnance Survey with the British National Grid System, where everything was surveyed flat and orthogonal instead of spherical, then you'd have a geoid that is more like a G flat. Like, you've got these crazy funky pendulum and plumb line measurements all over the place that show variations just not on a ball, but over a flat surface. So when the guy asked if I was cool with that, I'm like, yeah, fine. It doesn't change the shape of the Earth for me. And if there is some kind of anomaly, some kind of crazy field anomaly going on, then who's to say it has to do anything with an uneven distribution of mass through the Earth? What if it is the frickin' starlight, after all? What if when they hang the pendulum and they wait for the star to go overhead and it's not where they thought it would be, but somewhere else, slightly off, that it's because the star's not moving uniformly? It's funny. I even took some almanac data and shoved it into an LLM and had it crunch some numbers. And it showed me that the stars and their constellations actually moved with some very slight variability to it. Particularly low on the horizon, you get more distortion. that they even accelerate at different rates, and the rate of acceleration is itself changing very slightly. And the fact that it's not consistent tells me that it's not like some astronomical refraction going on. There's something else at play. I kind of think the star field above your head is lumpy, somewhat asymmetrical and a little lumpy. It's not the totally smooth mechanical motion that people think. And this could explain the geoid model. Nothing with mass attracting mass. It's already been mentioned a few times today, and it's probably mentioned a few times every day, that Friedrich Robert Helmert, F.R. Helmert, the German mathematician and surveyor who wrote Higher Geodesy, 2-volume set. It's a book. It's a book that you need to read. You need to find the English translation, unless you can do German, and just sit down and read it. Look, there's a lot of math, a lot of scary crap in there, a lot of scary calculus and trigonometry and stuff. That's okay. I mean, it's not necessary for you to like sit down and read that and try to figure out what is this trying to say. What's important is to read the narrative. It's actually quite refreshing to read what he's doing. He lays out very honestly and very simply what geodesy is about and how to do it. You can read for yourself that they measure Earth flat and then wrap it around a mathematical ball of their choosing, an arbitrary coordinate reference system. And when you apply that to today's technology, you've got these modern total stations that surveyors use. They got computers on them. You can set it up so that when you conduct your survey, that you're on a different coordinate system every time. You can choose a spherical one based off of WGS84, WGS83, NAD27. All of these coordinate systems are going to give you different calculated distances between points and slightly different orientations too over time. You can even choose a state plane coordinate system that's flat, using flat coordinates, and give you flat distances. That's right. Just go in the computer settings, you select your reference datum, and off you go. And it's true to Helmert. Helmert says, yeah, you just got to choose a coordinate reference system that suits you best, suit to purpose, and apply this math, or whatever corresponding math you need for that coordinate reference grid. And you can take your perfectly good flat Earth measurements and break them and twist them and bend them so that you can pretend that you live on a fucking globe. As long as you use it consistently, it's going to work, right? Works good enough. Why should you question it if it's working?
What do you guys talk about in here?
We challenged the idea that Earth is a globe in outer space.
And they ask us why this would make any difference in our lives.
Oh, that's, yeah. Well, space is fake. You guys don't have to worry about that anymore. I wish we were allowed to wear T-shirts at work, like with sayings and stuff. I would have one that just says "Space is fake." I know I'd be like walking around like I had the plague, but that's how it works.
You ever hear people say in the media like, "Oh my God, scientists think Earth might be speeding up," or "Oh my God, scientists think Earth might be slowing down in its rotation." You got this variability going on, right? You've got variability with the sun, just a little bit all the time. Same with the stars. It's not as perfect as globers like to think it is. Like I mentioned before, that smooth mechanical rotation, it really isn't like that, folks. People start to take notice of it and they write these articles.
What does it slow down and speed up?
Yeah, you ever read those articles like, "Oh my God, Earth is slowing down just a little bit this year"? I think it's because the sky rotation at night isn't as perfectly even and smooth as people like to believe it is. Slightly asymmetric here and there, and slightly, speeds up and slows down just very minutely here and there. And it may for some observers and not for other observers too. Depending where you are and what time of year it is, it's anomalous. Everything is anomalous. And the globe is created out of all the anomalies. The anomalies provide the room for people to accept the globe and to continue accepting it and reifying it year after year, age after age. You could pop up different planetarium software and they're going to give you different results, slightly off. It depends like which ephemeris they're working from. That's the other thing. Got all this ephemeral data from different sources gathered in different ways and they don't match. Just like all the different latitude longitudes don't match.
Is it public?
Yeah, I think a lot of these are, but maybe not all of them.
Like APIs I can go and build a table from?
Yeah, there's like the J2000 or something that people use, but it's not the only one. Yeah, man. So I grabbed data from one of these nautical almanacs. I don't know if you heard me. I shoved it into an LLM. This was like a year and a half ago. If Jedi's here, he remembers, and if I scroll up high enough in my DMs with him, he'll see it. But I started posting the output on the charts that it was spitting out, mapping the change of rate of acceleration of the stars between 0 and 90 degrees above the horizon over time throughout the year. And it wasn't uniform. Like the stars slightly accelerate and decelerate relative to each other, very so slightly. And it's probably different depending where you are and what time of year that you're going to be noticing this.
To each other.
Yeah, like the constellations aren't exactly always that way. Like they average out to look the way that you think they do, but the distance between them is not exactly always as uniform as you think. They're always going to be slightly a little bit off here and there.
So wouldn't that just be the same as why the sun is apparently in its location?
Yeah, I think so. And why it's all observer dependent in the first place. But I think that if you go to different places, you're going to see slightly different effects.
Yeah, but you still don't know if you're looking through something, which I think you are. looking through something.
Yeah, I think you are too. And that's
And
something
that's why
isn't the
you get an
uniform
apparent
medium.
location. That location moves between you and the actual source appears on the thing you're looking through. So that's an apparent location. That thing that you're looking at that's creating whatever, but that you only see on that surface isn't in that spot. It's somewhere else.
Yeah, and the medium could be lumpy, like could have some slight variance to its density.
Most more than likely it is. That's why you would see variances.
Right. And that's why they think that there's like lumpy gravity in the earth. They call it an uneven distribution of mass, but they're looking at stars to measure it. What if it's just a lumpy freaking sky, dude? Who knows? Maybe it's both. I don't care. Earth still measures flat.
Yeah, whatever is happening up there doesn't matter. I mean, whatever it
It's
does,
cool as
it's
shit,
still
though.
not going to change my house sitting on its foundation. It's not going to make it a different kind of ground underneath it.
That's for sure. It's not going to cause water to wrap around a ball.
You wake up and your whole street is curved. Like what happened?
Oh, fuck, I was wrong.
I was wrong. Look, it did turn into a ball. Damn.
Someone was saying in J.R.R. Tolkien's world that it used to be flat, but then like something happened and the universe broke and it got turned into a ball.
Yeah, it was called change this or you become a stuffed scarecrow in somebody's field. Oh, okay, I'll change it.
I got to go in a minute, but before I do, did you hear that the latest thing is Epstein was offered to purchase the Pentagon and other high security offices all over DC? Like,
what the fuck?
Somebody replied to this article I saw on Twitter, like, who the fuck is this guy? Is Epstein like a Nephilim or some shit?
Well, check this out. You know that the pentagram that Washington D.C. makes?
Yeah.
If you really look at that, everybody close your ears that's listening if you're on the live stream. Don't listen to what I said. I'm just making up stories for people to dream about. Anyway, that matches other Tartarian layouts.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, and then when I looked at a building in Cleveland, I realized the Terminal Tower, it was not made. That I took close-up pictures just with my phone. I was down there. That thing has got work I've never seen before. Griffins on the top, all that shit. So, yeah, there's some other shit going on that we don't know about. That's where the real questions now start coming from.
Dude, when I was young, I
don't care that they pretended that it was a ball, and I don't care why. I now want to. Yeah, we took over buildings, found it in because
there's all kinds of strange shit.
Going
like that.
downtown in Cleveland, and I'm looking down this one street. It's in the flats. It's going way down to the river, and I'm looking at all these buildings. All their bottom windows are covered halfway. You have a window, and it's
like every town.
No, just
every town in the freaking world.
Diagonally up the window, though. Like you built it purposely, finished that all off, and then covered it with dirt. I don't think so. I've never seen that.
Yeah, they claim it's years and years of like horses kicking up dirt in the street and just piling up further. Right? I'm like, yeah, right, dude. Or how they like
dries up and blows away. Most of us. Or at least in Ohio.
You start like digging down underneath like a European town and discover an old Roman city. Like, how the fuck did that happen? You just like lose a Roman city and build on top of it. Nobody remembers.
So you better go look at that at what Washington D.C. That's why they said there's pictures of the Capitol being built when there's nothing around. It's not. It's another founded city. That's it. That's all. This shit's all been here. Okay, back to flat Earth. Yeah, don't. That was just a story. Don't believe anything I said. I'm a storyteller. Don't get all freaked out. But yeah, Tartaria appears to be real anyway. So you guys can have nightmares or whatever you want to do. Space aliens are fake. We're most likely the white people are the ones who came here and took over this place, and that's why we're pushing people around. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, when I was in Copenhagen, we were walking down the street, and if you look down the drains on the main street, you can see like the old front entrances to some of the buildings. When you look down the drain, there's like a door down there, like an old-looking door.
It's
like
all
under
over the place, dude. It's
Yeah,
all
yeah, it's
over when
crazy.
you start looking for it.
I got a picture of it. I'll try to find it.
When I was young, I used to live. We go so far off the beaten path and sometimes come across places where you'd see like random brick facades and stuff buried in deep into like rock faces. I remember like pointing it out and be like, what the heck is this? And my dad being like, it might be some old Spanish mine.
So I didn't
like
take
out
a
in the middle of
picture.
nowhere.
I might have a picture. I'll have to look from the other day. I'm looking at these buildings from the side on the street. The street's going down pretty good grade. I don't know, 15 degrees, something like that. And I'm looking and I see this one foundation and it's this gigantic barnstones. They are gigantic, making all the way around. And then built on top of that, it just gets cut off. And then on top of that is new red brick that goes around. And I said, oh, that's pretty funny. That whole building top is gone, and they put a red brick building on top of that foundation, and you can just see it's obvious.
Yeah, sounds about right. I see a lot of that in the town I live now where, the foundation looks like it was ancient and they just put a brick building on top.
So people are living in buildings that are still under the ground, it looks like. Like, it's like normal. Like you would think, oh, they built that down there and put windows there because windows should be down by the sewers.
Yeah, not like basement windows, but full
windows.
It's like, what, did they run out of money?
So the way that foundation on that building I saw, that was a bigger building than what I was looking at. And then as I'm starting to look at stuff, I noticed that there's a church over there. It says founded like 1870 something. That means that's when it was found. They're not lying with their wording.
Hello. Hey, thanks for coming back in. I apologize. I have really bad allergies, so I'm going to do my best.
It's totally okay. So, okay, I have a few questions to understand. Like, first, I wanna ask, okay, if I accept, like, if all people accept, world is not globe, it's flat. Like, what will change? Like, I'm really curious. Like, I don't know how like everything affected by Earth is globe or Earth is flat.
Well, asking me that question makes me assume that you've been through the evidence. that we've presented to you. Is that right? I don't know. I've heard you've been in here before, but I don't know exactly what
Yeah,
people have told you.
actually, I kind of never joined this VC, but there was a stage event, if you
Oh,
remember.
right. The
I
Dr.
was
Blitz one.
there. Yeah, I was there, and I actually like we literally listened all the event. It was really fun for us. That's why I kind of know how you guys think, but obviously I can't even name the experiment or those kind of things. But I was listening, but I don't know that well that like what you are believing or what you are thinking. I don't know.
Okay, so you haven't really been walked through anything. Well, I'll address your question first, but can I ask you, why are you asking the question? Like, why do you want to know how life would change? Why is that important to you?
Yeah, it's just because I noticed a lot of people is actually spending time about this. Like for example, like flat earthers in this side, but obviously there is like the anti side. So they are trying to prove that Earth is globe, not Earth. So I'm just trying to understand why it's that important to that shape.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. Well, I can only speak from my experience. All of us in here, though, we all believed the story about the globe, everything that was taught to us in school. Some of us were very, very much into space and all of that. But what made the difference was when we actually, for some reason or another, were prompted to look for evidence of the stories we had been told. And through that investigation is how we've all ended up here. Personally, for me, it has changed my life in a really positive way because there are so many things that I just accepted without evidence. And it's not just Globe Earth that I accepted without evidence. I mean, I realized I did that with a lot of things. And so it has caused me to take a much deeper look into my presuppositions and my beliefs and really analyze them and look for truth in the midst of it. And I think that truth is valuable in and of itself, that people deserve to know what's true. They deserve to not have they deserve not to be fed a lie, and they deserve to know where their money is going, because there are billions of dollars going to a fake space program. And so people need to know the truth. I believe that people deserve to know the truth so that they can make informed decisions about their own lives. And also it's important for people just to have truth for the sake of truth. But a lot of things in the media that they try to scare us with about space, they don't affect me anymore, and they can't be used against me. So I'm not in fear that a meteor, is heading this way, and, we probably would need to give more of our tax dollars to the government to save us or something like that. Those issues just are non-existent in my life at all anymore. And I'm just able to see things in general with the more critical eye. I mean, does that answer your question?
Yeah, exactly. Like for the beginning, I wanna say I don't know that much thing about like Earth is globe. Yeah, I do it. I do know it because of the school and everything. I obviously know the general one. But if you tell me something and if you ask me to prove, probably I can't because I like my field is not physics basically. But I just want to try to understand. This thing like this ideology from the general perspective.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we all believed all the same things that most people believe, because we were all taught the same things. And even at a more advanced level, into college and such, we didn't question that because the basis is built when you're young. When you're very young, you're told things. And so the things that build upon that, they build upon it, but you've never questioned the initial thing. So you're told Earth is a globe, is a sphere in space, right? And then every like advanced physics that you take after that is all built upon that supposition, right? But nobody says, well, how do we know that what we're being told is true? We just trust the people who tell us the story because they believe it too. And it's just a cultural conditioning that happens over time. So you don't have to be an expert in physics or whatever to look for something very basic, which is, what is the proof that the ground we're standing on is curving? Because that's what has to exist for all the rest of it to exist. Without that, it all falls apart.
Okay, so do you believe some people actually go space and observe Earth from outside?
No, I do not, and I have good reasons for that. For one, there are only a couple dozen people that actually have claimed to have been far enough where they would have seen the Earth in its entirety. You'd need to be past the claimed distance of the International Space Station in order to see the Earth as a sphere. So that would only be the Apollo astronauts. Okay, so it's a relatively small number of people that would have been able to see that. But the main reason I know it's not real is because we have air pressure. And air pressure, by definition, requires containment. We can't have air pressure next to a vacuum without containment because the air would leave. And we can see that and demonstrate that in countless examples. We know that air pressure requiring containment is in the very definition of air pressure. And we have no examples of air being contained by air pressure being contained by gravity, for example, which is the predominant story. So there has to be some kind of barrier in between our atmosphere and a vacuum. They cannot exist side by side just naturally without a barrier in between. So we know that no one is going to space as they've been telling us, because it's just not possible. And we can prove that.
Yeah, okay. Like for now, I understand. Now I want to mix my first and this question. Like I want to say, around, I guess, like people from 50 countries claim that they went space, right? Like even a few years ago, a Turkish guy with a group of people, they went moon and they were on news and blah blah blah. So I just want to ask, like, if no one went there, actually, why they are lying? Or like, I ask why it's so important if it's globe or flat. So I just can't understand why people want to lie about this.
Well, they're not necessarily lying. See, I know that the Apollo astronauts are lying because I know they couldn't have gone to that distance to see the Earth in its entirety because, we know that air pressure requires containment, but we also know that there's no surface curvature. So if the Earth isn't curving, they can't have seen the Earth as a ball. And so other people have claimed to go to space, but they aren't going to a distance where they would actually be able to see curvature. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, even from the ISS, they're only able to see about 3% of the Earth. So they are not seeing the sphere Earth. They are just seeing a small percentage of the world. So I don't think all these people are lying. I mean, I can't speculate on what their actual experience has been, but I think that they predominantly do believe that they went to space. And, I don't know what they see, but they couldn't have gone. So I don't really like to think that everybody's lying. I think they believe it, and that the same way that people say, oh, I went to the beach and I can see curvature of the Earth, but yet we all know that that's not possible. I mean, they've convinced themselves that it's there, so they've convinced themselves that they're seeing it. And I think that maybe that's what's into play with some of these other people involved in the space program.
Okay, so like I said, I don't know anything about physics, so I can't prove Earth is globe. But I raised with this ideology, so I do believe Earth is globe. So how you can prove me that like Earth is flat?
Okay, great question. We actually have someone in the room. Hey, DJ, are you available?
I can try to be. Yeah.
Do you want to walk her through some laser tests? You're the expert.
Sure. I can go through. Yeah, sure. All right. Sup, Auntie No? How you doing? Good to see you in here.
I'm doing great, and I'm sorry if I'm asking too much basics, but I really do not know anything.
No, that's where it starts. You know, you've got to ask the foundational questions, all of the basic questions, right? And then move on from there. But look, this is what it comes down to at the end of the day. We're about empiricism, empirical evidence, things that we can go in and actually put to the test in reality. Okay, so when it comes to space travel or so-called space travel, we don't have access to go and do these things to check what we're being told about what happens way up in the air. But what we do have access to is to check the surface of the water to see if it's curving. Now, if gravity is real, right, as in mass attracting mass, for example, okay, and the Earth is a globe and it has a particular size that they tell us, then we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain amount of distance. Okay, now they tell us that 72% of the surface of the globe is covered in water. Now, if 72% is covered in water, that means that with gravity and the radius value, we can calculate precisely how much would be curving over a certain distance. And then we can go and test that. Okay, so that's been done hundreds, if not thousands of times now. Right, and the results come back as zero curvature. For example, we could shoot a laser across the surface of the water over a certain distance, okay? And we could set the laser up, say, 1 meter above the surface of the water, and then we could have a target, say, 20 miles away. Okay, and the high-power laser will shoot across the surface of the water horizontally, and it will hit the target 20 miles away. Okay, but if the Earth were a globe, there should be hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance. In fact, there should be around about 100 meters of curvature over that distance. Okay, so the laser should not hit the target. Now, we can also just do regular observations. You don't need to go out and buy a high-powered laser. We can just stand at the ocean or stand at a large lake, and we can zoom in across the lake. Now, if the Earth's a globe, there should be curvature in the way. Things in the distance should start to become hidden behind the horizon. So we can calculate the distance to where the horizon should be, and we can also calculate how much something in the far distance should be hidden behind the horizon. So that's what I'm going to show you quickly now. Right, I'm going to show you an observation. This particular one was done by a very intelligent guy named Dr. John Dee. Okay, Dr. John Dee has a PhD in optics, and he originally set out to try to debunk the flat earthers, doing long-distance laser tests, long-distance observations, that kind of thing, trying to find the curvature of the Earth. All right, so if you have a look in the side chat, this is where the test is going to be done by Dr. John Dee. Okay, so you can see a diagram of a windmill farm. All right, so just keep your eyes on the side chat and I'll explain it. So this is all screenshots and clips from a video that Dr. John Dee made, which I'll share at the end. Okay, so we can see that windmill farm there. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm. It's in the United Kingdom, and it starts at 8 miles. Okay, the closest windmills are 8 miles away, and then the furthest windmills are 11.2 miles away. All right, so what he does, what Dr. John Dee does, is he sets his camera up on a tripod just at the surface of the water at the shoreline. Okay, he picks a really nice clear day where we have great visibility and no waves. Okay, so here's some footage from his zoom from the camera that's 1 meter high. All right, so we can see when he zooms out, we can see 6 of the windmills. Okay, so the windmills, the purpose that he's doing it, where we have the windmills there, is they're acting as a distance marker. Okay, because if those windmills weren't there, it would be very difficult to gauge how far away something in the distance is, like the horizon, for example. Now, right, so now we have some distance markers. All right, let's do some calculations, basically. All right, so on a globe, the horizon line would be a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth, like this diagram here. Okay, can you see the diagram?
Yep, I can.
Yep. Okay, so I'm just going to read the diagram out quickly. So a man standing on a sphere, or a woman standing on a sphere, would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. Okay, so it would be like drawing a tangent line from your eyes to the surface of the globe. Okay, the physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet, and there's a little picture on the right-hand side there showing what a horizon looks like. Everyone's seen a horizon for the most part. Okay, and that's the furthest distance you should be able to see the water. You can't see any water past the horizon because that's, on a globe, that's the maximum distance due to the curvature of the Earth. Now, if a ship or something like that or a windmill was beyond that distance, we can calculate exactly how much it should be hidden behind that horizon. And that horizon should also be at a certain distance, depending on how high the observer is. Okay. All right, so what we can see is that, all right, so just a second, I'm just going to post, I'm just going to try to find the mathematics in metric system, because I'm guessing you go by metric system. Is that right? Auntie, no, are you there?
Yep, I'm listening.
Yeah, do you go by metric system? Meters and kilometers?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna do it in metric so it's not confusing. Well, okay, look, I've got it here in imperial, but I'll just convert it in my head. So, all right, just a second. Okay, so from 1 meter observation height, the horizon should be 2.3 miles away, which is 3.4 kilometers. Okay, so it's written here in imperial, but we're going to focus on one of the windmills, the furthest one away. So when he zooms in there, you can see in the zoom footage, he zooms in and you can see a whole bunch of them. So the one on the right-hand side, that's 11.2 miles away, which is 18 kilometers. Okay, and the eye height level is 3.5 foot, which is also 1 meter. Right, then the calculator, it's just calculating how far away the horizon should be based on the radius of the Earth. Okay, the radius is 3,959 miles, which is about 6,371 kilometers. Okay, so based off that, the horizon should be at 2.29 miles away, or 3.4 kilometers away. All right, but because we have the distance markers, we can confirm that in the observation, there's absolutely no sign of that horizon that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. In fact, we can actually see the bases, right, the very, very bottom of the windmill towers touching the water. And we can see the water, we can also see the water past the horizon. Okay, so the horizon should be the maximum distance that you can see the water on a globe. So we can see the water is going past the 3.4 kilometer mark where the horizon should be, and it's going way on beyond the windmill towers, and we can actually see a boat floating on the water way out in the distance. Okay, so the bottom portion of the windmills should be also hidden. Okay, so the furthest one on the right-hand side, the bottom 16 meters should be hidden behind the horizon. 16 meters is like a 5-story building, basically. Okay, but it's not hidden. Okay, there's no curvature there to be found. Okay, so we have hundreds, if not thousands, of these observations, and anyone can go and repeat these tests that wants to do it and see that there isn't any curvature when we actually go out and test the surface of the Earth. Okay, so if gravity's real, if the Earth is the size that they're telling us, that curvature must physically be there. It is like a physical requirement for a globe. Yep. Hello, buddy.
Hello, everyone. I shiny.
Yeah, you can go on mute. Right, so Sanzi, if I can unmute you, if you can message in the side chat and tell me that you have control of your microphone. Until then, you can stay on mute. All right, he's gone. All right, so yeah, look, there's one test. Okay, he went back, he did it another day. There's an 1.5-hour video where he goes over all of the temperatures and the location, everything. He goes over everything in the video. Right, if you want to check that out at a later time, I can post it in the side chat. So we've got hundreds of tests if not thousands of tests where we can't find any curvature at all. Okay, we don't have to rely on things that we can't test, like NASA claims or SpaceX claims or Chinese government claims, etc. We don't need to rely on that. We can actually test if the Earth's a globe or if it's flat. And every single test shows that there's zero curvature. So if there's no curvature, okay, if you have a surface area, a large surface area that's not curving, that means it's flat by default. Okay, and that's the context in which flat Earth comes into play. That's what we mean by flat Earth. Okay, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We don't think the Earth is a flat disk floating around in space or anything like that. Right? We're testing the surface, which is mostly water, and it's flat. It's a flat surface, right? A flat Earth.
Okay, so
yeah.
If it's flat, I just can't understand. Actually, I guess Deep asked this question before I leave the VC, but I couldn't focus that much. I was calling taxi and blah blah. If it's flat, I just can't understand how, someone told me sun is coming close and going far. That's how we get it, right? Is it correct?
Yeah, the sun's moving above us across the sky, east to west, in a particular cycle, resetting each year.
So it's a circle, right? It's going circle.
Well, we can't confirm if it's a perfect circle or not. Okay, so from everyone's perspective, everyone's personal perspective, it's going to rise in the east and set in the west, right? And it's going to be higher in the sky in summer and lower in the sky in winter. But it's not actually lower in the sky, right? It just looks like it's lower in the sky because it's taking a path that's further away from you. And when things are further away from you, they're going to look lower due to perspective. Kind of like if you have a streetlight above your head, and then if you walk away from that streetlight, the streetlight's still at the same height, right? But it looks lower in the sky because the angle has changed because of your perspective, because of linear perspective.
Can I quickly add something to what you said, DJ?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
What you just said, we can confirm that it's a circle, right? A perfect circle. One of the reasons for that is because it's not that the sun is just rising on the east and setting in the west, but throughout the year, it's moving through the tropics, right? Making that Analema figure 8 symbol in the sky. So we're not really sure if it's an exact circle, but we do know that it does a circular-ish path around the Earth.
Right, and that would be the apparent sun. I would call it the apparent sun, being the sun that we see, right, in the sky. You're not seeing it in its precise location. We don't know exactly what the sun is, exactly how it works, but we know that the way that everyone sees it is unique to that particular observer. For example, if I was looking at the sun and you were 500 miles away from me and you were looking at the sun, and then I drew a line from my eyes to where I can see the sun, and you drew a line from your eyes to where you can see the sun, those lines from our eyes, they're not going to intersect at the same point. Okay, we're seeing the sun unique to your particular location, your particular field of view, right? Your perspective. Due to the way the atmosphere works, due to the way perspective works, and due to the mysterious nature of the sun.
So how it happens, the daytime and nighttime is different for the location.
Okay, so if the sun's much, yep, go ahead.
And I want to ask this, fine. And there is another related to this, and I want to ask, about the climate and everything. They can explain this. Like Antarctic is more cold because of the sun angle and those kind of things. So how it goes for about the weather and the daytime, nighttime.
Right. Okay. So in the globe model, the sun is many times greater than the size of the Earth, and the sun is 93 million miles away, about 150,000 kilometers away, or something like that. Okay. So it's a huge distance. Sorry, that was incorrect. 150 million miles away, or more than that, kilometers. Anyway, 93 million miles. Okay, and it's giant, many times greater than the size of the Earth. Now, that's in the globe model. Now, we don't claim that that's true, that the sun's in a vacuum this distance away, and that it's a certain size. We don't think that that's correct. In the flat Earth, right, you could think of the sun much closer and much smaller than what we've been told about the sun. Now, as the sun takes its path over the surface of the Earth, right? Let's say I'm in Europe, okay, and the sun's moving away from me. It's going to take its light with it, okay, and it's going to be lighting up a different section of the Earth as it moves away from me. And the reason it's not light everywhere on the Earth at the same time is because we have an atmosphere, okay, and light attenuates, right? Light becomes absorbed by a medium. So as it's moving away, the light's pushing through the medium and it's being absorbed by the medium. I can give you an example. Okay, if you go just dive down into the ocean, just a small distance down into the ocean, you can't even see the sun anymore. Okay, it's pitch black because that light from the sun, even if it's the middle of the day in summer and you have crystal clear water, if you go just 200 meters down into the ocean, you can't see the sun anymore. You can't see any light from the sun. It's just pure blackness because the medium is absorbing the water. Okay, its intensity, it can't push down through all of that medium. Now, the air is also like a medium. Obviously, it's not as dense as the water, so the light can travel much further through the air, but it still does the same thing over a large distance. Right? That's why the sun looks red when it's at sunset because the different spectrums of light that come off the sun, right, they scatter and they attenuate faster than others, right? So you're not able to see the blue spectrum light anymore as the sun's moving further away from you, and you have all of that atmosphere for the light to push through, okay? And then we also have the inverse squelor of light, which means that when you have a light source, as the light travels away from the light source, its intensity quickly diminishes. Okay, every time you double the distance, you lose 4 times the intensity of the light. It's called the inverse squelor of light. Okay, so smaller sun, as it moves away from you, it takes its light with it. The light can't push forever through the medium of the air. Okay, so it's going to be dark in Poland, where I'm at right now. Okay, and at the same time, it's going to be it's going to be light in Australia. Okay, and then as the sun moves along its path, right, it's going to become dark in Australia, and then it's slowly going to get light over here again. And it makes particular cycles, right? So that's what explains daytime, nighttime. Okay, and the sun also takes a particular path, okay, which creates seasons. Okay, so sometimes it's taking a path that's much closer to the southern continents, and sometimes it's taking a path which is much closer to the northern continent. So if the sun's closer to the northern continent, you're going to get summer in the north, okay? And like right now, this time of year, the sun is not taking a path that's close to the north. Okay, right now it's taking a path that's over the top of the south. So they're having summer in Australia. Well, it's freezing cold here in Poland because the sun's path doesn't go overhead, right? Like when it's midday here in Poland, the sun's very low in the sky. It's very far away from me. But in Australia, where my mother is, right? It's when it's midday for her, it's the sun's right above her in the sky. So yeah, and then temperature changes and things like that, like pressure changes. It's all to do with temperature from the light. It's from the waves, wind, all of that. It's all to do with the path of the sun, creating high pressure systems, low pressure systems. Okay, the path of the sun creates the seasons, daytime, nighttime. Yeah, makes perfect sense once you have a good think about it, once you wrap your head around it. Makes more sense than on the globe, actually, after you really look into it.
Yeah, like I will definitely think about this for a few days, I guess.
Yeah. Look, it takes a long time to think about. It takes a long time for the information to sink in. And you'll probably have each question or each thing that you think about will lead to 100 more questions.
Yeah, like right now, I was just thinking, if we accept that Earth is globe, just think like that. If I go, I live in Turkey, by the way. If I go 180 degrees far away, that country, okay? So, and if it's flat, the distance will change. So if I have my ticket and fly there, the timing should be different if it's flat or if it's globe.
No, it's only one distance. Okay, so it's not going to be a different distance.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and most of the time when you're traveling, you're going to be using a map, which is just a coordinate system. So according to that particular coordinate system, it's going to have a scale on it. So, that's how you're going to determine the distance. It's very difficult to measure the precise distance, right? Measuring a distance is very difficult over a really long distance. So you would just use a coordinate system, right? So you could use a Mercator projection or a AE projection, right? Which is a coordinate system that's actually based on the sky, right? Because that's how navigation started. That's how these coordinate systems were invented, by using the sky to navigate. Okay, from the ancients up until this current day, people use the coordinate system that's based off which star is going to be above a particular section on the Earth at a particular time. Okay, and then you'll turn that into a coordinate system, first by looking at the star's location and then saying, okay, at this particular time, this section of the Earth is going to be underneath that star. Okay, and you do that over and over and over and over and over again for all different locations, different stars, and then eventually we've built this big, giant coordinate system.
Okay, I got the sense. So, oh my God, it will sound like Troll's question, but if I go straight enough, like what will I see? Like I went enough straight, and then I'm end of the Earth, I guess. Like what will happen?
Yeah. So,
Is that
look,
in a model
this is the brute answer to it, right? It's probably not the answer you're looking for, but nobody really knows because nobody's ever done that. Now, going in a straight line for a long distance is impossible. It sounds good in theory, okay, but in reality, okay, if you can't do it on foot because you have, things in your way, and then eventually you're going to get to the water, right? And you're going to have terrain to deal with, so it's very difficult to go in a straight line on foot. And then on a boat, right, you have ocean currents and things like that. Okay, you have problems there, and in the plane, you have wind currents and jet streams and all sorts of things to take into account as well. Okay, so you're going to have to use a compass. Now, with a compass, right, you've got north, south, east, and west. Okay, if you go east, right, if you want to go in a straight, like go due east, you're going to come back to where you started again. Not because the Earth's a globe, but because east and west are circles around a north pole. Right? If you have a magnet and then you have a compass, the compass is going to point to the magnet. That's going to be north. If you want to go east or west, you're going to go in a circle around the magnet and you're going to come back to where you started again. Now, that's possible on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. Okay? But just say the Earth was a globe and you decided to go south. Right? On a globe, you would go south and you would keep going south, and then you would come back around the globe, right? You would go from the north, you would go south down, you would cross over Antarctica, and then you would come back up around the other side of the globe and you would do a north to south circumnavigation, and that would debunk flat Earth, right? That would only be possible on a globe. Okay, but nobody has ever done that, right? Tons of people have done the east-west circumnavigation, right? But no one's ever done the north-south because the Earth's not a globe. That's the reason that nobody's ever done that.
Okay, so is there any model for Earth that like I can just see and understand more?
Well, there's models. When it comes to models, right? Most people think of the word model and then they think of like a miniature version of an object. Okay, like a globe, like a little globe, like a toy globe that you would have on your desk, or like a little model of a building or a car or a horse or something like that. Okay, but we're not making a claim to know the shape of the Earth. We don't know the shape or the size of the Earth. We don't have that information. I don't think anybody truly has that information to know the entirety of the Earth. Okay, so we're not able to make a small version of the entirety of the Earth because we don't know exactly what it is. Now, we can model certain things, right? We can show you that if you want to have a large body of water, you need to have a container, Okay, if you want to have an ocean or a lake, right, we can scale that down and we can show you that if you want to have a body of water, you must have a container. It's the prerequisite, the requirement to have a body of water, and that surface of the water is going to be flat. Now, we can scale that up or down to the maximum of our ability as humans, right, to make that model a certain size, and it's always going to favor the flat Earth claim. Always, 100% of the time. Okay, you're not going to be able to model all of the ocean sticking to the outside of a globe and then scale that down and say, oh, look, I've got this little globe and now I've got oceans sticking to the outside of it. Obviously, that doesn't work. It goes against common sense, logic, physics, right? It's not going to work. So they'll tell you that, oh, you have to have a globe that's 24,901 miles in circumference for that to work. It's like, well, okay, so what? We can't test that. We just have to believe. Right? We experience the Earth as flat and stationary, but they tell us that it's a globe and it has oceans sticking to the outside. And they'll tell you that they have a model, but in their model, the water is just paint, right? Or something like that, right?
Yeah.
It's not actual water. So it's not an actual model. It's just, the paint's going to stick to the outside of your model, sure. Change that paint to water and see what happens. And then they'll say, oh, it has to be bigger. It's like, oh, you can't make it bigger, right? You can't make it you can make it as big as you want. The waters are never going to stick to the outside of your globe. Okay, so you can't model that.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to imagine, since like we have model of globe Earth, it's easy to imagine for flat, like we don't right now, and I'm still like trying to imagine or understand. But like that like we have planes and a lot of traveling happening like every day. How like anyone couldn't even like find a new place, like they are flying a lot. Like how they can, like, where is the end or start of the flat Earth? It should be a location. Like I just can't
Look,
imagine.
planes are designed to fly over a flat stationary Earth. Okay, the people that design the planes assume a flat, non-rotating Earth in all of the aerospace engineering manuals, right? Aircraft design manuals. Pilots, right? There's tons of flat earthers that are pilots, commercial pilots, military pilots, jet pilots, amateur pilots, and there's tons of videos of them saying that you treat the Earth as flat and stationary to fly a plane. Okay, you don't take a curvature into account, motion into account, or anything like that. Okay, so most of these industries treat the Earth as flat and stationary for the practical application of it. Now, when it comes to getting around from point A to point B, you're using that spherical coordinate system, right? But that doesn't mean that the Earth is spherical, because that spherical coordinate system's based off the celestial sphere, right? It originated from the celestial sphere. Okay, which is the way that we map the sky out. Okay, and that's what the ancient cultures used to navigate, and that's what people inverted over time into a spherical coordinate system to navigate. We still use that now. That's what all of the maps that you look at are based off. Okay, when you look at that Mercator projection, the big square map, the rectangle map basically that everyone uses, that's what Google Map uses. That's the spherical coordinate system that originated from the sky. Okay, and then they turn it into a tube shape, and then they stretch that out, right? And that's why all the continents are the wrong sizes on it, because it's a distorted projection of a coordinate system that originated from the sky, not because the Earth's a globe. That's a whole conversation in itself, is to go into the history of the coordinate system, right? And that's essentially what the globe is. Okay, it's a coordinate system mistaken for reality, right? I don't know if you've heard this saying before. The map is not the territory, or the map is not the land. It's a fallacy to think that the map is the territory. Okay, a map is a tool used for certain tasks, right? And that's what the spherical coordinate system is. It's a tool used for navigation based off the sky sphere, right? The celestial sphere. Okay, the celestial sphere existed long before anyone suggested that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I guess I need to think about this. Like, I can't say I understand everything you said. Probably
No, it's
some
a
of
lot
them
of
is just like,
information. I'm sorry.
yeah, but I'm just like, I can't understand some of these. You know, like if Earth is globe, then it means like all the countries has some neighbors, right? Like left and right. But if it's flat, it should be one of the country shouldn't be next to each other because
Well, they're not. They're not all next to each other. Maybe you could think of it like this, right? Think about a big giant lake, and then you've got islands in the lake, right? You know how you can have islands sticking out of the water inside a lake. Okay, now if you scale that up to a really big scale, okay, this is a way that I like to think about where we live. Okay, like a big lake, the water's flat, okay, and then the continents are kind of like islands inside the lake. And you can go from one continent to the other continent, right? Then you could circle around the lake one way and get to Japan. And then you could leave Japan from the other way and circle around, could go east or west, right? Get to other continents. You can go from place to place, right? Just like in your town, you can go around to the bank, and then you could go to the post office, and you go to all different places, right? It doesn't need to be a sphere to get from point to point. Now, that map that people are used to looking at, the big rectangular Mercator projection, right? That's not how the flat Earth is laid out, right? That's not how the globe is laid out either. That's a distorted projection based off the celestial coordinate system, or the spherical coordinate system, called the WGS84, which basically originated from what we spoke about before, taking elevation angle measurements to the stars. Right? That's what latitude came from. So the map's not the territory. A map is a tool, right? It's a coordinate system. So you could take that spherical coordinate system and you could project that onto any surface, right? You could put it onto the outside of a dinosaur. Okay, and then you could use that dinosaur, and as long as the coordinate system was overlaid onto the dinosaur correctly, you could use the dinosaur to navigate, right? And you could use your dinosaur map to get from China to LA or something like that without a problem, because you're just using the coordinate system conversion. But look, this is what it comes down to, rather than getting too technical into maps and that kind of thing, right? If the water is not curving, then the Earth cannot possibly be a globe, right? That's the thing that we can all test. That's the thing we all experience in reality. When we go to the beach, we see a flat horizon, we see flat water at a lake. They've told us that we're so small and the Earth's so big that that's why it looks flat. All right, but then when we actually go and test for the curvature, like in that observation I showed you, it's not there.
Yeah.
Right? And nobody has any evidence that the water is curving other than pictures from space that you can never check. And then most of the pictures from space, once you look into those pictures, you'll find out that, oh, even NASA admits they're just CGI and made in Photoshop, composited. For example, most of the pictures of the globe that you've seen from space are just composites, according to NASA. Okay, and there's interviews with the guy that actually makes them, that works for NASA. His name's Robert Simon, right? It's the guy here in this picture. If you go to nasa.gov and type in Mr. Blue Marble, right, that's this guy. He makes these images that we get presented of the globe from space. Now, if you zoom into them, you'll see that there's copy-pasted clouds and all sorts of issues with them. All right, and here's a video that I'm uploading now, which is an interview with Robert Simon, and he explains this. He says they take 3 months worth of low altitude scans of the Earth, okay, and then that data gets sent to him, and then he converts the data into images. Okay, and then he has all of these images of little sections of the Earth, okay, and then he stitches them together into a big giant flat map. And then he takes that flat map and he wraps it around a globe in Photoshop. And then he adds in the clouds and he adjusts all of the colors, and he says it's my job to take this data and to put it into CGI software and to make it look like what people think that the Earth should look like from space, to meet people's expectations of what they think the Earth should look like. He says that's a very difficult job. He said because it looks pretty flat. It looks pretty, flat is literally the word he uses. Okay, and he says that he has to add specular highlights and he has to do a lot of editing and shading, right? And the clouds that they put in, right? They add the clouds in later on.
Yeah,
so that's why there's lots of copy pasted. Yeah, so look, that's the thing. Like a lot of those pictures that you're seeing from space are just admitted to be CGI, but most people don't know that. Now, just quickly, right? I'll just show you one last image. Okay, so this is 2 images from NASA. Okay, 2002 blue marble and 2007 blue marble. Now, what you can notice in the images below is that they've used the exact same clouds on both of them, right? That's the identical clouds 5 years apart. Okay. Most people think that these are photographs of the Earth from space, but they're not. And if you look these up on NASA, you'll find these exact images on NASA's website. Just type in 2002 blue marble NASA and it'll come up. And you can find the image, and they will explain that they use the same cloud data for both of these images. Okay, these are not photographs. These are composites admitted to be made in Photoshop.
Yeah, like, oh my God, it's too much to understand for now. But it just pushed me to think about my first question again. Like, I don't know why people wanna believe Earth is globe. Like, if all people accepted that Earth is flat, what will change? Like, what will happen? Why they are afraid of even like study on it? Because like there are a lot of people, not only this group, obviously, like in the world there are a lot of flat earthers. And time to time, they're just coming to my feed on Instagram, and actually, I really watch them like totally. But I just can't understand why those like important people and the rich ones like Elon Musk, why he is not study on what if Earth is flat? Like why they are afraid of.
Yeah, look, I don't know. It's hard for us to get inside the minds of other people. Okay, and I don't know if Elon Musk knows that the Earth is a globe or flat. I think he's faking a lot of the footage that we're being showed, right? Like when he said that he sent a Tesla into space, right? The footage looks so fake and so ridiculous that even Elon Musk, when asked about it, he laughed about it and he said, "Yeah, we know it's real because it looks so fake. If we were going to fake it, we'd have much better CGI." So even he admits it looks fake. Now, he doesn't even have top clearance at SpaceX, right? People think that he's the guy in charge of everything, but he's not. He doesn't even have the security clearance to know exactly what's going on at SpaceX. He's more like the media man. He's like the puppet boy, right, behind the name. Okay, like the kind of like what the president is in a sense for the United States, right? He's probably not calling. Joe Biden probably wasn't calling all of the shots, right? And when someone has a problem, they go, "Oh, well, we have to go ask Joe what to do." No, he's the person that goes around and does press conferences and has scripts that he reads, right? He's the face behind the company, okay? And he doesn't even have top security clearance, right, to know exactly what's going on. It's some lady, I forget what her name is, that has the real power at SpaceX. Now, you can be faking space, right? You could be faking footage of the moon landings and things like that and still 100% think that the Earth's a globe, right? This isn't flat Earth related, really, right? A lot of people know that the moon landings were fake that still think the Earth's a globe. Now, even the astronauts that were involved in faking the moon landings, right? They might even still think the Earth's a globe, right? They've never been up high enough to see if the Earth's flat or a globe, and they've probably never gone out and tested it, right? But there was something called the space race, and that space race didn't end after America got to the moon. Okay, there's still all of these countries competing for this prestige position of being a spacefaring country. It's like, oh, India has done it now. Israel can send up stuff, right? Like China wants to have a piece of the pie as well in that worldwide respect or that worldwide, accomplishment of being a spacefaring country. Because America was they were the ones, right? They were like, oh, we beat the Soviets and we're the only country that has been to the moon and we're so amazing and great. Okay, and other countries want to be seen that way on a worldwide scale as well. So, a lot. Yeah, go ahead, Mo.
What you said about the Tesla thing that he sent it out of space. I want to pick on the wordage for a second. As you just referenced, he said you can tell it's real because how fake it is. If we wanted to fake it, we would use better CGI, which implies they are using CGI in that video already. It's right there within the sentence, like, hey, this isn't real, this isn't a video, it's CGI.
Yeah, it's crazy. And look, I even just put an image in the side chat. Okay, firstly, you shouldn't be able to see that much of the globe from where this thing was in space. Secondly, you can see a stitch line straight down the center of the globe there, blatantly. So,
I didn't even know. Oh my god, I didn't know about that. The stitch line, I didn't see that before. Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues with the and they had the car in this big giant studio with green screens as well. Right, this thing. It just happens to look exactly like the footage as well. But at the end of the day, we don't have to debunk all of this space stuff because, like Overfences told you, it goes against natural law. Outer space being a vacuum hasn't been scientifically proven to be possible. Okay, it goes against natural laws. And we also, when we test the surface of the Earth, it's not a globe. Okay, so whatever's happening above the surface of the Earth is happening above a flat Earth. A topographical plane is what you should call it technically, because we have hills and valleys and mountains. Most of the surface area that we know about is covered in water, which doesn't curve. Okay, and anyone can go and test this out.
Yeah, like what about that ship thing? Like, to be honest, in real life, I never saw it. Like a ship going far away and disappearing. Like I don't have ocean in my country. But like,
oh yeah, well look, I grew up on the ocean. I grew up on the east coast of Australia at a place called the Gold Coast, and I grew up just near the beach, surfing and fishing. I was there all the time, as much as I could be at the beach. And in that location, we had it's a giant hub for where cruise ships leave from. Okay, so there's tons of fishing boats that go out from the beaches where I would be fishing or surfing. And there was also tons of cruise ships as well going out into the ocean. Now, most of the time, what happens when you watch a ship go out, right? Because quite often I would be sitting there fishing, right? And what are you doing when you're sitting there fishing? You're just staring out into the ocean, waiting for a bite, okay? Watching ships go out a lot of the time. Now, what happens most of the time is that the ship will get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see the ship anymore. Okay, it doesn't start to disappear behind curvature. The only time it will look like it's disappearing from the bottom will be if you have waves, right? Like ocean swells, big swells out in the ocean, which is also pretty common to have, depending on where you live. Okay, so if you have ocean swells, right, they're going to block the bottom of the ship because those ocean swells aren't very far away from you. Okay, but as that ship goes beyond the ocean swells, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller due to perspective. Okay, so even though it's a big ship, it looks like it's tiny, really tiny because of perspective. So that ocean swell that's in the foreground can easily block the bottom of the ship that's in the background. Kind of like the way that you could block a mountain if you just hold your arm out in front of you, right, and put your hand up in front of your eyes. you could block a mountain in the distance, even though the mountain's giant and your hand's small. Due to the way our perspective works, is things in the foreground can block large things in the background. So it works out the same with waves and boats. Now, sometimes we can also have miraging effects as well, which can make it look like the boat's sinking or the boat is floating up in the air, right? Depending on which type of miraging effect you have. Okay, but most of the time it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore. And I'll put some footage in the side chat. I'm sure people are already putting it in there, but here's a big giant ship. Okay, giant, looks like a cruise ship or something similar, one of those big giant ships. Okay, 1 second. All right, have a look at this one. All right, so the guy's standing at the beach. And when he isn't zooming out with the camera, you can't see the ship at all. All right, but when he zooms in, all of a sudden you can start to resolve the ship again. And then when he zooms all the way in, you can see the whole ship. Now, if you reverse engineer this scene that I just showed you, let's just say that this guy doesn't have a camera with him. He doesn't have this amazing zoom camera. He's just standing there where he's standing. And let's say that ship isn't out far in the ocean. It's right where the guy is, okay, right in front of him. And then the ship starts to sail out to where we can see it in this GIF. All right, it's going to look like it goes out and it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller until all of a sudden he can't see it anymore because of the angular size of the ship. It's called the angular resolution limit of the human eye. Once something gets below 0.02 degrees in your field of view, you can't resolve it anymore. It's unresolvable. Right? But when he pulls out a camera, he's able to increase the angular size of that ship, and all of a sudden the human eye is able to resolve it because we have magnification. And then look, we can see the ship again. Right? They didn't have this technology back in the old days where this myth of ships going over the curvature came from. Okay, but now our technology has outgrown their myths or their lies or their misconceptions of the cause of the effect, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, like I got you. Like in Istanbul, we have a few like islands next to Istanbul, and if I go seaside, I can see those islands like from the ground. It's not like from Alf or something like that. I can see totally. It's not that close. So yeah, about this, it's interesting.
So back in 2015, Nikon, they brought out some amazing cameras, right? Zoom cameras called the P900 cameras, Coolpix P900, and that's how this flat Earth stuff started to surge on social media platforms, because people started buying these cameras and they were able to zoom in on islands like you're talking about and able to zoom in on ships out in the ocean. And they're like, hey, hold on, shouldn't that ship be like, I can see this ship and it's 30 miles away, right? Shouldn't there be Earth curvature blocking the ship? And then you can do the math and you're like, damn, this ship should be hidden by 600 feet. I shouldn't be able to see it. How come I can see it? Okay, and then they started posting these videos on the internet. And in 2015, 2016, this topic became huge, right? These videos were getting millions of views. And it got to the point where it was the most popular searched item or term on YouTube, right? It even overtook Donald Trump in search results on YouTube during the 2016 election. Now, all of a sudden, they freaked out about this, right? The government freaked out about this, and U.S. Congress contacted the heads of these social media platforms like Google and YouTube and Facebook. Okay, and they had a Congress meeting, and we have the Congress meeting, right? Footage of the Congress meeting, and they say, hey, what are we going to do about flat Earth? Right? And they said that they were going to censor it. Okay, and that's what they did. And if you have a look at the algorithm, right, after 2016, it went up, spiking up like crazy, and then all of a sudden it just died. because they started hiding the search results. Okay, and not only did they hide the videos, right? They shadow banned the topic of flat Earth. They would put a disclaimer underneath the flat Earth videos saying that this is misinformation. It's flat Earth is an archaic, ancient belief that's long been debunked. Don't watch this video, basically. And they would also hide the videos from the search results. So when you type it in flat Earth, it wouldn't come up. But they didn't stop there, right? They actually got a playlist of incorrect flat Earth information, right? Propaganda, you could call it, where it would come up. If someone would type in the name of a specific flat Earth video, this propaganda playlist would come up. Okay, and then they would click on one of those videos and it would make flat Earth seem ridiculous. Okay, they would just make it seem stupid, make it seem like it's some crazy conspiracy theory. They'll show you pictures of discs floating around in space with all the water falling off the edges and boats tipping off the edge, and you know, that's censorship has is still present up to this day. It's starting to reduce just this year. But it's still there, right? If you go to Google right now and you type in flat Earth and hit images, you're going to see discs in space. And no flat earthers claim that. So it's crazy how they tried to censor it. And it was a successful censorship program. And not only did they censor it, they started portraying it as something that would be extremely unpopular if you were interested in it. Okay, it's censorship by ridicule. Okay, they would make it so it's socially unpopular, that you should be mocked and called stupid if they kind of demonized the term flat Earth in a sense. Right, to whereas if you talk about flat Earth, people will laugh at you and mock you and ridicule you, even though they don't know any of the arguments. The people that are mocking you and ridiculing you, right? And they probably don't know much about the globe, and they don't know anything about flat Earth. But they're going to mock you and think you're stupid if you talk about flat Earth, and that's a powerful technique that governments use to get rid of information that they don't want people looking into.
Yeah, I got you. Just I need to think about this.
Cool. Well, I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, same. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. And yeah, one last thing. Look how popular the topic is, even with the censorship. I mean, look on this server. This is just an English teaching server. Okay, and then we look at the top voice channels.
Yeah, like actually we always, talk about this in community channel, like staff channel. And, like we actually like love this topic.
Yeah, it's a good topic. But if I go in general chat right now and start talking about flat Earth, right, it'll make moderators angry and they'll tell me that stop talking about flat Earth. Get out of here with that. I'll ban you, right? This triggers people's worldviews, right? This is like telling a Muslim that Muhammad doesn't exist or something like that, right? They're not going to take it well.
Yeah, like actually Simon is here too. Simon is head moderator. And like if someone mentioned about like Earth is globe or something like that, we always say like, go talk in Flat Earth VC and just, try to explain it, prove it. And they never do, because no one can do it.
It's extremely difficult, and people get a rude shock when they come in here because they have a false sense of confidence most of the time. Most of the time they think that maybe they like to debate, okay? And they think, oh, some stupid flat earthers, this will be easy, right? These people are idiots. I'm going to go in and easily debunk their arguments. And then once they actually get in here and engage in battle, I guess you could call it, right? Like a debate, they quickly realize that the flat earthers have studied the globe model in extreme detail. Okay, we know everything about how the globe works, or is claimed to work. right? And that person doesn't actually know much about the globe, right? They don't know what the radius is. They don't know how big it is or why it spins or anything like that. Okay, and then on top of that, the perception that they have of flat Earth is completely false, right? So they don't know anything about our claims that we're making, right? So imagine entering into a debate or a war, a battle where you don't know any of your opposition's strengths or plans or anything like that, right? You don't know your debate opponent's argument at all, and you don't even know your own argument. You don't have it. So you've entered into a debate or a battle, without any ammunition. And then all of a sudden they find themselves like basically naked on the battlefield when they've provoked a battle. And then they have to try to work out how they're going to deal with the situation, whether they just hit the disconnect button, right? Or they're going to start trying to insult us. Okay, that's one of the other things people do. Or some people will just say, yeah, look, I don't know, right? I don't know if the Earth's a globe. I believe it's a globe because that's what I got told, right? This is the honest person. Right, this is kind of what you said as well. You're like, I believe it's a globe, but I haven't really studied it, right? I don't know it for a fact, but I believe it because, you've probably never been given any alternative to it, and you've never seen this information presented to you. Okay, and that's what we look for. We're looking for people that are, willing to engage in discussions in good faith. We're not trying to convince people. Okay, my goal with you is so you have a better understanding of where we're coming from. And then I would encourage the next step, if you wanted to take it, to be to put on your critical thinking cap, okay, and critique the information that we're telling you, okay, and then also use that same level of critique to the information from the globe side, okay, and then work out the difference between what's empirical and what's just faith-based evidence, and then weigh it up, okay, say, okay, the flat earthers have this evidence, the globe earthers have this evidence. I'm going to critique both of them equally and then come to a logical conclusion based off that. Okay, that's my goal, is to reach that stage with people to where they can try to work it out for themselves if they want to. If not, that's fine as well. At least they have a better understanding of where we're coming from. So if someone asks them about, how about those stupid flat earthers, they could at least say, well, actually they make some decent points. And most people have a misunderstanding of where they're coming from.
Yeah, I got you. Actually, on Discord, people mostly join the sketch room VCs just to debate or have some fight or insult them. But they can't understand. It's actually a good chance to talk with people in different opinion about religion or politics or any of this, So I just joined those VCs and I actually ask some questions. Maybe I'm not trying to convince myself to believe anything. Like I said, if Earth is globe, it's globe. If it's flat, it's flat. It doesn't affect my life right now, That's why actually it's not too important for me. But yeah, it's always nice to hear other opinions and try to understand their perspective.
Awesome. Yeah. Appreciate that. That's all we are asking people to do.
Yeah, and there is a guy in VC called Simon. He is physicist. And whenever I talk about flat earth, he claimed that he can prove it's globe. So that's why he came to listen. And right now, when I leave, I will just message him about your argument. And I will just push him to the edge that he can't answer my questions.
Yeah, we have a lot of physics students, right? We have physicists, we have satellite engineers that come in and try to debate with us. We also have people that have physics degrees and that are university professors on our own side as well. Okay, we have a lot of credentialed people on our side as well. A lot of pilots, a lot of aerospace industry workers, that kind of thing. So there's intelligent people on both sides, but at the end of the day, right, a lot of people that have degrees, they're just better at explanations, right? They're better at explaining what the current mainstream view is on certain things. Okay, so they might be very articulate and eloquent at describing what the textbooks that they memorized say. Okay, but what we are doing here is we're asking them to validate those explanations with empirical evidence. Okay, and that's where they fall short usually. Okay, we want to see, okay, if the Earth is a globe, right, the water has to be curving. If gravity is real, the water has to be curving, right? So over this certain distance, it must be curving a certain amount, all right? If it's not, that's impossible according to the current understanding of gravity and the size of the globe, right? So that's the prerequisite to the Earth being a globe. So we would say, okay, if you want to claim the Earth's a globe, you're going to need to validate it, right? You're going to have to, and you don't have to do it yourself, right? Find us one person throughout all of history that's gone out and empirically validated that water curves over distance. Okay, show us that you can have gas pressure, right, adjacent to a space vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr, without a container, right? And that gravity is affecting gas particles and holding gas particles down when gas particles don't have a directional bias. Okay, we're happy to get into the physics. We're happy to get into the laws of nature and into the nitty-gritty details with anyone of any educational status or whatever, any credentials. We've spoken to everyone, right? We've had people from every industry come in and try to debate with us, but not one of them has ever been able to present any empirical evidence. It's always going to be fancy explanations, right? And tactics to try to stump someone on a definition, a technical definition or something like that, or try to just appeal to things that they can never actually validate themselves, right? Which is usually pointing up into the sky and talking about things that we can't really validate, right? Things that only exist in an extremely technical, heliocentric model, basically. And I'll talk
Can I
about.
say something again?
Of course, man. Go ahead, man.
Thank you, and I appreciate your kindness, if you will. So the way that I look at things, right? And let me just see your name one more time, Auntie Nur, right? Huh, Nur and Mur. That's fun. So the way that I look at things, right? If I can't actually, you don't even have to go out. Like you should, right? Go out and do measurements and observations for yourself to disprove or prove anything, right? But if you can't actually do any of the things in a like a smaller example, right? Like if I was to tell you anytime you throw a rock, it's going to levitate for 5 seconds before shooting straight, right? If you can't recreate that, would you believe it? Probably not, right?
Yeah.
So, like, just take the heliocentric model. You have curved water on the outside of a ball, right? With nothing holding that water to the ball except quote unquote gravity. Can you recreate that? No, right? Can you have low pressure next to high pressure without them like violently equalizing and expanding in all directions? No, right? And those are the first steps that led me towards like actually researching flat earth. When I just sat there and honestly listened to people like DJ, right, having these conversations, and I would think, wait a second, can I even recreate that in like a laboratory or like a small experiment at home, right? And the answer was always no, right? So we just need to use God-given common sense, or nowadays it's probably uncommon sense. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Oh, Auntie, I just want to say one more thing too before you go. I have to duck out for a moment, but for one, I really appreciate the conversation you've had. You have some really good questions, and you're going to have a lot more questions in the days to come, I hope. I'm going to send you a friend request and link you to a couple servers that we have that has information on like every topic you can think of related to this. And feel free to come back and ask any questions along the way. And I just wanted to comment on one more thing you said, which was, you said, globe or flat doesn't really change your life. And I'm just going to be straight with you and say that I think you would be surprised to find out how it actually does change your life in a positive way. And I think that all of us here on the flat earth side would say the same. So, I mean, don't give up on looking into it. And like I mentioned in the text chat, just take some time and think it over for yourself and try to piece it together and just give it some time to settle. And there's a lot more that will come up for you. So, but thanks for your time. I really appreciated that convo.
Yeah, like it was fun for me. And like actually at the beginning, that's why I asked like why it's so important, like how it changed our life, if it's like global or flat. Just because if I need to study on something, like I'm psychologist myself, that's why I'm already like reading a lot and working a lot. I work 7 days and long hours, and I have like a lot of therapies and taking notes, observing, study on them, and blah blah. So that's why if I wanna study on some topic like flat Earth, I need to have a purpose for it. So that's why actually, like, when I think about it, of course, I will have some questions. I will come back and ask. But for like really studying on it, I don't have any reason to do it right now. That's why it's not important for me. Of course, like it might change my life in some way, but right now I don't know those ways.
Yeah, well, you've been introduced to it, so there's no going back now.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you asking why it's important? Just simply you asking why the Earth and it being flat or it being a sphere is important or not?
Yeah, like at the beginning, I asked the lady like, what if we all accept it's flat? How it will change our life, or what will change?
I think that's, with all due respect, it's a bit shallow and superficial. It's not going to necessarily change your life tomorrow at a snap of a fingers. You're still going to have to, provide for your family, provide for your life, go to work, college, whatever you do. Like you said, you study and whatnot. You're still going to need to do these things to eat and survive and pay bills. You're still going to need to take part in the world in which it is. It's a bit deeper than that. We're talking about the primary factors of our reality and where it came from. Because if we look at the idea that the Earth is a sphere, the Earth is a ball, and it orbits around the sun, that comes with its own, let's say, creation story. Comes with a big bang, right? And that big bang exploded everything into existence. And then a few miracles later, we've got an evolution story, which tells us a story how conscious life evolved over time. So me and you can sit here and ask these really deep and meaningful questions. I think having the power of control over our perception of our reality, who we are, where we are, and if or not we have any purpose at all is deeply psychological and personal to the individual. I would suggest that's potentially one of the reasons why this is such a grand deception, because it leads you down a particular path which they control the narrative, i.e. who you are, where you are, how you got here, and what your purpose is. They control that.
So, I'm going to quickly add on to what Jedi said, Auntie, if I may. Because I'm also a bit of a psychology nerd myself. I studied in my free time quite a bit. I'm not going to go into anything like too extreme, right? But just looking at it this way, considering the whole cosmology that you have with the globe model, the heliocentric model, you can see how many articles from NASA and the other space agencies, news media, so on and so forth, they constantly say like, "Ooh, a comet this size, that size, just barely missed us," right? Just that alone, it creates a subconscious fear, right, and anxiety within people, right? And you can see that in life, in your own personal life, how many people are actually anxious and stressed out and afraid for no apparent reason, right? Even as a psychologist. So that's one thing, right? It affects you on that level. And when you're in that state of being, right, subconsciously, you can't truly function properly. And the second psychological thing which impacts us as individuals and a society, right, a civilization, is that, pardon me, if you're if you believe that you're spinning around in all these different directions and just aimlessly wandering, right, with no purpose whatsoever, right? And you don't even know where up and down is. You're not firmly planted on the ground, both physically and mentally, right? You're basically lost. And they use those quote unquote side effects to control us to various degrees, right? So that's just one thing from a psychological standpoint. Not talking about anything with like God or any other topic, right? Although there are many other that you can also involve. Truly, there is an infinite amount of things that go on a psychological level as well as other things when it comes to the flat Earth model or flat Earth itself, I should say.
And thank you so much. And right now I need to leave, but I will definitely think about this and will come back.
All right. Awesome. Well, have a good day. Thank you for stopping by, and see you again another time.
Yeah, have a great day all. Bye bye.
Awesome. Catch you later. Bye.
I love her energy. She truly is like, you can see that she just wants to understand. It's not about being right or proving something. Curiosity, right? And I just love that.
Yeah, definitely. She also said that she will start advertising our events and things like that randomly in the section of the server that's announcement section. So that's cool.
Oh,
as well.
That's really cool. I
Considering that notification, it goes to almost 400,000 people. So
wow. Okay. Wow. Respect for that. Gotta appreciate that. DJ, may I ask you, if I remember correctly, you're in the US, right? You're situated in the US.
I'm in Poland, in Europe.
Oh, in Poland. So you're my time zone then. Awesome.
Yeah. It's 5:30 p.m. right now.
Could you tell me like what time frame, for example, tonight or tomorrow night, would you have like maybe half an hour of time to talk like privately?
Yeah, man. Just if you see me on here, just send me a DM, and yeah, and almost any time that I'm available will be fine.
Okay, because I really want to have a conversation about some other topics with you and get your input as well as talk about some more serious things.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Perfect.
Hello, hi.
Hello.
Hello, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Shoot.
If the earth is flat, why are people trying to hide this truth?
Can I answer this question? Am I allowed to go off the leash for a bit?
Yeah, try to keep it as empirical as possible, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, first and foremost, it's a way to control you, right? In the sense of what you believe, what is happening and what isn't happening, right? If people can control your perception, they can control your perspective, right? Now, you can go like quickly and dabble into things like God, right? An example. Maybe they're trying to hide that, right? And going with the whole science thing. It could be a thing about just having that innate oneness that we're all living on the same plane of existence, right? We all share it, and we shouldn't like be divided, right? It could be now on a speculation scale, right? And I'm not going to go too deep, just name some things. And maybe it has something to do with like Nikola Tesla and his research, right? Or what he supposedly was researching and doing. It might have something to do with extra territories, right, within our own plane of existence, right? Quite recently, if I remember correctly, 3 or 4 years ago, Japan discovered like 2,000 new islands, right? Isn't that weird, right? I thought we already discovered everything. There's nothing more to discover, Truman, right? You're already too late. So if they found like 2,000 new islands, who is to say there's not even more land that we don't know about or aren't aware about, right? That isn't just mapped out. So those are some things, right?
I see.
Yeah. Also, most people are just repeating information that they got taught at university and school growing up. Okay, most people are not lying about it, and you can't hide it because the Earth is outside. It's flat. We experience it as flat. Water is flat on the surface, and people can give you misinformation about it and twist your mind in such a way that you are denying your own common sense, right? And they can convince people that what they experience as reality is the opposite. Okay, that's power. That's powerful to be able to control someone, that they can convince them that what seems like real isn't real. It's actually the opposite. Okay, so they've replaced people's common sense with their own narrative, with nonsense, and people just believe it. So
It makes sense.
yeah, and I think most people are not lying about it. Your physics teacher at school, or some scientist, or
Textbooks in schools, they say Earth is a globe. That's what.
exactly, yeah. And the teacher, right? They're not lying. They're just very good at memorizing and saying what it says in the textbooks back to the students. They're not lying to the students, even though they're giving them incorrect information. It's not lying.
Because they're oblivious, right?
Yeah, it's just memorization and regurgitation of information.
And if I may quickly, because you mentioned the textbooks, right? So Lemony, right? In the textbooks, it says that we've known that the Earth is a globe for thousands of years, right? Well, just going off of my country, right, which is a small little country in the Balkans called Bosnia and Herzegovina. Back in my grandma's time, right? May she rest in peace. Which is not that long ago. That was 70, 60 years ago, right? She was taught that the Earth is flat in Bosnia, right? You have in the United States of America newspapers that talk about not just newspapers but individuals who are still alive, right? From the mid and early 1900s. That say that we were taught that the Earth is flat, and then they went to both, and then they removed the flat Earth and just left the heliocentric model, right? So even there, you can see that the history or textbooks aren't being honest to you, and as well as the teachers, right, and other individuals, because history shows us, right, if you do a bit of research, that this was taught way earlier, right, than what they're saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think Jedi made a good point. Sorry, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Lemony. Go ahead and respond to what Mer said.
No, I was just saying I will have to do more research. It's interesting.
That's all we want. We don't want to it's not our goal to convince you or make you believe anything, right? We just want you to use your own mind, your own God-given common sense, and do your own research and observations, and then come to your own conclusion. And hopefully you can be as non-biased as possible when you're doing that.
Yeah.
DJ, did you want to say something?
No, I noticed Jedi. I remember Jedi said something earlier that was interesting. I don't know if he's still there and wants to repeat what he said.
Kind of forgotten now, dude. But thank you, I appreciate that.
Some time ago, I read in a book that let's suppose there is a ship that in the water and it's far away from us, and the first thing we will see about the ship will be the top part of the ship. So let's say if it has a flag, a tall flag, so we will see the top part of the flag first and then the whole ship, and that is one point that tells that it's like a curvature.
Right. That's what people get taught happens. But if you have a look into it, you'll find out that that's actually more of a myth than anything. Okay, so what happens most of the time is when a ship goes out, it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore. Okay, so you can still see the horizon, but it looks like the ship's gone. Now, we have amazing technology now, right? Amazing zoom cameras and things like that. Okay, and we can see the ship looks like it's gone, and then we can zoom in on the ship and we can see the whole ship again, proving that it wasn't actually gone behind any curvature. Okay, it was actually just disappearing due to the angular size becoming too small for the human eye to resolve. Okay, if you have a look in the side chart, there's an example of what I'm talking about, right? This is a giant ship. Okay, and if he didn't have this camera, he wouldn't be able to see that ship. Okay, and if that ship was close to him and then the ship sailed away and he didn't have this camera, he would just see the ship sail away and get smaller and smaller and smaller and then disappear. Okay, but because we have this amazing technology now, we can zoom in and we can say, oh, wow, the ship, it's still there. Okay, it's not gone behind any curvature at all.
I see.
Yeah, so a lot of these arguments that we get taught about how we know the Earth's a globe have been debunked. Now that we have more knowledge about optics and more knowledge about technology, we have access to technology now that they didn't have access to back when they assumed that the reason you can't see the ship is because it's gone over the curvature of the Earth. Okay, that's not the case. We've got hundreds of tests now, actually, where we can zoom in and we can see things that are really, really long distances away that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, but they're not. We can see it. So maybe back in the past, they thought that because they can't see something, it must be behind the curvature of the Earth, but actually, there are other factors that they didn't take into account that we now know, right? And we can show that it's not because of the curvature of the Earth at all, right? Sometimes it's because of optical effects in the atmosphere, okay, miraging effects, or waves, simply waves out in the ocean swells, okay? Like that video I just showed you a moment ago, if there were waves on that day, it would look like the bottom of the ship's missing, okay? But it's not because of the curvature of the Earth, it's because of the waves are blocking the bottom of the ship. Something to think about anyway.
Yeah, it is. Like, this is my first time wondering about this thing. This is the first time I have joined this room. And it's interesting. Like, I'm gonna do more research, and if I find evidence and like if I start if things make sense, then it's going to be mind-blowing.
Yeah, it seems like a silly topic when you first hear about it, and then I guarantee you the more you look into it, the more sense it starts to make. Once you start looking at the long distance observations and hearing the explanations for all of the questions you have, it slowly starts to come together like a jigsaw puzzle, and it becomes obvious. And then after for myself personally, okay, after years of researching this, I can't believe that I was so passionate about defending that the Earth was a globe. Back when I thought it was a globe and I heard about flat Earth, I thought flat Earth was the dumbest thing ever. And of course it's a globe. And then after the more and more research I started to do, I started realizing that the globe is more just a belief, right? It's something that we just get taught growing up, kind of like tradition. And then the more I start looking into the actual evidence, I'm like, damn, all of the flat Earth arguments make way more sense. Okay, and the globe arguments require faith, kind of like a religion in a way, where they'll tell you things about like up in space and things like that, right? Things that you can't ever check. Whereas the flat earthers are showing you real world tests, right? Like laser tests across the surface of the water and zoom footage and things like that, where you can go and check it, right? We've got it all filmed on video, whereas the globe side will be telling you about exoplanets millions of light years away and things like that you can never check any of that kind of thing. So yeah, I encourage you to look into it if you want to, and we're always here to answer questions if you if you have any questions that come up.
Yeah, sure. I'll hop onto this room and I'll ask.
Cool.
I used to think like it was just a meme, flat Earth, thirst, but this is the first time I'm hearing about it, that people are serious about this, and it's interesting.
You guys see what the real boss just posted? Oh my god, radio transmission. That definitely must mean there's a fucking orbit in Tin Can, you know, going 17,500 miles around a sphere Earth that doesn't exist. Brilliant.
Y'all are going to have a field day when it gets deorbited in like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, or when hotels are built on the moon.
Yeah, that's bullshit. It's like Gru Space. There's like a Y Combinator startup right now that's pitching that. And I'm like, how the fuck are you getting investment on that idea?
Yeah, man, like back in the late 70s, Pan Am Airlines were selling tickets in advance of a moon hotel that they were supposedly building.
Yeah, I've got a lot of those articles. Those see if I can find some.
Which is funny because they went out of business.
Or like the ISS movie that Tom Cruise was supposed to do a couple years ago, and then he got into a spat with the Trump administration and canceled it.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Is this a real ad? This one, I'm putting it in the side chat. It says "Soon to the moon."
Probably. This looks like the stuff that I remember seeing. I mean, it was so over the top that there was a lot of Apollo skepticism back then. The idea that like Americans wholesale bought the moon landing story is not really founded. And there's a lot of skepticism regarding the Sputnik claim when that came out. It's funny because, like today, you'll read, "Oh yeah, Americans were scared of Sputnik because the Russians were promising to weaponize space, and they beat us to the punch," and all this that. But back then, I mean, people were insanely skeptical of Russia's claims. You know, it really took America's validation of Sputnik to help people accept it. The American government, rather. But we've got all these news articles, letters to the editor from people calling themselves physicists, whether they were or weren't, who cares? But they're like, yeah, no, I don't buy any of this. There's no way that they could put 80 kilograms of metal into self-sustainable orbit. As I mentioned 100 times before, Secretary of Defense Charlie Wilson called it a cheap trick, or a scientific trick, rather. Yeah, you said that. You know, speculatively, I could come up with a reason for American policymakers to say, you know what, this Sputnik thing was bullshit, but we will pretend to believe it. And this is going to require Russia to dig in even harder into their space story. Plus, it can give us a chance to respond with a program of our own. It's even better.
Yeah, Real Boss, if you've got questions, you can get on the VC. Well, yeah, if you can hold off with filling up side chat until you can get on mic, that'd be preferable. It's easier to have these discussions in VC.
Oh man, this guy's about to step on a rig.
Broken Mic Gang checking in.
What's up?
No, he's like another guy who's got an excuse. My mic's broken.
Yeah, I can't do VC.
Like, if you've been here before and we know that you've been in VC, then, fine. But if you're brand new, you come in shit talking, nobody knows who you are, and you're going to claim you can't VC. I mean, come on, dude. He says he spent hours in VC. In this VC, I don't think so.
Hasn't learned anything, if he has.
Yeah, he looks very familiar.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually have a note. Hold on, I have a note.
BFB.
I have a note that he whines in VC and runs and hides whenever he's asked for evidence. I actually wrote that.
I got to remember to leave those notes. A great idea.
Yeah, I normally date these notes, so this means it might be an older note.
No, super helpful because then you get people with they change their names and profile pictures and voice changers and all that shit.
Yeah. Like, who the hell's this ban on site guy? Let me check the notes.
Yeah, fuck.
I should probably note the server that I typed the note from so that when these people follow us around like, sick and
good
twisted
idea.
groupies.
Yoder, what are your thoughts on the dual pole model?
I think E1 built a globe and is too stupid to realize it.
I mean, yeah.
And his explanations are incoherent. He talks about lines of longitude being magnetic meridians, which they're not. And if he's going to claim that your airplane is going to orient itself such that it goes from like the 10 o'clock position to the 3 o'clock position to fly from California to freaking Hawaii or something, then I would like to see evidence of that, like meet out and perhaps maybe gyroscopes or whatever. There's got to be some physical orientation of the airplane as such to be doing all that. But he also built inadvertently a Pac-Man model, because if you were to go longitudinally north-south across whatever prime meridian he has, like centered on Africa or something, he'd end up back where he started. Same with going east-west. And so that's why I'm saying he built a globe. If you go east-west on his equator and north-south on his prime meridian, you end back right where you started in a straight line by his claim. And I'm like, dude.
Waka, 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 waka.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've had some back chats with people about this. I mean, this is just like the celestial theodolite, and they're on like the 40th revision of it. And about, I think now almost 2 years ago or something, no, a year and a half ago. When did that first come out? It came out well over a year ago now. They wanted to get my thoughts on this in back chats, and I'm like, guys, first off, you're using
Stellarium is a flat Earth simulator. So you don't have real
Which is hilarious.
observation. Yeah. Second off, you know, you've got these synthetic observations without any real world verification. Third off, if your claimed geometry is true, then you've got parallel light rays, you've got ray parallelism from an effectively flat surface far away that's emanating light to a flat surface on the Earth. I said it's geometrically incomprehensible. And then, you know, I later recorded Dr. Heffron at least twice. I've got actually 2 recordings stating, yeah, the consequences of this is ray parallelism from the stars to a flat Earth. Well, I mean,
which only works with distant sources, right?
Well, I mean, how would you get the parallax effect? Which you would need in order to have diverging angles to the light in the sky, because you need the parallax effect. You need a differential of angles relative to your position in order to map distances. And in this case, what they produced were the same angle to the star from 2 locations separated by 50 plus kilometers. So if that's really happening, great. I want to see physical evidence of it, which they haven't produced. You know, and this would have extreme consequences for the field of astrogeodesy and celestial navigation. I'm open to the possibility, but I mean, until then, all they have are, you know, flat Earth simulated observations with Stellarium. So, I mean, there's a lot wrong with it. I actually wrote a paper hoping it would get into the hands of Dr. Heffron and send it over to them. But by the time I'd finished it, they'd already moved on and moved their own goalposts a bunch of ways. And then because they moved the goalposts, they used that to attack my paper. And I didn't realize they'd moved on from certain arguments. Basically, there's like what I think he called it like the Heffron Delta. And this delta was basically, it was first assumed that the difference in timing of the star above the mountain peak was attributed to the optical device that was used. And in Heffron's earlier presentations, he blamed it on his theodolite. And then later on, they decided to ditch that and say, no, it must be a property of atmospheric refraction.
Weird.
Yeah.
I'd be interested if they're engaging with folks outside of this community.
Say again, you were a bit bubbly wobbly.
Sorry, trying to eat my breakfast. I'd be interested to see if they're engaging with folks outside of the flat Earth community.
Yeah, they're outside their own. I mean, because it seems like anytime they do, they get some criticism and then reject it and then go about their way anyway. You know, like with this dual pole model. I mean, when they were developing it, I had a couple folks in my DMs presented to me, and I'm like, no, dude, you just built a globe. But then they went forward with it, and I'm like, all right, well, have fun with that. And don't affiliate with 24/7 Flat Earth. And there's another one regarding starfield rotation from a private flight from Germany to Brazil and back. And they claimed that the starfield did not rotate as you would expect, that the polar regions did not barbell themselves, you know, tilting north to south and south to north as the plane flew further south and then returned and flew back north again. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, well, if that's the case, then you can throw out pretty much everything that anybody's ever written about with regards to the behavior of the stars, flat or globe. And it also calls into question whether or not the image, the video we're looking at could have been doctored. I mean, how would you know? How would you be able to tell the difference between somebody who set up an equatorial mount with a camera to record the night sky and then would take a video from inside a plane and then superimpose the airplane's cockpit and windows over the starfield rotation taken from someone's backyard, because that's exactly what it looked like.
I agree with that. I agree with that. The cockpit looked fucked up.
Yeah, there was so much fucked up. It looked to me exactly like that. It looked like art.
The lighting on the cockpit doesn't change; it's static.
Yeah. Yep. Good point. Good point. I mean, I had found that there, like, you can buy old like DVD sets of this kind of stuff, of like nighttime flights from cockpits. People would record this shit and upload it to, or and then record it to DVD, and people would buy it. I don't know why. I mean, people buy DVD sets of like train tracks, of trains going over train tracks for hours.
Hey! Don't fuck with the autistic.
Yep. So, I mean, who's to say that this wasn't somebody's art project? So they put that out. They also put out the claim that that the island of Crete was visible from the shoreline of Israel. I'm not so sure about that one. The one that, there's a bigger one than that. The claim that from a hilltop in Wales that you could see the French Alps.
Yeah, that one's ridiculous.
700 miles, no freaking way, dude.
I just did the angular size calculation, and I was like, nope.
Exactly. So this group of people keeps cranking this shit out, one after another, and this is just the latest thing. This dual pole flat Earth map is just the latest attempt, it seems, to put something out. And I think it's trash. It makes us all look like retards, and I'm kind of sick of it.
Well, it's kind of like AE, right? Where it's like easily dunkable. And then if they get notoriety and just sort of besmirch the entire community because they think that now y'all are doing Pac-Man shit.
Yep.
%
was on last night trying to Pac-Man. Nonsense.
I got something to say about that, Indio. When I was doing my skepticism, my speculation on just for the sake of an academic argument, I brought up the hypersphere, which I was intrigued by something called the world universe model. And you can reduce it to simple algebraic expression. It's being indistinguishable from a globe Earth, except for the lack of curvature. Percentage and a few others seem to have heard me talk about this and have borrowed a lot of what I'd put out there regarding.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
That they started on that after I had been giving little clinics on this. I guess they thought it was good, but it's just a thought experiment.
Yeah, and I don't even think they don't understand what. I doubt they understand what a fourth dimension means mathematically.
Yeah,
it's a hard thing that I mean, I can't really blame them. It's a hard thing to kind of wrap your mind around.
Right, it allows for a curving radius.
You're just embedding the information in another dimension that you can't perceive.
Yeah. That's exactly it. And, in my opinion, this is how ECEF is able to function as a dual coordinate system. I don't mean dual like north and south. I mean, it's both a coordinate system with respect to the center of a conceptual Earth, as well as a local tangent plane system relative to each observer's receiver.
And we embed information all the time to do certain things, right? In these, like the imaginary numbers, right? We're embedding information in another dimension, and like we can't actually perceive for some reason that dimension or whatever, but we can. And we'll just use it in electrical engineering to model voltage and current and resistance and all those things. But like the imaginary part technically isn't real, I guess.
Right. You know what might be analogous, Indio, is the Doom engine being actually a 2D engine, embedding engine in a fictitious 3D space relative to the engine.
Yeah.
And creating that environment.
Saving on processing power, man.
Yeah, it's brilliant. So, like with GPS, all the local tangent planes are chained together. But I mean, if you continued with the chaining, eventually they'll repeat on themselves in any direction you go. But the surface is flat.
I mean, I just can't stop thinking about it as if it's like the God of the gaps. That we don't know what this extra information is, so we've modeled it mathematically, and somehow it manifests it in reality in some way, but we don't actually know what it is. You know what I mean? Like its ontological property. Like where is it, right? Where is this imaginary, waveform? You know?
Yeah,
Like calculate how a wave travels through a medium, and I'm using the imaginary numbers to do the calculation, and the imaginary part has some nonlinear contribution to the real part, but I don't. But like that imaginary part is not real.
Yeah, but you need
right?
it.
Is it? Is it real? Maybe we don't know. Like we're missing something, right? We're missing the part where that imaginary part actually connects to reality. And we're just basically, well, we have the math and the math works. So we're just like, God of the gaps it or something,
Right.
I mean, imaginary numbers pop up in control system theory as well. Like if you're trying to model an unstable system, some of the like equilibrium points are going to be imaginary, and it just means that it's unstable. Like flying helicopters or like oh, go ahead.
What's the ontology of that though? Like what is actually real other than the output?
Well,
right. So there's like information embedded in this imaginary part of the calculation. There is information in there. But where does that information, where is it actually in the real world?
Yeah, how do you relate it to something? Yeah, like you got discriminants and they're imaginary. What the hell are they?
At least my interpretation when it comes to control systems is that the imaginary equilibrium points are basically, the thing is trying to approach equilibrium, but since it's imaginary, it can't actually reach that in reality. So it goes unstable and crashes. When it comes to like helicopters and things like that.
Here's a thought piece related to this real quick. You know how you've got ray parallelism on a globe, which means you can't triangulate the altitude of like Polaris or any celestial body. Well, flatter globe, right? Your local tangent planes of GPS relative to the center of the globe, you can't triangulate the center of the globe from multiple local tangent planes.
Can you run that by me one more time?
Yeah, just as you can't triangulate the altitude of Polaris and flat or globe, I don't care your topology right now. With GPS's local tangent planes, each receiver, you can't use the location of each receiver to triangulate the center of the globe. The distance. It's a calculated distance. You aren't actually able to triangulate it.
Well, I don't think you're able to triangulate it, but that's why you need four. That's why you need four satellites, not just three. The fourth satellite for trilateration, not triangulation.
Yeah.
Gives you that altitude.
What he's talking about is like people go, oh, where's the sun? How far away is the sun in the flat Earth? And they expect us to be able to triangulate the position of the sun, right?
Yeah, you'd need a real rotational vector that is not measured or accounted for. but calculated post fact.
Because there's like a fundamental contradiction in the model about whichever way you look, all that shit is parallel. You have multiple parallel directions, which doesn't make really sense.
I guess I'm not understanding. My understanding of GPS has nothing to do with parallel.
We're not talking about GPS. We're not talking about.
Oh, sorry.
You inserted GPS. We're talking about trying. He's just saying from the GPS coordinate system itself, you can't get from the ECEF, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, which is a tangent plane on the surface of a sphere. From that coordinate, you can't reverse the triangulation from invert it, right? Invert it for a convergence point at the center of the Earth. Because if you extend that, those are also parallel with no convergence point.
Bingo.
I mean, well, let me show you a diagram, Josh.
Local tangent planes would have to demonstrate some measure of rotation with respect to each other over a distance.
Can you define local tangent plane? Apologies again.
Yeah, so each receiver calculates a point of origin for itself using east-north up or east-north down. That's X, Y, and Z. And the surface is flat, not curved.
Okay. No, that makes sense. Well,
look at the diagram.
It's just okay. Appreciate it.
So check this out. So no matter where you are, like on this ball, like if I look up from the top of this circle, the rays are also parallel, but they're going in a different direction. Anyway, the point of this is that because of the parallelism of the rays within the model, that if you take a bunch of tangent planes that are tangent to this surface, let's just call them tangent lines, fuck it, tangents that are to the surface, they would also be parallel at that along that plane. So they would never actually converge. There'd be no convergence point. It's just, these are just mathematical, I don't know what to call them. They're not artifacts. They're just consequences of the assumptions of the models that they're using, that if you try to extend them into some other context, it ends up not self-consistent.
Huh.
So what they would expect the flat Earth is like, if we have a sun and we have a point in the dip angle, where you have the angle of the elevation angle of the sun, say you have this well, right, which is a person standing here and it's a flat Earth, and then you have this angle, then you should be able to get the height of the sun above the surface of the Earth, its elevation. But in the gold model, they say, wow, the sun's so far away, we have these parallel rays. And using these parallel rays, and because there's a length to the shadow, you can calculate where the shadow converges with no shadow, and that will be some point, and that would be where that intersection point is. That's how far away you are from the center of the Earth, right? Now, if you try to but if you actually reverse this and use like GPS with a bunch of tilted planes, you wouldn't and use the same parallel ray pre-assumption that you're never going to get. You're just going to get a bunch of parallel rays and no actual convergence point. If you basically invert this problem, but it kind of doesn't make sense in a way to invert it.
Yeah, they do. And my contention is, the way you'd mathematically store a value that would tell the user at what point at what point the looping repeats itself. You could embed that as a radius value in a fourth spatial dimension, a radius that is equal point to the surface of a flat looping surface. And it sounds incoherent because in three-dimensional mathematics, it is incoherent.
This is what we're talking about, Josh.
Hey, Kara's got a hot mic. Just heads up.
Yeah, they probably moved her in here because that's what the assholes in here do. People have a hot mic.
Oh,
How
really?
the
They
other
throw
cats want to move them
flat
in
Earth?
here. Yeah.
Jeez.
Basically, they just throw their garbage in here. It's freaking rude. Anyway, the diagram I posted, the GPS puts you on this red square. That's like the raw coordinate will be on this red square somewhere, this tangent point. This is where the receiver will be. Now, to get this ball underneath, they go from the orbit, where they think the orbit height is, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do y'all know? I mean, y'all know that like the pre-calculations for GPS is in Cartesian. It's in Earth-centered inertial first, and then they do a transformation to get to that red square.
Yeah, and before
it's just raw
ECI, it's in
distance from the
Kepler.
nodes.
Yeah, and before ECI, it's in Keplerian orbital elements.
Correct. Yeah. So you back out. So you have your orbital elements, and you have your time since the epoch. Your origin, your t equals 0. And then, it's basically like 4 spheres getting pulsed out from those 4 different points, and they all converge on a single spot where the receiver is. And then you're able to.
Well, here's the funny part. The loop completes itself because the satellites get their KOE from where ground stations observe the satellites to be. And the ground stations place themselves in lat and long. And then they all send their observations over to get the data crunched, and then the data is crunched and transmitted up on the backhaul to the GPS system to tell the satellites where they are in the epoch. And then the KOE.
I guess the only way that it makes sense there from a circular point of view is that the ground stations are the source of truth as far as like absolute position. Right. They aren't moving.
Because their source of truth came from looking at the stars in the first place.
That's right. Now, if you could do a ground survey of the real distances using planar methods without the celestial sphere, you will have a different coordinate system and you will yield completely different results. And I have to go to a meeting for half an hour. I'll be back.
And it'll work. That's the good thing.
Right. And it'll work, yes.
Enjoy your meeting. Appreciate you, Yoder.
Cool, man. If you guys are still here in 30, I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm going to be in and out all day. So I'll be here. My God, this stupid cruise ship video, man. This shit's so old. And it's been making the rounds for the last 2 or 3 days.
Oh, just Glober evidence?
No, dude, it's not. It's been around for fucking years, dude.
Well, no. I mean, just bottom shelf, easy to grab.
Yeah, yeah, because if you just watch the video, right? Yeah, if you watch, oh my God, I only see half the ship, but you also see that the fucking window's doubled in size at the bottom. So it's an obvious inferior mirage. But they don't pay attention to that. There we go. Oh, I can't see the bottom hull of the boat. Yeah, because it's just sailed into an inferior mirage. Because the windows at the start of the video, there's 3 rows of windows, and then one of those rows gets stretched to half the size of the boat. One way you can test these videos to see if that's happening is very simple. With perspective, everything has to sync proportionally. Okay? So you can take a frame of the video from the end, right, half the ship, and a frame of the video from the beginning, the full ship, right? And if it doesn't flip its orientation too much, you can measure by counting pixels its vertical to its horizontal proportions. And then later on, you measure that again. And if they haven't changed proportionally, now something that's visible the whole time, not something that ends up getting hidden, like something that's higher, right? So say the deck of the ship, right? So say there's like a freaking painted line on the ship. It'll have a vertical to horizontal proportion. As the video goes forward, it has to maintain that vertical to horizontal proportion scale. So if it shrinks in the vertical 10%, it should shrink in the horizontal 10%. But if it shrinks in the vertical 10% and the horizontal stays the same but merely sinks down, that's a mirage. And that's what happens to this ship. I mean, I can't believe I'll post in the chat because this is so old. I'm going to just look on the server for the first time I freaking dealt with this. Fucking YouTube short. Oh, God damn it.
Yeah, crazy. YouTube went down yesterday.
Did it?
Yeah, it was down for like a couple hours.
What happened?
I haven't looked into it yet.
Hello?
Well, who are you? Here's many people.
Hello there.
Yeah, we're chilling, man. What are you
Who
doing?
are you? Why are every people silent?
I'm literally talking to you. What are you talking about? How can 30 people talk at the same time?
Yeah,
What are you
I
talking- Hey,
understand.
everybody, please talk at once and make a cacophony of fucking noise to make this guy happy.
India, you don't hear the voices?
No, no.
Those are other voices.
Oh, fuck.
They keep saying, why do they come to me to die?
Something about a videotape and 7 days. I don't know.
Hello.
Yeah, do you have something to say? Or are you just practicing saying hello?
I am just practicing.
Okay. What do you need to work on?
What?
What do you need to work on to get better? You said you're
I do
practicing.
not. Yeah, I practicing, but I do not understand what I say.
Okay. Though this is intermediate advanced English channel. You might want to go to an easier one.
Okay.
Okay. So, you ever do an armed robbery? You say, stick him up, give me all your money. And he says, you know, you're just practicing. That means he's broke. If you arm rob somebody that's broke, you're just practicing.
My phone cut out for a bit. Did anybody have evidence of a geometric horizon?
I watched Unsolved Mysteries last night. It was Where's the Geometric Horizon? They never solved the mystery. No one could find it.
Still an unsolved crime. That's a good way to put it, too. A crime. Crimes against humanity.
Swipe or no swiping. He stole the Geometric Horizon.
You know, that one alone, I've talked to a few people about it. Well, I'm thinking of one girl that showed up at my last meeting. Nice kid, friend. Talked her into coming to one of my meetings, and some of her friends came, and she kind of walked them through the evidence of where's this geometric horizon, and she's still on the fence. I don't understand. How can you realize there's no evidence of curvature and still be on the fence?
Because there's a psychological issue and all those things, right? There's the there's social pressure, there's peer pressure. Let's call it what it is. It's just that they're afraid of social pressure, peer pressure, being called stupid, being called an idiot. Those things.
Judgment. Yeah, for sure. And they're a pretty young group of kids. They're probably very susceptible to that kind of pressure. So I totally get it, but I just don't understand how you can see the argument and be on the fence. Next month we're making fun of NASA, so maybe that'll get her.
Just show some Ron Pettit or Don Pettit videos, man. That should be enough. Just listen to him talk for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to include his really good engineering, and I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond videos. Maybe him playing guitar, right? Yeah, I think that's the other hang up people have is, well, there's pictures, and but are there any photographs? Let's take a look. So I think I'll get some of them next month. Remember, Obama said there hadn't been any from 72 to 2015. So all those pictures between then had to be fake. If those were fake, what about after 2015? Why would those be real? Any of you guys remember the moon photobombing the Earth one from the Discovery satellite, 1.5 million miles away? I think that's my favorite. Oh,
yeah, it's pretty good.
The moon's.
They forgot to rotate the moon. I mean, I don't know why they did that. From that viewpoint, you would see the moon. You would see a different face of the moon.
Come on, bro.
Hold on, bro. Listen. Because the moon is phase locked with the Earth. It's not phase locked with a fucking satellite in space. Right? It's tightly locked to the freaking Earth, not the fucking satellite. But they forgot to rotate the moon.
Yeah, for sure. The imagery was just ridiculous. And then the moon's 30 Earth diameters away, 238,000 miles. And I don't think you could have fit half an Earth diameter between that Earth and that moon in those series of photographs. It was so crazy, but that's got to be one of my favorite. The moon's like just buddied right on up to the Earth. You could probably throw a rock and hit it. The other one, did you remember? Was it the X-47, the Boeing space cruiser, and they sent 3 guys up to, I forget the altitude. It was like 3,000 or 5,000 miles or something. I can't remember. It was a ridiculous claim. But they sent a picture of the Earth. I showed this when it happened in one of my meetings, and they showed like a half hemispherical picture, maybe 2/3 of a hemisphere down the fuselage of this craft. And oh man, it's amazing. They're in space. There's 3 guys on board. That's just what a feat of engineering. And you look at the Earth, and there's like a diamond-shaped continent that takes up half of a hemisphere. So what continent is that? If you look at that picture, it's so crazy.
That's why I don't know who came up with this, but like when they say, "What about the pictures of Earth from space?" It's like I think it's D. It could have been DJ. Somebody that figured out that when they do this, you go, "Do you have a particular one that you really show us a particular one you really believe in, that you think is the most accurate one, that there's no way it's fake?" And it's funny. A lot of times they post an Earth that even NASA claims is CGI, proving that they couldn't tell the difference anyway between a CGI one and a real one in the first. So it is kind of funny. Like, because NASA can just put anything out there, literally anything. I've asked these guys, like, okay, what can NASA show you that you wouldn't believe? And they can't even think of something. Like, the only thing that they wouldn't believe is if NASA showed like religious stuff, like Jesus walking on water. Then all of a sudden they wouldn't believe that, but they'll believe everything else.
Is the indoctrination that powerful, or are people that stupid?
No,
maybe a little.
Indoctrination's that powerful.
I believe it. I mean, I was there. I wouldn't have questioned anything 5-6 years. Well, NASA wise, yeah, I questioned the moon landing way before that, but I wouldn't have questioned heliocentric 5 years ago. I didn't know any better. After looking at it now, I have no idea how I didn't see it.
Erratic everywhere. It seems like there'd be a spot that was just bare, like because Earth is in the way,
They're perfect circles, so they would have taken a 90-degree impact from wherever they are, but they all look like it's on a flat surface, right?
Yeah, they're all perfect circles, which is weird. And Neil deGrasse Tyson describes that as the caused by magic speed. Magic speed makes meteors, when they hit the spherical surface at oblique angles, just embed themselves in perfect circles, not actually bounce off the surface.
Well, it seems like they would go inside and pop out another side if they're going that fast. Like if it's just all like a rock, it seems like it would just break it and go like maybe like down a little bit and then pop out, or there'd be a bump. I don't know, but you're right.
It's worse than that.
Didn't Flat Earth Asshole do something like that with an orange? I remember watching one of his shows where he did that. Like he shot it with a BB or something. He was doing that at an angle and stuff. I remember that back in the day.
I never saw that, but I'll say it's worse than that, Tony. Those craters are facing towards you, which means the meteors would have had to go through Earth in order.
Exactly what I was saying. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like there seems like there should be like a blank spot the size of the Earth, not the size of the Earth, but there should be everything facing us should be no craters because they would hit the Earth, or maybe the Earth gravity made it arc in, but it seems like it would take longer than like 250,000 miles. Like it would there wouldn't be just like a curve. So yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, that's kind of weird. Yeah. There's a lot of things about the moon that I don't like.
Yeah, but how do we even know it's 250,000 miles away?
Well, I mean, like I've never done the laser things, but I mean, it seems like it's right. But now, like I said, I don't know. I can't really be certain what's going on with the moon. Like I've definitely drifted away from knowing exactly what's happening with the moon. I mean, I know like the solar eclipse that the way that it hits us is peculiar. It makes, I don't know if it even makes sense. The way that it converges and then diverges at the end and then hits, I don't know, it's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, the eclipses are certainly weird. The shadows from the solar eclipse are really weird. Another
Yeah.
weird aspect is you can use Eratosthenes' sticks and shadows using lunar light and get the same results.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. It seems like it would be, it would seem like it would be a little, I can see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
It's just weird. Like
I smell what you're cooking.
It shouldn't be the same. If it's like they say, and there's millions of miles of difference between the two.
Right. So my other theory is, or my other hypothesis is that we have been to the moon, and it's in the Van Allen belts, and there is a base up there, and we have already occupied it. That's the two things I think it could be.
I think it's more reasonable. We know they're building underground bases left and right, and I think it's more reasonable if you're a magician or if you understand these principles, that when you're doing something, you always use sleight of hand. Look over here, look up. Oh, we're doing so much stuff in the air. Oh, we're exploring the universe. Everything they're telling you is garbage. Meanwhile, what they're doing has nothing to do with that. They're not building bases on any globes in the sky. The elites are not living in luxury on those luxury space resorts. No. They have underground bases. Why?
Yes, I'm down with that. I'm definitely down with that, and I'm down with that. There's a bunch of billionaires that have submarine licenses, like they can drive submarines. Like I guess if I was a billionaire, I'd have every license you could have. I'd fly, I'd do everything. But a lot of them have submarine, like they have their own submarines. They're licensed to drive them, which is crazy.
But you see none of them going to outer space.
Yeah, I see that. Yes, that makes sense. That's why I said, there's two things going on here. We can't get up there, or we're up there. And because seriously, if we're up there, if we made it up there, America is not one to just, okay, we made it there. Okay, let's leave. No, we plant flags. We dig holes. We plant ourselves in there. We're like a tick. We're going in.
Yeah, you tell me there wouldn't be a base on the moon that would have strategic advantage over the entire Earth. You could launch things 24/7, onto the Earth, and they couldn't retaliate. That's amazing.
Well, maybe the craters are fucking actual where rockets could come out of. Maybe that's where they launch out of. No, I'm really more into the digging down in the ground thing. Like that makes more logical sense. That we have shit going on underneath us that's fucking, we have no clue.
I get you. You want to explore every possibility and be open to every option. Maybe there could be something we don't know. However, we also, like you say, we see a lot of evidence of them going into the ground, and then we don't get any information about what actually is in the ground. We're just told, it's the mantle. There's nothing down there. There's nothing to look at. Just look in the sky. There might be aliens.
That's a good thing. You know what? The way you guys have said that.
They want to look in the opposite direction while they're meddling down there.
Yeah, that makes sense because...
Right. Speaking of down there, do you know about this, for instance, in SciChat? And this is proven to be down there. It's really nasty stuff, too. And I'm not joking yeah.
I'm going to read it. I can't read it and talk to you guys at the same time. So for some reason, I can't press the button and read it. Like doesn't let me. So yeah, give me a minute. I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah. Then I'm going to hit you with this one that summarizes the whole thing. I think there's a book written called Adam and Eve, Genesis. It was like a farmer's almanac, but it discussed ancient cataclysm cycles and stuff. How it got released way too late. And somebody has already figured out all the science that makes it true. So this nasty stuff is from another galaxy. It's a dwarf galaxy that slammed into ours. A lot of iron, heavy gravity, fiery inferno, no life. Just dragging things down. Tends to flatten reality too.
Yeah, this isn't like fantasy land.
This is all science. That's why I gave you links to it, right? The European Space Agency. So I said I wasn't playing a game here. I know it's hard to believe,
No,
but there you go.
this is theoretical. This is not.
It isn't.
It is.
It has different isotopes, this iron, and it touches the surface, so they're able to actually get samples and measure it against Earth's local iron. Yeah, different isotopes, man. Would you like a link to that? It comes from a way older galaxy that I mentioned. That's right
You
there.
believe it comes from a way older galaxy.
Can you
That's what
prove
they
that this
believe.
isn't the case?
I don't need to prove a negative, dumbass.
This isn't a negative. There's science for this.
Yes, if you say prove it isn't the case, that's asking me to prove a negative.
All right, so you have no answer to this. This is fine.
Oh, I have an answer. You
Better
have
be
a
productive.
belief. I have an answer. You have a belief. You have yet to show actual supporting evidence.
Well, this explains your concept. Yeah, actually, this is how I know. Like, yeah, when you mention flat Earth, I know exactly how.
Shut up, dude.
Well, that is interesting.
He just Newton.
Oh yeah, that was real interesting. His freaking social commentary, super interesting.
Well, I think it still doesn't change the fact that there's definitely they're building stuff underneath the ground. It's not going to take that away.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's not.
We're gonna go back to how he knows they came from another galaxy.
Oh well.
So how do you know they came from another?
I'm not going to play tag with you, bro.
How does anybody know they came from another galaxy?
Well, you would claim they don't exist. Galaxies?
I'm asking you for the evidence.
Because the isotope signature is older.
How does that tell you it's where it came from?
Because our galaxy is a certain age.
Okay. How does that tell you where it came from? Does it give you a direction?
I see what you're saying.
It actually does when it slams into
It gives
Earth,
you a direction? Okay, so
'cause it
which
created shear
direction does
lines and everything
isotope
else.
blah 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 come from?
So something
North,
that would
south,
look
up, down,
older than
left,
us.
right.
Yeah, I have answers. There's no reason to get crazy. It's modeled by the ESA right there. The
Oh,
dwarf galaxy.
modeled.
Yeah, the thing you don't have.
Models are well,
Because your reality is flat.
We have. Well, reality is flat Earth,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
models.
Zazel-
Do you think there's a globe model, Newt?
No, I believe. Yeah, when people have a flattened reality, it's
Is there a globe model, Newt?
It's a spheroid, bro.
Yeah. Okay. So show us this globe model.
I just did, but you're gonna play games with me, and I'm not here for that.
I'm gonna point out your ignorance.
I
and your
provided
blind
the
belief.
science. You're just ignoring it.
No, you haven't mentioned any science. You wouldn't know science if it bit your ass, bro. So show us this globe model. Is it going to be Google Earth? What is it going to be? What is that? What is that? What the fuck is that, bro?
I'll go get my pizza out of the oven. Flat.
Where's the globe model that you were supposed to post?
Well, I watched that video and it was the most retarded shit ever. It showed the Milky Way galaxy, quote unquote, spinning.
That's a fucking cartoon.
I know. While this other galaxy, came in, went down under, swirled back up, came back down, went through the galaxy again, and then it did like some Aladdin genie thing when the genie comes out of the lamp. You can't prove any of that happened, Newt.
Dude, the people that wrote that shit can't prove any of that happened. And they would admit that they can't prove it happened.
Still interesting, though. I mean, you got to be real. Like, it's still interesting. I mean,
Well, why not just tell a different story? That story would be interesting too.
well, I mean,
So, Tony, how do
none
we
of us know what's really
differentiate
going on.
one explanation and the other? Which one is true?
I guess you just have to
guess,
logically look at science and see.
Logically look at science. How many? Can you fit more buzzwords into that sentence?
I guess logically, yeah, I probably could if I was thinking properly.
Logically look at science. That's fucking a nonsense. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, you're probably it is what it is. It does. Well, if you think the Earth is a globe, if you think the Earth is a globe, and then we're all just
think the Earth is a globe?
masses. You don't have to. It's just if
why
it is,
should I?
You shouldn't. You shouldn't. It's just
Yeah, right, I shouldn't.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you can. Your imagination can go. I mean, like in.
I'm not actually not using my
imagination.
Sure has.
Though.
So
I mean, there's
okay,
still true models.
Newt's back. Newt's back. Where's the gold model? Where's the gold model? You said Flat Earth don't have a model. Then you must have one. So let's see it.
Google Earth.
Google Earth's the cylinder. Nice try. Try again. Yeah, it displays as a ball, but the mathematics of Google Earth is a cylinder. It uses the Webb-Mercator GL. Yeah, it's a cylinder. So, can we get that gold model?
So it's curved to it. All right. So there is a center to it. There is a hollow Earth.
This is what you don't understand. The whole coordinate system that we use is based upon the sky. It's not based upon the Earth. You can't find your latitude and longitude without looking in the sky. That means there's no ground reference from which even to find your location. You have to look at the sky to have a location in the latitude and longitude coordinate system. So when I ask him to show the globe model, I already know he don't have one.
I almost forgot about the astrolabe, dude.
Well, 69 degrees is, or 69 miles is 1 degree, right?
Okay, no.
And who came up with that math?
Who came up with that measurement?
There's 360 degrees in a sphere. That would make sense, right?
Yeah. These units of measure, they always relate to things.
You didn't even mention a unit of measure.
Cubits, for instance, that the Egyptians created, very different.
Yeah, you're not going to monologue and ignore what is said to you, okay? That ain't going to fucking happen. So, what units of measure was 69? What instrument measured the 69?
Travis, that's a condensation of information. When you ignore it, that tells me about you, not it.
What are you fucking talking about? I think this motherfucker's got me muted. So, he stays on mute. Until you unmute.
Hey, Newt, you need to unmute India.
No, we don't. He can leave. We ain't playing no games. If any real people want to talk. What's up, Brian? I love your new account. What are you up to, 9? You on count 9, Brian?
It's 8, man. It's only 8.
8? Oh, frick. Well, I'm predicting the future.
Might happen. No, I'm trying to be a good guy here, man.
Not here, but on freaking X.
Always on X.
Dude, you wear that shit like a badge of honor, man. Stick your chest out. Like, I got freaking kicked off of X 9 times from butthurt globies.
It's ridiculous. I can't believe how sad they get.
Who got you banned last?
Craig. Craig McNeil, FTFE. I mean, I said he ate his own sperm. I mean, he does. He admitted. Then he reported me. Babies.
Truth hurts.
Not me. But how come the lunar stuff, the tides don't work with the frickin' fresh water, man? What's up with that? Doesn't affect the lakes, my bathtub, or the pool. Nothing.
Honestly, like I think it could have something to do with the sun and the moon, maybe something else that we're not able to account for. But the reason why I think it happens in the salt water instead of the fresh water is that salinity. Because like most people don't know this, but salt is actually a metal. Like sodium, natrium, it's a metal. And sodium is polarized. There's a saying in biology: wherever salt goes, water follows.
Man, read this retard in the chat. What is the technology flat earthers have developed based upon their accurate model? Bro, you are a Dunning-Kruger moron.
Airplanes.
What the fucking
all
wheel?
All you need to do is see the pronouns, and that tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, flat earthers invented the wheel. Beat that.
And sliced bread.
And Dunning-Kruger frickin' trolls that think models are reality.
I can build a model of a flat Earth and it can hold water. They can't do it with theirs.
No shit, right? You can actually build a physical one.
Yeah, with real water too. It's too cheap to make. Just a piece of foam, a board of foam, and you carve topography on its surface and you pour water on that ocean floor that you will carve there. Ask them to do that on a ball.
Foolishness in this frickin' text chat. Like these people, I don't understand where they come from, man. I really don't. Like, they're the epitome of the pseudo-intellectual. Like, if you look up pseudo-intellectual in the dictionary, this dude Fennec is gonna show up. 100%. He doesn't understand what a model is. He doesn't understand what they do. He doesn't understand anything about how technology works. How it's developed. Anything. And he's coming in here asking us about technologies. He doesn't know anything about it. No answer we can give he's even going to understand.
And I was seeing this dude come in here and do a live debate, man. It says he'll crush it.
That dude's all talk, man. Just a troll. Average internet troll. He won't unmute in here. He's a coward.
Hide behind that microphone. That's what I hear all the time. You're always hiding behind that microphone, Brian.
Yeah, dude. Remember they said that to you? He's hiding behind the mic. How do you hide behind the microphone? It's like an open. It's going to be like an open. It's an open space, man. Anybody can talk. Dude, is the Globe ever giving you co-host?
I mean, they don't really hold spaces, but Peter tried. I didn't want to take code. I didn't want to be. I can't stand Peter.
Yeah, he's such a fuck. Makes me sick.
Yo, how's everyone doing?
Good, man. I was just talking about effeminate people. I was just about to say, man, how come so many Gobers are effeminate? And then you started talking. No, I'm kidding, bro. I'm kidding. No, you're not effeminate, bro. You're not effeminate. You're definitely not. When I think of feminine, I don't think of you. You're disagreeable. You ain't no bitch.
That I am. I'll agree to that.
You make me look bad.
So where are we on wraparound?
Are we on wraparound? Dude, like wraparound? Pac-Man Earth? Hell no.
Yeah.
I
It's
can't
either
get
that
on
or Globe
Pac-Man
Boys.
Earth. No. You wish. Be fucking four-dimensional, for all you know.
That's what wraparound is, basically. Appealing to, mathematics and dimensionality, and
here's my hypothesis, that the way we think about the world from this external viewpoint of wraparound Earth, the only reason you think you need a wraparound Earth is because you're imagining the Earth from a third-person point of view. Maybe reality isn't a third-person point of view. Maybe everything is a first-person point of view. Reality can only be interacted with from a first-person perspective. Otherwise, it doesn't exist. Where our first-person perspectives meet, that's the orthographic view. This solves a bunch of problems, namely like the tree falls in the woods with no one there to hear it. Doesn't make a noise. No, it don't, because it doesn't. That's a meaningless statement. Because without a human or without a sentient being, things can't exist. Existence entails there's a sentient human being. That's not to say there is not an objective reality. I'm not saying everything is subjective.
I disagree with you, man.
I don't know, man.
It definitely makes a sound if it falls in the forest.
I never see deer or animals under these trees, so they're making sounds. Wait, man. So,
but tree falls in the woods with no one there to hear it. Does the deer run away from the tree fall?
Had to have. Otherwise, it would run from us. It's all due to gravity anyway.
Of course, everything is. Did you know that gravity makes the Earth look flat? Have you heard this, Brian?
Of course it does. They say gravity is the one of the four fundamental forces, but they don't even know what it is. And then they call it the weakest of the four, the most easiest to overcome. And then they make it do all the heavy lifting.
The weakness is the argument that it exists. That's why it's the weakest force. It's the weakest argument. No, so I'm going to tell you why the gravity in the globe paradigm officially makes the Earth look flat. So you have gravity, right? Gravity formed the Earth into a ball. And then that gravity formed a density gradient of air. And when light passes through this density gradient of air, gravity that made the density gradient makes that ball look flat. Yeah, so gravity makes the Earth look flat, according to globetards.
Refravity.
Ain't that fucking
that-
crazy, dude? Gravity made a flat-looking ball. It's just nature, man. Can't argue with fucking Mother Nature.
Yeah, that's what they tell us. However, when it comes to refraction is not dominated by pressure differences, but by temperature differences.
That's right.
So they're screwed.
Yeah.
It also works in the opposite direction. So the pressure differences would cause light to bend down. They're correct in that statement. However, as light would travel on the globe, it would travel straight and then move into areas of less and less density, and that would cause it to equal out a little bit, but it would never reach back down towards the ground. They don't have the mechanism for that. That's just considering the pressure, which is what they do. They don't consider the temperature when they're doing this. They just consider the pressure and consider a uniform gradient. That's the problem. We actually live in an inhomogeneous anisotropic medium. And so there's differences in temperature, there's differences in pressure. And so temperatures dominate the refractive gradient. And so you have pressure working against the temperature. And so when the temperature isn't enough to overcome the pressure, you have equalized the refraction, and so it's no longer refracting. And then they call that ducting, and they believe that the light is going around the globe, just bending up and down and going around the globe. But that just doesn't work. Mechanically, that doesn't work. It's just an ad hoc excuse after the fact, when it's actually an equalization between the two, and you can show that using infrared and different wavelengths. If a wavelength refracts more, you should be able to see further if the globers are true, because the light is refracting more, and so you should be able to see further around the globe. If the wavelength refracts less, like infrared light, you should not see as far. It shouldn't bend around the globe. You should see the geometric horizon move closer in infrared. However, that's not what we see. We see the horizon appear to extend out in infrared, because we can see past the extinction, and there's less refraction, so there's less loss of the bottom rays coming off of objects, causing bottom-up disappearance. And so there's multiple factors, and when they try to affirm the globe, it's because they have a preconceived idea that the Earth is a globe. They were raised in that culture, the tradition that the Earth is a globe, and so they believe it's a globe. And so when they see something and that doesn't match their preconceived ideas, they're like, oh, well, it must be the air bending. And so they test the air, and then the air's not bending enough, and so like it doesn't work. And so there must be the plumb lines are bending, but they don't actually measure the plumb lines bending at all. It just must be because the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, it's got to be a globe. That's why when the Earth looks flat, that's a globe proof. Everything you see is a globe proof, no matter what it is, even if it says it's not a globe.
Yeah. If the Earth is, if the water looks flat over here and we see too far over there, it's the gravity. Like the gravity underneath it is making the water look flat on that spot. But then you move to a different spot. Oh, well, it just look flat on that spot. They keep extending it. Just
the
like
gravity
just like
is curbing the water and curbing the air, but it's curbing the air in a way that makes the water look flat. The water that's under it, that's also curved. It's fucking so stupid.
Yeah, and it's only curving the air to make the water look flat. If you look at the density alone, just the pressure, not the temperature. Like, and so that's and it's mainly because the preconceived idea that the Earth is a globe, and so when you shoot the laser out straight, the Earth is supposed to be falling away from it, and so it carries that curved imagined air around with it, and so the laser beam is always traveling up into those lesser densities as a consequence. That's why It's stacked on assumption on assumption on assumption on assumption, and that's why it has to be a globe.
Yeah, so I was talking about the Earth being flat in that main politics channel, and they levied an accusation against you guys. They said you guys are too scared to go into the politics channel. They asked me, how come we never see the guys down here, like up
Will
there?
they talk about this
I
topic
don't know,
in
they're
there?
their own people. Huh?
Will they talk about this topic in there?
Yeah,
we're gonna get
sometimes we
booted.
talk about flat Earth. I defend it from time to time, like maybe like once every, 2 visits or so.
I mean, that's not a bad idea. If they
I
want
would.
us
I
up
didn't know
there,
we were
we'll-
welcome.
Yeah,
They're
we're willing to
squatting
go
dog-
and talk to them
squatting
if they want us
dog.
up there.
He's saying that you guys are scared.
They're welcome to come down here and be like, bros, you want to come up and talk to us about flat Earth? We're willing to listen. We'd love the opportunity.
I'm not gonna go up there and get abused and just have them play the mute game. I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
do
we're
that.
not gonna force our views upon them. If they want to hear our perspective, we're willing to share it, but we're not forcing it upon them.
Also, they're going to take it away from empiricism, and it's going to become, why would they lie? And we're going to be talking about fucking what people think, how they feel, what they would do, what they wouldn't do, what governments do, how the Soviets was against the United States, and there was a Cold War. Like, it's going to devolve into just bullshit. Just opinions about what people do, or what they didn't do, or what governments do, or what governments didn't do, and why they would do it, and what their motivations are. It's just all speculation. Why would we do that?
Yeah, my experience, like they.
Do you know why people do that? Why do you think people do go to that argument?
Because they have no other evidence.
Bingo. And it's the only thing they know is midwits, and because they're midwits, and all they know is fucking gossip. Look, Sally sucked with fucking Billy. Blah, 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 blah. It's a bitch level, dude.
I don't believe it. He would never do that.
No, he definitely didn't do it. Why would he lie?
Yeah.
You don't know why he lied. He didn't do it.
Yeah, that's how they act.
Top level fucking retards, these guys. You have to give it to them, like. It must take some frickin' hard work to be that dumb.
Well, the smart ones don't come in here, open their mouths without understanding what the room is about. The smart ones come in, listen, and are like, oh, shit. Or they're like listening on YouTube and they're like, oh, shit.
Yeah, exit stage right. The smart ones leave.
Yeah, and so we end up like filtering out a bunch of the smarter ones who are like, I don't want to hassle with this. This seems like beyond my pay grade. And we end up left with all these dumbasses who don't know anything, and they're just like, I know everything because I don't know anything.
Man, that's what Strauss says, man. Once you understand nothing, you understand everything.
Yeah, so like we get a lot of in here. I mean, the bold ones, right? They're the ones that like they'll come in and they say they're an aerospace engineer, and then 10 minutes later confess that they're taking aerospace engineering, but they're not actually taking any of the courses yet. But they're going to be as soon as they stop being a sophomore at university and take the upper level classes the next year. Like that's the crap we get. But they think we're so stupid that we can't tell the difference. It's so just the bigotry, the bias of how people think about flat earthers is it is something to behold. It really is. I mean, there's prejudice, right? Thinking all black people are dumb, thinking all, pick a race, thinking they have some characteristic. Any group of people, all the jocks are dumb. All the freaking geek nerds are weak. You know what I mean? You could pick anything.
Yeah, stereotypes.
But you will get a variation, bias, where, some people won't be biased, but there will be the bias. The bias is pretty much ubiquitous. I'd say maybe 1 out of 1,000 people come in here with no bias, with no preconceived notions about flat Earth, with no preconceived notions about flat earthers. Like, would that come here with like a blank slate?
Yeah, it's very rare. Almost all of them come in with the pizza in space idea, and that
Ice
we
wall
hold this
dome.
belief. Yeah, we hold this belief either for some religious reason or just because we're crazy.
Or we want to feel special.
Yeah.
You guys just want to feel special. There's
Man,
lots of ways to feel special, dude.
You don't want to come from a gay monkey fish frog? Come on, man. That's awesome.
Cave monkey fish frog. So
Man,
talk
I didn't
about
even
my
know
family.
right. I didn't even know this thing was a topic like 3 years ago. What? What? Means the Earth is flat. Space is what? Fake? No. What? What?
Oh, I
And
get
gay.
you so hard. It's been
gay.
over 10 years for me, bro.
So I was that guy, man. I didn't get all. That's why I say, man, these fucking people get mad. What are you so mad about? Because I don't agree with the science that can't prove anything? It's a bold stance to take there. I mean, come
Yeah,
on.
we had someone quit the other server. I said, "You do know that science doesn't prove anything." He's just like, "What? Do you hear what you're saying? I can't take it. That's it." And then he left the server. The whole idea that science, like, he's obviously like probably like a high school or something. By the way, he was talking before that. But I'm just saying is like these guys are so brainwashed that when they think science is it's like the golden cow, right? You cannot say anything against the golden calf.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's why it's so much better to talk to a little bit educated people, because they at least understand, because they've been further in the education, that they don't teach it early. They teach it later that, like, oh, yeah, we don't understand this. This is our best guess. This is our best theory, but we can't actually test the cause. So, like, we have different theories, but this is the most popular one. Once you talk to people who have gone through education, you get a little bit of a different response, especially if it's in their field. If it's in their field, they're like, yeah, you're right. There's all these different theories, and we actually don't know these parts and those parts, and you get a really interesting conversation. But when you talk to someone outside that field, they're like, well, I believe this is all correct, and I believe all this other stuff. They don't understand the nuances of the field. They never looked into it, and they don't have interest to look into it. They think like it's enough just to have faith in someone, and the consensus belief, the supposed majority belief that's publicized. This is the same way that Project Mockingbird controlled the population by controlling what you see, what's the thing that you're taught. And so, of course, the majority is going to believe X when they're taught X. That doesn't mean X is true. X needs to conform to actual reality.
I mean, what's shocking is like, if we weren't in this topic, right, and we just started talking to these guys in some other chat, right? I'm like, yeah, man, everything on TV is bullshit. They'd be like, yeah, man, TV's fake. Everything, they just propaganda and bullshit. And then you go, well, the Earth is flat. And you're like, what about pictures from space I saw on TV? Like 5 seconds later, they would contradict their own position.
Yeah. You'd be like the government's always screwing us. They're like, yeah, I don't trust the government. Nothing government says is true. And you're like, yeah, all the media is telling us lies. Yeah, the media is telling us lies. Yeah. But then you're like, the Earth is flat. They're like, no, the media, the government is telling me the truth. It's crazy.
That's the one time. It's just crazy to me. Like, I mean, you'd think that, like, we've talked to so many people, and we ask them, "How do you know the Earth's a globe?" And like, you would think that after they're in here, right, for 5-10 minutes, and they're like, well, I don't know why they don't say to themselves, this is really hard. I really can't think of any globe proof. The only thing I can think of is like the images they showed me on TV, and just my teacher showing me a toy globe in the corner, and just like space movies, and like I got nothing. Right? You think that just that alone, the inability to prove it in like 2 minutes without pointing at the television set would make them go, man, something's wrong here.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hold up.
Yeah, exactly, man.
The problem is...
It ain't right here.
yeah, exactly. The problem is you got a bunch of these people who've gotten addicted to thinking they're intelligent through Google. And now it's morphing into thinking they're intelligent through parroting AI. And so you got all these midwit, half-wits, nitwits who want to be intelligent because that's a certain status in life. And so...
It's a fad.
Yeah, so they start memorizing this garbage that they hear from other people. They don't understand how it works. They just know the words to repeat, and they think they win. Refraction, I win. Gravity, I win.
Yeah, I think of it like the Marlboro Man, right? People smoked Marlboros because they thought like it portrayed a certain image. I'm tough. I smoke Marlboros. I'm like cowboy. I'm like John Wayne. But it was just like an image fad. And the whole science suck up idea, right? I'm a nerd. Like they turned it into like this weird fad where you have people wanting to be seen as intellectuals, even though it ain't never gonna happen unless they get a brain transplant. Look, I'm not gonna freaking, I'm not built to play in the NFL. Okay, it's just not gonna happen. No matter how good I get at football, my body will not support an NFL career at any age I was. Not now, not in the past. No matter how big I got, it would not matter. I had to be like the craziest freak in nature. Okay, so I don't cry about it. But it's like me going, I want to identify as a football player and pretend I'm a football player and like run around like this is what these guys are. They're like pretend scientists. It's kind of freaky when you think about it. But it's easier to bluff intellectualism than it is to bluff being a freaking buff ass football player.
Yeah. Because there's a physical reality behind the big ass football player, whereas
yeah, and you can baffle them with bullshit, Jace. You know that.
Yeah,
you would try to come in here and just baffle us with bullshit.
Yeah, it doesn't work on me because my dad used to do that all the time to everybody else, and so I saw that real time.
I'm baffled by the fact they think they can baffle us with bullshit. Right? What'd you say, bud?
I'm saying like people here don't actually believe the Earth is flat, right?
No, we know it is. You do too.
Oh, so this is just like a troll channel?
No one's trolling. You're coping right now.
No, I just refuse to believe people
okay, how do you
like that. In 2026.
You refuse to? No, we refuse to believe. You see, you're the one with beliefs. We aren't. You're confused.
Right. That's why you're in the.
Okay, so when did you see the Earth as a globe? When did you see the Earth as a globe in real life? When did you see the Earth as a globe? Yeah, see, here's more cope. You left.
Yeah, just proving our point.
I've never been that direct, but I might do that more often.
That was good. They don't realize the optics of how they're acting. They don't realize if anybody listens to our live stream, listens through these interactions, it's very easy to see. They come in with these preconceived ideas. They don't know what they're talking about, and they can't defend the globe, and it's so obvious to anyone with eyes or ears.
Man, the first time I heard about this, back in like April of 2023, man, somebody said Elon hit the firmament. And I immediately said, what? What are you talking about? I didn't get mad. I didn't call him stupid. I'm like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And he gave me some information. I came back for more. I don't get the anger with these people. I don't get it.
Yeah, but that's a testament to your character. That's a testament to your intelligence of being open to exploring potentials, not being afraid of your beliefs being incorrect. The bigger your ego, the harder it is for you to actually accept that you're wrong, that you were wrong, that all the garbage that you told some guy was wrong. Like, I used to be so into space, I used to tell people all about space. And so it was very difficult for me. Like, I spent like 2 months reconciling with the Earth being flat and then trying to find evidence for the Earth being a globe, something to prove that the Earth was a globe. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized, oh shit, all of my beliefs are contingent on this faith in this other people who supposedly proved it in outer space, and I can't prove any of it. And so at that point I realized it has to be a belief for me, and I didn't like that position. So I was like, I need to look into this deeper, and that's where kind of my journey began.
Man, mine kind of began. I was watching, scrolling through YouTube, and came across this one channel that said the mountains are trees. And I'm like, this guy sounds crazy. Let me check it out. And I was like, if these things turn out to be trees, that's going to just piss me off. And I was like, he was showing stuff, and I was like, that's a rock, man. What are you looking at? That's a rock. Then he showed a close-up of some tree rings, and I was like, see, there's a tree. Then he panned out, and there's the side of the mountain. I was like, whoa. All right. Well.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Flat Earth kind of gave the world. Besides just being like, it brings you back to logic, to empiricism, to actual basic natural science, experiments. What can you actually prove? Not just infer and assume is true based on your preconceived ideas, because you can assume a different thing is true based on different preconceived ideas. And so that's kind of what Flat Earth did. It kind of stripped away all the assumptions, and people went like, well, then what is true? And so we got a bunch of people who went looking at history, who went looking at old architecture, and we got the mud flood conspiracy that was born out of this. The mountains are trees thing. Some of those ideas seem pretty compelling in that, like, some of those structures of some of those mountains look very similar to the structures of petrified trees. That doesn't mean it is, but it's a very interesting hypothesis. And Flat Earth kind of opened up the world to exploring outside ideas that weren't as cornered in or boxed in by the mainstream narrative. We don't endorse any specific other theory. We're just focused on the empirical and the things that we can verify and prove. It's interesting, though.
What's behind the ice wall?
What ice wall?
Another ice wall. It's infinite ice walls.
What's behind the
ice walls
wall?
all the way
Okay,
down,
just had to
all
make
the way
sure.
up.
What's behind
Bro,
the ice
we're not
wall?
claiming ice walls.
Who said
That is
anybody
someone else.
believes in an ice wall? Only globe earthers believe in ice walls.
Yeah, in fact, the terminology of ice wall came from globers, talking about the coastline of Antarctica.
We got to find more ice walls.
It was called the Great Ice Barrier. That's what it used to be called. It was on all the old maps. Yeah, it doesn't come from us. It comes from you clowns. So if you want to know why, ask a Glober why there's an ice wall.
I got to get
See,
behind.
the flat Earth you guys make up in your head, we don't believe in that flat Earth either. So you guys say, oh, flat Earth, it must mean this, it must mean that, it must mean the other thing. You make up a flat Earth in your head. You try to take a flat Earth and stick it in the heliocentric model and go, this don't fit. No shit, Sherlock. Square pegs don't fit in round holes. Thanks.
You should look up
more
Admiral.
ice walls.
Look up Admiral Byrd.
Eric Dubé told me there's an ice wall.
Was he the top or the bottom?
What? I don't know.
You don't
Well, maybe
know?
you should bring it up
We're a little
with him,
drunk.
maybe.
Who? Listen, I have not listened to a word of what Eric Dubé. None of us have. We don't listen to Eric Dubé. Why are you bringing him up?
He's your king. He's #1 on YouTube.
What? I thought that was PewDiePie or somebody.
I said he's your flatter daddy.
Nobody
sorry
even knows
to break
who he
your
is.
bubble.
You're just trying to guilt by association. It's weak.
Yeah, we are not a cult following like you. You come from a cult. We used to be in your cult, so we understand and sympathize with you. But we are not a cult, and we do not have a cult leader. Eric Dubé has nothing to do with us. This channel. He's never even been in this channel.
So here's the funny thing. You've revealed your own psychology, Mansky. The way you think about the world is what you think is knowledge comes from somebody else and it's given to you. And then you parrot it. You said, that person said such and such. I'll parrot that. That's not how we think. That's how you think. So we don't we don't take Eric Dubé and go, oh, I'll parrot what Eric Dubé says. Don't know what Eric Dubé says. Don't give a shit.
So just to restate what you just said, there is more ice walls.
I was kidding, dude.
I said margaritas.
I don't believe in an ice wall of any kind. Unless you think a fucking glacier's ice. Or a wall.
Yeah, how do you define a wall? Is a cliff a wall?
There's definitely some sort of something made of ice.
Yeah, there's glaciers and cliffs at the coastline of Antarctica, and that was referred to as ice walls. That does not mean that we claim that. So attribute that to us is insane.
Well, all I know is there's one guy, Captain Cook, whose specific purpose of his voyage was to find a way through the fucking ice and find an inland route into what they said was a continent. He tried to sail around looking and looking and looking for a way through the ice. And he sailed 60,000 fucking miles.
Over 3 years.
Didn't find him. Yeah, over 3 years and didn't find a way in. Okay. Now, the circumference of Antarctica is only supposed to be 14,000 miles. Well, the Antarctic race, the actual fucking coast is shorter than that. 60,000 miles is 2+ times the size they say the circumference of the Earth is. So how the fuck did he travel that far? How
3
come the
years.
Bendy Antarctic so they have 2 races. They have a race in Antarctica. The fastest boat in the world, sailboat, they sailed around Antarctica. It took 73 days. It took them the same boat with the same crew. It took them the same amount of time to quote unquote circumnavigate the globe. 73 days. It took the solo record for the circum-Antarctica. Basically, if you do the calculation of them traveling the only 14,000 miles, they would have only been going 6 knots in a carbon fiber racing yacht, which is infeasible, right? You couldn't go that slow if you dragged anchor, okay?
Well, math is
because down there it's called the Screaming 60s. right? So there's a gale force wind, meaning the 60th parallel. There's a constant gale force wind of like 30 knots, constantly.
Well, math is a fake concept, but like the ice
Math is a fake. What does that even mean? What's a fake concept?
So like
2 plus 2 equals 4 is a fake concept, guys.
There's no such thing as a fake concept. It's not even. That doesn't even make sense.
You got to give him some time to warm up his brain.
Okay, so if you say this is a concept, as soon as you say that word, it's no longer fake. So you can't even say fake concept for it to even mean anything.
No, will you say unicorn is fake? Well,
tell us the definition of concept.
Well, what do you mean fake?
Yeah, well,
they don't exist. They're not fake or not real. They don't exist.
No, but like you can have a mental construct of a unicorn. You know, just like how you can have mental construct of a number.
It's a real concept.
Have you ever seen number 1 in the nature? No, you made that number up.
I didn't make the number up. It's a representation of it. I made it up personally, so the number 1 didn't exist before I.
No, someone else made up the number 1, and you inherit
they made up a word. Right?
Yeah, so it's a made-up number. It's a concept. It's an abstract. It's unreal.
Yeah, I know. It's a transcendental category. Yeah, I agree with it. It exists though. Just not. It doesn't exist in the physical world.
Well,
but do you know what does? The ice wall.
It's not a mental construct because mathematics would exist, and the rules that apply to mathematics exist independent of the human mind.
The ice wall exists independent of the human mind, bro.
Your trolling is going to exist somewhere else.
Oh! It's not trolling, bro.
Why are you fascinated with the ice wall, dude?
Wait, but if you think about it, it's a false concept.
True.
Yeah, you guys are fucking...
No, we're making fun of you.
You guys are 30 IQ points away from being a midwit in the negative direction.
Is that a physical or metaphysical concept?
Or metaphysical concept.
That's crazy. Chat, is this real?
Dude, this is the most low IQ, sped.
Got this nonchalant astrophysicist in here.
You're just dumb, dude. You guys can't have. It's beyond you to have any type of conversation that doesn't involve grunting and groaning. Why don't you say Google Gaga? Did you drag your knuckles over to the fucking computer screen? Like Jesus Christ, man. Have some.
Sorry, I got homophobic ears. Can you say that again?
Just have some self-respect, man. Have some self-respect.
Have some self-respect.
You're a freaking human. You're an adult male. You're acting like a fucking child.
Fucking child. What are we talking about? Hey guys, can I talk to you about something? I'm sorry, go ahead.
You just did.
But I want to talk more though.
Okay, what would you like to say?
I just did this this ADHD test where they show.
Yeah, it's not topic. It's not the topic. Get on topic, dude. Want to try again?
I do want to try again. Okay, so.
Hey, that's not the topic.
Sorry, I know.
You and your butt buddy, you're not original. Not even mildly entertaining.
Niggers.
You guys are like amateur chills. Oh my God, he said the N-word. Oh my God, I'm gonna faint.
Who said that?
You know we record this and I'm gonna see that you said that, and then report you on the server, and then your account's gonna get fucking banned. Why would you do that?
Why would he do that?
Because he's dumb.
He's so dumb.
It says YouTube bot right there, 24/7 live. That means this is recorded. I'm gonna see his name pop up and say the N-word, and then I'm gonna report him to the server mod team, and then he's gonna get his account kicked off this server, just so he can appear fucking. I'm an edgelord. I said the N-word. It's so stupid. Like, dude, like seriously, grow up. Like, whatever happened to self-respecting, like being a man?
I mean, it's the best thing the Globers got. they don't actually have any arguments, and we've gone through it 1,000 times. It's
I don't know
just
if these guys are at the level of a Goldberg.
fallacies. And so, if they're not intelligent enough to actually construct a logical fallacy, all they have is the N-word.
I mean, I have a lot more than the N-word. I mean, I have like the F-word, the K-word. I'm sure there's.
Yeah, I'm an N-word enjoyer myself, but I keep myself.
Oh, you guys just learned how to swear this week. Oh, that's cute. Fuck, dude.
I keep it PG for the flat earthers.
He called me cute. That's a great. I love that.
I am curious what the K word is.
I don't DM me, okay? DM me.
This is bottom barrel trolling right here, man. This is just weak.
This isn't even trolling. This is them. Like, this is actually. Look, bro. If they were in a DM in a private call, they'd be talking like this because this is actually isn't trolling. This is their level.
That is the most insightful thing I've ever heard your kind ever say.
Your kind? What does that mean? What's my kind?
My legal counsel has advised me to not answer that.
The way these people think is
what is my kind? You think my PFP is me?
He flurfers. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, fluffer. Yeah. Good save, buddy.
Well, it's better than being fluffers like you two.
Fluffers.
You know what a fluffer is?
I don't. Tell me.
Google it. Don't tell him.
I don't tell him.
That's when you take a flu and you fluff the penis.
Let's see if he has the ability to think for himself and do some actual research.
Hey, Mr. Nate, I'm actually going to detain you if you don't change your name.
That's such a legendary name, dude. That's my username on Rainbow Six Siege.
So is this all of you?
Is anyone else
another
here?
one? Because I wanted to get you all at once.
Is anyone else here familiar
anymore?
with the Big Slam?
Yeah, I guess that's all you, all six of you, whatever it is.
You get 5 booms for that. Boom, 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 boom.
Where's the other one? Masky, is this your crew, dude? Because you've been in here before. You should know better.
I don't have a crew.
No, the topic is
So you're
flat
all
Earth,
alone.
not your fucking, pet projects or whatever it is you're doing for your homework this week. You can engage the topic or you can keep acting like dunces. We don't need a case for flat Earth. That problem has already been solved. It's measured flat. We're just informing you. We're hipping you to what the situation is. This debate was won. You guys just haven't heard about it yet. This debate's already over. It's been over for like 4 years.
You're like 10 years too late to this debate, and like 4 or 5 years too late to actually try.
Okay, really simple. So I debated a guy with a PhD in mathematical physics that debates flat earthers all over the internet. He's got millions of fucking subs and followers and all that shit. You know what his argument eventually became because he couldn't prove the globe? That nobody can prove anything, and I can't even prove that I don't have hands, and I could be a brain in a jar. This is a professor at a university that teaches physics and mathematics, has a PhD in mathematical physics. When it came time for him to present globe proof, he said, I could be a brain in a jar. These are the people that you guys rely on, that you think have the proof that the earth is a ball. These are the people. But when pressed and they actually have to present the evidence, they've got shit. We've got all the evidence. And we're just here to tell you that and maybe rub it in a little bit.
And the funny part is, like, most of the educated people or the semi-educated people end up in that place. They're a brain in a jar. Nothing can be proven, because that's the only way to ignore our position, because our position is empirical.
It looks like one of my underlings wants to debate you, Martins.
Your underlings?
I doubt any of them could even still man their own position.
Oh my God. That's so messed up, but you're probably right. That's so funny. Yeah, we don't believe in that flat earth ham. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Brian Martins is not my underling. He's a flat earther.
Yeah, I doubt it. Why does he want to do? What's he going to debate then? I know what underling means. I probably knew what it meant before you were born. What is he going to debate then if he's a flat earther?
I don't know, man.
I entertain this. You bored? Anybody bored?
He's gonna debate himself, bro.
He's gonna debate himself in the chat. Think he'll win? He'll still lose.
Yeah, he'll still lose.
Okay, Martins, what do you want to debate? Get some tips from your friends in the DM.
Okay, what's up, dude?
Oh, Rich Evans, amazing. The lowest of the low. Oh, anyway, carry on. You said you want to debate? What do you want to debate if you're a flat earther? You're a flat earther, though.
I am.
You are? Okay, give me what's the best evidence for the Earth being flat?
Well, you can see a curvature at 120,000 feet, or 60,000 feet. Weather balloons double that height at 120,000 feet. Still no curve.
You can see curvature, or you can't.
You can see curvature at 60,000, but weather balloons go twice that height. The horizon's still at eye level and flat.
You're contradicting yourself, dude. You can or you can't. If you could see curvature at 60,000 feet, then wouldn't it be a ball?
That's what I'm saying. That's what NASA says.
I don't think NASA takes a position on how high you can see curvature.
They do. They say you could measure curvature at 60,000.
You can't measure curvature at 60,000, dude. Who told you that?
Yeah, I don't think you understand my position. I'm trying to steel man flat Earth.
You're fantastic, frickin' Brian. You called it.
Because it's the part where you
cite
me.
where you're getting this information from. If it's NASA supposedly, please cite that information.
Yeah,
so
we want to
look
see
at
a
it.
source that says you can see curvature.
Trying to go against what NASA says.
No, we don't know that NASA says that. We want you to show us that NASA says that.
Sure, I'll just fucking tag it.
It better not be ChatGPT either.
It's always ChatGPT, Indio. You know that.
God, at least they could use Gemini. Sometimes it's Grok, which Grok is the goddamn worst.
Yeah, ChatGPT is a little bit better because I've been training it. I've never lost an argument with an AI. And
why are you asking me why it matters? It's his fucking argument. This isn't about whether NASA's truthful or not. It's about whether they said it. We're not testing the veracity of the claim. We're testing whether the claim exists at all, dude. You people are fucking stupid. Like, I can't even believe how stupid some of you people are.
Okay. So, on this link that I sent you, you scroll down to a paragraph. It says, on November 11th, 1935, the pair took off from the Stratobowl, blah, 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 and ascend the world record altitude of 72,000 feet. The photograph showed the troposphere stratosphere boundary and the actual curvature of the Earth. So, like, let's round it off at around 60, right? Just to appeal to what they want, what they prefer is the truth. What I'm saying is...
Round it up to 60? Are we rounding up or rounding down? Where are we rounding?
Sure, round down. Yeah, let's round it to 60. just to appeal to their, preference of truth.
So they didn't say that.
Yeah, it says 72,395 feet. So that's where you could see a curvature in this specific.
So you're only off by 20%. Right? Fantastic.
And that would be about 70.
Sure. But what I'm saying is, weather balloons go to 120,000 feet.
But I don't see the curve of the Earth in this photo, though. It just says it's a photograph showing laterally the curvature of the Earth, but I don't see the curvature of the Earth in this photo.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense that you see curvature.
He's trying to make the argument, though.
Just because you say, well, yeah, I guess his argument's they said it.
He's saying you can go higher in a weather balloon, yet you don't see curvature. Is that what you're trying to say, bro?
Yeah, I'm saying that weather balloons can go double that height
and don't see curvature.
I have footage that it doesn't. Like, it's still at eye level and it's flat. Right. That's
even the Chinese space station claims that the horizon is flat, 280 miles up.
Yeah. So this is what this is the point of contention. Actually, is that's actually a globe earther claim, even though it's on NASA's website. That's probably just made. That website is probably made by some stupid fucking intern that didn't know what they were posting. Because if you actually do the mathematics of what it should look like, you couldn't see any up down curvature because the horizon is equidistant in all directions. So how can it appear higher or lower? Anywhere. We see things in angles, right? So the dip angle between me and any point on the horizon is one value. It's 10 degrees if it's anywhere on the horizon. So if it's in the image, the second pixel from the right, or the third pixel from the right, or the 20th pixel from the left, it's only going to have one fucking angle. Say 6 degrees all the way across. That means it's just going to be a flat fucking strip all the way across the image. Now, all I'm saying is, what a globe earther would say is, no, NASA don't say that. You can't. So that is not evidence that the Earth is not a globe. If you see no curve from 120,000 feet, they'll say the globe predicts that.
What do you mean by what do you mean the globe?
They'll say that is a prediction of the globe, that you can't see curvature until if you actually do the math, it's something like 1,000 miles elevation, altitude. So what they'll say is So what they'll say is like the Chinese space station Trace just posted. They'll just say, "Oh, you weren't high enough. See the curve? You got to be higher." And now it just depends on how hardcore the glober is. But we've heard all sorts of shit. Like fucking, they said a fisheye lens fucking makes curved lines straight, dude. They'll say anything. And just looking at something is not really dispositive, right? Okay. So we can look at railroad tracks. Looks like they converge. But we can't say, hey, they converge because they look like they converge. The visual information is just like it gives you like a gross generalization starting point. Because the Earth looks flat. That doesn't mean it is. It's a good indicator, but that's not proof.
Wait, it's not flat?
No, looking flat does not necessarily mean it is flat.
It's just optical. Yeah.
It's not proof, it's evidence. And it's a starting point, right? So the starting point is, what does the Earth look like at a naive first glance, right? Let's say we want to construct what the Earth is from the beginning, from first principles. Okay, go down to the ocean. Yeah. How does the Earth look? Looks flat. So that's a starting point. That's all the information we have. Looks flat. Can we gather more information to figure out if it actually is flat? Well, we can measure that, see if it actually is. Yeah, and when you measure that, it actually is. See, just looking, while informative, doesn't necessarily tell the whole story, because vision, there's a reason we make blueprints and, diagrams and things like that when we build things, is because we can't tell absolute sizes and distances just from looking at things. Like you look at the sun, the only thing you can't see. Oh, it doesn't say on it 93 million miles. It says angular size 1.52 degrees. That's all you can say.
Yeah, I have a question for you, real quick.
Yeah.
Do you think, without picking a side, could you visualize the heliocentric model and the geocentric model separately?
You can't visualize. Well, are you assuming all the same sizes and distances?
No, I'm saying personally. Can you like whatever the globe heads think?
Yeah. So, okay, to scale.
Well, like it doesn't matter if
Visualize
it's
it
to scale, like
because
no, like rationalize it, like understand it, visualize
I understand the globe better than any globe earther alive.
I don't really understand your question. Are you saying can we differentiate between the
He
two
thinks
models?
this is another thing. This is another thing. All you're revealing is that you think something about us. You think we don't believe in the globe Earth because we don't understand it. No, we do fucking understand it. That's why we don't believe it.
No, I think most people do because that's what they've been told their whole life. If you grew up in America,
They don't understand it. They have no idea. They have no fucking clue. They've never looked into any of the shit.
Well, yeah, I do understand that. I know that talking to globe heads and you try to introduce them to the geocentric model, they can't really like visualize it properly. So like I kind of have to like explain to them how I see the world.
Wait, what do you mean, dude? It's literally kinematically equivalent.
Yeah, there's no.
It is equivalent. It just you know how like the seasons change apparently to the globe heads. It's due to the tilt. Well, you can explain seasons change in the Earth model, just how the trajectory of the sun it moves in latitude as it circumnavigates the Earth.
But those are the same thing. Okay,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's the same. It's the same thing. Seasons in and of themselves only denote because there's. So what you're talking about, you have to differentiate these things because it's like a lot of this stuff has very sloppy terminology. So seasons, there's two types. There's astronomical, meaning the equinox, the solstices. Those are astronomical seasons. Okay.
Yeah.
But there's also the meteorological seasons, which are the changes in weather, temperature, wind, water temperature, all those things, which also happen. They correlate to the astronomical seasons, but they're not exactly following them. So it depends on where you live. It depends on the local geography. It depends on the local climate. There's a lot of other factors that determine the changes in meteorology locally. Now, they correlate with day length, right? So the longer the day is, the more the sun's up, temperature changes, yada, yada, yada. And there's some lag that happens with the local meteorological changes. But when they say tilt of the Earth, they're talking about the sun, right, reaching some maximum point in the sky, or in the celestial sphere. The ecliptic has like a maximum point, and then in the coordinate system, and then they're saying because it's not aligned with the celestial equator, the motion of the stars, the sun's motion is different than the motion of the stars. It's different by 27 degrees. Now, but you're observing the sun different.
Yeah.
You're on Earth. You're looking up at the star. You're seeing the sun. If you track the sun across the celestial sphere, it will maximize off as 23.6 degrees. But you're not seeing any tilt of the Earth. You're not seeing any fucking orbit. You're not seeing any of those things.
No, exactly. It just moves an angle of 23.4. You can actually see that on the analemma. It's like the trajectory of like the ecliptic over each month,
Well, the analemma's funny. I don't want to get way into that, but it's there's more to it. There's more to it than meets the eye. It's asymmetric, in case you haven't noticed. It's not.
Are you looking for like?
It's asymmetric, yeah, because it depends. Also,
asymmetric in space and asymmetric in time.
Oh, so you
Yeah.
you
So
presume
if you
there's
look
a
at
distance?
the months, how they're in the figure 8 are asymmetric.
Right, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can see how the months are also correlated to that as well. But you can see how, like, when the sun's closer to the horizon, you could tell, like, that would be presumably December because technically it is a little bit further away. If you were standing in the northern latitude, for example, if it's close to the horizon at that same time of day and each month, then it would be December. But if it's like further, it was like ahead, further away from the horizon, that would be the solstice, for example, like the summer solstice. Whereas like the bottom of that number, that figure 8, it would be the winter solstice. Just because of how the sun's trajectory moves, apparently, right?
Yeah. I mean, so this is really the crux of all these issues when it comes to things like this. It's the coordinate system. Where's the origin of coordinates? And when we talk about the celestial sphere, the origin of coordinates is your eyeball. Yeah, your eyeball. It's not the center of the earth. It's actually your eyeball. And where
observer centric? No way.
Yeah, amazing. Imagine that, right? Imagine that reality is actually observer centric.
Holy crap! You don't say.
Well, that whole system, like the azimuth system, like using a distance and bearing, you could sort of translate that over to a coordinate system.
That system
exactly
uses a hemisphere, right? So it uses you're on the ground plane. That's the horizon, and you got azimuth and solar elevation angle, right? But to use this system, though, you need to get the azimuth, you need the time, and then to get the solar elevation, you also need the time for that too. But to get your latitude, you need how high is the celestial equator in the sky. If you know where that is, then you know your latitude. Right?
Yeah,
they're the same thing. But people conflate the thing. They think that somehow having a latitude means you're at a place on Earth that is just like has like some relative proportion to all these other places on Earth. No one's ever actually demonstrated that. All you know is see the I see the celestial equator at 45 degrees. I'm at 45 degrees latitude. Really don't matter where the fuck you're standing. It only matters where it is in the sky. And if you know you're there and you know the date, you know where the sun's going to be. Relative to that fucking point, relative to that fucking celestial equator. You could be on the back of a fucking turtle. You could be flying on the back of a bird. You could be standing on your head. Doesn't matter what you're on because the model is observer-centric. It starts at your eyeball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, Shane just did a presentation on that tonight, literally, on the terrestrial and celestial sphere model being conjoined into one, and that's what they call the WGS 84. Essentially,
so would you draw a correlation that 23.4.6, right? Like where the sun goes, does that also, do you think the zenith, like is the sun the zenith of that 23.7 latitude celestials from the celestial equator,
Now, there's this is where we get into like a problem with their model is there's like a discrepancy. I'm gonna brag. I discovered it. Well, I mean, kind of. If you look at the equinox, so on the equator, when you're on the equator, right? How do you even know when you're on the equator, right? So, if you're on the equator, on the equinox, right? The sun will rise due east and set due west, right? Correct?
Yeah, it rises in the east and sets in the west.
Yeah, takes a straight line across the sky. Okay. Well, if you're on the equator, that means that day, the time the sun's up to when it goes down, that should be the shortest day of the year. because the arc the sun takes there is no arc. It's a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But it's like a week later. The sun is going to be, say, north a little bit, and that's going to have an arc to it, right? It's not going to be a straight line, so it's going to take a longer amount of time to cross that, so the day is going to be longer.
Yeah, that would be until it reaches the solstice, then it comes back.
Exactly, and that would be the longest day of the year on the equator, and then it starts coming back, right? And how you can tell, right? So when you should be able to tell when the equinox exactly is by timing sunrise to sunset on the equinox and just time it day after day after day. And when the days, they get shorter and shorter and shorter, right? On the equinox, it'll be the shortest day. And then when the days get longer again, right? You know it went to the other side, right? The southern hemisphere. It crossed over your head and went to the southern hemisphere, and days are getting longer again. Well, that fucking shit don't happen.
Well, that's if you're standing at the equator.
That shit don't happen, dude. In the real world, that don't happen.
No, it doesn't. But like that's the thing.
If you go on time and date, the shortest day of the year on the equinox. Same with SunCalc. The shortest day of the year is not on the equinox. It's in April.
No.
It's in April.
Yeah, because we're depends where you are, right?
No, I'm talking about on the equator.
On the equator, it's April. Well, yeah, wouldn't that be the equinox?
It should be, but it's not. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It should be, but it's not. And then on the vernal equinox, which is the September one, should be the September one, the shortest day of the year is August. It's like August 21st.
So isn't that just precession?
Listen. This is why the analemma is asymmetric. Because those 2 days, those shortest days a year, that is when the fucking sun is in where the analemma crosses over. Where it's the center of the figure 8.
Yeah.
When it's that day, the sun is in that center of the figure 8, and that's the shortest day of the year on the equator. Though it's a month late or a month early, depending on how you look at it. Now, tell a Globetrotter this, they'll sit there, the globe model works perfectly. Yeah, until you look closer. It's not perfect. It's far from perfect. It's good enough for practical purposes. That's it. If there is
so where do you think on Earth? Like, there's got to be a place on Earth.
I don't believe
where it's actually the shortest day. Like, it changes, right?
Look, all I know is like, hey, I want to find the equator. Oh, let's go find the place with the shortest day that there is. I mean, it might take you a while if you did a brute force trial and error. But there is no such place. Because the Earth's not a fucking ball.
Yeah, well, I honestly, I thought it was because of the precession of the equinox, which changes over time. So at first, when the calendar was
that's
set,
like a 26,000 year cycle, and whether that even happens is in dispute. I hate to tell you.
I mean, it's a noticeable change. Like, for example,
they built a temple in the 1600s. They built a temple in the 1600s so that the sun shines through this hole in the equinox, and it's still shining through that hole.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the
equinox precesses. Right? If the equinox precesses, why don't the planets precess?
I'm saying, like, there's like a little bit of change, which is measurable, which is like Aries.
You're just saying that, dude.
You know, like Aries, like, you know the star of Aries?
Gotta be measurable.
Like the constellation. You know the constellation Aries?
Yeah, okay. So the sun, what the precession of the equinox is the sun, where the sun rises, it's going to rise in a constellation, right? And those constellations slowly precess around the sunrise over a period of, I don't know, the great years, like 26,000 years or something. Maybe 12,000. It's one of the two. So the sun should be rising in a different place against the background stars. It should be rising in different background stars.
Right.
But they built temples where the sun just rises relative to the temple in the exact same fucking place.
I would say there's a slight change. There's a little bit. I mean, it's still there. It's still at the right place. Maybe just like inches or
hundreds of years,
a whole foot off. Yeah, I'd say so. Like
You're
you
just
can even
guessing.
measure.
You're guessing now. You
Well,
could
like you
measure it.
said,
Has anybody?
yes.
Because I have a published paper on it. On whether the precession. Because here's the other problem with the precession of the equinox: the planets should precess as well. If the Earth was wobbling, the planets would precess.
Well, you can have an explanation on the flat Earth model.
Why
for
don't the
precession
planets
as well.
precess against the background stars?
I would say it's because of the sun's movement, not the stars, because the stars have always been there.
Well, I'm talking about in the globe model. Why don't the planets, the solar system, precess?
I think they're trying to say that the stars precess just because that there is a Earth wobble, right? But for us, it's relative to the sun because it lines up to where the sun rises, as you said, right? And if it's just a few degrees of an angle off over, it's supposed to be 26,000 years for it to just make a full wobble, right? Which means going all around, right?
Yeah.
Then, yeah, it would take 26,000 years, but it's only been what, like 2,000, right? So just like a tenth of that, or a 12th, 13th of that. There should be like a 13th of 365 that it has like changed, right? Or 360 degrees, a 13th of 360 degrees where Aries has moved relative to where the sun would rise at that point. So Aries used to be in January, but now it's in March, like the cusp of Aries. Which I would say that it's because of the sun. So we're relatively comparing the star system to the sun. Therefore, the sun probably moves, which also explains the analemma as well, and the days.
Sun precesses.
Sort of, yeah. I'd say so.
All the stuff's interesting, but quite honestly, it's academic. You're never gonna know. You can come up with dozens of models for how the planets behave and move. Because I just come to my head, like Tycho Brahe has a model which does all this stuff and predicts all this stuff, and he's got the sun and the moon are orbiting the Earth, and then all the planets. The sun and the planets orbit the sun, but the sun and the moon orbit the Earth. That's in that model, which also technically works.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right, but we can sit here and come up with models all day. I mean, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we're just I'll just the easiest.
Yeah, I like how it's like an ideal pool that continuously grows. It adapts, right? It's not like one thing that's stable. It's stagnant, right? It changes with the times.
Look, let me read what Copernicus wrote because people were smart back then. They didn't lie to themselves like we lie to ourselves now. He said, "For it's the duty of an astronomer to compose the history of the celestial motions through careful and expert study." Okay. Then he must conceive and devise the causes of such motions or hypothesize about them. Since he cannot in any way attain to the true causes, he will adopt whatever suppositions enable him to enable the motions to be computed correctly from the principles of geometry for the future as well as the past. The present author has performed both these duties excellently, for these hypotheses need not be true nor even probable. What they're saying is that they're going to make a model based upon some fucking made-up idea in their head, okay? And it doesn't matter about the made-up idea. It only matters that if the geometry they use makes an accurate prediction. It's a purely pragmatic viewpoint with no philosophical underpinnings about whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
Meaning the concept. So I'll give you an example. James Clerk Maxwell came up with the current theory we use of electricity and magnetism. The entire mathematical formalism was based upon a mechanical model of the ether. Now, nobody believes the ether is real anymore. But his mechanical model is what's still in use. It's still the mathematics are still in use today. And he thought there was like little balls rolling against each other or something, and it's fucking some rarefied fucking ether gas or something. It's unclear exactly what he thought the substance was, but he modeled it. He made he modeled it as a physical mechanical model, just like the same way you would model like a grandfather clock or something. Okay. Now, it would be justified to take the same philosophical position as they currently take, well, people that come in here and argue with us, that because the model makes accurate predictions, it's physically real in the physical world. Such as, we use a globe to predict where the planets are, so the Earth must be a globe. But even in Copernicus' day, they said that doesn't matter. We're just using geometric concepts and adopting freaking hypothesis, and they need not be true or even probable because they don't care about that, because what they were trying to do was astrology.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So they didn't care the reason. They weren't trying to look for an ultimate truth. They were just trying to look, hey, fucking, I wonder where Mars is tomorrow. How do I do that? Oh, it's going up with these mathematics. Oh, shit, that works. Then some retard come and said, that's real. And now they're in this chat, talking shit, saying, the globe is real. Show me a globe Earth model. Oh, Google Earth. Google Earth's a cylinder. So what? Still looks like a globe. We just hear dumb shit. So the only point is, it's nice. You can reify a geocentric model. You can reify a heliocentric model. You can reify Tycho's model or any other model. But, like, you know, whether that model is the physical reality of the situation, that's another question altogether. So the analemma is interesting, I think.
Yeah.
I think there's some
Honestly,
clue there.
I
I don't know
that,
what
honestly.
it is.
I didn't know that the equinox at the equator was not the longest day.
Yeah, look on time and date.
Or the
Man.
shortest day.
Look, go down the time and date and look for the day that it changes, right? So you'll be able to see day length, right? And the days will get shorter. Like in the fucking in the spreadsheet table. So you look at the table, it's shorter, and then it'll start getting longer. The day it starts getting longer when it does the transition, that's the shortest day of the year. Right? Obviously, it goes down.
I mean
back
like the
up.
duration.
So that's the low point, right? That's the local minimum.
Are you saying like the duration of sunlight at the equator throughout the year?
Day length, meaning sunrise, sunset. Sunrise to sunset. How long the sun's up? Because the day length is based upon how long the sun is in the sky, right? And how long the sun is in the sky is based upon the arc that it takes through the sky. And the arc that it takes through the sky is the shortest on the equinox because it's a fucking straight line.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make sense. Not my problem.
I've been finishing off that Lanolin versus McToon versus a bunch of other annoying anti-flat earthers. And you know who's even worse faith than McToon? That freaking PhD Tony guy. That guy.
Oh, yeah.
That guy is a freaking clown. Absolute clown. I don't know how some of these grown men can conduct themselves like that, and in their own minds they think that they're crushing it or they're impressing people or something like that. Maybe they're impressing some other anti-flat earthers that are also degenerate trolls, but just the way they conduct themselves, it's obviously bad faith, right? It's obviously just generally just wrong the way they're talking to people. Right, just yelling and screaming and crying and strawmanning everything.
I was about to say strawmanning. It seems to be the only game they have.
Yeah, fallacies and feelings. I've been saying that for a while now. That's all the globers have.
They pop up the azimuthal equidistant map, and they try to stick you with it. The problem is too many flat earthers are too happy to go along with it. All too happy. They've been representing this to their friends and their family.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
You know, like Josh basically came in here yesterday, and when he started plopping down the ISS tracks, comparing the globe coordinates with flat Earth, and when we pointed out that, well, the flat Earth coordinates he used in there's still globe coordinates, he basically all but admitted, like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. This doesn't work on you guys. This works on the dumb flat earthers and the other community."
Yeah, I actually messaged him that yesterday. I'm like, maybe you should go back to QOps server. You know, with this bullshit. You know, I'd already explained to him the previous day the same thing, that he was strawmanning us.
That's what other people were saying.
Yeah, and he came back the next day and did it again. Which is, to put him on thin ice, that's for sure.
I know he must know this stuff. I know he must know the higher geometry and mathematics involved with coordinate reference systems and geometric concepts, topologies, and manifolds. I mean, he's an aerospace engineer. He understands the concepts of orbital mechanics. He understands maps and coordinates.
Well, I think that they handpick people like Josh. I think maybe he has a very good memory. Okay, he's very good at memorizing and regurgitating what he gets told to memorize and regurgitate. I don't know if he's that smart of a guy, right? His intelligence. And he seems kind of more like a salesman, right? Yeah. That's what I'm getting. He's very good at repeating the glossary, right?
Salesman and manager.
It makes sense. I mean, you can make up for your lack of processing power with good RAM.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the things he says are total bullshit. Like a lot of the things he says, they sound very technical. Like he was talking about X-rays the other day, and then I just looked it up. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. I looked it up. I'm like, oh, you're completely wrong about that. Like, not only are you wrong, it's like the opposite of what you just claimed. And he's like, oh yeah, well, that's not my area of expertise, you know. So yeah, I admit I'm wrong about that. I can always admit when I'm wrong. I'm really honest. I'm like, but why did you say it with such confidence? You acted like you knew what you were talking about, but everything you were saying was complete horse shit. And he's like, yeah, it was. I was wrong, completely wrong. It's like, what were you just trying it on us or what? Like, you know, same with the Velcro thing, same with quite a lot of the things he says. And now it's got to the point where I think he's just a bullshit artist with a lot of the things he says.
I may have been wrong in my assessment yesterday when I said that I think he knows exactly what he's doing. Maybe he really doesn't in that case.
Yeah, he's like a PR guy. He's like memorized glossary.
You know, his job title is something like communication and science or something.
Yeah, I've been talking to him for months. We all have in here, maybe a year now.
Yeah, he's a fraud. You ask him any hard questions and you get nothing.
I mean, he showed everybody his car, and he's got the license plate, custom vanity plate that says it's flat.
Yep. I saw that.
So yeah, I mean, if you know, it's funny. Like yesterday, he called me out by name, asking basically to talk to me after I was basically packing up for the night. Incidentally, you know, maybe it's because I tagged him in here the other previous night when he dropped that ISS orbit comparison between flat and globe Earth. And I just, when I responded and basically told him that he's strawmanning flat Earth by providing us a coordinate reference system that's still spherical. I was just reminding myself of the other like 10 conversations that I've had with him where he seemingly understood what we were talking about. And then wondering why it is he suddenly, like NPC reset, felt so confused. Like, so I question even his memory. Like, maybe he can memorize and regurgitate academic stuff, but yeah, has he forgotten what our community talks about in here and what all the discussions we've had, personal one-on-one discussions too? There's something really weird going on.
Yeah, super weird. That's what I was thinking. It's just bizarre. The whole situation of him coming in here all the time, the way he acts, it's just bizarre.
Yeah, like why at this point would you come in here and submit the azimuthal equidistant projection as a flat Earth?
He does the same thing that Jesse Path of Light does. He'll present something to someone like you or DJ, call bullshit. Y'all will call bullshit on it, or Indio. And then when they're not here, he'll present it again and see if he can't swindle somebody over that doesn't understand what they're looking at.
Since the first time I interacted with him, I thought he was an operative of some kind.
I mean, his profile picture says it all. He's a communicator.
I really don't think he is. I think he's genuine. We're seeing a similar psychological profile come through here of other people that deal with this topic in the same way. He's bothered by it.
He's got a few NPC installations, right? He's got the Matthew Learns kit. He's got the satellite upgrade kit. So yeah, he's just seems like a bit of an NPC to me. Just wanders around with different scripts and tries them on different flat earthers, and it's like not like when he's not in here, he's off doing his job. When he's not in here, I'll check other voice chats, right? And he'll be in there in some other flat earth server.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Is like how do you hold a professional, high profile job and be inattentive and gone doing Discord for 10 hours, 12 hours a day? I mean, I've seen him in other servers like a total of, a good 15, 16 hours. It's crazy.
Oh, I mean, he's in my view another Washington D.C. Beltway wonk. You get paid a lot of money for a lot of workplace flexibility with little oversight as long as you get your job done. His job is essentially business development. So this entails linking people together so that they can go bid on government contracts. And he has a fat Rolodex, so he can basically drive around running errands all day to IKEA, talking to us on Discord, and maybe check in with the office once in a while and still get paid.
Has he told you about his WEF connections?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get it. Like, there are only a handful of real aerospace engineers, graduates of prestigious aerospace engineering programs. When you reach that status, I mean, the red carpet does get rolled out for you. And not just the graduate, being a graduate of such a program, but passing your engineering exams and then also being employed as such, which I believe he's been before. So, I mean, he's really part of an elite cadre of people. This is true. But what he's been able to demonstrate to us is that even someone of his status and, claimed connectedness in the industry, he is actually quite far removed from physical hands-on application with the technologies that he's representing. And this is not by far like an abnormal thing. This is quite the norm. We get people all the time who come in here who who claim to be like satellite engineers or even satellite drivers. And then you start picking their story apart, asking them a few questions, and you scratch and find out, well, they're not the ones that actually do it, but they're in an industry with those who do, and they seem to know somebody who might actually do it, but they handle this other thing that's seemingly close to that exact work. And this is even assuming that somebody who's actually doing this work is actually in a capacity or position to know. They aren't necessarily either.
Well, I've got a friend that was a NASA rocket scientist. He was an Air Force officer. I don't know his rank, but anyway, it's amazing how little he knows. I mean, there's certain things he knows really well, but they just had him figuring out how to put these things together. Didn't really know what was going on.
A great case in point is when Robert Bassano started going through phone directories and called the NASA's Hubble spaceflight program deputy director. And like 10 minutes into the conversation, we find out that the deputy director for the Hubble program has never seen raw feeds from Hubble itself.
Wow.
The question, of course, arises is how is it you are responsible for a program and you do not have direct access to the technology?
That's amazing.
Yep. But for him, I mean, this is just kind of normal. Why? Because everything is segregated. Everything is spread out on this massive topology, this network topology. So I think from his standpoint is I'm the program director. Why would I need to see this myself? There's some office below me somewhere that is receiving this data from another office. I tend to think that the people that might know something about this in this industry would have to have a crossover of a couple different kinds of skill sets or disciplines. One of them is probably going to be involved in cartography and mapping, understanding coordinate reference systems and the technologies it use. And the other is going to be somebody, that same person potentially, who has also been part of, been working in like payload integration facilities for satellites. Basically, people who are at the last mile, last step for these things, and can link them together. So people who can watch the fairing close up on the second or third or whatever final stage of the payload, just hours before actual launch, and then understands that there's a direct link between that object, the rocket that it's hoisted on, the telemetry coming out of that rocket, and then going to a downlink where it's processed and then analyzed. And then understanding the nature of the mathematics behind how that telemetry data is processed into coordinate references for tracking. People like this over time might start to wonder about the arbitrary nature of coordinate reference systems, and if they've seen firsthand the actual package without any kind of balloon assembly attached to it, and they might wonder about potentially alternate explanations of the physics of an orbit, besides going around a ball and rotating meanwhile. And then you start digging into potential alternatives, including the electric universe idea. And then you start reading about how, yes, there are NASA scientists and affiliated scientists who fully buy into this and have chastised the simplistic gravitational mechanics that is often taught to people and is more conventionally understood with the technology involved in these things.
Well, and how do they account for the acceleration and deceleration phase in the satellite mechanics, telemetry data.
Yeah, acceleration and deceleration is handled with electrodynamics. It's explained that they basically go perpendicular to the magnetic fields.
Oh, okay, that's the explanation, huh?
Yeah, and they have like they have coils that's wrapped around the outer frame of these things. It's basically creating a big like ionic sheath, and they can charge and discharge, change the polarity of the electron density across the sheath, across the surface, which interacts differently with the magnetic field that it's flowing through. So they're able to move this way and that way and this way and that way. And then, they publish their data. Like, you can find this if you go to NASA's technical report servers and type like electrodynamic propulsion. You can find their so-called experiments in the upper atmosphere going back to the 1970s, playing around with this stuff. And then you're like, well, what's the role of gravity? And then you read in these own papers, well, we believe, gravity is about 40 orders of magnitude weaker than the electrodynamic forces at work in this. In other words, we're not really accounting for it. We're dealing completely with an electric universe here. And in the same server, you find similar experiments where packages are brought up and slung into gravitational orbits using gravity wells. It's like, well, what's going on here? Which is it? And then you find the more conventional stuff. And in my view, maybe both of these are BS. You find the more conventional stuff involving balloons with long dwell times, like super pressure balloons.
Yeah.
And then you start to read further that maybe it's balloons, but also a combination of things. Not only just other high altitude craft, but potentially it's all ground-based antenna work. That the communications is done with ground-based antennas and can give the appearance of things that are flying across the sky in orbit. But then what are the lights? Well, who knows what the lights are? I mean, you can really go down this rabbit hole quick and find that they can actually produce artificial stars. And like, what? Yeah, they blast a high-intensity beam somewhere way up high, and it like activates sodium molecules, and they start giving off light, and it looks like a star. And they can move it around. So what the hell is actually going on? I don't know. And I don't think anybody, for the most part, actually knows. I mean, there are going to be a handful of people, but they're going to have, it's not like they're going to have like a super mega top secret clearance to gain access to it. They're going to have the right combination of things to understand what's going on and what they're actually dealing with.
Could it be like dark, well, what's the right term? Like a secretive, unknown government that's actually in the works behind the scenes. I mean, there's some crazy stuff going on.
I don't know. I think a lot of this is propaganda. I think most people working at NASA believe that Earth is a globe too. I believe that there are probably people at NASA that are still trying to figure out secretly how to conduct an orbit with spacecraft, knowing that in reality it's never been done the way it's claimed. And that the number of people who are actually like in the know on this are probably very few, and they're probably not that influential. Right. When you look at what NASA's mission is, it's to project technological power, capabilities, achievements that may or may not exist. Right? You don't have to be like a secret flat earther working in the government to hide the nature of Earth from the public to do that. The NASA astronauts that went to the moon, they believe in a globe, and they probably camped out on Guam or something for a couple of weeks while the moon missions were underway. I mean, they were never high enough to see what the Earth is. So, I mean, when it comes to like conspiracy theories and ideations of this sort, I really sidestep it all and say, no, I think, in my view, this situation is actually worse. It's worse than some kind of dark cabal that's like secretly in control. It's that nobody actually is in control, and this is a mass self-delusion, like an urban myth that got away. It means there's no one really to point the finger to.
It's possible, but like the technology that's in the skies, some of it, I mean, there's just so much of it that there's got to be some infrastructure supporting that. And yeah, it's pretty overwhelming. I see it specifically using night vision, and there's a lot of shit moving up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that the people actually using, building, launching, and steering it and maintaining it have all done so under the auspices of the heliocentric globe idea. And yet it somehow works when that's not the true nature of reality. That is like a fourth possibility in all this. That yes, you can take a piece of metal, put it on top of a rocket and launch the rocket in a parabolic arc at 17,500 miles per hour, deploy it, and it will give the appearance of a global rotation. Why? Because maybe that's the way that you designed the telemetry feedback mechanisms in it to report. But physically, you don't really have any conducted actual measurements of what this thing's doing gyroscopically, so you have no rotational vector to actually report. And this is also a problem. Nobody's actually been able to report a rotational vector, which is necessary to conduct an orbit. So you have an object that's going in an orbital period of about 90 minutes, which means it's completing an orbital pass every 90 minutes, which means it's doing a somersault 360 degrees to maintain downward orientation to the surface of Earth every 90 minutes, which means that if this is happening, then certainly some gyro somewhere is able to measure that rotation. 360 degrees of rotation every 90 minutes. That information is missing. Nobody has ever produced it. Nobody can. We do get orbital calculations, but we don't have raw feedback at the gimbal. And the same goes for airplanes and boats and anything else that uses inertial navigation systems, including those big, massive ring laser gyros.
I was going to ask is that kind of like the black box pitch data in the flight recorders?
Yeah, we've done deep dives on that. Mm-hmm. I've got presentations on this, and the fact of the matter is the pitch data that's being presented comes after it has been algorithmically and statistically smoothed. So you can't really use it to justify whether the Earth is flat or round either way, because this is not being recorded at the gimbal and presented to you. This is after it has been statistically modified. They claim that they have updated the horizontal reference plane at every continuous and instantaneous location. And so this is why they can present to you no deviation of pitch as the airplane moves. So what we want to get is the actual deviation before the pitch data is delivered, and then corrected, and then normalized. Because what they claim to do is to normalize the curvature of the Earth. So we want that unnormalized data, and we started digging into it to try and obtain it. We find out that it's protected by trade secrets and patents. It's protected by, even in some cases, national security.
Yeah.
And companies that have leaked or inadvertently leaked that data have been sued, compelled by the government to pay fines, as was in the case of either Honeywell or Boeing, forgot which. It's like an $80 million suit. So this data you'll never get. You will never have access to it.
Yeah, you probably know that story about the 777 pilot that I think he was in Texas, and he got an error code for that box that controls the I don't know
Yeah,
the right term.
Earth data inertial referencing at the Adaru. Yeah, I know that story. I tried to pick up where he left off, and that's where I got.
That was interesting. On the satellite thing, so if I'm correct, if I understood right, they don't have any north-south circumpolar orbits, do they?
No, not exactly. They claim to get close.
Because I've watched them go absolute direct north and I can't say south, but absolute direct north. I've observed them.
Maybe from your vantage point, but in total, they themselves claim that they can only get within, few degrees of the actual north and south. And there's some historical reasons they claim for this. This is all by their accounts. Like in the 1960s and 70s, you can read about their attempts to conduct polar orbits. What they found was that the satellites would start initiating a tumbling phase whenever they'd go over the poles. First off, it gets cold, and second off, they said that their star trackers, their attitude trackers, were unable to distinguish the difference between the sky and the ground, which means that their gyros could not compensate for downward facing or nadir facing orientation as it orbits and has to rotate. And furthermore, that it would lose power because it's so cold.
But are you saying they're claiming that it's colder in outer space over the poles?
Yeah, exactly. It's colder over the poles, and the contrast between sky and ground are hard for the instruments to differentiate to maintain attitude. And the result is a loss of battery power. So what they started to do to compensate for this is in the 70s and into the 80s, they started to shut the satellites off. They say this, right? And then they wait, and say, okay, by now it should be done. It should be out of the danger zone. And then they have it fire back on again, turn on, power up the systems, and then reorient itself.
"24/7 flat." That's what you got to join. Y'all know? Y'all hear me? What's cracking?
24/7 flat.
Y'all, what's cracking?
Okay. Well,
What's up?
okay. Welcome.
Oh, the Earth ain't
What
flat, my
brings you?
homeboy. Ain't the
One at a time.
What brings
boy.
you gentlemen here?
The Earth ain't flat. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, you observe the horizon to be horizontal, and you treat the Earth as flat and stationary for all practical purposes already. I hate to break it to you, buddy, but
When
you have no.
I go to
Yeah,
China,
man, what?
if people in
You have
China
no
walk
proof
upside
of
down,
curvature. All right,
Wait,
stop
but
talking.
isn't the Earth a pancake just like the sun?
Why on earth would it be? You guys are very low-level trolls.
Well,
You
no,
should step
because
your game
if
up.
you look at the sun, it's a pancake. It's not a circle.
Nobody is making any claims. Relax, guys. Nobody's making any claims about the lights in the sky. They're non sequitur to the ground. They got nothing to do with it.
Wait, but doesn't the equator prove that the Jupiter is
Why
circular?
would it? What are you
Kylo
even?
King, will you
What
quit
are you
sending me
even
a
babbling
big
about?
and chat, please? I don't really appreciate it. And if you're gonna show me what you're packing, at least.
All right, you kids can go play somewhere else now. Goodbye.
Do you actually think that the Earth is flat?
We know it's flat.
We know it is. Now, thinking about it, if you're gonna chill, we can leave you unmuted. You can speak.
Oh no! I'm not with the other guys.
Okay. All right.
That was just a coincidence. Anyways, so
As long as
wait,
you act chill, you'll be okay.
okay. Why so many people have the YouTube profile picture? First of all,
Those are bots. We're streaming.
Oh yeah, those are just streaming bots, and it's more so for posterity. It's not like we care about anybody watching the streams, we record all of the conversations here in case somebody decides to try and lie about what was said or anything, and we can go back and say, yeah, this is exactly what you said.
That's smart. You can catch that buddy up in a lie. That's actually smart.
Yeah, man. And you can feel free to use it too. That's what they're here for.
I don't
well,
know
don't mistake it. Any good conversations we might have might turn into a future best of moments.
Yeah, that happens too.
Those as well.
We've got some people who compile clips together as well. Yeah, well, everybody
if you
does.
If you click on either of those YouTubes up there, it'll take you to their YouTube channel.
Yeah, like I said, it's not so much about the views. We keep those channels to store the data.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh gosh, these guys are doing it again.
As long as you
right,
guys
they are your friends, Cooper.
Yeah, and you don't have
You don't have to
if they
cast
are
them off. There's always a smart one within the group, and clearly that's you.
I'm pretty smart for like brains wise, but I don't like school.
That in itself
I like that's
probably
pretzels
makes you
instead.
smarter than most.
Yeah, that's fair
Well,
enough.
think of it this way, Cooper. We all have to do things that we don't want to do in life, and this is just practice for it.
Wait, but I want to do this. This is fun.
I'm talking about going to school and
said when
taking
you came in here, Cooper. You said
What did I say?
flat like a pancake.
Huh?
You said the Earth was flat like a pancake?
Do you think that Earth is flat like a pancake?
I would say it's flatter than a pancake. Well, at least Kansas is.
Wait.
When we
That's
say
a
the
good
Earth is flat, we're not ignoring that the Earth has general topography to it. You know.
Wait, so you
We're
guys
just
think that the
saying
Earth
that
is
it's
curved?
laid
just
out
not
across a
sphere?
planar surface.
No, listen to what he's saying, man.
Now,
listen.
what did you ask there, Cooper?
I said, are you saying that the Earth is curved? Are you saying that the Earth is curved, but it's just not a sphere?
No, I'm not saying that either.
So you think that the Earth is flat?
Yeah. When we say the Earth's flat, what do you think we mean?
Well, whenever you say that the Earth is flat, okay. I just have to say this because he's asking me to tell you guys. Scottie Pippen says that you can unmute him and he has an apology.
Yeah, well, we'll get
But
it.
anyways.
Good morning, guys.
He said that it's a very important apology. Okay, but anyways, whenever you guys think the Earth is flat, I think that that the Earth is flat.
Okay, yeah, but you understand we're not talking about something that's two-dimensional, right?
No.
There's still depth
Wait.
to the Earth, all that.
Yeah. I know you guys don't think it's like flat.
Yeah. So another thing is, do you think when we say the Earth's flat, we're talking about like a flat planet? Still kind of the third rock from the sun, just orbiting around. It's just flat. Do you think that's what we're talking about?
Yeah, I think you guys are talking about like a frisbee.
No, man.
Is this frisbee in the solar system?
Like the Earth would look like a frisbee.
Yeah, but where is this frisbee placed? Is it in the solar system, you know?
Yeah, in the solar system.
Right, okay. So you understand that's not at all what we're talking about. That's a conception of this idea that's been presented to you by people that are against flat Earth, not flat earthers.
Wait, so if you believe that the Earth is flat, so are you saying that the Earth is not in a solar system?
No, the solar system is a construct within heliocentric cosmology. Right? We cast off the entirety of the heliocentric cosmology. the Earth is not located in any specific like space or medium. The Earth is, so far as we know it, the only thing in existence. It's the entire construct. I guess an easier way to think about it is how. Think about it this way, right? So in a heliocentric system or model, the Earth is enveloped in the larger cosmos, right? The universe, which is depicted as some type of bubble. Well, we're just take away that bubble and just keep the Earth itself. It's not.
Oh, that makes sense now. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Wait, so what are you arguing then? Or what's your
Well, we're not arguing. We're just here trying to present information for anybody. We're just here trying to share information for anybody that's interested, right? And willing to look
so what's
at
your claim? That's what I meant. What's your claim?
Well, our only claim is the Earth, the surface of the Earth measures flat. And we back that claim up with evidence. We've got laser transit tests, we've got long distance observations, we've got high altitude infrared observations, all showing us, well, demonstrating that basically we see way too far for what we should see if we were in fact on a sphere Earth.
Wait, so then when I was at a beach, I saw a boat go out into the ocean and then the boat disappeared after it went super far away. And it was just going forwards the whole time. It wasn't curving.
Yeah, objects can disappear from your vision across a flat surface. You've got a lot of optical effects taking place within the atmosphere. What they do, though, is they'll show you an observation of a boat, say, some portion of the bottom of the boat being obscured, lost from vision, right? And they'll just flat out say, look, this is a consequence of geometric curvature. But we can replicate these visual phenomenons on known flat surfaces. So that there demonstrates that, first, it's possible on a flat surface and you don't need curvature. You don't need like physical obstruction to cause this phenomenon. So that should then, knowing that, you should reassess these observations of boats supposedly being obscured. They are obscured. I'm not saying they're not obscured. But concluding that obscurement is solely for geometric reasons, that being the curvature of the Earth, right? That's the claim. Another issue with most of these observations or claims of boats being obscured is that generally you don't have any numbers to give us. You know, you've watched a boat and it's disappeared from your view in some manner, but you know, what distance did it disappear at, and is that distance in alignment with what the globe Earth mass dictates, basically?
That makes sense. So, do you think that all the satellite pictures and whenever astronauts go up into orbit and whenever they went to the moon, that's just all like fake?
I don't think you have to sit around wondering if it's fake or not. If there's a satellite or some space mission or the ISS or whatever, and it's depicting to you with its footage an Earth that has a curving surface, and then you go out into reality and you measure the surface and you find no curvature, then it can't possibly be what's depicted in this footage. Would you agree?
Yeah, but doesn't the shadowing of the sun depict that the Earth is a sphere, because you can like tell like by the shadow and what side the moon and the sun, or what side the sun is not on, and the rotation of the Earth, that the sun is reflecting off one side of the sphere and not getting to the other. So wouldn't it be always daytime if the Earth was flat?
Are you talking about the phases of the moon?
No, well, yeah, because the reflection of the sun is bouncing off the moon to make it like light up and to make it visible. But I'm just talking about like if the Earth was flat, wouldn't it always be daytime?
Is the sun or the moon the Earth?
No. But
the sun and the moon are these phenomenon we observe in the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we know some kind of rudimentary kind of aspects to them, you know. You know, they seem circular and they emit light, but that's all we can really tell about them. They may be interacting with one another in one manner, but I couldn't see how you could derive from that the Earth must be a sphere.
Well, what I'm deriving from that is that if the Earth was flat, would the Earth be rotating while it's being flat to not have the sun hit it? Because if the sun, or do you think that the sun is a real thing?
Of course, I experience the sun.
Yeah. So if you think that the sun is real, then how would the Earth be flat if it's... Hold up.
This is what I mean. You might be mixing up cosmologies here, right? Two different ideas. So you're thinking of a flat Earth again, but you think we still have a sun that's 93 million miles away and some 850,000 miles in diameter, right? The nature of the sun can be entirely different. I mean, if the sun was a lot smaller and a lot closer relative to, you know, what's claimed in heliocentrism, it would behave differently, no? Say that. I mean, can you hold it in your mind that the sun might in fact be smaller than the Earth?
It kind of makes sense to me, but also the depiction of the sun and how big it is. Also, the sun would have to be a lot closer, which would make the global... So either the temperature of the sun is being lied about, or the distance away that it would be being lied about, because if the sun was smaller, then the temperature would have a drop-off, so the sun would have to be closer than it is. So, I don't know. That makes a little less sense that the sun would be smaller, just because it would change a lot of stuff.
Well, it wouldn't be much of a stretch to, you know, conclude that if they're wrong about the distance and they're wrong about the size and they're probably wrong about every other parameter regarding the sun. And if they may be wrong on purpose, or it may just be, you know, incompetence, I'll let you come to a conclusion on that. But either way, if the sun is
I got something to say to Platter.
Closer to the Earth, then you know, as it moves, as we experience it moving through the sky, right?
Yeah.
You know, it takes its light with us, and you know, when it moves away from an area, that area falls into darkness, and it moves to another area, and that area illuminates.
Yeah. Platter, I don't look at the sun because it hurts my eyes, so I don't really know.
But you can see it at the horizon when it's far away, right?
I don't know. I'm never up that early.
You should try it sometime. So let me ask you this.
So you go to bed and wake up during the day?
Well, I go to bed around like around nighttime, and then I wake up around daytime.
Yeah, you know, sunset happens before that.
Wait, I never even looked at
That's
the sunset.
when the sun's on the horizon. Yeah, you can look right at the sun when it's on the horizon. Listen. You can look directly at the sun when it's on the horizon. And this answers your previous question. Why doesn't the sun light up the entire Earth? Because air absorbs light.
Well,
Did you
yeah,
know that?
but
But
so if
what?
you're saying that air absorbs light, are you saying that only partially some of the flat Earth is lit up because there's too
You
much
got
air
it,
blocking
buddy.
the light waves?
You got it. Exactly. Which is
Okay,
why
okay.
it doesn't turn instantly black, right? We have civil, nautical, and astronomical twilight, where it gets slowly darker, right?
Why is this dude putting a ton of pictures of the ocean?
I don't know, because it's flat.
Oh, he's showing boats. That's what it is. I need to assess my sources. I joined this and I got put on the spot real quick. So
No. What you need to assess is more than your sources. You need to assess the evidence that your sources provide.
wasn't there like a whole thing?
Don't
Like
do
a
it,
couple
dude.
of like a few years
No.
ago where it was like lasers and stuff, and they use them and it proved
What?
that the Earth was round.
No, they didn't use a laser.
Wait, can someone show me
really wanna
documents of evidence that the Earth is round or the Earth is flat?
How come when I say check your sources evidence and you just start spurting out on
Oh, because
documentaries?
I have no evidence.
Neither do they. No, I didn't say you. The sources. The sources that you think have the information. What is their evidence? Because you said a bunch of times, what if the Earth was flat, blah, blah, blah. But have you ever asked the opposite?
What if the Earth was round?
Yeah, what if the Earth was round? Like, how come there's upside down people?
There's no upside down people. The gravitational pull is different.
Well, now we're getting back
Wouldn't
into
the
story time.
gravitational... Okay, I have a question for you. Wouldn't the gravitational
Real quick,
pull of the
Cooper.
Earth...
Cooper, hold on, Cooper. You asked for documents. I just gave you a whole website full of documents proving the Earth is flat.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate you on that, Indio.
Hell yeah.
What's gravity?
Yeah. Have you never asked why you cannot see the curve of the Earth? Why there's no measurements for the curve?
Well, the curvature of the Earth is kind of simple. You just need to find the radius and then multiply, or I don't know if it's the radius or the diameter, and then multiply it by pi.
Oh, you're doing good.
Aren't you doing it backwards?
To find the...
You need to find the curve to find the radius. Well, you need to find the other. You need to find the curve before you can find the radius.
My bad. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, it's probably the smartest glober I've seen in a long time.
Oh my god! I know.
Yeah, I'm pretty young.
Well, you're like, it's weird because the younger they are, the more honest you guys are. The older people get, like, they're like, you know how you can't teach an old dog new tricks. The older people get, the more stubborn they are. They don't want to hear nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And like,
I agree.
anything we say, listen, anything we say, I want you to fact check it. I don't want you to take our word for it. I don't want you to take our word for anything we say. Check what we say.
I have something to say to Platter. So the reason that I can't make water stick to a ball is because the ball doesn't have its own gravitational pull. Which I don't know a lot about gravitational pulls and how that stuff
what is that?
forms and stuff.
Well, so you wouldn't be able to tell us what gravitational pull is.
Well, I just know that. Well, I mean, how are you sticking to the ground right now? Like, if you jump, how do you get pulled back down?
I'll walk you down a field of logic real quick. A little path, right? So you're going to say gravity is pulling us to the Earth, and the Earth is a sphere. And then we're going to go out and measure for the curve of the Earth. And then once we find out that there is no curvature and that the Earth measures flat, then the reason why we're sticking to the Earth is not because the Earth is a ball with gravity. Gravity is something else. What it is, we don't know. Nobody knows. But because the Earth is not curving, it can't be mass attracting mass pulling inward towards the center of mass and the bending and warping of space-time. It's something else.
Okay. Wait, I have a question for in this the flat Earth theory does not believe that the Earth that thing, that like picture kind of thing. How come all the other planets are spheres?
What in the
Other than
picture
what?
or in reality?
No, just in the picture.
Well, because the artist drew them like that.
Well, if the artist is making this big point about no globe, would that not make sense to represent that in their?
It's just art, man. It's just art. And
Well,
to
yeah,
say
but
that,
it's art
what about the other planets?
Specifically asking why the other planets spheres or whatever in that image, but that's because they were drawn that way.
But why did he choose to draw them that way instead of flat?
Because they're circular looking.
Because he's trying to make a point, right? You believe the other planets are spheres. You believe this is a depiction of the other planets. That's what you believe they are like in reality.
Well, no, because they're 2D. No? I believe that the planets are 3D.
Okay. But, so, you believe they look like this, but 3D, yeah? In reality?
Yeah. I believe that they're spheres because the gravitational pull is pulling in the landmass and turning them into spheres.
Yeah, we know. You have to understand, we were all educated on the globe as well. Most of us were globers for the majority of our lives. We know all the stories, know all the reasons, all the formation stories and theories and explanations. Right? You don't have to explain any of it back to us. I was trying to explain this to you originally, not to think of flat Earth as just the third disk from the sun spinning, orbiting in the solar system, because that's not what we're talking about here. That's a retarded idea that's presented by anti-flat earthers to make flat Earth look stupid so you won't investigate it.
Yeah, when you say other planets,
as far as the other on your sheep, you take it.
I'm just going to say real quick, if you say other planets, all the other planets look spherical, you're already presupposing that the Earth is also a planet because you're assuming other planets that are supposed to look like Earth. One of the things that I always say is when I look in the sky, I don't see grass, I don't see trees, I don't see animals, I don't see humans, I don't see plants, I don't see water, I don't see any life in the sky. So to think that anything in the sky would resemble Earth is just a misnomer.
Well, you can see water in the sky when it rains.
Okay, go above that. Is there water above that?
Well, then you would just, no, there wouldn't be.
So then why would you think that anything in the sky resembles anything on Earth? It's kind of like if you're in your house and you look at the ceiling and you see all the lights on your ceiling and you say, oh, those lights, they look like spheres, so therefore the ground underneath my feet should also be a sphere.
Okay.
Oh, those clouds in the sky are full of water. They're clouds, so therefore the Earth must also be a cloud. Sounds kind of silly, right?
Mm-hmm. I have a question though. So why would...
Go ahead, I'll
You're gish galloping, dude. You're gish galloping. Are you even listening to what he said to you?
What? Yeah. He was talking about if
you're in a category error. What he's telling you is that you're in a category error. Without any justification, you put Earth in the category of planet. Okay? How do you know Earth belongs in the category?
Well, that's what I was just going to ask.
Oh, okay.
I was going to ask why, like, I would be educated on right. Because does it not make sense that, like, if this is all right,
You're not educated, though. You haven't been educated. You've been told something, and they said, if you don't write this down on that piece of paper, you're going to fail. You haven't been educated. You were told to regurgitate back what they told you, or you're going to get a big fat F on your test. Right?
That's a good point, actually. That's a good
That's
point.
That's all that happened.
You missed it earlier,
Unless you will not advance unless you repeat back to us exactly what we say. That's all it was. But now you think that repetition is actually truth. There's no truth to it. They never presented evidence what they said actually is the truth.
The dude literally came in here. I'm gonna say the dude literally came in here, Indio, saying that he likes learning but he hates school.
Well, because school just spits back a ton of whitewash
the right
stuff.
place, my man.
I hate to say it to you, man. You're gonna have to still go to school, and you're still gonna have to pass their tests, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid.
You know why? Because they have bigger guns than you do.
My teachers don't have guns.
Well, if you don't go to school, men with guns are going to take you by gunpoint to school. It's called truancy. It's a crime. And men with guns will either lock you up and then force you to go to school in one of their jails, or they're going to say, if you don't go to school of your own volition, we're going to lock you up and you're going to go to school in one of our jails. That's the fact of the situation. It's a mandatory school, right? You have to go to school, right? It's against the law not to go to school as a child, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what do you think the consequences are if you don't listen? Men with guns come to your house and make you go. Like, that's how it is. Look, underneath all that paperwork is always a gun when it comes to the government. There's always a gun. There's always the threat of violence. It's always there. Now, we don't talk about it in polite circles, that's the situation, but that's what it actually is.
Yeah, they don't tell you that the school bus and the jail bus are exactly the same.
Huh.
Yeah. Oh, the food's the same too.
Structured
The food's the same too. Yeah, they're preparing you.
Wait, they're preparing me to go to jail?
No, they're preparing you to go to work, so that you think going to work is better than going to school, right? Because school sucks so bad, you're like, God damn, thank God I get to work a factory line. Screwing bolts. You're screwing bolts into a piece of sheet metal. Just way better than having to listen to that stupid teacher drone on.
At least I'm making money.
That's right. So I can have
Maybe
my
I can go on
TV
vacation
dinner.
at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Hey, single file line, kids. Single file line.
Good. This kid. How old are you, man? We're gonna freaking wreck his freaking childhood.
Well, I already know. That's kind of like already implied.
Oh no, Andrew, you may not. You may not want to know how old he is, since he's being nice. You're at least old enough to be on Discord, right, Cooper?
Yeah.
All right.
You seem like a pretty chill dude.
I just like gathering information and stuff.
Have you ever been to the beach, Cooper?
Yep.
And then I'm guessing you're probably around like 5 feet 6 inches. So, do you know how far away the horizon's supposed to be from your eye height?
Wait, time out. How'd you just guess my exact height?
I can tell by your voice.
Anyways,
once your voice changes, your nuts will drop, and then you'll spring right up.
Evidence, sheepdog. Well done.
You sound black.
But anyway, so do you know how far away the horizon's supposed to be from your eyes when you go to the beach?
I don't. Not off the top of my head, no.
Just under 3 miles, right? About like 2 and 2.7 miles.
Okay.
Problem is, when you go to the beach, you're going to see things a lot further away than that.
Yeah,
And if the
10
surface
miles,
of water's
13 miles, 30 miles. Sometimes it'll be even closer, right? Sometimes it'll be 1 mile away. The horizon just moves around. It's not the edge of a ball. But most of the time you see too far. Farther than the globe predicts. So that's why we're here. So we're here to tell you that that people say the Earth is a globe, and we fucking went out and checked, and it's not. It's pretty much that simple. We can't prove it to you on Discord. You have to prove it to yourself. So I said, check everything we say, including the Earth measures flat. You can go out and you can check this yourself. You don't need us. We can't prove it to you here. The flat Earth is outside. It's not here in this Discord or on TV or in a book. You live on the Earth. You should be able to test it yourself.
Hey, Cooper, I'm gonna ask this question to see if you can finish the answer. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what? Cooper. Hello.
Oh shoot, my bad. My mic was muted.
Sure.
I said
if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Then it must be flat.
Then it must be flat. And if the surface of the Earth measures flat, then whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth because you measured the surface to be flat.
I'm a little confused on that one.
Well, if you measured it not curving, then it's what?
Then your measurement's wrong, or it's not curving.
If it's not curving, it's flat. And if it's flat, then whatever's happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth because the Earth is flat.
Well,
I went ahead and put in the
sun and the moon and stuff.
I tagged you.
Well,
yeah, whatever the moon is, whatever the sun is. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, Cooper, if we measure you to be whatever height Sheepdog just said, 5'6", and then someone comes along and says, man, look at those lights. Look at the shadow he casts. There's no way he's 5'6". But you read the tape measure. And the tape measure said, you're 5'6". But they make some freaking give you some convoluted physics theory on why you're not 5'6". Who's right? The theoretician or the person that measured your height?
Yeah, the gravity and the bending and
the measurer.
The bending
exactly.
of measured.
Exactly. The measurement is correct. Okay, the direct measurement. And that's what we're talking about. You can directly measure the surface of the Earth to be not curving. And it doesn't matter what the sun, stars, moon do. It can't change that fact. No matter what they do. We'll have a theory. We can have a theory about what they do, why they're doing it. We can even have a mathematical model which predicts when it happens. That doesn't make that model physical reality. It doesn't. You know that for any arbitrary set of data, there is possibly an infinite number of mathematical models that can predict that data, right?
Can you
just because
arbitrary?
Arbitrary means any number. You can just pick any number. Okay. Doesn't matter. Arbitrary is mean there's no rhyme or reason to it. There's no rationale to it. It's just arbitrary. Just close your eyes, throw a dart at the dartboard. That's where it is. Right? So for any arbitrary data set, meaning any data set I could possibly think of in existence, there's possibly an infinite number of models that can predict the numbers within that set of data. Because we have lots of mathematical tools. We have all different types of mathematics. We have geometric algebra. We have regular algebra. We have multivariable calculus. We have differential geometry. We have all these tools. We have tensor calculus. We have topology. We have all sorts of mathematics. Some real, some imagined. Right? We have infinite. We can calculate in 22 dimensions. Right? We can do all these abstract ideas within a mathematical framework, but that doesn't make that mathematical framework physically real. Understand? We do this all the time in engineering, where we want to predict something and we'll use some mathematics to predict some output that happens on a device. But the engineers don't go, oh yeah, man, that's what must be happening in reality. For instance, in electricity, they use something called imaginary numbers. And those imaginary numbers, mathematically, they're like a rotation or a scaling, right? That's the transformation of the imaginary number. So you multiply a real number by an imaginary number, and it tells you how that thing scales on an XY grid. But nothing is scaling in the real world. It's just scaling in the mathematical model. Doesn't mean anything, right? But people reify, it's called reification. So they reify the mathematics, say the mathematics is real, then run around telling you, oh, we predict where the stars are using the assumption that we're on the inside of a sphere of infinite radius. So because we're inside a sphere of infinite radius, we can just say we're on a sphere, because mathematically it's the same thing. Being in a sphere and on a sphere are the same thing, mathematically.
Well, but if I was in a sphere, then I would suffocate.
No. The sphere is what you see around you, right? So if you're in the ocean, say you're in the middle of the ocean on a boat, right? It's going to look like you're in a hemispheric dome, right? The stars are going to look like a dome above you. And you can do spherical geometry to figure out the positions of stars based upon angles, right? But that doesn't mean you are inside of a sphere, or you're on a sphere. Because astronomy itself, doesn't use the globe, neither does like calculating the time of the sun, neither does calculating times of solar eclipses. They don't actually use the globe. They're all what's called observer-centric. So wherever you are, based upon how the sky looks, it supposes that you're inside a dome or inside of a sphere of stars, and you have a certain orientation within that sphere. This is what the mathematics does. Now I'm just talking about the mathematics. But people have said, no, it's not just a mathematical model. This is real. This is what's really happening. And you're not in a sphere, you're on a sphere.
Okay, so I think I get what you're saying. So what you're saying is kind of like that. Oh, what was I just about to say? It's that one job that Sheldon has in Friends.
You're looking at
It's like theoretical math. It's not actually true.
Exactly. No, well, I mean, yes. Look,
it has a purpose.
All math is abstract, right? Like numbers don't exist in reality. Like you can't go put a test tube. You can't go find the number 5 and put it in a test tube, right? There's no number 5 tree. There's no number 7 frickin' bush, right? So like they don't exist in reality. They're abstract ideas, and sometimes how close that representation is to reality, it could be 5 layers of abstraction removed from anything that's actually physically real. You know what I mean? So when you say theoretical physics, there's all sorts of different types of theoretical physics. You know.
Hey, Cooper.
Go ahead, Chief.
I just wanted to add, if you go up to 51 minutes past the hour, I tagged you in a playlist on YouTube that I saved. There's 7 laser tests there, all different types of observations, and save that playlist and watch it later at your own leisure, so that way you can see kind of what they do for the to measure flat. Go ahead.
So Cooper, I think I can illustrate this simply. in a simple way. Do you
Hold on,
think
my
you can
headphones are
direct?
bugging out. I can't hear anything. All right, it's good now.
So Cooper, do you think you can measure speed? Do you think speed
I
is a
think that
measured
I can. I think I can measure velocity.
velocity is a vector, dude. So no, you can't measure velocity. Okay, talk about speed. Can you measure your speed?
Well, yeah.
Okay. What instrument would you measure that with?
I could use a sensor, a laser, and a mirror to and bounce the laser, and depending on how fast or how long the laser was detected to be broken from the mirror, then I could tell how fast something would be going.
Okay. So you said it. What you're actually measuring, right, is distance and time. You're not measuring speed.
Well, but isn't distance and time correlated with speed?
Well, speed is what used to be called an improper quantity, right? In and of itself, it doesn't exist as something in nature that you can measure. You measure two other quantities, and speed is the relationship between those two other quantities, right? You measure time and distance, and speed is the relationship of those two things. But speed itself doesn't have any intrinsic existence. This is what I'm talking about, is like an abstraction. And speed especially seems like, oh, that's fucking real as fucking rainbows, right? But it's actually not. But people, we're like in modern era, we're caught in abstraction, and we're just stuck in our own heads, where like we don't even think that things are abstract or even abstract anymore. The whole point I'm making is like, you can calculate speed, but speed is not like it's not something you can directly measure. It doesn't really exist in nature.
Yeah, it's just kind of like a.
Yeah, it's a human concept that we came up with that to really compactify the information, right? I know the time it took to go from point A to point B, and point A and point B are this far apart, right? And I've taken those two values and I made this third value, this third abstract value called speed. And that value tells me like kind of like, you know, the amount of time that it took to travel a distance. But it doesn't, in and of itself, it doesn't even have anything to it. So like theoretical physics uses things like speed, they use things like velocity, they use all these abstract quantities. And but like we're at the point where we're lost in our own minds, and we can't even like we used to be grounded in reality, where like nature dictated how we thought about reality. But now we're like lost in mathematical physics, in abstractions, to the point where some of them don't have any bearing to reality at all. Like string theory or something. Like what is it, 131 dimensions? How many dimensions I have to now? I don't even know. I lost count. It can never be proven, right? And they might be able to use it to make some prediction of something. But the problem isn't doing it as for practical reasons. It's useful, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's when people start saying this is, dude. Why are you being rude? Did your mother? Do you suck your dad's dick with that mouth? Anyway, so it's useful, but that's not the question. The question is it true? Okay. Is it truth? Is it the truth of reality that the Earth is a globe? Well, there's only one way to tell. Either the surface of the Earth is curving or it isn't. If it's not curving, it's not a globe. If it is curving, it is a globe. It's pretty simple. And there's only one way to tell that, is to measure the Earth. There's no other way. There isn't looking at it, because looking at it obviously isn't good enough for globe earthers, because they see a flat Earth every day and they don't believe that. For some reason, they need to go someplace they've never been, and then they'll believe what the Earth is if they go to Magic Fairyland space.
Someone unmute Scully, please. Oh, he did. He
So
did.
you weren't being rude?
Thank you. Thank you.
No, it was another guy. No, he
That-
was
that
like
was-
way before you came in, but it's been handled.
It's his friend.
See,
It
what we're
was
trying
Scottie
to
Pippen
figure
that was
out,
being rude.
Cooper, what we're trying to figure out is what can we say is absolutely true, not what might be true, what could be true, which probably is true. How about we figure out what we know for certain? Okay,
And we don't want to imagine something and then build a story on it.
I just want to say one more thing, Chico. It's the purpose is to build a solid foundation. If we have a solid foundation of like everything in this foundation we know are true statements, now we can speculate and pile on top of that with speculation. And then maybe we can find more true statements. But at this point, we have a foundation on sand where almost all of it, there's maybes, probably, in other nonsense, right? They even say it. They even say it now. Well, it's the best evidence. It's the best explanation we have based upon the evidence, which basically means you're just lying to yourself. How do you know it's the best explanation? Maybe there's some dude in the hole with a better explanation.
How do you know that you have the best explanation?
Because I'm not trying to explain anything. I'm just trying to describe what is. Instead of like explaining how and why. It's a different thing, right? Just saying what exists. What exists? Does curved water exist? Let's go look for it. Oh, curved water don't exist. Well, if curved water
Well, I
don't
mean,
exist,
pure water exists.
then there can't
If
be
a
a
water
curve.
droplet, it's
Yeah,
it's a circle.
that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. And water droplets aren't spheres. So here's another problem. There's no spheres in nature. Right?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a sphere in nature.
And if you did, like say you saw a perfectly spherical rock, you would think a human being made it.
Yeah, there would probably have to be an outer source making a perfectly spherical.
So like people ask, hey, what's the shape of the flat earth? I'm like, okay, I don't know, shape of a rock. Okay, what shape is that? This is another example of the abstraction, right? They think that, and this is where the sphere Earth comes from. It comes from aesthetics and Plato and these guys thinking, well, a sphere is the most perfect shape, so the Earth must be a sphere. This is literally what they thought. They wrote it down. It's not like I'm making it up. They wrote down why they thought the Earth was a sphere initially. It didn't become quote unquote scientific till, hundreds of thousand years later. The reason at first they said it was just purely metaphysical and aesthetic. It wasn't based upon any science, wasn't based upon any measurement, wasn't based upon any observation. So this idea permeated, Western society, and it took hold, and they started what's called cherry picking and confirmation bias. So they have an idea, and you go out and you look for all the evidence that supports your idea, and you ignore the evidence that refutes it, right? And then you have 2,000 years later, and you tell people, well, hey, if you measure the surface of the Earth, it's not curved, and someone goes, well, if that was true, the scientists would have figured it out. Okay,
I have
which
a question
scientist?
for shut them down. What is specular reflections?
Indio loves this. Let Indio tell you. He does a good job on this.
A mirror, dude. A mirror. That's a specular reflection.
So, what's that supposed to prove to me?
When you shine a light at it, when you shine a light at a ball, it'll always have like a hot spot specular reflection. There'll be a bright spot. It's because of all the light we see off of a body is reflected light, unless it's self-illuminating, right? So if the light is reflected, it'll have a sphere will have a specular reflection because it's basically a convex mirror. And convex mirrors have a focal point that's inside the reflecting surface. So you can look up the formula for a convex mirror. There'll be two focal points, two focus points, right? Depending on how far away the observer is. But one of those focal points is inside the mirror, right? So we're at the point of this focus. The light is focused, so you're going to get a bright spot. It's a reflection of the light itself that's illuminating the sphere. That's magnified. It's also usually inverted, but this is a specular reflection on a sphere. And when people say, "Hey, the moon is," maybe it's not a sphere, maybe it's self-illuminating. Piece of the evidence is the fact that there is no observable specular reflection that you should see if the moon was illuminated by an external light source. The moon is very weird. Okay, I'll say that.
Yeah.
The moon, part of the moon, there's some of the observations of the moon say, yes, this is a sphere. Other observations say, no, this is not a sphere. So we have like an ambiguous observation. So you could say the phases, the phases of the moon tell you it's a sphere. Part of the phases. The weird thing about phases is the part that's illuminated, even there's more light that comes to, like, say you have a half moon, right? The bright part of the half moon is brighter than the full moon. Meaning if you measure the white part, the brightness of any particular part of the moon when it's only half moon, and then you took a full moon and measured the brightness of that same part when it was fully, it wouldn't be as bright as when it was a half moon, which makes no sense. Which makes absolutely zero sense. It should be the same level of illumination. And there's other things, man. People have done thermal imaging of the moon. It's only like fucking negative 40 degrees. Like, there's all sorts of weird shit with the moon. The moon is tidally locked. We only see one face, right? And they say, oh, because the moon is rotating perfectly so that the same face always faces towards the earth. Perfectly.
Oh.
And the moon's the same size as the sun. So, like, that's another perfect cosmic coincidence. Then we have eclipses. Eclipses where, sunrise eclipses, which shouldn't be possible in the heliocentric model because the angles aren't right. There's no way you should see, like, when a sunrise solar eclipse. So there should never, ever on Earth be an eclipse in which you see the sun or the moon blocking the sun at sunrise or sunset. But we have video of
Wait,
this.
I saw one of those.
Yeah, I know. They shouldn't happen.
Well, if they shouldn't have happened, then how did it happen?
Because the Earth is not a ball. Neither is the fucking moon.
Wait, so you're saying that if the Earth is not a ball?
In the heliocentric model, a sunrise or sunset eclipse, solar eclipse, should be impossible.
Let me look up the heliocentric model.
So think about that. The heliocentric with the sun-centered model. That's what the heliocentric model is. Sun-centered model where the planets orbit the sun.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so think about this. You're looking at the horizon. So that's a line of sight. That line of sight cuts through the moon and cuts through the sun, right? You have a sunrise, solar eclipse. The moon, the sun, and the horizon are all in the same line.
Mm-hmm.
How's that possible if the sun's 400 times further away than the moon? Because look at the horizon, right? Well, if you're looking at the horizon, you're looking slightly down, right? Because the horizon.
If you're looking at the horizon and the Earth would be flat, then you would be looking straight ahead, wouldn't you be?
No, because the Earth is under your feet. It would only the Earth would only be eye level if your eye was the level of the ground.
Oh yeah, my bad.
So you're going to have a slight downward tilt. Well, say we extend that line 300,000 miles, and then we extend that, like, keep extending it for the 93 million miles, and the sun, Earth, and moon can't be in a line. They can't be in what's called syzygy because there's an angle there. If everything was parallel, it would work. But everything's not parallel if there's a horizon and it dips down like a ball's supposed to. So this is the other thing that's possible. There's also selenelian eclipses in which the sun and the moon are both above the horizon and the moon's being eclipsed top down, but the earth is under your feet. So this is also a geometric impossibility. So, like I said, the moon's a weird thing. There's weird shit about the moon. People have recorded since the 1800s being able to see stars through the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's recorded by astronomers seeing stars through the moon. Like, you have the moon, it's like a half moon in the black part where there's supposed to be a moon there. People seeing stars through it. I actually have a video. There's a video we have of one of the last, I think it was the last solar eclipse that happened. And you can see, like, I don't know what you call it, solar flare or something through the freaking, what's supposed to be the moon. The sun is totally, completely eclipsed, and you see like a flash of fire in the center of it. Not dead center, but pretty close. I'll show you a video of that.
Yeah, can you show me that, please?
Yeah, it's pretty dope. It's going to take me a minute, so have someone else talk to him.
Yeah, so Cooper, what Indy was going to show you here is basically tying back into what he was saying before, right? The globe Earth is a perfect model, right? Perfectly aligns to reality, so long as you ignore everything that demonstrates it doesn't.
Wait, I have
You're
a
not
question.
going to be taught about these observations of stars through the moon or anything. It's not going to be brought to your attention because that's the type of evidence that is just ignored. Anyway, go ahead, ask a question.
Okay, for Yaga Brunel. Why'd you choose the lunar or the solar eclipse picture for this? Because it kind of like disproves what he was saying.
That GIF is showing the Selenelian eclipse, where the shadow is coming in from the top down on the moon.
No, it should be like two things above it.
Well, think about the observer, right? He's standing on top of the ball Earth. The entire ball Earth is below the observer's feet. Yet the shadow is coming down from the top on the moon.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
If you think about the geometry of the situation, right, the observer is standing on the top of the ball. The moon is above his head, right? So the ball must be below the moon geometrically. But the shadow is descending from the top of the moon downwards.
Yeah, the Earth's on the bottom of your feet, so the shadow should be coming up to the bottom of the moon.
Oh, now I understand what you're saying there. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, it's upside down.
It's termed the impossible eclipse.
Yeah. Should be either exiting or entering
mainstream.
The shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the video I posted above that? Mrs. Jenny Lee, lunar eclipse at sunrise, Selenelian viewed from the Cahokia Mounds.
I'll look at that.
Yeah, it's like 5 minutes long, but he's basically like, "Oh, it's so beautiful," but I wasn't expecting the shadow to be upside down.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly whenever I was watching the solar eclipse a year or two ago, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember.
Yeah, but you probably didn't see the shadows. Did you see the shadows that people were posting online? On the ground?
No.
You saw the video I just posted.
The shadows during an eclipse?
During a solar eclipse, yeah. That's the shadows on the ground. All the shadows are like making these circular links around it where, like, they say the moon is in front of the sun. So all these shadows look like they're little moons in front of suns.
And what's that supposed to show there? Because, I mean...
Something crazy-ass crap that we can't explain, bro. That's what that's supposed to show. That means that there's a lot of crazy stuff. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on that nobody can explain. And we understand that you went from thinking that you knew that the Earth was orbiting the sun to like not knowing anything. But hey, man, you're on the same level as us because all we know is the Earth is the surface of water is flat.
The explanation for why that happens, it makes sense. It makes no sense. So what they say is the leaves are acting like a diffraction grating and creating a whole bunch of little images of the eclipse through the spacings of the leaves. Okay, that's fine. I can buy that for $1. But then how come just because the entire fucking sun is out, we don't see a bunch of little goddamn suns through the leaves? We only see it when there's only a part of a sun. That doesn't make any sense to me.
So I mean, that's just not proven yet, right? There's no like logical explanation for that yet.
Yeah, and there's also, have you ever seen the snakes? Like right when the eclipse starts happening, it looks like there's like shadow snakes on the ground. You ever seen that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw that whenever we were watching it. Or not on a video though, like inside.
I also have a video. There's like astronomers in the Chilean desert, and they're all set up. They're like in the middle of nowhere, all set up with their equipment to capture solar eclipse there. And like out of nowhere, like a pack of fucking llamas, like llamas, dude, like 20 llamas, just like appear out of nowhere and just like are hanging out around them during the solar eclipse. And then as soon as it freaking ends, they all leave and just wander back into the desert.
Indy, did Cooper get a chance to see what you were searching for?
I don't know. We saw it. It's in the chat. If you scroll up, Cooper, yeah, the eclipse, see that little flash?
Yeah, that like kind of like circle type thing.
Yeah, that's a solar eclipse. And how come there's a flash in the dark spot?
I don't know. It's weird.
This was a NASA video. This is a NASA's video feed too.
Obviously, it was a moonfire.
Yeah, it must have been.
The crazy thing,
was when Elon Musk did a hooker out of the Tesla in space.
A lot of our evidence would actually come from NASA. Sorry, India. I was just trying to say that a lot of our evidence will come from NASA. It's called a hostile witness, where we show their incompetence and where they're proving the Earth to be, factual. Like they're talking out one side and blowing smoke out the other.
Yeah, so Cooper, a couple of days ago, they supposedly launch a Dragon capsule up to the ISS. Some clown comes into our Discord and he's like, "You tell me what's wrong with this video. It matches everything that's on Earth." And then I look at the video and it doesn't even match itself. Okay. The Earth, like from one from the ISS versus from the Dragon capsule have different amounts of curvature. It's super curvy from the fucking capsule, but it's less curvy from the ISS. And then there's like, I don't know who's freaking filming it, but there's an camera like external to the ISS filming it from above. Like, dude, like you guys got cameramen everywhere. Have you noticed how good at cameramen they are in space? Just like how professional they are.
Well, I mean, that kind of is their job.
To be a cameraman?
Well,
dude, they're better cameraman than Hollywood. Okay? I'm just saying. Well, because they like videotape inside, and it's always perfectly framed. They're never like you videotape people, right? Catch part of their eye, half their head, right? Some of the floor.
Yeah.
It's hard, right? It's hard to actually film video, and they have like 100,000 hours of continuous video. Yeah, like they do like single freaking clips, dude, and with no mistakes, freaking 2 hours straight with not a single mistake. Oh, and here's the problem with that. The serious problem with the whole endeavor of filming in space is stabilizing the camera. How do you make it not shake? There's no weight even to the camera. You have no counterbalance. It has no center of gravity. So on Earth, when we want to stabilize the camera, we make it, there's a rig, steady cam to counterweight. That wouldn't work in space. How's that going to work? Just fucking you're in free fall. Can't use a counterweight freaking system in outer space to steady your camera. So what are they doing? How come they're expert cameramen? Yeah.
Check this one out. Hey, Cooper, you see the tweet that I posted in the side chat?
Yeah. Who took this picture?
Who took the picture?
Well, maybe they just have one of them invisible selfie sticks.
Come on, dude.
I'm just kidding. I don't know.
But you get it, right? Like you see, it's not attached to anything. Look how far away it is from the capsule.
Yeah,
like who in their right mind would go that far away, detached from the capsule?
Not me. It's kind of scary.
Or it's just good visual effects.
Endless issues with space media, essentially.
Hold up, I got a question. Do you guys think that the moon landing was fake?
You think it was real?
I don't know, because I've heard a lot of mixed opinions on it, and every single time I'll have some person tell me that it was fake, and I'll be like, that makes a lot of sense. And then some person will come and they'll be, no, that's real, and they'll be like, But like, no one has good enough
Look, I'll
evidence
just tell
to
you
prove
this.
either point
Oh, bullshit. No way. Okay.
that I've seen so far.
Let me ask you this. How many times was the lunar lander tested?
Probably like once or twice.
Never. It's never tested. It was tested when they landed on the moon. That was the test. Now, would you get into something that was supposed to land on a, space rock that was never tested?
Probably not.
A moving space rock.
A moving space, exactly. In your orbit, it looks like a dick and balls. I wouldn't go just for that.
077 about to not.
No, have you ever seen the diagram of the translunar insertion orbit? It looks like they draw basically a dick and balls around the fucking moon and Earth, and that's their orbit.
The translunar what?
Translunar insertion. Because they have to fly to where the moon's going to be. They can't fly to where it is.
Even the name's dirty.
I can't get into Jack Parsons because he's a minor. But anyway.
Oh, it literally is.
Told you. It literally is, dude. They're trolling people like.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, even Elon Musk said when he put the Tesla in space, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Wait, he put a Tesla in space?
Say, like, these school kids have got nothing on NASA for, drawing phallics everywhere.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Wait, what just happened?
That was Elon Musk.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Does he have like a soundboard?
Yep.
That's crazy. Hold up, let me look up the Tesla in space.
If you look at that video, you can see while the car is supposedly orbiting, there's freaking clouds reflecting off of the windshield.
Oh, that is the Tesla.
He said we'd have way better CGI than that.
I thought that was just a CGI image.
It is. Well, they used
looks terrible.
There's an image of the room that they did that in.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, shut them down. Posted. There you go.
Yeah, I just see. That's kind of crazy. Wait, how do you? How did he even supposedly get?
I'll post you a GIF that pretty much show the process of how they would produce this food.
That's crazy how good or like how CGI or like how CGI stuff works.
Yeah. I'll post you another GIF, which is from, actually, I forget what it's from, but Indy will remember when he sees it. This is from like late 80s or 90s when the technology was not quite there for it all. And it just
That's another question I had. Like,
that's from the Gravity movie, right?
Maybe.
How did?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't we get beat in the space race?
Gemini. Here we go.
There was no space race, dude.
Well, I know, but didn't we get beat though? Still.
How do you get beat in a race that didn't exist? The Russians said they were never in any space race. They said that was completely made up bullshit by American media to get more funding, because Russia doesn't have to worry about lobbying their people, getting their people to agree to funding. I mean, technically the United States doesn't either, but that's just like PR. We're better at PR. So we need public support to get funding to go to do space stuff, because it actually fulfills no useful purpose, but they want a lot of money. So yet they made it like we're fighting the communists. Going to space is fighting for communists. And that's how it started. And then it ended up, now we're going to space for world peace.
So was Russia's landing real?
Landing where?
Into space. Or not landing. Was Russia going into space real?
Nobody's going into space, dude. Space is fiction. Look, I know it's hard to accept because you've grown up with this your entire life. It's fiction. Complete fiction. Dude, it's no different than they told you that. It's like Middle Earth or fucking some other fantasy story, dude. It's just fiction.
Narnia.
Yeah, Narnia is good. Narnia's a good analogy. So the idea of outer space.
There's nothing beyond Earth's atmosphere.
Brother, when do you think the idea? When do you think the idea of going into the sky and going to, like, you know, other places began in human history? How old do you think the idea is?
Probably like Egyptians.
Close.
I know they were Mesopotamia.
Icarus.
I mean, well, yeah, well, it's about 300 BC, 350 BC, the idea of outer space. But then the idea of going to other places. The first written text was written in 1 AD. It's called A True Story, and it's about freaking wars between the planets and stuff. So that's science fiction. They had no evidence that any of that was true. Not a shred of it. Now, do you think that they're just really good guessers? That 1,000 years, 2,000 years before they had any evidence that you could go to outer space, that they just happened to write stories about it and it was true? Or do you think it's just a very low chance it's just a continuation of the bullshit story? They don't look, the powers that be don't want to admit that they don't know or don't do anything because it's supposed to be all powerful like God, right? They're supposed to be all knowing, all powerful, because when the shit hits the fan, we're supposed to go, please, daddy government, please help me. Okay. But if the government seems fallible, then you're not going to do that. So they have to be able to answer all questions at all times about all things because they're omnipotent. They're like God. Like, remember how I told you, like, the Egyptians, like, and all these rulers had these heavenly mandates that they were like God emperors and that they were like descended. Nothing's changed. Nothing, not a thing. Well, I mean, some of the PR's changed. Now they've taken away God and they're just gods in their own right. They're human gods. They're technological gods now. Where they now control nature with their fucking devices. Right? We made some instruments. Now we control nature. We can do miracles. Right? We can fly. We can cure the sick. We can cure the blind. We can make the lame walk again. Okay? Now they say they can do all these things. They start saying, we look in the sky and we're still fucking just as baffled as we were 2,000 years ago. That's kind of hard to maintain that illusion. So they have to say they know everything about the sky. To say, like, because like none of that stuff is actually accessible to any of us. We can look at it with telescopes and do all sorts of stuff. But even within the paradigm of the globe, even if it was all true, you can never actually confirm what a star is made out of. You can never confirm how far away it is. You can never confirm how old it is or any of the things they say they know. You can never actually confirm it because you can never get there to actually take a sample. Remember that thing I was telling you about, like the calculation? We don't have any direct, what we would call direct evidence of the composition of a star. It's all indirect based upon theory. It's just indirect evidence that some theory could be correct. But they're all just theories and hypotheses that can never be proven one way or the other, ever. Not just like, they're not just not proven now. They're never going to be proven. Because in their paradigm, the closest star is 4 light years away. And, you know, it would take like 150,000 years to get there. Right? So even within their paradigm, it's unprovable nonsense. But they can't say that. They have to say, we know everything. Their power comes from the illusion of knowledge is power. Okay? The illusion of having knowledge is also power. There is no outer space. There's no spaceman. There's no fucking place where you drop things and they don't fall. There's no place like where you're going to float around, freed from the constraints of gravity. You're not getting, it's like, it's just brainwashing. Gaslighting is a good thing. There's no place where you can go outside the earth and look at it like I got the whole world in his hands. No, it's not a ball in his hands, okay? Like, there is no external viewpoint. It's not a third-person shooter. All that shit's fantasy. And I know it's hard for someone to accept because their whole life they've been told a fantasy is reality. And then we come along and say, no, dude, that's actually just fantasy. Because the fundamental things about things like outer space, they can't possibly be true. Because the one law we know more than anything else is true with no variations are the laws of thermodynamics. And because the laws of thermodynamics exist, we know there can be no such thing as a giant outer space vacuum. Because that would violate those laws. Gas pressure. High pressure moves to low pressure every time, without doubt. In gravity, in whatever you think of, this is what happens. Now you could say, well, gravity causes gas pressure. Yeah, that's a cool story. Prove it. Show us. Show us gravity causes gas pressure. It's real simple. Open challenge. Show me gravity causing gas pressure. No one can do it. They can talk about it. They can't do it.
Show me gravity causing anything.
Yeah. Yeah, great. Yeah, exactly. Show gravity causes anything at all. You know what gravity causes? It's like a universal delusion. You say the magic word gravity, everyone goes into a fucking hypnotic state where everything is possible. I know. You're probably like, oh no, man, it's gotta be out of space, man. And this is where the brain goes, right? This is like, I know where your mind is going. It's going to, oh man, that's too big of a lie. There's no way they could tell. Like, someone would know. You know right now. We're telling you. It's bullshit.
Well, I mean, the way that you're conveying it is making a little bit of sense in my brain, and that it's like kind of proving it to me that
Brother, you shouldn't even have to be convinced. You should be going to the people that claim it's possible and going, listen, you said gravity causes gas pressure and that we have gas pressure inside of a fucking giant vacuum that's nearly infinite in size. And I know that if I take a vacuum chamber and I insert gas into it, all the gas doesn't stay on the bottom because of gravity held away from the vacuum. It goes in every direction. So how all of a sudden, like the gravity of the Earth, right? It's strongest at the surface of the Earth. I got my little vacuum chamber on the surface of the Earth. How come the gravity doesn't hold the fucking gas away from the vacuum? The top of the vacuum chamber. How come? Why not? You know, you shouldn't be like, look, I mean, we're all in a position where we auto believe they're bullshit. Now, I guess we're at the stage of like, oh, we believe that, but we made a mistake. We should have asked for evidence. We're asking now. Where's the evidence for this stuff? The evidence, not the claim, not your fucking goddamn PhD fucking diploma that where you just say, I'm a PhD, I'm right, you're wrong. Okay? The actual evidence, the data, that this is even possible. I mean, we're not even at the point of like, is it possible like they say it is? We want the evidence as possible at all. In any state, in any condition. Which no one can do.
Yeah, I have a question. If there was like one piece of evidence that someone could get, like what would the piece of evidence have to be that would confirm that the Earth is a circle? Or a sphere?
I mean, we already told you like 10 times, man. You weren't listening.
Well, yeah, so like
measurements of curvature on the Earth's surface.
So if someone showed you the measurements of the curvature on the Earth's surface,
yes,
then
Yes.
you would say, okay.
There's the ball, yes.
Do you see what I posted, Cooper, in the side chat just now?
Yeah.
Where
Yes,
it has
we
all
would
the
say the Earth's the
measurements?
ball.
Yeah, the spherical trigonometry of a sphere with a blah 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 miles radius.
Yeah, that's what we need right there.
Okay.
Now, if you ask, say you ask 10 Globers, we know exactly what we want. Exactly. We actually have a standard where we're like, okay, this is the evidence we want because it proves it one way or another. Actually proves it. You got to understand, this evidence would actually prove it one way or another. Not maybe this way or maybe that way. 100% it's one or the other, no doubt. Okay? It's a tape measure, like I said. You can directly measure, you should be able to directly measure the curve of the Earth based upon how big they say the Earth is. Should be easy to measure. Directly. You don't even have to do an indirect measurement. You can do a direct measurement. Okay, so if I ask a globe earther, hey, what evidence would convince you, would prove to you the Earth is flat? What do they say?
Well, for me, it would
I'll
be
never believe it. They would say, I'll never believe it. That's what they say. Doesn't matter what the evidence is.
for me, if you showed me a side picture of the Earth, I'd believe it.
Yeah, but we could show you pictures of the Earth all day that show it's flat, and you don't believe those.
You know, nobody will ever be able to show you an orthogonal view of the Earth. Everything's always in perspective.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's a good point actually. My bad.
But like we hear this all the time. If someone took you to space and you saw the Earth as a ball, would you believe it? And I go, if I took you to the beach and you saw the Earth is flat, would you believe it? The answer is no, you don't. You want us to do something you can't do yourself. You tell us 10 times, oh, you can't trust your senses. Oh, unless I'm in space, then I can trust my senses. See how hypocritical that is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's why we're.
Cooper, look at the meme I just posted.
That's why we're not leaving it to looking at it. That's why we want to measure it. Then it doesn't matter what it looks like.
Plus, we have the best memes. Okay, I have to go to bed because it's like pretty late for me and I have school tomorrow. But I'll assess all the videos that you guys told me to look at, and I'll look at them. I'll come back tomorrow and tell you what I figure out.
All right, good luck.
No worries, man. Get some sleep.
See ya.
Yeah,
don't worry, your bed's not moving.
That kid's life is wrecked.
He's not gonna
fucking ruin them. Sleep. Who's he kidding? He'll never sleep again.
As you hear more people, they won't believe in the flat earth, but they'll believe everything's a simulation. And like everything's been like coded. I found
Oh
on the
man,
site.
dude, fucking everything's a stimulation, dude. That's light. They think their brains in jars. We were arguing with a freaking PhD in mathematical physics. He was saying we don't know where if I can't prove that I'm not a brain in a jar, and I don't know if I have hands. This is a PhD to debating us on this topic, and because he couldn't prove anything, had to blow up all of reality. That's how sick some of these guys are. If it's not a globe, nothing's real.
The only reality they can bear is one with a globe in it. I should actually play the audio dude saying he'd kill himself if space was fake.
I think that's what I'm thinking of. Like, for
It'd be
example, I
funny if it
remember when
wasn't true, man. Like the globe is a cult, dude. You don't like we're messing around with you. Usually we're like super serious. Right now we're just like I don't know. Tonight you come in, well, I guess we're all in a good mood, and we're just not like. Normally we're super serious and we're fucking hammering on people, and like the globe is a cult. Like make no bones about it. It's a fucking cult.
Yeah, I think
Well, think about it.
that now it
Think
was
about it for a second. Okay, just think about the globe idea for a second in its totality. Do they have a creation story like a religion? Yes, the Big Bang. Do they have a creation of man story like a religion? Yes, evolution. Can you actually experience any of their fundamental claims? No, you cannot because you can't go to space. Do you have to take the claims on faith from some third party that has some special status? Yes, you have to believe what the astronauts say. Right? They're like the priests. Right? So it has all the hallmarks of a religion. Every part of it. Creation stories, special fucking rulers that have the special knowledge that you can't have. They're the ones communing with fucking God, but in this case, communing with the mathematics or whatever the fuck they're communing with. So it's like it's all the same, except for one thing. There's no deity. That's the only difference. It's an atheist religion. That's all it is. It's like atheists like, we want a religion too. Okay, we'll make a globe. We'll have an atheist religion. It'll be a religion with no deity. We'll do all the things the religious people do. I should start selling fucking NASA crucifixes. Just like crucifixes, but they just got the little NASA logo. You can fucking pray to it. I know this sounds harsh, dude. It might sound harsh to your ears, but this is actually me being calm. Because I think the globe is a fucking corrosive, dangerous fucking cult. Okay? That leads to things like the pandemic response, where someone says, I am the science, and everybody just does what the guy says because don't go against the science. There's no science behind any of that. The science is like this idea, right, of this like infallible fucking ether that if you say the magic word fucking science, all truth falls out of it. But then when you look in the scientific literature, hey, does science prove anything? Oh, no, science doesn't prove anything because science uses inductive reason. It just gives you the best, what we consider the best theory at the time. Right? But people here in modern social circles, they hear science, they hear, oh, this is the absolute truth. That's why it's dangerous. And the globe is an offshoot of that. Oh, globe is an offshoot of all this shit. Sorry about the rant, dude, but fucking the globe religion is fucking irritating. And the reason we've come to the conclusion it's a religion as well is the way people behave. It's their behaviors. They come in here right off the rip. Start yelling at us, start swearing at us, saying, oh, you should kill yourself. Had someone say that to me yesterday. Drink bleach. Don't reproduce. Complete strangers telling me that. Why? Oh, because I don't believe that the Earth's a spinning ball. It's as if it's some fucking heretical idea. And they're going to try and burn me at the stake for being a fucking heretic. No difference, dude. There's no difference between the religions that everybody railed against in the past. They're doing the same thing that they said the religious people did. But guess what? The religious people actually never did that shit. That's also more globe bullshit. Copernicus, Galileo, they were not persecuted. That is a fucking myth, dude, and I hate it. Because Galileo, it is said that it was science versus religion. And the church persecuted Galileo for being a heliocentrist and daring to say this, the earth circled around the sun. That is not why he was on trial. We know what his charges are. They're in the fucking Vatican. His charges were uttering. He issued a false fucking document for the purpose of having a book printed. He said, I'm going to have one book printed. Went to the papal censor, got the permission to print it on what's called an imprimatur. He brought that to a different printer and then published a different book. That was against the rules, and he was on trial for that. Had nothing to do with the heliocentric model. Do you know why? Because the fucking Copernicus wrote Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, and the foreword is to the Pope, and the dedication is by a Catholic cardinal. The fucking Catholic Church had nothing against the heliocentric model. In fact, they endorsed it wholeheartedly. So the idea that it was science versus religion is bullshit. That's a fable. It's ahistorical, inaccurate nonsense. But they teach that in school, don't they? Why do they teach that in school? Why do they teach it was religion versus science? And science won out. Because science is the truth. And God is just an old wives' tale practiced by 16th century backwards hillbillies. Yes, they had rednecks in the 15th century. They had the fucking rebel flag on the backs of their frickin' horses. Sorry, I didn't mean to rant. If anybody have any questions, welcome to Platters. As far as math, look, bro, think about mathematics. Yes, mathematics works to accurately predict aspects of reality. But this is what you have to remember. There's an infinite number of mathematical models for any arbitrary data set. Yeah, that's right. There's an infinite number of models that can predict accurately any arbitrary data set. So when we say, oh my God, the mathematics, we can make all these predictions. Math must be reality. No, you just got lucky and happened to stumble on some mathematical form that will predict your data set. That's all. Because we forget all the times we tried a mathematical model and it didn't fucking work. We weren't saying math was reality then, were we? No, it's cherry picking. People see what they want to see. When the math works, they only see that. When it doesn't work, they don't even pay attention. There's more failed fucking mathematical models of reality than there are successful ones, believe me.
Yeah, it's actually really unintelligent to reach a point with your mathematics and in predictions where it fails and you don't question whether any of your previous variables are actually true or not, and just keep on them and invent new things in order to that you can't even prove exist. For example, dark matter, in order to save your math.
It's so occult-like, right? They write these esoteric symbols on a blackboard, and then, like magic, right? They're trying to cast a spell, but their spell is to predict why that bowling ball fucking falls or something. And if their symbols don't predict what the bowling ball falls, their spell doesn't work. They rearrange the symbols and cast them in a different order. See if now they can predict the bowling ball. It's just esoteric occult bullcrap. Yeah, occasionally useful stuff falls out of it. I'm not going to argue with that, because obviously that's true. But most of the stuff we use on a day-to-day basis doesn't use chalkboards and blackboards as stuff. I mean, there was a dude once, he was like, without science, we wouldn't be able to build bridges. Bro, we've been building bridges for 50,000 fucking years. Like, what are you talking about? We wouldn't know how strong stuff was. We know how strong stuff is because we use it.
And that we've known from trial and error that if we use, we can't use frickin' straw, to make a bridge. It doesn't last very long. And then if we use sticks, it lasts a little bit longer. And if we use bricks, it lasts even longer. I think we call this the Three Little Pigs Bridge. Like, come on, man.
There's not much difference from today and a long time ago, except everything's got electricity running through it now. That's about the only difference.
Yeah, that pretty much is the only difference, electricity. I mean, the internal combustion engine, but they did have combustion engines. They just worked on steam. Now we just use the freaking, the hot vapor itself for the gasoline engine. We don't convert it into anything. But it's basically the same technology. The only real new thing, like you said, is electricity.
Yeah, but even the principle's the same. They think that because they're doing it with some other method that they're more sophisticated. No. Horse gets you gets you to where you're going. So does a car.
But you know how magical electricity is? I mean, you could, right? So you could have a hand crank, right, and a wheel, an electrical generator, and a fucking wire that runs 10 miles away. And as you're cranking the wheel on your side, 10 miles away, there's a wheel that's just like it's spinning at the exact same rate in sync with your hand motion. That's just crazy that that's even possible. And it's not connected mechanically, allegedly. Allegedly, that's not a mechanical connection, which maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It's mechanically connected.
Are you talking about a crankshaft with like a really long thing connecting it to another crank?
Well, I mean that would be mechanical, but we can do this electrically, right?
Oh.
Like when you have an electrical generator and you have a fan on the other end, both of those are basically the same device, right? One generates electricity, one one's a motor. Well, let's say the electrical generator say I'm not going to use that. I'm going to spin the fan. Well, that fan will send power down the line the other way and spin the electrical generator. They're connected as if they're mechanically connected. You spin one, the other spins. Never thought about it that way, did you?
I was reading side chat. So the one picture that somebody posted there with the 3 different things, the claim, the psyop, the truth, does that reflect what your model is more accurately than the middle one?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, that thing, the claim, the psyop, the truth. The middle one is a psyop, bro. No one thinks that. That wouldn't even happen even if we don't think the Earth is a disc in space, man. I already explained that.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm asking. Does the third one describe what you how you view it more accurately?
That's how we see the world. We do not think about the Earth from an external viewpoint.
So, are you
look, bro? Do you understand what that means? To not think about the Earth from an external viewpoint?
Yeah,
there is no external viewpoint.
I'm just trying to understand the world as you understand it. So,
it's just as it is. Think about how you've experienced the world your entire life, how you've actually experienced it. Now, how you think about it. That's what we think about it. We don't go beyond that.
Are you open to other continents, or would you say that we've settled the continents?
There's land masses that exist that we call continents. Yeah.
No, but that we haven't encountered yet.
I don't know about that. If we haven't encountered them, how would I know about it?
Well, I'm asking if you're is your framework open to there being other continents that we haven't yet reached?
I mean, you could call them a continent. I mean, if you want to call them that, I'm open to the fact there might be land that could be explored, but it just might not appear on maps.
Okay.
Might not appear on modern day maps because the maps are funny. Look, I know you probably don't know a lot about.
I've seen the different types of projections, like the one where like Africa is like the same size as like South America, and then the one where it's like massive.
Yeah, but it's way beyond that. That's like a very simple weirdness of the maps. It's beyond that.
Why don't you ask Google Earth what's in the blotted out areas?
Yeah, ask Google Earth why you try to make a circle around the North to South Pole, why it snaps into a half moon.
Hey man, listen. All right.
No, so
I am not so different.
I'm just
from
saying.
You all.
We know all the
also
answers.
want to know
These are
what's in the
rhetorical
blocked out
questions.
parts.
Well, these are rhetorical questions, right? So there's a funny thing about maps because you have what's called a coordinate reference system.
Wait, did you say that if you plot a circle around Antarctica, it turns into what? A half moon?
A half moon. It'll snap into a half moon. Because Google Earth is actually a cylinder.
Oh, I see. Okay, so that's not suggesting like an ice wall with like an opening that leads somewhere else.
No. It's just because Google Earth is actually a cylinder. It just looks like a sphere in your 3D graphic, but the coordinate system is the Mercator map, which is a cylinder.
Okay.
So now this is important. We pick a coordinate reference system. The one you're familiar with, latitude and longitude. It's a coordinate reference system. Contrary to popular belief, that coordinate reference system is not based upon the ground. It's based upon the sky. Okay? And there's another coordinate reference system, right? There's the magnetic coordinate reference system. That does not match the latitude and longitude one because there's things called magnetic declination, and this is where the maps get funny. Because it's been known since the 1800s that the compass heading doesn't match the celestial sphere. You'll be fucking facing what would be east in the latitude longitude coordinate system, and your compass will read you're pointing north. Right. So these are. It's really there's places where this
is that at
worse
a certain
than
location?
all over the world. Yeah, everywhere. It's called magnetic declination. If you get a fucking like a land navigation map, though, typically when you see the compass rose, which tells you north, south, east, west, and so you know how to orient your map, there'll be a little fucking it'll say declination 13 degrees or something like that. That tells you how much the magnetic north is off from the geographic north, the difference between the two. There's some places on Earth where it's off by 90 degrees. So if you like in the South Pacific, it's off by 90 degrees. Now, let's say you're in the South Pacific and you can't see clouds. You can't see stars, I mean. Okay? There's no freaking land because it's supposed to be the most isolated place on Earth. And if you just have your compass, right? And you're like, hey, man, we're going to sail north toward the equator. You're going to be sailing east. You're going to be sailing east for a long fucking time, too. And you're probably going to get lost and die at sea. Okay? So if you want to know, hey, man, are they hiding land somewhere? This is how they could be hiding it with the magnetic declination and the coordinate system. Because if you take those magnetic declinations and try to, the military, I don't know if it's the military, this map is, I don't know if Yoder sent it to me. It actually shows you that what the Earth would look like if you straightened out the magnetic field lines and then not distorted, but changed the orientations of the continents to match the magnetic field lines instead of the latitude and longitude system. And everything looks completely different. So if you took your compass that when it points north, that's true north, and when it points south, it's true south, and east and west are true east. And you I might have it. Hold on, let me try find it.
It's a map. Oh. Is that it? No, it's not it. It might take me a second. We got a maps channel in our main server. I don't know if this is in here though. Great. God damn. You know, we have a main server, Discord GG/Flat Earth. Yeah, I found it. Okay. So we have a map section. It's got like 800 plus maps in there. Here, we post this in here. Now, obviously, like, I don't know, they didn't do a perfect job, but it's pretty good.
And that's what it would look like if you got rid of the distortion of the magnetic declination.
It's the difference, but it's like the difference between the magnetic, that if you had a system of latitude and longitude based upon your compass versus the latitude and longitude system based upon the stars. It's the difference between those two that this is showing.
Okay, I thought.
And then
I thought it was going to be.
Well, hold on, we're not even done because there's a third coordinate system. There's a third coordinate system based upon the sun. So the sun on the equinox has a direction. In that direction, if you look in the dictionary, how do you define east? East is defined as the direction of the sun on the equinox. Now, it's the same as the other two direct east-west coordinate systems in some places, but not all places.
Yeah. I was actually kind of expecting that this map that you were going to post was going to have, like, instead of all the grids, like, flowing in these irregular ways, but still flowing as grids, I was expecting there to be, like, a big pocket somewhere, or multiple little pockets where, like, they go around. And then presumably with these coordinate systems that are in use, everybody that follows them would be skirting around whatever they're trying to hide.
Well, if you look now, obviously this wasn't perfect, and like this came from a government publication from the military. Now, they did say something about not being able to do it accurately or something. But I'm trying to think, let me look at this. 360, the magnetic equator. So if you went east and west, so the distorted lines, right? See where it says true equator and magnetic equator?
Yeah.
So what they did was they distorted the latitude and longitude lines that you know and straightened out the magnetic lines. So you see there's a background grid of rectangles?
Yep.
That's the magnetic field.
Oh, interesting.
The other grid, the distorted one, is would be the celestial sphere. Okay? So if you went east-west following the celestial sphere coordinates, and you were trying to sail from not using your compass, right? Using like celestial navigation, and you sailed east, like say from the tip of South America, you'd end up in New Zealand. But east in the magnetic is you'd end up like in the middle of the Pacific. You understand? You're heading like things like places where there would be land would not be land, and places where there'd be water would not be water.
So you'd have this whole section, right? So like if you look at the section, because you can see like the edge of what is it? That would be like New Zealand or something, right? And this isn't even like the whole Earth. This is only part of it. So let's say you started in New Zealand here, and you're like, I'm gonna go east in the select. I'm gonna go down to this 360 line, right? I want to get between 330 and 360. I want to get in this circle. How are you going to get there? Because if you follow the celestial sphere lines, it's going to take you past them. You're never going to actually intersect in there. Right? There's like this giant void between the tip of South America and Australia. There's like a giant void because the magnetic field lines, according to them, is where it's the most distorted. The Antarctic part doesn't even make sense because there's actually two magnetic south poles in Antarctica, and the other one's like in the middle of the ocean. So this isn't even like exactly accurate. I think there's some problems with this, as a matter of fact. Who was this published by? Pasadena, California. Yeah, anyway, so and then there's the solar coordinate system, which is defined as the direction that the sun rises on the equinox. Okay, so that direction, if you're, say, in South America, it'll be at 91 degrees, okay, in the celestial sphere coordinate system. But if you're in Canada, it's going to be at 86 degrees. Northern Canada, mind you. Or Greenland. So
I'll be right
if
back,
you
one
think
second.
about that, those are diverging angles. That means it's two people are looking at the sun at the same time. They're looking in different directions. Now, how's that possible? But you can think about that. Juice that makes your brain explode. I think I made his brain explode. I've noticed this thing with people that come in with like talking about maps that they actually don't want to talk about maps. They want to talk about maps and show me your flat Earth map. Like, okay, let's talk about maps. And then they don't know a fucking thing about maps, and then they don't want to talk about maps no more.
I love to hear more about maps. I was trying to hear about maps today.
Maps. There's no such thing as an accurate map. They don't exist. Maps are created to serve a purpose. And whatever purpose they're created for, they'll do that. So you have road atlases. Those are maps for driving. They're good enough to get you can drive the roads of America to get from point A to point B. There's topographical maps that will show you the elevation changes of some part of the land. They're good for that purpose. They're not great for driving. So like there's maps. Maps are made for all sorts of purposes. And yeah. That doesn't mean they're good for another purpose. It means they're good for the purpose they were made for. And that's it. People try to force them into other purposes. They think they're like, oh my God, here's this map. Oh my God. How come it doesn't show this on it? How come your flat Earth map don't show a 24-hour sun? No map shows a fucking sun. I've never seen a sun on a map in my entire life.
And if it does show a sun, then it shows it what is it, with time zones and stuff on the bottom. Like it's still putting its own thing into it.
Look, you can predict where the sun is. It doesn't matter what fucking shape the Earth is. It doesn't matter one bit. The model that they use, the mathematical model used to predict when the sun rises and sets, is observer-centric, meaning it's based upon you and what you see. So if you look up and you see the celestial equator, right, which is like a line of stars, you can pick it out. If you can find the freaking Aries, then you can figure out where the celestial equator is. Now, there's a celestial equator. You look at the calendar. You look at the time. You can predict where the sun will be based upon the calendar relative to that celestial equator. You don't even need to know where you are on Earth. You don't need to even look at the ground. It doesn't matter what you're standing on. Because this timepiece, which is the sky that tracks the sun, is based completely on the sky. It's referenced only to itself. Doesn't reference the Earth in any way, shape, or form. Other than in one aspect. If you want to know the solar elevation, you measure up 90 degrees from the horizon. And somewhere the sun's going to be somewhere in that 90 degrees. But the
So when you
zero,
mentioned the firmament, so you said that the stars, etc., they're all fixed, or are we fixed and they're moving?
no, what they meant was that the stars are fixed in the celestial sphere, that the celestial sphere moves. Right, the stars are embedded in a celestial sphere, and that celestial sphere is moving. But the reason they say the stars were fixed in this is because they don't move relative to each other. Right, they all stay in the same position. The Big Dipper don't become the Big Spoon.
Mhm.
Right, it stays.
The sphere bit in this is purely conceptual. There's no actual sphere.
Yeah, exactly. We call it the celestial sphere because you can. What they do is they model, and I don't know because it's kind of a contradiction in this. They model the sky as a sphere of infinite radius, which kind of doesn't make sense in a way because something with an infinite radius is flat. So there's that. But anyway, this is what they say. Model the sky as a sphere of infinite radius. And then we calculate up from the horizon, assuming like basically you're at the center of the origin of coordinates. And the reason they can do this is because, there's certain things we observe about the stars which kind of don't make sense, such as no parallax. And since there's no parallax, they appear at infinite distance away. And then we can make claims like, oh, well, I'm at the origin of coordinates. I don't have to care where I am on the surface because everything's so far away. Seems like I'm in the middle. So since I'm in the middle, I'll just make a model where I'm in the middle and call it a day.
Hey man, what's up?
Yeah, I'm on.
I just joined in.
What's up, buddy?
I just fine. What are you talking about? New
The
with
celestial sphere.
Okay. So
Yeah.
go on. Sorry.
Lost my train of thought, man.
You said celestial sphere.
Yeah, celestial sphere.
Okay.
So to model, there's a celestial sphere model of the stars and the sun that put you in the center of everything. And everything surrounds you as if you're in the center of a sphere. And we model the way the stars move after this. It's a
So
little
how do
more
you feel
complicated
about
than that.
how do you feel about centripetal force?
What about it?
As in, like, I know for people mentioning where they say the Earth is spinning, but so fast that it's bringing us closer, so that's why we don't feel it spinning, and that's their justification. And then they mention that if you take something and then
yeah, something like that. I have research on this. Back in we have old clocks back from 18th and 17th centuries. So they used to spin really slow as compared as we have clocks in our modern time. They tick a lot slower. So that means we are getting closer to sun, and all the magnetic fields are, making the clock spin more fast, and time. The days are more bigger than they are. I what to say.
Days are getting longer. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, day is not getting longer. Day is getting short.
Oh,
So
okay.
as compared to old
Is
days,
that why I'm tired?
they have more time and as compared to us. Earth is getting closer to sun.
Bummer. Are we gonna burn alive?
Maybe one day. I think.
No.
We
We're not.
we still have centuries and centuries to go. So maybe our great sons might get.
But didn't they say that the universe is always expanding, so we're getting farther and farther away? Then they said that sooner or later
Yeah,
the
but
Earth would just be without the sun. Didn't they say
Every
we're
t-
going outward, like outward
Well, let me just say
expansion?
this before we move
we
on.
are going inwards, not outwards.
Yeah.
Because our sun have magnetic force. It's keep pulling us towards itself.
Yeah. Okay. Story time over. Okay. So now we're done with story time. Let's get to like what actually is going on. So in the end of the 19th century and I think I talked to, I don't know if you were in here. There's 3 experiments. It's called Airy's failure, Michelson-Morley, and Rebka-Pound. These are 3 experiments to show that the Earth is not in motion.
Oh, that
Okay.
one I missed. I wasn't here for that one.
Okay, so Airy's failure. So what happens is that if you have, so he had a telescope. Okay, he was the astronomer royal for the Royal Society in the 1860s or something. He was trying to. There's something called stellar aberration. So when you look at a star, because there's no parallax, they have to calculate it, but they had never actually observed the aberration. You gotta think of it like this. You know how you it's raining and the raindrops are falling straight down if you're standing still?
Yeah.
Okay. So what happens if you start running with the umbrella? You have to tilt your umbrella to hit the raindrops, right?
Yeah.
So if the Earth was in motion, the light would be hitting us at an angle instead of straight on. This is the idea, at least. So he was testing whether this was actually happening. And the way he was going to test this is you take a telescope with air, you look at a star, and then you fill it with water and look at the same star. If the Earth is in motion, because there's something called the Foucault effect, when light passes through mediums that are in motion, the light will be deflected if one of the mediums has a higher refractive index. So it'll be deflected in the direction of the motion. When Airy did this test, they detected no deflection of the light. The starlight hit right at the bottom of the telescope. It was centered in the exact same place. So this was a problem. So along comes Michelson-Morley. They do an interferometer test where they interfere light together and try to measure a phase shift. If the Earth is moving, if the Earth is in motion, then one direction of the light will be have a shorter path than the other direction because you're moving in that direction, right? So they did this test, no result. The Earth is not in motion. Rebka-Pound tried to do a vertical drop, basically the Michelson-Morley, a vertical version of it. Same result. Earth is not in motion.
Hey, T-Dub, did you ever listen to that Joe Rogan thing?
No, which one?
Inside chat. 52 past the hour. 3:52. You're in the same time zone as me. Good. Platter posted it.
Oh, no, yeah, no, I never ended up looking at it.
Have a listen to that.
Is it alright?
Like this. Yeah, very interesting. Just underneath where he's posted that, underneath he's written, it's super recent too, the gatekeepers are scrambling. And gatekeeper is exactly the perfect description of Rogan. Have a listen to it, you'll see why.
Can we listen to it in here?
Yeah, it goes for 9 minutes, you should be able to.
Oh, it's only 9 minutes?
Yeah. Actually, let's try it. Copy link. Oh, that won't work. Which one do we use? Query.
We won't get copyrighted or anything, will we?
It's from Twitter.
YouTube bot.
We shouldn't do because it's on Twitter. It's a public thing. Is Joe Rogan?
Right.
Is it pay to view on his channel? I thought his channel was open.
Yeah. I don't know. Not on YouTube. It's not. It's free.
Well, there
Just
we go.
Got to watch ads. Okay.
So I just click on that, and then I go paste link, and let's see if it does it. Missing permissions. Oh. Alright, looks like you'll have to listen to it all by yourself.
Hold the phone because my phone is listening to me. I just went to YouTube to see if I could find it, right? See if we could play a version of it from YouTube. And the first thing in my feed is Joe Rogan gets very touchy when questioning our reality.
Well, there you go.
And it's Level Earth Observer, 1 day ago. It goes for 20 minutes. So it's Level Earth Observer's take on the whole thing. I don't know if you want to listen to that.
Yeah, chuck it on. Unless someone pops in, we can have a chat with them.
All right, okay.
Someone else's opinion of it would be good too.
Yeah. You know Leo? You know Leo's stuff?
I know the name.
Level Earth Observer? Level Earth Observer, yeah. All right, play that one then.
Cool.
Right at the top. Would you believe it? Like it read my mind.
Today we got an interesting conversation between Joe Rogan and Hollywood film director and producer Roger Avery. Now remember my stance. I only stand by the things that are physically true. I don't care of the results. I have no beliefs, no conceptual ideas to defend. I don't care how reality presents itself to us in its physical form. I just stand by it. It frees me of any burden of any belief, and it's a beautiful feeling. That's my stance. It's irrefutable, because if you cite physicality that can be tested and verified by all, I stand by it. That's my stance. So we're going to see a few visuals of maps, models, conceptual ideas in this video, none of which relates to me. I find the subject fascinating from a psychological point of view, and it's interesting to see the defense mechanisms displayed by Joe Rogan here. I'm not going to come in too much, but I will pause at a couple of points and just add a few things. So let's have a look.
The biggest conspiracy theory that freaks everybody out is flat Earth. Now, I don't know what the Earth is, but experientially, through the testimony of the eyes, it is flat. And there is very little chance that I will ever in my life, or most of us will ever in our life, experience anything other than what is effectively a flat Earth. And the way we're sighting across large bodies of water.
I like him already.
Or navigation maps for airports.
Yeah, it's a good start, eh?
Is always the presumption of a flat Earth. It's always in the pilot manuals and on maps.
How so?
Well, if you're flying a jet at low altitude, you're not making corrections for curvature, even though you're going fast enough where you should be. And so what's actually happening there? Well, and so the idea is, look, I don't know what the world is or what the realm that we're in is, but experientially, from my perspective in life, it is nothing but it's a flat Earth.
But what about travel routes? Like, what about when they fly over Antarctica? What if they?
They don't fly over.
But you can watch the sun rise and fall.
They don't even fly from Cape down to Buenos Aires.
There's an understanding of the precession of the equinoxes.
They travel up into.
Just obviously taking note here of Joe's automated defense mechanism type responses here. We've all seen.
Just killing me.
Make no sense when we're talking about physical reality.
Into the other hemisphere and like land in London or something, and then travel back down whenever you're doing a flight across the Atlantic. And so, like when you look at it on a flat Earth map,
but
there are plenty
there's
of them.
Satellite photographs of Earth from space.
Those are all cartoons.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that even the NASA, the guys who actually do those composites, those are composite imagery of. Listen, I am not saying that.
But it seems like you're saying that the Earth is possibly flat.
I'm saying experientially.
Right,
From
but
your
that's a
experience,
scale.
from your daily.
That's a scale issue, though.
Correct.
We're a tiny little thing on an enormous thing.
Correct.
But snipers have to calculate for the curvature of the Earth when they shoot.
Only the curvature of the landscape that they're
right.
on.
Why do you think the landscape curves?
The landscape doesn't curve. It is a mountainous and uneven.
Not always.
Uneven,
on flat plains, you have to do the same thing. If you're making a long shot over a flat area, like if you had to shoot.
Well, then why don't pilots make
A flat plane is curved, is he saying? Oh my God.
But I do know that the elevation maps always
the film
say,
from the space station.
presume a flat Earth.
When you look at the film from the space station, you see an Earth that's not just round but spinning.
I see. The space station, the International Space Station is
Again, it's appeals to authority here. We have to abandon physical reality and trust establishments that are not trustworthy anyway. I don't understand.
Yeah, Joe.
This is where belief.
But you'd be the first one to realise that shit.
And become a hindrance to the clarity of thought, to what should be quite easy to discern here of what's physically true and the things that are either red herrings or irrelevant to the actual physicality of the subject, which is the ground we walk upon.
actually not high enough to see curvature. And what you're seeing is the lens distortion. And
it's not high enough to see curvature when you look out into the horizon?
It's actually even, like, it's very, very close to the...
Let's look at footage from the space station of Earth. So when you see satellite images that are taken of the Earth, you think they're lying? You think there's this grand conspiracy to piece all these pictures together and turn it into a circle instead of have it flat?
All I'm saying is that's the fundamental conspiracy theory that unravels everyone. And
well, it doesn't make any sense because
certainly questioning the globe Earth is a big problem psychologically for members of the public because of this inbuilt belief, which is reinforced through visual sci-fi films and various other forms. And it provides a fascinating viewing for someone like myself to see the performance, which I, of course, many times over the years now call it a pantomime. Just the performance itself. It's fascinating to watch. Rather than dress and own it, so many can't. And they put on this defense-like performance of the silliest order. Crazy, bizarre, fascinating, and a little bit worrying.
Everything that we see in the cosmos that's a planetary body is round, including stars.
We're talking about the Earth, and Joe's looking away from the Earth. It's just crazy.
So it's all round, except for small moons. Everything is round, and that's because
I'm not even certain
that space exists.
That the moon is anything more than a plasma.
Joe, for space to exist, for spacecraft need to be in free fall around a ball. There is no ball in the first place, so the environment for which they say exists, which is cited when we see something go in the sky, which is they tell us is the ISS, the base story fails at a fundamental level, Joe, in a physical form. That's a major problem. That's the elephant in the room. This should blow your mind, and anyone who realizes that. But because of the defensive mechanisms at play, hurdles are there, holding these people back. And as a result, rather than own it, which does happen, I'm pleased to say, which is incredibly empowering and freeing from these beliefs, the shackles, but rather than do that, most go into, like I say, the automated defense pantomime mode, where we get these silly performances, these silly things cited, looking up at the sky. Appeals to authority, an authority that doesn't have a good reputation for telling the truth and integrity in the first place. Crazy. And I base the craziness, because I always bring it back to what's physically true and then compare to what these people are telling me. Crazy.
A plasma.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That it's a plasma effect, a lenticular effect of some kind.
So that it's not a real thing, but it affects the tides. It is something that we have landed. At the very least, we've landed probes on.
Joe, you're just saying things that are just pure belief, yet you're saying them as if you were there. You're aware that you've ridden the tides up because the moon was pulling at it. You landed on the moon with probes. No, Joe, it's just beliefs. The psychology, you're showing the effects of it, Joe, in your responses when your belief system's questioned. I don't believe with everything this man's saying. I'm not necessarily on the same page. I find this subject fascinating because of the responses and the opinions and all the stuff that goes with this subject. There's so much psychology and fascinating behavior at play with what really should be quite a simple, honest subject when you strip it bare.
We don't know that it affects the tides. People theorize
so this
that it affects the tides.
Footage from the space station. This is live footage from the space station.
And I'm saying that's lens curvature, and that what you're actually seeing.
Why do you think that's lens curvature?
That what you're seeing is horizon.
So what you're talking about is like a fisheye lens. If I'm trying to provoke you, that's what I'm saying. Right.
Because they admit they use wide-angle lenses, Joe.
I want you to be completely fucking insane. Because this is a round body, just like the moon, just like Mars, just like Jupiter.
It's a shame we're listening to it.
That appears to be but in your practical life experience, you have to accept a certain amount of faith. Is what I'm getting at any moment.
But they understand the precession of the equinoxes. Okay, do you know that the precession of the equinoxes is how they measure the sky over a period of 26,000 years?
I see right there.
Like Joe's been there for them 26,000 years, and like that really refutes physical reality.
A little stitching, like right there.
So this would just keep going straight forever.
Do you see that line?
Yeah,
do you see that line right there? What is that?
What is that line?
Yeah, what is that line? Well, that looks like stitching to me. It looks like they've stitched together, and it crosses over there through that mountain range right there.
That is weird.
Oh boy.
So Joe's evidence, his citation, which overrules
He's been watching
reality, has problems in it. The live feed that they brought up as evidence that physical reality is wrong has stitching in it, has problems in it. And my channel's littered with footage that is a major problem compared to the official story they tell us. Yet alone, the overall picture of things regarding physical reality highlighting the absurdity of the globe. Like I said, the biggest hurdle is not what's physically true here. It's a psychological issue based on beliefs and emotions, and ridiculous behavior patterns hold people back from seeing what's simply and is obviously and is physically true and discerning it from what is not.
By your very example, I'm just saying that you have to have a certain amount of faith in that. And on the surface, mundus vult decepi.
Okay. You're freaking me out. Go back to that, Jamie. So what is the explanation? Go back a little bit.
Yeah, what is the explanation of that line right there?
Right, but how weird is that? That is weird that there's this line.
Right, because that in itself is a composite image, a cartoon that has been put together for you to look at this apparent live imagery.
So, and is this multiple images that are supposedly pieced together? Is that what they're...
I'm saying that things fall into, like, the way perspective works is that things appear to fall into the horizon. But now you use what is that camera? Is it a P200 camera? Where you can actually zoom in and lift things out of the horizon that have appeared to fall into the horizon.
This live video feed from the International Space Station has been
interrupted because you're watching too much.
Due to either a change in the onboard camera configuration or a loss of...
Exactly. Quickly cut the feed. It's gone pear-shaped. And regarding optical so-called observations, the boat supposedly going over the horizon, as I've stated many times, and of course in my previous video, the optical world is not the same as the physical world, which is when anyone cites long-range observations as some kind of physical proof. They need physical demonstrations to account for the many variables at play with observations. Train tracks don't converge in physical reality, yet they appear to optically. We need to account for the optical variables at play with physicality to make it rock solid. This is the real scientific way, without beliefs, without any kind of narrative, only standing by what's true, cross-referencing long-range observations, taking into account the variables with physicality as our backer. Unrefutable. It's just people don't like the results of the way that physical reality presents itself to us. It's unpleasant because it doesn't match the belief system that's been instilled in everyone.
Signal with the communications network. The video will return when the connection is reestablished. So this is during the live feed?
This isn't from NASA's YouTube channel. It's just down right now.
It's just down right now. Okay, so you're saying that this is like a fisheye effect of a lens.
Yeah, I'm saying
potentially.
I'm saying that, and that we can even see that whenever they're up there shooting with cameras outside, you're like, oh, there's the curvature, and then every now and then the camera turns and it inverts for a moment. And it goes back down.
I've never seen that.
I watch a lot of NASA.
They use many different effects, and as a result, you get many different failures as well. That's in itself a technique to cause confusion. Again, strip it bare, what's physically true, and then what's not, what doesn't match what is the way reality presents itself to us is obviously nonsense. Because here's the thing, how can something be physically true? The globe, if it can't be physically demonstrated. It can. Can you cite me something being physically true, but not being able to be physically demonstrated? Again, I'm very simple and very logical with this subject. There's no emotions, no beliefs, just what is.
Stuff. And listen, I'm not saying that we're not living on a globe, or at least an oblate spheroid, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says, but have you ever noticed how spasticated that guy gets whenever you throw out the word flat earth? He flips out like the way Robert De Niro flips out on irrationally he flips out.
He flips out when you say that men can't be women.
Right, I'm just going to forward it for a minute because go a bit wayward with the subject, start talking about trans. I don't want to go there. I just want to come back to the subject at play, which is about here.
We're all just trying to construct what reality is, and it tends to be a consensus of what it is. But, there are fringes that on the ends that don't believe with what the consensus says. Are they wrong?
I don't believe anyone who's telling me physical reality is exactly the opposite that can be tested and verified by all, particularly if they are coming from authority and one that doesn't have a good reputation in the first place. I will not be gaslighted into stupidity based on emotions and beliefs. I've bypassed that trap, that hurdle, and so should you.
Know how many people would have to be involved to promulgate this idea that
Again, another delusional defense mechanism, Joe. Men lie and can be deceived, and because of beliefs have emotional attachments, and because of that, their common sense is abandoned. Prime example, everyone, yourself included, the mainstream, believe physical reality is exactly the opposite of what can be tested and verified by all. Is everyone in on it? No, of course not. People believe blindly, and when questioned, the defense mechanisms come into play, just like some of the ones you've displayed for us today, Joe.
there's a flat Earth, and you got to cover up that thing and pretend it's round. And what's the motivation of covering up the fact that the Earth is flat?
If we're really fundamental.
That's a very deep, big question to be answered. Can someone really fully answer that question? Honestly,
nobody's doing that.
Full exploration here. Of course, we should be granted full exploration based off the fact that the way physical reality presents itself to us, and it doesn't match what we've been told by the education system and the so-called space authorities. So we've got a major problem. That's the elephant in the room. And what
I just paused. They're not hiding anything. You just go outside and look. Have they got a big rug over the legs? They're just convincing you that, you, like the guy said, it's experiential, right? It's everyone's experience, a flat, motionless. So they're convincing you that it's not. They're not hiding anything. Joe,
gatekeeper.
What a dickhead. Yeah. Right.
Imagine Joe Rogan coming in here. He would have a meltdown.
It's physically true. And the fact that doesn't match what we're being told should blow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. India just reserved it for us. Thanks, India.
Still, because of the spells at play, so many are still struggling to walk away from those sci-fi box sets, Star Trek, Star Wars, and the Globe Earth, and all the nonsense that goes with that delusional package.
I don't know how I did that.
To it, it's about God, and it's about what is this realm that we're in, and are we part of creation? And
But why would it be more likely God if it was flat?
Every culture throughout recorded history draws.
Sorry, it's almost finished.
Flat Earth.
Again, I don't go for any map, any model, any conceptual idea. Yeah, I think that's asking for trouble. I simply stand by what is. Full exploration will answer those questions. Anything other than what's physically true becomes a belief for me, and I'm not willing to do that.
Fish environment with a dome, a firmament that covers it up until like when the 1930s or
right,
so.
When they start making telescopes.
Right.
I mean, so this is a grand conspiracy. Like Galileo was wrong.
Just beliefs, Joe. Beliefs in things, men blindly believing in things that are obviously physically true. That's been proven at this point in time. The subject wouldn't exist in itself. All the mainstream has is kind of fallacious reasoning. It's just insane. And the behavior, the mechanisms like we've seen here are fascinating, although quite worrying.
Wrong. All these people
all
didn't
of
know.
Recorded history is wrong. And I mean, the other option is that we are just specks of nothing floating around in an endless vast.
I think that's it. Fascinating stuff. Really interesting to see. Of course, a lot of people call Joe Rogan a shill. based on his delusional U-turn regarding the moon landing, so-called moon landing. Again, we've seen quite a few U-turns recently with some people who were considered truthers in the first place, who, if you actually analyze their stance from day one, it was all over the place. It was illogical. 1 minute it could be logical, the next it was promoting conceptual ideas at the expense of what was physically true. So on the other hand, they were illogical. So it's obvious who's who based on their stance and what they've been about from day one. Are they true? Are they logical? Do they have honesty and integrity? Have they been the same throughout? Or have they jumped to bat? Physical reality will never let you down and never deceive you. That's why I chose to stand by it. Have a good weekend, everyone.
I think Joe Rogan would be somewhat entertaining in here. For us.
He's a nitwit.
He's a clown, isn't he?
But what about telescopes?
Unless you're using them to measure the surface of the ground, then no.
Yeah. And I reckon Avery was like what they were talking about at that moment, what he was talking about. The telescope has nothing to do with what he was talking about. It's so silly.
He was doing that. He was scattergunning. He was red herring, like non-sequitur. Like he was all over the place. But I reckon that the Avery guy's been in here. I reckon he's been listening or watching us. Because they don't talk about that shit they don't talk about some of that stuff. They don't say it like that on TikTok and that, like we do.
Yeah, I know. I wonder sometimes, man, if people are watching this because Made by Jim Bob, he doesn't do flat earth stuff though. I heard he's a flat earther. He says shit that come right out of here. There's no doubt in my mind it came out of our stream. When he argues the scientific method and things like that, it's literally, you could just take him and plug him in here and it would be the same thing. Because he argues with atheists and they say, it's not nutty shit they say. And then it just asks them the same thing.
Right.
What's your natural observation? Right? What's the scientific method? What's
defending evolution and shit.
Method, right? And he always says observe a natural phenomenon. I never heard anybody outside of this Discord, fed and outside the flat Earth conversation, anyone ever say that. So he's definitely listening. There's no doubt. Maybe listening right now.
Yeah.
But
Rogan,
he did make arguments that we make to Joe Rogan. He started off that way, but he ended up going into the unprovable dome nonsense eventually.
Yeah, he did. Unfortunately, but Joe's just so so regular numpty we get in here. We would shred him to pieces, man.
Oh yeah, I mean no one ever said Joe Rogan was intelligent. I don't think he's ever been accused of that. He's not dumb, but you know what I mean. His
right,
dude. There was a video someone made. It was the guy's a communication expert. He goes around to businesses to teach people how to communicate, universities, whatever. And he reviewed a Joe Rogan video, and Joe, pretty much, when you actually think about what he's saying, he isn't really saying anything. He's just going ooh ah, it's fucking stupid. When you actually break down him talking, he's really, I don't know, midwit.
Man, NASA is pouring the grain into the fucking bin, and he's the sheep or the cattle that's going, food time, yum, 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 just lapping it up.
Yeah, I mean, he interviews, I guess that's a good interview style where he doesn't inject himself into it. I think maybe that's why he's successful. is because every podcast doesn't become like a version of the Joe Rogan show. He just lets the other people just gab, which is good. But I saw a video today. So I watched this guy. His name's Emil.
Oh, yeah.
Kuzmin. He came from Romania, but he does like stuff on because Romania is right next to Ukraine, so he's been doing stuff on that war for a while. He did a video on the fucking moon landing today. Like, this is like way off his subject of what he does, and he just like did a video. He's like, basically saying the moon landing was completely fake. Why isn't the U.S. Why isn't Russia and frickin' is Russia and China gonna call them out on their either this new fake one, or the last fake one? It's just funny that even normies are seeing that the moon landing is fake, bro. It's so bullshit. I don't even know how they come in here and defend it. I'd be embarrassed to defend the moon landing.
Right, yeah. Does he usually do sciencey stuff? The fellow you're talking about?
Kuzmin? No, he does. It's all political.
Oh, okay. No.
Like European politics, some American politics. He's a U.S. citizen now, but he came here from Romania. Guess he was like an Olympic. He lived under the USSR, I guess, for a while. It seems like he's my age about, or maybe a little younger. But he just does because he's from the area. That's what he made. That's why he started a YouTube channel and started doing commentary on like what's going on over there, because it's like he knows you know what I mean. He grew up in that part of the world. You know what I mean? So Eastern Europe is very insular, separated kind of from, I guess, the Western world by the what do they call that? The fucking wall, the Berlin Wall. Yeah, which is weird that all of a sudden he just does a fucking. I couldn't believe it, dude. Like nobody's buying this crap anymore. Did you see any of the Pam Bondi testimony? Did we see any of that?
The what? Sorry.
Pam Bondi. She's the Attorney General from the United States. She had to testify about the Epstein files yesterday.
No, I never saw it.
Oh my God, the shit she says is so absurd. Let's put it this way. They ask it, so there's a hearing about the Epstein files and why the FBI didn't release them and why they redacted things they shouldn't have redacted and why they accidentally released fucking victims' names and all that crap. So they'd ask her a question. She starts talking about the Dow Jones Industrial Average and how it's skyrocketing and how the S&P 500 is the highest it's ever been. Now they're asking her questions about Epstein, and she's answering with these totally has nothing to do with what the fuck they're even talking about.
What the heck?
That's the same thing we get in here.
Bro, exactly, exactly, Matrix. That's exactly what I was thinking of, just like a Glover. You ask him a question about, hey, man, who measured the curve of the earth? And they're like, man, I love vanilla ice cream.
Yeah, when frogs croak and cement dries.
But she's answering the questions like that, because I don't know if there's any penalty behind it, but they tried to hide. There was one guy who was, the Attorney General, the head of the FBI, they were in front of Congress like a year ago or wherever, and they were asked if there were any co-conspirators with Epstein, and they all testified no. Right in the files they released, they redacted. There was a guy who was a co-conspirator, but they redacted that in the file. But part of the law they passed said must mark any co-conspirators. So they wouldn't have found out, but a couple congressmen got to see the unredacted files with their own two eyes. And then they discovered they redacted the fact that there was a co-conspirator when all of them testified that there wasn't. So they start asking her about it, and she starts going, "You're a failed politician. Your numbers are dropping," and blah, blah, blah. Like, you'll never get reelected. Like, what?
That was her answer to his question about why they redacted the files, was to start talking about his political career. This is the Attorney General of the United States, the highest ranking law enforcement officer in the United States, is testifying before Congress, absolutely not answering questions in any way, shape, or form, and basically insulting and harassing congressmen right in Congress, right to their fucking face. It was I've never seen anything like that in American politics. There's nothing like that. You could go back fucking decades, black and white. It's a sight to behold. Like,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Duck down the shops. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, okay. But she knew, like, it's one of the things where if I actually say anything about the subject matter, I'm going to jail. So I'll just talk about other shit.
Actually, I think it'd be a bit more serious than that. If I actually say anything about the subject matter, I may have bad things done to me.
I thought of that too, yeah. Possibly. She's like, these dudes are going to get me killed. And maybe that's what she was thinking, and she was like irate. That, like, and that, like, her, because she was super emotional. Like,
why not just palm it off? I'm sorry.
Like, you know how you have like an ex-girlfriend, or you get in a fight with a girl, and like they're just like, they're not even a girlfriend, just like they're trying to like socially shame you and like put you down in front of a crowd. Like, that's what she was doing to people. Like, it was just weird. I never seen anything. But maybe she was doing that because she was, like you said, she was, and like, if I say anything, they're going to kill my ass. I have to fucking just smoke and mirrors through this whole fucking thing.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. But she could have gone the other way. She could have gone, you know what? I don't know the answer to that question, but these guys do. And just palm it off to some random numpty other politician that deserves it.
Dude, it's crazy. I mean, I'm sitting here to describe it to you. Like, it's just something that you have to see for yourself. I couldn't even believe like what I was watching. Because I just watched clips that people made. I couldn't believe, like, this is our government, dude. We're fucking done. The American Republic is fucking gone. We're toast. It's over. Like, party's over. Sure, someone's clipped it all together, man.
Robot Polisher, where is he when you want him?
Oh, yeah. Where's he? Yeah, what happened to him? He's still around?
I haven't seen any of his stuff for a while. Hopefully, someone might have given him the word, and he's just backed off a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably his report got, because he did a lot of stuff on McToon, so his account probably got reported.
Yeah, they're probably indirectly, so all of McClown's followers would have run in and, oh, this is offensive, or this is health advice, or some shit that's not related. And because there's like 3,000 of them all at once, they've probably just turned around and going, you know what, it's easier for us to shut down one account as it is to listen to all these doorsteps. That's sad, that, because he had some brilliant stuff. He's probably putting it out on Rumble or some shit like that. There's probably a whole truckload of videos just waiting for us to find them.
Maybe. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't exist on X because I'm sure he got reported for like doxing people or harassment or something, because he did a lot of videos about McToon and Duffy and stuff. And like right when TFE, he disappeared around TFE, like right before it. Here, dude, I'm gonna post. I'll post the freaking clip, a montage of her talking to just one of the congressmen. The guy, this dude Massey, he's a Republican. He's not even like a Democrat, so he's in the same party as Trump, but he's just like, I guess he's like the one not corrupt. He doesn't support any of the shit that they've been doing, like the Ukraine war, none of it. The shit with Israel. And he's been a hound dog about the fucking...
So he's your one legit one.
Yeah, the one legit one. But, hold on. You're not going to believe this shit I just watched some of it. It's crazy as shit he's saying, dude. Just the way she's acting is like a psychopath. This is just a montage of her freaking talking. It's pretty crazy. I'm going to play it in the freaking stream because fuck, it's so nuts. Why not? We're here.
So it shows the same.
Because she's like pointing her finger at the dude and like hyper. Like, I've never seen anything like that crap, dude.
So similar behavioral characteristics to the Globers.
Syndrome. He needs to get. You're a failed politician.
Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged. Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with, you don't, do you?
I'm going to teach you the rules again.
Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? Nothing about helping crime in her district. She's not even worth getting into the details. Excuse me, I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No, and I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer. You don't get to reclaim time when you don't. When I don't answer a question the way you want. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify.
The whole thing is given a grown-up version of Regina George.
Fucking psycho bitch.
Her having a meltdown sounded a little like Owlish when she has a breakdown.
They even cut some stuff out because those answers had nothing to do with the question she was asked. Nothing to do with it whatsoever. Like the one where she said there was only 2 people to vote against it. And what they were talking about, they asked her a question about the Epstein files. She said, "You don't really care about this. You like this. We tried to pass some online child protection act or something, and you voted. There was 2 people that voted against it, and you were one of them." So she doesn't answer the question. She says something about his voting record. It has nothing to do with what they're doing. It was totally the craziest shit I ever saw, man. I don't know how she got away with that's like contempt of Congress, man. Like they need to drag her in there.
What you need to do, Indio, you need to jump on a plane, fly over here to the land down under, grab yourself a beer, and just watch comedy. Our Prime Minister.
Yeah, you guys as politicians are pretty incoherent too. They're comedic. I think you guys vote in the least competent person for the job. But I mean, when I say least competent, not like incompetent like Trump. Trump's a different type of incompetent. You guys just they're harmlessly incompetent.
Our system is we vote for the person who we believe is going to vote for the right person. It's this 2-stage system, and it's disgusting. But people are starting to realise how they can get around it by how they vote. So, I think the next election is going to be a very interesting one. But it is a clown show. I'm sure they're selected, and I'm not sure if they're trying to put in the most incompetent, useless drop kicks known to man in order to piss us off to incite violence. I don't know, but that's what it looks like. Like seriously, that guy is an absolute idiot. If they got a blue cattle dog and put it in as the Prime Minister, most Australians would probably appreciate that more.
Yo, mate, have you heard my solution to this problem of corruption in government? Is that public officials are elected by lottery. That if you're a citizen, your name goes into the hat, and if your name comes up, you're a government official for in some spot, mandatory service, you got to do that job. Right? Oh, shit. I'm the president of the United States. See, that way you don't have any corruption building up to it, right? You don't have to, like, bribe them, and you haven't, created a whole network of bribery to even get there, right? Which is what they do. They create a bribery network, a money laundering network to get elected in the first place.
Yep.
You do favors for me, I do favors for you. So you eliminate that whole corruption thing. He's gone. And then you pay him a shitload of money. So there's no reason to take any money, right? You pay him a lot. Because they don't pay congressmen very much. But you pay
It's
them
interesting
a lot of
that
money.
they don't get paid much, but they seem to have a lot of money.
Yeah, that's the weird part. In America, Congress is exempt from insider trading laws.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. You do that over here,
get rich.
you'll get a pretty solid visit to jail for a long time.
Politician? I mean, I don't know what it is.
I don't think it matters.
They're exempt here.
Wow, that's crazy.
So they have hearings, and they're going to pass the laws, and they're basically picking winners and losers by passing a law. So, for instance, when they passed what do you call it, Obamacare, which was where they set up a whole racket for the insurance industry and Medicare, and they knew.
So as they're passing the law, they're texting their mates, buy these shares, buy these shares.
Exactly. They know who's going to win or lose based upon whether that passes or not.
Wow.
They buy the stocks ahead of time. There's one guy, he did it once, congressman. He went and he bought a gigantic fucking section of like desert desert that's in California that no one lived in. And then he went and got a law passed so the federal government would build a road through it and had to buy all his property.
At a jacked up price, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, there seems to be that seems to happen here, but they seem to just fob it off and pretend, oh no, that's my sister's uncle's best friend's patch of land, nothing to do with me, even though they're the ones that bought it 2 years ago.
Yeah, they do all that here too. It's just different, and it's like no one's going to tell on you. They're all criminals, so it's like, we're not going to rat you out. I don't want you ratting me out.
Yeah.
But if you're not part of the program, they will do ethics ejection if you're not playing along with whatever their corruption is. You can't do anything new. You got to do the same old ways. So James Traficant, he was a congressman from Ohio, and he was doing what they all do, right? Corruption. But like he wouldn't go along with like their program. He was voting against the party line. He was, he was doing his own shit. And they no, you got to do what we say, or the way we're just going to report your criminality. And they did, and they kicked him out of Congress, and he went to jail. Called Fed, as they call it. There's a bunch of people in here this time of night. It is Sunday, so.
That's funny. As soon as you start mentioning the people that are in here, they disappear. Oh shit, they might talk to me next. No!
I mean, I understand. In here, there's kind of an excuse for it because they might not be good English speakers. Oh.
Yeah, it's very common for them to just want to sit in and listen. I've heard that heaps of times.
They must be really confused, man, because we have so many English speakers from different places with different accents and different mannerisms and sayings, and you know what I mean? Like
yeah,
stuff that doesn't really translate. You know what I mean? Because it's just like some English colloquial saying that like you'd have to be a native English speaker to even get. Things like I found out this phrase doesn't translate all of a sudden. Doesn't translate
All of a
into other
sudden.
languages, I guess.
Interesting.
And if you break it down as like a sentence, it doesn't really make sense all of a sudden. You know, it's freaking. But you know what it means. I know what it means.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of things we say they have no idea what the hell we're talking about. Just me even saying it like that, don't know what the hell we're talking about. Like even that like English phrase, like they're probably just picking out words, right? Hell, I recognize that. But what the hell? What is that? That's what happens when someone leaves freaking a Lego on the floor in the middle of the night and you step on it. You're like, what the hell? Dude, what, you ever step on a Lego barefoot, man?
Yeah, that shit's
crazy
nasty.
Pain, dude.
The ultimate in home security. Before you go to bed, just sprinkle some Legos across the floor. And if any Muppet happens to come in there, if they're wearing shoes, you'll hear the crunch, crunch. If they're not wearing shoes, well, that opens up a whole heap of questions, but at least it'll hurt them.
Anything happening here today? I mean, I saw it was pretty busy all day. I didn't listen, but I was watching the names pop up in the live stream. What were the fences?
Well, yeah, over fences was working it hard this morning. And it was funny too, because a couple of the boys get on there and go, you're female.
They didn't.
They didn't know. I thought that shit was funny.
Exploded.
Yeah, welcome to Simp Central. Yeah, I've heard her talk before, a couple of times. It's a shame too, because she should get on the mic more often. Very calming voice.
She's good, dude. She's also pretty good. I only heard her like flat smack a couple, maybe once. She's pretty good.
Yeah.
She isn't bad at all.
She said her issue is she can't think fast like we do. Well, not we as in me, but just the rest of us in general. And that's what she said. That's her biggest thing. She just doesn't have that instant thing. If someone asks her a question, thinks about it, answers it.
Yeah, but they're not that bright either. So you know what I mean? They're not. They don't have the reflexes either. I mean, the only reason we can answer so fast is because we heard this crap 10,000 times.
Yes.
And she's heard it 10,000 times, but hasn't had to say it 10,000 times. She comes in more and has to frickin' repeat herself 1,000 times. She'll be like, "Oh yeah, I heard this 10,000 times," and had to tell 10,000 idiots the same thing. You can't see forever. You can't see Everest from fucking America. Sorry.
We need to get
I see China
over fences and Dandelion and catch some random shit-stained Glober that we hate in between, and they can the pair of them can use him as a punching bag.
Yeah, I'd enjoy that, quite honestly.
Hey, India, you know what's worse? You know what's worse than saying it 1,000 times to 1,000 different idiots?
Saying it 1,000 times to the same idiot.
I agree with that.
That effectively triples your experience points. Telling you.
Dude, you get negative charisma when that happens, man. What are you talking about?
Nah, man.
Yeah, your street cred going backwards.
Start flaming out, man. Like, no way.
Nah.
A case in point, Talon X. Okay, there you go.
Come on, man.
JJ Icefish.
Yeah, I was thinking of him too.
I think they're doing that crap on purpose. I don't think because they're both doing. And there's another guy that does the same thing. I think it's like a gimmick or a trick or whatever, right? It's just like I'm just gonna just everything, and then when they get me in my I'll just change the subject or I'll. Like it's some tactic. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's so repetitive. Like it doesn't matter what subject you're talking about. It's the same whack-a-mole bullshit, gish gallop crap.
It's funny. I haven't seen or heard Ice J in a long time, actually. Has he been coming in more often lately there, or is that just your...
It was like last week.
I thought he might have been red flagged and left on the other side of the fence.
He still owes a debt, man.
He owes T-Dub some paperwork, me some paperwork. I don't know what he owes you.
Direct measurement of the surface curving from a satellite, and the satellite is rotating around a sphere.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, he owes that one.
Oh, I was thinking, Matrix, you were waiting for him to submit his where the flat Earth hurt me form. or whatever that was. I forget, but along those
there was citations. He owed T-Dub a citation for something. Yeah, there's a whole heap of just stupid things. Like anytime there's a long-range observation or a laser, anything, he nearly snaps his neck trying to throw the refraction out. It's like, I can't get it out quick enough. You guys just don't... Refraction! Yeah. Oh, come on, dude.
I remember
they don't account for it. How can they account for what you don't even know what it is, kid? Come on, try harder.
I thought yesterday of a good way to expose that nonsense that they can account for refraction. Because they make this thing called adaptive optics. They use it in astronomy. So they shoot a laser into the sky, and with this laser, from the scintillation pattern, they can adjust the telescope. It's an active measurement, right? So this is active adaptive optics. That's what it's called. So they shoot the laser, and they can tell from the scintillation of the laser. It's this artificial star technology, right? But the artificial star is only visible from the telescope. So they shoot it, and they know what it's supposed to look like, and from looking at it with the telescope, they know how much turbulence is in the air and all these things, and they use the adaptive optics to cancel out the distortion in real time. Okay?
Interesting.
But they can't do it from a model. Okay? You know what I mean? You can do it by measuring the actual wavefront, but you can't do it from a model and take the temperature, air pressure, all those things, and figure it out. It can't be done that way. I don't even know how good the adaptive optic one works, quite honestly. It's probably computers.
Well, the fact that it's doing it on the fly.
A bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, the fact that it's doing it on the fly, it would, It's not based on a model, it's based on I'm expecting to see that image. I'm going to adjust everything until I get that as close to perfect as I can.
Yeah, they have a reference image. The reference images are artificial star. I don't know how good this technology works because I've never seen anything. I know about the technology, but I've never seen any actual work product, anything that they produce where they were like, yes, we couldn't have done this without this system. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've never seen anything like that.
If that was linked to, say, high-end telescopes or something like that, so you're out stargazing and you've got your kick-ass telescope with its adaptive shit on the side of it, that'd be a pretty handy little tool to snag hold of. Don't worry, I've got a P1000 and I've also got the Vision Adapter 6200.
I mean, what it sounds like to me is just like a bunch of marketing hype. That, you know, they'll build telescopes with it, but it doesn't actually do anything.
Well, that's why it'd be interesting to lay it down horizontal. So instead of shooting it up into clear air, lay it horizontal like across a lake, anything large, and then specifically on days where there is a lot of air effects, a lot of heat and distortion and whatnot else going on. And yeah, it'd be very interesting to see what it does with that.
Yeah, true. I mean, thing about the adaptive optics, because it's all computer corrected, computer generated. This is like post processing bullshit. It's CGI, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
In the end, it isn't like, oh, we took a picture, we deformed the mirror, and then here's our picture. All of it's post processed to create an image. You know what I mean? So it's, you know, this is like that freaking. There used to be a guy that came into the old server, and he had a YouTube channel. He told us he was paid by NASA to make, like, he made videos about planets and shit.
Oh wow, didn't know that.
And it was a kid though. He's like 18, 19 years old. I can't remember his name, but he came into betas a few times. He could have been lying about that, but I don't think he was. But one time he said that computer-enhanced images can be more real than the real thing. And I was like, what? How can something be more real than the real thing?
As per the expectations of the viewer.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You go and get your average glober, they're expecting to see really, really, really cool pictures of Jupiter or Saturn or whatever the shit they're looking at. Whereas if you go there, yeah, here's a black and white image of some looks like bands around something. People are going to be disappointed with that. But if you colorize it and do all sorts of other cool tricks, yeah, it's all marketing.
Have you ever seen the Pioneer image? The Pioneer satellite image? Dude, it is so.
Is that the one that's taking the image of itself?
No, Pioneer was the old one. So, dude, you're gonna laugh when you see this. So, Pioneer was a satellite they launched in the 70s. They sent it to Saturn and Jupiter. This is the photo of Saturn.
That's what it sent back.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like it's in colored pencil. That's how bad that is. Like, it's unbelievable how horrible this is. But because they're printing it in magazines, it was good enough. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me show you this one.
Okay.
What is it? Okay, here we go. Now we got this. The new and improved Saturn.
Ooh, high def.
Oh, I got an even better one. This one's pretty cool.
That's not a photo, that's CGI.
You think? Here's a real good one. Look at that.
Oh.
Think they rendered that on an NVIDIA graphics card, or was it AMD?
ATI.
ATI. I was going to say ATI too. How do you know?
Nah, it should be a Quadro for sure.
Well,
yeah.
can't you
I'd like to thank our sponsors, NVIDIA.
Yeah, it's got to be ATI. It doesn't have soft shadows. That's so crazy. Why is the backside of Saturn lit? Ain't that funny? So you got the Terminator line, right? And then you got the dark side. Why can we see the back side of Saturn?
Yeah,
Why
it
is
should be black.
illuminated compared to the shadow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It all should be black, not just the part on the rings. The freaking whole backside should be freaking black.
Do you want me to tell you what the Globetard excuse for it to be? The light reflecting off of the rings back onto the backside.
Yes, because that's how that works. It's being scattered, man. By all the ice crystals in the rings.
Haven't you seen a chandelier at home? Don't you know how that works?
There's unobtainium in the rings, man. It's glistening. Is that the current thing with the Saturn's rings are? Are they ice or rock?
Oh, I wouldn't have a clue. Going so fast that it looks like a ring.
Billions of chunks of water ice, ranging in size from tiny dust-sized grains to large house-sized boulders. These particles,
now that's something I want to know.
Smaller amounts of rocky material and dust, believed to be remnants of comets, asteroids, or shattered moons. That's a freaking great story.
Well, with our high-powered cameras and high-powered telescopes and all that kind of jazz that we've got these days, has anyone actually tried to film it using high-speed cameras? Those slow motion guys that not time lapse, but the other way, speed the camera right up so when they slow it down, you can actually doesn't show as a ring. It breaks it down.
Interesting, dude. That's actually interesting. That
because the rings are supposed to be there due to our perception of the dust and shit going so fast that it looks solid. So if we can slow that shit down, we should nearly be able to see bits and pieces of crap right through it.
That's right. That's a good point. Well, shouldn't they a single frame catch for that?
Well, that's interesting. Why doesn't it catch for that?
Exposure time, right? So you need
correct
a shorter exposure, right?
Yeah, short exposure time to snag it, and because you're always doing photos in the dark, you need a long exposure and you'll never snag it.
Well, you know what they're going to say to that? They're going to say, well, Saturn isn't bright enough to use a short exposure time. We have to use a longer exposure time because we got to capture more light.
Yep.
They could have did it when they were right there. When they're sitting right next to it, right? They're right next.
Yeah, when you're 1,000 miles from it, it should have been a whole shit ton of photos.
Well, I mean, according to them, they're probably like freaking 100,000 miles away in these photos, or even more. I don't even know.
So, let's get this sorted out here. That's from Pioneer 1. No, the shitty one at the top was Pioneer 1. What was that? Those last ones, what were they off of?
Cassini.
Cassini was released in the 80s? No, late 80s.
I don't know when they sent it. The pictures came out in the 90s maybe, or early 2000s. Interesting. Then it just magically stopped working. Only Voyager still works.
And Voyager still works. Interesting that. We got better shit than ever, and it's only the nasty old one still chugging away. It's having a great old time. All right.
7-year journey from Earth. It launched from 2004 to 2017. Took 7 years to get there. It was launched in 1997.
completed its mission by diving into Saturn's atmosphere, burning up to protect the moons like Enceladus from potential Earth microbes. For fuck's
What? What a load of shit.
For fuck's sake, man.
But what they don't want to give Saturnians the flu?
Okay. Because microbes survived the vacuum of space, man. My God. It says it took 400,000 images. 450,000 images. Let's see. Where are the 450,000 images?
What, we just get 3?
You have to have an image archive somewhere. And not NASA's raw image gallery. The main repository of raw data. Oh. Oh, this is great. And here's an image of Saturn. That's great.
What about when you get closer? Does it look flat too?
Yeah. It seems like there's a lot of... How many images are there? Well, 2,000 images. I wonder if they all look like this.
Something interesting. What camera did they claim was on Cassini? Because I just punched into DeepSeek what was the best digital camera for 96, 97. Because I'll assume the thing was built in 96, they launched it in 97. So at the time, the best camera on the market was the Kodak AP NC2000E in 1996. It was a 1.28 megapixel camera for 15K.
Yeah, check this out.
Those images are a little bit better than 1 megapixel.
They always have these stupid names.
All right, I'm gonna get a squash.
Subsystem, a full camera instrument. I actually looked this up before. No, this is the narrow angle camera in the wide angle camera. But they made them acronyms because the knack in the whack. Both cameras were charged couple CCD imagers using a capture detailed multispectral images of Saturn's its moon rings. The narrow angle had a 2,000 millimeter focal length designed to capture high resolution detailed images. The wide angle had a 200 millimeter focal length camera used for broader context and wide field of views of the Saturn system. Both cameras used 1024 by 1024 CCD detectors. That's not even a megapixel.
So just to give everyone an idea,
isn't a megapixel what's a megapixel? Is it the size of the image it makes, or?
So, DPI vertical times DPI horizontal, and if it goes over 1 million, that's a megapixel. What's interesting is
1,000 by 1,000. Yeah, so it's a 1 megapixel camera.
Yeah, well, that was the best shit at the time. But look at that image. That's higher than a megapixel. You click on it, and the reason I say that, at its native size,
bigger than 1 megapixel pictures, bro. I'm serious.
No, just size-wise, so people can get an understanding. Remember the old 19-inch monitors, and some people still use them that we use on our computer? That is 1 megapixel at native resolution. The square 19-inch monitors that everyone used to love so much, they are 1 mega. Oh, actually, they're 0.7 of a megapixel, but yeah. But anyways, I'm gonna go down to squash, do some reffing. I'll be back for more reffing.
Yeah. I can't even find a 1 megapixel freaking image on the internet.
Just like was it long distance observations or whatever earlier posted that was it Discover? The one they say is 1 million miles away, and they took a photo of Earth.
Yeah,
and I was thinking to myself,
Epic Discover, yeah.
Right, what sort of camera they got on that to be able to get that much detail from 1 million miles away?
I don't think they even have a camera on that.
They got the P1 million.
Yeah, the P1 million.
Like the Himawari, it's like it's not an actual like camera. There's no like camera lens. It's just like a fucking mirror. According to their spec, it's a mirror reflecting onto a multispectral sensor. And then Himawari team won't like, you can't even get like their raw data. You have to get like second or third hand if you're a researcher, right? If you want their raw, like what they consider raw data, you can't even get it. I think the Epic Discover, let's see what their bullshit is. I know I looked this up before, and I didn't think they had a camera either.
Yeah.
The Earth Policy, here we go again. EPIC means Earth Polychromatic Imaging Camera is a 10-channel spectral radiometer aboard NOAA's Deep Space Climate Observatory, which is also an acronym. That's what Discover is. Fucking stupid losers, man. I hate acronyms. Unnecessary acronyms. Takes 10 images using narrowband filters to produce high-quality full disk images. I want to know the camera specifications.
But from 1 million miles away?
Of course. It is a 30-centimeter aperture Cassegrain telescope. It captures 2048 by 2 megapixels. 2048 by 2048 images of the sunlit Earth from the L1 Lagrangian point with a spatial resolution of 1 kilometer per pixel. That's nonsense.
Yeah, that's insane.
Even if, let's see, do the math real quick. Okay, maybe that's 10K.
By the way, India, it might just be me, but you sound really low, and T-Dub sounds really loud, and I got you up to like 200.
Sorry, man. Yeah, I thought the same thing. I've got everyone turned up.
Oh, about that. How about now?
Loud and clear. You're good.
Yeah, better.
It's down there. My mic was turned down to 48. I don't know why it was down there. Where was I? Oh, okay.
But yeah, megapixels.
So 2000. So.
Well, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. My bad.
No, it's fine. I'm looking something up. So I'm trying to figure out what the actual. So if it's 10 kilometers per megapixel means that it would have to be 12,000. 1,200 pixels across. Okay, that works out. So it's 2 megapixels. It's 4 megapixels. CCD. It's a Ritchie Christian Cassegrain telescope.
corresponding spectral channels, 10 kilometers per pixel. Sampled at 1.07 arc seconds. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Now, hypothetically, it's just a smear because it doesn't have subpixel. We need sub. Yeah, man, 10 kilometers per pixel. That means in 100 kilometers would be 10 pixels. Will be a little 10 pixel strip. Exposure time 20 to 100 milliseconds. Operating temperature negative 40 C. The EPIC on board NASA's Deep Space Climate Observatory satellite underwent significant post-processing updates, resulting in a new collection of enhanced, color-balanced, brightness-adjusted images. Since 2018, the multi-angle implementation has an atmospheric correction algorithm. Who was saying that shit the other day? Oh, we listened to Rob Simmons saying that frickin' they didn't have the color for the Earth. Calibration. Because EPIC has no in-flight calibration, data is processed using vicarious calibration, comparing it with MODIS for visible channels and OPS-NM for UV channels. Oh yeah, what I was just saying about Laser Guide Star. Seems that they haven't actually done it yet. They have never successfully done it. Yeah, ESA made it. I guess they have problems. Has three main challenges to overcome: Larimar precession, recoil, and transition saturation. I guess the idea is to illuminate sodium atoms located in the atmosphere at 90 kilometers altitude. How come everything happens at 90 kilometers, dude? In 100 kilometers? Why is everything happening right there?
Yeah, right at the Kármán line.
Yeah, exactly. Everything happens at the Kármán line for some reason. You know, when they launched the Falcon Heavy, like the last reading that it showed of its altitude was at the Kármán line. It was like 110 kilometers or something. And it stayed that way, even though it was supposed to be a car in frickin' space. It just stayed at 110 kilometers.
Interesting.
You know, like that's something I watch, and I've been watching for a long time. These launches that show the altitude, they always stop at some point and don't show the altitude no more. It just freezes, right? They just freeze it at some number. Yeah, it looks like it just from rereading. It just looks like a big another government make-work program. Keeps some frickin' astronomers employed. What a fucking useless fucking human activity, dude. Like, seriously. Can you seriously think of a more useless to humanity human activity? Like, jerking off in a fucking cup as a profession would be more useful than that. But I'll give it to them. Astronomers, they must be really smart to fucking dupe the rest of the public to pay for them to fucking stare at the stars. That must be, they're fucking geniuses. Hey, son, what do you want to do when you grow up? Daddy, I want to stare at the sky. Son, that would be great. I'm so proud of you.
I want you to do something completely fucking useless.
I'm good.
A big gay stargazer.
It's like that Seth guy from SETI, is it Seth? Oh, I can't remember his name now.
Seth, I think you're right. Seth from SETI. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. Spends all these days waiting.
I mean, I'm serious though. Can you think of a more useless human activity? Like, I can't think of one. Like, even if everything they thought of was right, so what? What does it change? It doesn't mean anything for us.
Right. But we might learn more about the origins of the universe.
Then we can know when we're gonna die. That's their thing. I mean, I got a Hubble clip about that, right? They're just like, and we'll be able to predict when the freaking sun explodes in 1,000,000 years. Like, who gives a shit? No one's gonna be. Why do I care if the sun explodes in 1,000,000 years, dude? As long as it isn't this week.
Yeah, there was an Outer Limits episode of that. They realized that it was going to go off in like a week or something, or it had started and that nobody had predicted it. They didn't realize.
Anyway, that's all interesting, but I hate to like drag this back on topic because we are focused individuals here. So
Oh
flat
no,
Earth
no, I was gonna.
is the
Are we
topic.
flat Earth?
Am I?
I was gonna mention it to. I was gonna mention it to. They don't ever mention. Once you do get deeper into the scientific process for learning, that everyone accounts for human error. Even when I mentioned earlier with like a fast food joint, you can walk into McDonald's. Yeah, they might have put rules in place, like, FDA rules and whatever, but there's always cases where they're doing callbacks on food. There was a whole entire the muckraker incident where they went into the food factories and seen all the gross things that were being put into it. But there's always a lie they put on top, the customer service. Oh yeah, we're totally not just using the bathroom, not wash our hands and then making your meal. So I never understand why people don't want to do the scientific process themselves, understanding that there's always going to be human error on any level. And the fact that we as the people, we can't fact check or we can't check the scientific process on the higher levels.
They can't even check each other. They can't even check each other. You can't replicate experiments at CERN. They can't do the same experiment again. Those are one-shot deals, man. And whatever result they get, they just have to go, oh, we got this result. I mean, like CERN, it's like the Large Hadron Collider, atom smasher, for lack of a better term, right? It's in Europe.
Mhm.
It's the most expensive fucking scientific piece of equipment in the world. So they freaking smash fucking high protons are going the speed of light. They smash them together and look at the debris. And then that debris, they say, look, we found a new fucking particle. Look, we found the Higgs boson. Look, we found this. Look, we found that. That's supposed to be the highest level of science in the world, high energy physics. None of those experiments can be replicated because A, no one owns a fucking Large Hadron Collider except for them, so no one can actually test what they're like. No one can replicate their experiment to see if that was the actual result. And like, and a lot of it's just like statistical massaging because what you're talking about, right? The human error, they take human error into account. They take measurement uncertainty into account. They take measurement precision into account, and they apply statistical models on how they can, quote unquote, eliminate these errors. All they're doing is eliminating them mathematically. They're not actually eliminating them. But like what passes as science now is nothing. It's not actually science. It's fucking voodoo and witchcraft.
and if I can add to that, India, sorry to interject, but is there, like, on top of what you're talking about, is it not fair to say that there's also, in some cases, some sort of philosophical bias at play as well, right? Because they can be doing whatever they're doing to the T in terms of whatever technical standards at play, but then there's a result, right? The statistical analysis that goes into whatever they do that then needs to be interpreted, right? And that
there's always interpretation in the data.
Lead you down a certain direction.
You can always build your own Large Hadron Collider.
Well, I mean,
a Boy Scout built a nuclear generator in his backyard. You could build a Hadron Collider.
Dude, it took like a decade just to survey the spot, dude.
Well, it sounds like excuses. Come on, man.
Yeah, man, that's what concrete's for.
No, just to survey the spot, because it was surveyed down. They actually used stainless steel fucking wires to measure the distances. That would not shrink or expand in temperature changes.
Hey, man, if they did it, it can be done again. You can build your own. You just need to get your money up.
I need to get my money up.
Come on, India, get your dough up.
Pimp your mom. How about that? Would I get any money for that?
Not very much.
Yeah, fucking die broke. God damn it.
Yeah, my mom's dead, so you're not unless you're into grave digging. You're not getting much out of that.
Oh, dude, people are into that. What are you talking about? Stephen Hawking was at Epstein Island. Obviously, people are into that.
The recent revelations, grandma jerky.
Well, then that proves it even more that there needs to be even more transparency, since
I don't want any transparency about Epstein Island. I've heard enough.
Oh, no, not Epstein. I was going off of what 20K Ups was mentioning about how if you have your own philosophy, since back to scientific process, you're supposed to go in unbiased for the concept of
that's impossible. That's impossible. It's not possible not to have. Look. The way you eliminate bias, you can't. Listen to me. Listen. You cannot eliminate human bias. Okay. The only way to control it is so that the experiment is repeatable. That way, human bias doesn't matter, even if you are biased. Because someone that's not biased or has an opposite bias can check, and if they get the same result, as long as they're honest, okay, even if they're biased, as long as they're honest, they're going to say, look, I got the same result. You know what I mean?
I have a question.
The purpose of the scientific method, the very purpose of the scientific method is to mitigate human bias. That's the point of it.
Is there
because
a reason
we're all biased.
that the sun in like the flat Earth model doesn't illuminate the entire disk?
First of all, no. There's no flat Earth model. A, we don't think the Earth, and B, we don't think the Earth is a disk.
You think it is?
Not a disk.
It's a sphere?
No, it's not. Definitely not a sphere. Because if it was a sphere, the waters of the Earth would curve, and they don't.
Wait, so you don't think it's a disk or a sphere? You think it's what?
Yeah, it's not. It's like no. There's no outer space, so it's not a freaking Earth floating around in outer space. There's no solar system. There's no fucking infinite fucking vacuum surrounding the Earth. None of that crap.
We're just on like a table.
No, we're not on the table, dude. We're not inside of something. It's just the Earth, and that's it. There's nothing else.
The main thing I dislike about the globe people, it's like if you're going to stay on top of like the shape of what you guys are pushing the Earth to be, at least stay on like collectible like topic on what the shape is, because they just updated it for the people who believe it's a globe, and everyone now is saying it's
Were you here 5 minutes ago before? Like you weren't you in here? Okay, weren't you in?
Actually, for all the people who believe that it's a globe,
an egg.
It's been tossed out, and it's now they mention a pear shape.
Yeah,
not an egg.
An oblate ellipsoid. Yeah, fine, great. Listen.
I'm not.
Listen for a second, Super Gremlin.
Okay, I'm listening.
Listen.
I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying that they don't stay.
I know. I'll address it. Now, weren't you here when we were talking about people asking about the shape of the Earth and how they insist on it must be some ideal geometry, like a fucking cube or a sphere or a pyramid, and that nothing in nature actually has any of these shapes?
Yeah, I came on top of it. I was just
Yeah, okay. So if I asked you, if I told you the Earth is the shape of a rock, what shape is that?
Organic.
Yeah, what's the shape of a rock?
Organic.
It has no shape. It doesn't have any shape that you can describe. You could say, hey, that looks like a rock, but it doesn't actually have a shape. So when people ask us what's the shape of the Earth, they're basically saying, I'm a Platonist. I think that the universe only exists in ideal forms. And I think the Earth must be some sort of Platonic solid. That's what they're saying, but they don't know they're saying that. Now, the idea of the globe comes from Plato, was the first person to mention it. Maybe Pythagoras. There's some references that he mentioned it first. But it was Plato. He wrote in the Dialogues of Timaeus that since the sphere was the most perfect shape, that the Earth must certainly be a sphere. Okay? And Copernicus, 1,000 years later, said the exact same thing in his Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, and he came up with the heliocentric model, at least the circular orbit one. The point is that the idea that the Earth's a globe comes from an aesthetic preference for Platonic forms, meaning shapes, meaning that there is no reality. It's called the ideal system, where there is no actual reality, that the only real reality is the world of ideas and ideal forms, in that the Earth must be one of these ideal forms, like a sphere or a cube or a pyramid or something like that. Well, it could just be nothing in nature is actually like that. So why should the Earth, which is natural, be like that? There's no reason for it to be like that.
Well, it just seems like, the Earth is a physical thing that physically exists, so it must have a physical shape. Like, what about
Yeah,
like
but that doesn't mean that you have a word to describe that shape, dude. Did you even hear what I said? What's the shape of a rock?
Yeah, well, amorphous. A rock can have many different forms.
Amorphous isn't a shape, dude.
Obviously, you wouldn't.
See, what you're trying to do, you think we're naive. You're just trying to infinite regression fallacy. You just ask. Hey, where's the edge? Just ask.
Well, I'm not saying anything about
edge. Where's the edge, dude? Just get it out of your system.
If you're gonna ask me what shape a rock is, I'm gonna tell you what shape a particular rock is. I'm not gonna.
You wouldn't even be able to tell me the shape of a particular rock.
Yeah, shaped like a rock.
A rock shape, which is no shape at all.
Yeah,
because rocks take infinite variety of forms, right?
I hear a lot of confidence. I don't hear a lot of logic in that, though. Like, what about like
everything I said is completely logical. Even this was even made out by Greek logicians way back to Zeno. So you can say it's not a lot of logic and say fucking buzzwords you think sound good, but you're full of shit. Rocks have infinite fucking forms. Can't say rock shape. That's just saying anything. That's when you might as well say it's formless if you're going to say rock shape. We don't think the Earth is inside of something. So to be inside of something like an object, right? We don't think the Earth is like an object that like you could hold in your hand.
Well, I tried asking. So
well,
are you saying
we don't think the Earth is like an object that's inside of something. Let me ask you this: what's the universe inside?
Well, that's why I was trying to ask. Would you think that it is perhaps an inward-facing sphere? And
no,
there is
it's not a sphere at all.
And there is some
point. It can't be a sphere because the surface of the Earth isn't curving. Do you understand? A property of a sphere is that the surface is curving. An inverse sphere, a concave fucking sphere, the inside of a sphere, it has to curve. The surface of the Earth does not curve, so it can't be a sphere. Can't be. It can be anything else, but it can't be that.
So what's the angle on like it's not curved?
That if the most of the surface of the Earth is water, as far as we know, we can measure the surface of the Earth, oceans, rivers, lakes. In those surfaces, the surface of water does not curve. Okay, it's flat. It's measured flat. So if the waters of the world are flat and the waters take up 70% of the world, then the world has to be flat.
What do you mean water is flat?
Water's flat, dude.
What do you mean? Like it goes level?
No, I didn't say level. It's flat.
Right. What do you
but
mean?
Yes, it also is level.
What do you mean by it's flat?
Meaning it's vertical. You don't know what flat means, dude?
I know what flat means.
Here we go into the gigantic fucking Bev bullshit. Okay, dude. Flat means there's nothing that's actually perfectly flat, obviously, because things are made of discrete frickin' elements, okay? Like atoms and molecules. So, but we don't want to conflate flat with smooth. Flat is so that the vertical versus the horizontal size, length, distance, whatever you want to call it, is so large, the proportion. So, for instance, the proportion of the vertical versus the horizontal, if the Earth is 193 million miles, square miles, and the biggest bump is 5 miles, the shit is smoother than a billiard ball. Okay? So that's what we're talking about, the ratio of the vertical to the horizontal.
Yeah. Okay.
It's flatter and smoother than any surface ever created by man. If you think about it, even if you had 50-foot wave heights across the entire ocean, it would still be the smoothest surface ever.
Yeah, no, I've heard that. It's like smoother than a ping pong ball.
Smoother than a billiard ball. It's smoother than any man-made surface. But that's not the point.
Well, I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense though, because if you think about it from the perspective of like everything is built up by, like atoms or molecules, right? Like obviously things that are of a smaller scale are going to have like a poorer resolution. So like the discrepancy of like one molecule on something the size of a ping pong ball is not going to be the same as the discrepancy of one molecule on something the scale of the Earth, right?
Yeah, so if you had a ping pong ball, the bumps would be smaller than the molecules on the surface of the ping pong ball. That's how smooth it is. Because you got to remember, we just have like most of the ocean, most of the Earth's surface is water, and the roughness is the waves. Let's say you have a fucking 3-meter average wave height. Well, I have a 3-meter wave height, and the fucking Atlantic Ocean is 5,000 miles across. Okay, that's pretty goddamn smooth.
Yeah.
So, but the point is that we can measure for curvature, we can test for curvature, because the drop that they say of a ball of 3,959 mile radius, the math comes out that the drop in 10 miles is 66 feet. So if you had a friend 10 miles away at the shore, on the shore of a lake, unless he's on top of a 66-foot ladder, you won't see him. Allegedly. But when you actually go out and do this test, you do see him.
That's weird. I wonder why that is.
Because the Earth is flat. There's nothing to wonder.
Wait, didn't some guys do something exactly like what you're saying with a laser? And they're like, that's not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be lower.
No, you're butchering it, brother. You're butchering your.
No,
nonsense.
was that fake? You were getting
fake?
excited
No,
earlier.
it wasn't. No, it what? What did you say?
I said you were getting excited earlier when you were talking about the edge. What did you want me to say about the edge?
Because you guys always try the infinite regression fallacy. Where's the edge? No one said there's an edge. Only you guys think there's an edge. Flat earthers don't think the Earth has an edge. Only globe earthers think the Earth has an edge.
What earthers?
Globe earthers.
Oh, okay.
Globe
Okay.
Yeah, they think the Earth has an edge. They think they're standing on the edge.
Globetards.
The edge meaning
Can I play devil's
the
advocate
furthest
real
distance
quick
from the
with you?
center. No, not yet. I want to go back to the fucking the laser. Okay, so what you're talking about is the Netflix mockumentary. It's also been a TikTok freaking short. It's also been a freaking YouTube short. So there's a lot of freaking, I don't know what you want to call it, bullshit surrounding this. Wasn't a laser. They didn't measure that part where he says, "Oh, that's interesting." He said 4 hours before they ever even did the test, the people that frickin' produced the video clipped that in to make him look like he was responding to the results of the test. He wasn't. They didn't use a laser because they melted the collimator on the laser from leaving it on too long, and they used the flashlight. And they tried to shine a flashlight through 2 8-inch diameter holes across over land, which could be sloped, it could be anything, and tried to shine a flashlight through 2 holes. Now, obviously, this is fucking impossible over 1.6 kilometers. There'd be a freaking severe engineering task to even make that happen. Even if you had like fucking surveying equipment.
So hold on, they had the tool they needed, and then they broke it so that they could do the experiment with like the wrong tools.
Well, I mean, a collimator attaches to a laser, and if you leave it on too long, it'll get hot because it's focusing the laser, and what they did is they ended up melting it. Now, I don't know. I'm not Jaron.
What a
Jaron's a fucking idiot.
Look,
the test couldn't have worked anyway, no matter what they did, and I'll tell you why. It's too hard to align the holes. Number one. Number two, it couldn't have worked because there's something called diffraction. When light passes through a small aperture or hole, also known as a hole, it spreads out again. So the laser would have became uncollimated, right? So all they would have got is a dispersed fucking light anyway. It was ill-conceived. I don't know why the guy ever thought of it. It was just dumb to even try that. It was a dumb experiment. And it was only 1.6 kilometers, which is nothing. We have 800-mile LoRa chirped fucking radio. So LoRa radio is like a half a watt chirped radio transmission. We have there's an 800-mile over the ocean surface. So it's a buoy and a ship talking to each other over LoRa 800 miles away. Now, if the Earth was a ball, there'd be freaking something like 150 miles of fucking Earth curve between the 2 fucking points. That's right, 150-mile hump of fucking water between them. 10,000-mile radio transmissions. There's fucking 50-mile long distance, even Chicago skyline, 275-kilometer Alps to the Pyrenees to the Alps, and vice versa looking back. There's so much flat Earth proof that I don't even know where to start.
Yeah, so you're not familiar with the concept of propaganda? Like, we get it that you saw something that made you feel like you could stick with the mainstream story. So what we're telling you is propagandists made a piece and edit it together to make it tell the story that they wanted to tell, which just so happens to be.
I heard the other guy when he said it.
Yeah,
and they admitted why they did it too, by the way. Just for the record, they admitted they did it because when the flat earthers when they were interviewing them, they started talking about their children. They felt a moral duty to make the flat earthers look bad because they didn't want children to start believing in flat earth. This is what they said, the producers.
So what he's telling you is it's been repeated thousands of times and shown that when you measure it, there's no curve, and you could repeat it yourself. So if you saw some story on TV that was just trying to reiterate what the military-industrial educational complex has been trying to brainwash you with since birth, you can discard that because you could go out and test it for yourself if you cared enough.
Okay, so like if you have just like a really powerful telescope, then you should be able to see any point of the planet from any other point.
You're not on a planet A, and why would you be able to do that? Do you have a weather app on your phone?
Yeah, you said
yeah, it has a visibility. The visibility doesn't say freaking 25,000 miles, dude. It says 10 miles. The air's opaque, dude, at long distances.
Yeah, you're talking about the atmospheric stuff, right? makes the mountains look
Yeah, the
blue.
air's opaque at long distances. Even according to like even a model of the air, the furthest you could possibly see it through sea level air is 296 kilometers, because the air would absorb all the light.
So are you going to concede that the Netflix mockumentary is not a valid source of proof of curvature, Wake?
No, I'm not going to concede that, because I don't know that for a fact. I know that you guys are saying it, and I'm operating on that being true for the purpose of the conversation.
Well, what did you rely on with them? How did you evaluate them?
Nothing more or less. I'm as cautious of them as I am of people telling me that it's not true.
What? That makes no sense.
I'm saying I don't trust either one of you. I'm taking it just as a data point.
Look,
okay. I don't like you. You guys seem to think I care. You seem to think I care a lot more about the Netflix thing. I didn't even know it was a Netflix thing. I don't.
No,
I really care.
No, it's just like it's annoying because we've done so many laser tests, and then we have to hear about that shit, which wasn't even a laser. But so here's the funny thing: in the documentary, they never even say it's a laser. That's the funny thing. But for some reason on the internet, when I talk to people about it, they all think it's a laser, even though they never said it. So why would people do that? Why do you think, even without prodding, right? Even without prodding or being told or even being said on the internet, that people make up in their head that it's a laser?
Yeah, man, I don't know. I think
that's very strange. I mean, you just did it.
I'm remembering it as being read, but I don't know. I haven't seen the clip in a long time. It's something I saw a long time ago. Also, like this doesn't need to be like adversarial. I'm not trying to prove you wrong or anything. I'm just asking because I want to understand.
I'm not being adversarial. I'm just pointing out, like, listen, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance associated with this. I'm just pointing out that you did something that you didn't even realize you were doing. Are you fucking rude, dude?
Yo, chill.
No, shut your fucking hole, dude.
No, shut your fucking hole. Yeah, just say hello. I joined.
I know, but first you listen, see if somebody's talking, and then you speak. You just don't freaking join a voice chat yelling. Anyway.
Okay.
The point is,
if I could.
Oh, go ahead, Tetsu.
Yeah. So, Wake, you're saying that you're not adversarial, and yet you ask a question about something that you saw maybe on Netflix that apparently proves that the Earth is curved according to you or what
I saw it on
perceived.
even less than Netflix. I only ever saw a YouTube short. Like I said, I'm not coming in here saying one thing or another. I'm genuinely curious about what you guys believe.
Well, instead of leading off with something that would only assume that the only man in history to prove that there is Earth curve is a washed-up YouTuber, you must have something better than that, right?
Yeah, so let me just say, because I feel like this is something that maybe needs to be said. I didn't realize that. I thought they were like adults that could just have a conversation. I understand that you guys have probably a lot of baggage dealing with people that come in and bag on you and think that you're dumb for believing something different. I'm just curious.
Nope, that's not the problem. You're wrong.
That's not the case.
It's your passive aggressive phoniness. That's what it is.
But I know I'm not being passive aggressive because I'm genuinely just wanting to know what you guys believe. That's why I'm asking questions.
Okay, so let's do this. Just and for the fucking peace of all people, we're gonna push the reset button. We're gonna start over, and all ideas of ill will and bad feelings are gonna dissipate instantaneously. Poof! See, there they go. So it says who continue your whatever you were doing.
No, that's it. That's all I wanted to mention. Hold on, Super. That's all I wanted to mention. We can't base what we believe on something that we saw on YouTube necessarily that was a hit piece, right? So let's go ahead and deal with what's empirical. We can test and reproduce something that's repeatable. That would be the best way to attack this particular topic. Let's do what's empirical. Let's forget about propaganda. How about we all just agree on that? You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. No, great.
Right,
I'll let Indio go.
Also, is it okay if I or
Yeah, you can
does
put in
anyone
your
else have any
3
pieces?
cents. Go ahead. If it's on topic, sure.
Yeah, of course. I'm always on topic, even though I might tangent. Everyone can interject if they disagree afterwards, but to play a devil's advocate, but to help Wake in 420, I guess, separate a little bit from the idea of the globe, since, looking for proof of the globe. If you do want to think about the globe itself, even current philosophers or scientists working on it currently say that the globe is inaccurate. You can even quote Neil deGrasse Tyson. He mentioned it. I know people have feelings about him. Even I have feelings about him. But even with his studies and other studies I can bring up, what they are pushing now, the globe, they say, is completely inaccurate. Nothing about it is accurate, and they changed the script over to it being a pair. You can both look that up, Wake in 420, to what the current opposite idea of the shape of the earth is being said to be currently from the other side. And it's not even the sphere that they've been telling us the whole time. The globe that they've been showing us the whole time, they are currently canceling that idea and changing it again. So, knowing that we're still constantly changing the idea of what the globe even is, can we just all agree that the globe is bullshit? Because even the people who claim that the globe wasn't bullshit are currently calling it bullshit. Nobody is saying the globe is good anymore.
Well, I don't think it's a big stretch to go from a sphere to an oblate spheroid.
They said that the top.
Yeah, it's a little stretch, 11-mile stretch.
Yeah, they said that the top is flat. They said that the middle is stretched out, and they said the bottom is like a round butt. So I think that's a big stretch.
They said the top is flat?
Yeah, they said that the top was flat. You can look it up. They said the top was flatter. They said the middle, where the equator was like stretched out. Neil deGrasse Tyson mentioned, he used this odd analogy. He said if you have pizza dough and you spun it in the air, the edges get stretched out and the middle gets flat. Don't know why he used that analogy, but he said it's the same concept.
He was hungry.
But you can look it up. He spoke on a panel in front of people, and he said this. So, and also you can look up different scientific graphs as well of them changing it over to this pair theory. So it's not even like you can consistently say the globe is correct, because everyone on both sides says it's not. So I say that you can open up your ears and be open to anything at this point.
I mean, disproving the globe is simple.
The picture they have for the pear-shaped Earth looks fucking retarded.
Yeah.
But that's what he said. You see what I mean?
So we don't need there is no proof for the globe. In fact, you can't even form a statement that would be considered any type of logical proof that would support the globe. For a simple reason that there's nothing you can actually observe on the Earth that would indicate that it's a globe. The globe is based completely upon the sky. It's not based upon anything on the ground.
What if you were to build a pipeline that ran like north, south, east, west, and connected all the way around? Would that would that change
all the way around?
Yeah, no. All the way around, connected.
No, because east and west are circles.
So you would think it would just be two overlapping like circle pipelines?
First of all, I don't know how this is like a hypothetical that can never be done.
Yeah,
it's like we're trying to stay in the real world here, and what we can actually do. There's only one way. I mean, I know it's like seems so simple to you. Oh my God, that's too simple. You can't just measure the curve of the Earth. How does that going to prove a globe or not to prove the Earth flat or a globe? Because that's the only thing that can't work in either one, right? Almost all things, no matter what you do, you can bring up maps, you can bring up flight routes, you can bring up freaking oil wells, you can bring up almost anything. And it can work in either a flat Earth or a globe.
But the one thing that can't work in flat Earth or a globe is the surface of the Earth, right? So a property of a sphere is that it's equidistant from the center. Well, a straight line can't be equidistant from a point. The center being a point, right? A straight line can't be equidistant from a point. So you can know for certain, you can definitely delineate one or the other by a simple test of whether the surface is curving. That's why we choose this. That's why we want to do this, because it proves one or the other than speculating about, well, it could be a globe. This is how this particular measurement would work on a globe, but it could also work on a flat Earth too if you assume this other thing, right? We're trying to get rid of the assumptions. We're trying to get rid of the faulty logic. We're trying to just peel all that away. And if you start and try to rebuild this idea, right, what's the Earth from first principles? Just first principles. What do we do first? Let's observe it. Let's observe the Earth. What does it look like? Oh shit, it looks flat. Okay, why can't I just stop there and go, okay, it looks flat because it is flat? Oh, because I can imagine it's something else that's gigantic. It's so gigantic that it's flat. Okay, fine. I can imagine it being something else. Let's test my imagination. And we can go out there and we can measure the surface of the Earth. And we can measure that it's not curving. And that I can see 52 miles across Lake Michigan to the Chicago skyline. That I can see the French Alps from the fucking Pyrenees 275 miles away. Right? That I can see frickin' Cabo San Lucas from an airplane 780 miles away. Right? None of these should be possible. That I can take a laser to the Great Salt Lakes and shine it 21 miles. Or I can take it to Lake IJsselmeer in the Netherlands and beam it and shine it frickin' 25 miles. And that, like, I can shine lasers all over the place, and they're never running into the curve of the Earth for some reason.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking at this like retarded shaped Earth, I almost wonder if, like, depending on where you would do your laser test, you would get different results if it's this fucking like chop.
Well, I mean, so according to the globe Earth, right, gravity conforms water into the shape of a ball, right?
Yeah.
So that's where the curve is going to be, 100%. Gravity is going to curve the water. Right? You don't have to worry about frickin' changes of elevation. You don't have to worry about a slope. You don't have to worry about frickin' mountainous terrain, right? Just go to the water. Water's got to be curving. Right? That's all, like, and like people will come in here, and I'm just telling this for your benefit. People will come in here and they'll bring up things like, what about the Coriolis effect? What about orbits? What about satellites? What about this? What about that? What about all these things, right? Why does the Earth look like a ball from space? Well, if the Earth looks like a ball from space, if I come down out of space and come to the surface of the Earth, I should be able to measure curve.
Well, I was going to ask about the Coriolis effect. What's the explanation that you guys
doesn't actually exist?
But don't snipers have
an idea. It doesn't actually exist in nature. There's no measurements of it actually existing. That's the thing. This is one of the things that sounds good on the surface, and people think because there's a hypothesis about it that the hypothesis has been confirmed, but it isn't, because the Coriolis is an apparent deflection. It's not an actual deflection. So what you have is a rotating reference frame. That would be the Earth. And if you're outside that rotating reference frame, like in the sky, right?
Yeah.
You would see a bullet that was shot, which is in the what's called a non-inertial reference frame, right? The bullet's not on the ground anymore. The bullet's going straight. But if you're on the surface of the Earth in the rotating reference frame, like on a merry-go-round, and you throw a ball, the ball is going straight. But to you, from your point of view, it appears like it's curving. Understand?
Yeah.
Because you're rotating, right? So this effect doesn't actually exist. They don't account for it in artillery. They don't account for it in any of that crap. First of all, the effect wouldn't be enough to even have to account for it in artillery. It's so small. Even if you shoot 30,000 meters, it isn't even enough to even account for it, to need to account for it. Because the imprecision of the weapon is greater than the correction. right? If you don't know where the thing's going to land within a 250-yard circle, a fucking 9-meter correction isn't really going to help you. It doesn't matter one way or another whether you correct or not. You can't even control a 250-yard fucking circle.
And what's the angle for like stars? Like, what is a star?
What do you mean? It's
Like
composition?
Stars
So
in the
this is the
sky.
two things. We see stars, right? We see stars, we see planets, we see the sun, we see the moon, right? We see all these celestial objects. Okay? Now, they exist. We see them. We named them. Humanity named them. We gave them names.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that we believe what they say they're made out of, how far away they are, what they're doing, how old they are, all the stories they tell about what the stars are, as if somehow they're different than 2,000 years when they were making up stories about the stars.
Yeah.
None of those stories. None of those stories can be confirmed. Do I think you can reach them? I don't think so. But that would be speculation. I don't think so. You definitely can't reach them in the heliocentric paradigm because the closest star is 4 light years away.
Yeah.
And if you were going the speed of like what they said they launched Voyager, right, fastest object ever shot, that's not going to reach what would be equivalent to the closest star for 150,000 years. So, can we reach them? Even in the heliocentric model, you're never going to reach them. So, like whatever theory we have or hypothesis we have about their composition, age, all those things, how they work, we're never going to actually know because we're never going to actually get there to confirm any of that crap. I don't think we're going to be here in fucking 150,000 years at fucking Alpha Centauri with a catcher's mitt ready to catch Voyager.
Also, to add on to Indio's point, if you like some more, I guess, grounded stuff, Wake, PBS dropped an article a couple years back that NASA came out and they mentioned that the humans for going to space was never actually a thing. The farthest we reached is considered still the sky. I can link that article in the website. Oh, sorry, the Discord, like little sidebar. But yeah, they confirmed a couple years ago we never reached true space or what they say space is. We've only been to the sky. So it's like the concept of being able to do stars and stuff, it's like, bro, we haven't even been to space. We've only been in our sky.
Yeah, so there's also we have NSA documents when NASA was created, saying that NASA was created to project to project power and influence around the world, so that no competitors would arise. Right? They wanted to project the idea that we were that the United States was so technologically superior that they could not challenge us. These are all National Security Council fucking documents from the founding of NASA. Of why they created NASA. It was a propaganda operation. Did you know that NASA is now since Doofus in the chat? So did you know that NASA now is officially a spy agency? Officially. You know that, Dud? That NASA is officially a spy agency now? So Trump signed an executive order about 3 months ago now, I think it is, or 4 months ago. It's on the White House website, executive order, made NASA's primary function intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security issues. That's their primary function. Oh, Dad is probably crying in his frickin' soup right now. Yeah, that's right, bro. It's officially a spy agency. NASA, you just replace CIA with NASA.
Yeah, I just searched like fastest known object. What are you using for the fastest object?
They said last I knew it was Voyager 2.
I'm seeing Parker Solar Probe getting speeds of like 394,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, where's that at?
I'm not sure.
Is that the one? That's the one they shot. They said they shot into the sun, right?
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, I'm sure they measured that really carefully. Look, I don't think there's any satellites in space. I think it's all hogwash. I'm just saying, in that paradigm, in that story, Voyager, even so, there's something called an internal critique. I don't know if you're aware of that. So you can internally critique a worldview without adopting it, and to check it for consistency. So in that worldview, in the worldview of a heliocentric model and stars and Big Bang universe and all that crap, even in that worldview, you can never reach a star because it's too far away. Within the modern physics worldview paradigm, whatever you want to call it, mainstream, call it what you want. Within that paradigm, no one's ever going to a star. And honestly, in that paradigm, like 99.99999999999% of humanity will never go to outer space. They'll never see the Earth as a globe, ever. Only on a screen. So, anyway, I was doing first principles. First principle is we observe the Earth is flat and motionless. That's what you do in science, right? The first thing you do is you make an observation of the natural world. And the observation is the Earth is flat and motionless. Now, that as it is, it should just stand that the Earth is flat and motionless until someone actually goes and measures the curve or measures motion, which no one's ever done either one of those things. But instead, a story's been told to humanity, and a significant portion of humanity has adopted this belief as their own, and to such an extent they think that they know the Earth is a globe, but they know no such thing because they have no experience from which that knowledge would have came, right? You don't, I don't, no one in this chat don't, no one's ever experienced the Earth as a globe. They've seen it on TV maybe, they've seen it on a screen, they've seen a picture in a book, they've imagined it in their mind, but they don't remember it. There's nowhere in their memory that they can search where they go, yeah, remember when I saw the world as a globe? Yeah, no, they don't have that memory. So they don't have that experience. They don't have that knowledge. They just have a belief. And that's where most, even if you believe, and here's another internal critique, even if you believe the mainstream paradigm, there's only two people left in the world because all the other Apollo astronauts are dead. So there's two living Apollo astronauts. They're the only two people that have seen the Earth as a ball. Two people left. ISS astronauts, ISS only would see 3% of the Earth from their elevation, their altitude. So they can't say that they've seen the Earth as a ball. They're only seeing a little tiny portion of the Earth's surface. So the only people that said they can, the Apollo clowns that claim they went to the moon, there's only two of those guys left. So two people out of the 9 billion people on the Earth claim that they've seen the Earth as a ball. Two people. I mean, if you want to hitch your wagon to that, go right ahead. Look at Doug coping hard. Dudix, man, you're coping hard, man. Now you're going to make me post the executive order. Made me do it. I mean, my philosophy is I'm a direct realist. I believe we actually can trust our senses. I believe that's not to say they're infallible. Nothing about human beings is infallible. We can't trust our senses even more than our mind. And that the way the world appears is the way it actually is. I don't think it's an illusion. I don't think, though we cannot perceive everything, the things we can't perceive are of no consequence to our existence. Doesn't matter if I can perceive x-rays or not. X-rays don't matter to anything in my life unless a man makes x-rays and beams me with them. You understand? So all the electromagnetic spectrum that we can't see, it has no effect on us. That the senses that we have are good enough to have long, fulfilling lives. All that other mental masturbation, freaking quarks, fucking muons, protons. It's just a bunch of mental masturbation. And take it from someone who's a freaking uber nerd, dude. That studied that shit for 30 years, 40 years. It's trash. It's freaking literally fiction, dude. It's just a mind virus. It just eats your mind. Has little connection to actual reality of what men and women experience. Modern day bread and circus is fucking Bill Nye, the science guy.
Hey, Indio, I have a question for you.
Just a moment. Whoever said hello, welcome.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, I was thinking, I wanted to ask you, how did you feel about the firmament? Like, what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, firmament just means expanse of the sky. That's all that word means. The dome of the sky, the expanse of the sky. It doesn't literally mean there's some physical frickin' dome. It just means that when it says firmament, it means that the stars are fixed within it. So the idea that there was nested spheres, that the planets were in their own sphere, right, and then that the stars were fixed in their own sphere, right?
So,
that's why they call it firmament, fixed within the sky.
So what do you reckon the highest you can go is before some force stops you, and what is that force that stops you?
Doing something.
Well, I don't know if it would be a force. Forces are like conceptual. They don't actually exist but I would guess probably can't get much higher than 150 kilometers. I would say 110 kilometers. Somewhere in there, between 100 and 150. The problem is, I do not think you can thrust in a vacuum. In fact, I don't think outer space exists at all, because of the second law of thermodynamics prohibits such a thing from existing. You know, Aristotle said nature abhors a vacuum, and for some reason, you know, everybody forgot that. So we have gas pressure. Just to give you the rundown, we got gas pressure on Earth. I'm breathing right now, 15 psi gas pressure. Right? Well, how can that gas pressure be adjacent to the vacuum? And they'll say, well, there's a gradient. Well, that's fine. How do you have a gradient of gas pressure? Because I can take a vacuum chamber, cylinder, as high as you want it to be, 1,000 feet tall, 10,000 feet tall, doesn't matter. We can evacuate it so it's a vacuum. We're going to have it on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is the strongest. And if I put gas inside of that, it's not going to sink to the bottom because of gravity. The Earth is not going to hold the gas to the bottom of the chamber, away from the vacuum, the top of the vacuum chamber, which is vacuum, away from the vacuum, and create a atmospheric gradient within the vacuum chamber. No. The gas is going to disperse equally in all directions, and it's going to until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium. Okay, this is in accordance with all the gas laws, the kinetic theory of gases. And if this wasn't true, okay, you'd need to add gravity to the phase diagram, because how much gravity there was would affect how fast water boils, when things become solid, because the gravity would be doing thermodynamic work.
Well,
right,
but does not water boil at a lower point at higher altitudes?
That's because of pressure.
Yeah, but and again, that pressure is because of the like the gradient that you were talking about, right? Like when you have, again, it's about scale. It's like, yeah, if you have an object as small, if all objects are built of like building blocks, like molecules and atoms or whatever, then you're going to have fewer molecules making up a ping pong ball than you are going to have making up something the size of the Earth. And that difference in scale means that like the difference in, you know, however many molecules on each surface is going to be like completely different. It'll be very noticeable on the smaller object. It'll be barely noticeable on the larger one. The same thing with if you're talking about like the atmosphere having a gradient. That's literally like the ocean, right? Like you can dive in the ocean, you're totally fine. But if you go down real far, all that extra water above you is pushing down on you.
Brother, can I ask? You mentioned something, and I don't want you to skip past it. Okay, you said pressure. You keep saying pressure, right? Yeah, we go up and there's less pressure, right?
Yes.
Where does that pressure?
Because there's less.
Whoa! Hold on. Yeah. There's all this pressure. Where does that pressure come from?
Each other.
We are talking calmly, and I know my mic is probably just kind of abrasive.
So when you're at the surface,
wait. Just this is
the entirety of the atmosphere above you pushing down.
Why do you keep talking over it?
I just want to just say one thing.
I'm asking where the pressure.
So no. Before we go on, just you and me, just between you and me. I know that I'm on a Bluetooth mic, so my voice is really abrasive, and I know I sound kind of harsh, but don't take me that way. Is that fair?
All right.
Okay, I'm not coming at you, I promise. I just sound harsh. My mic sucks. So, you have pressure. Do you know what pressure is defined as?
What's it defined as?
Okay, in physics, the pressure is defined by the collisions of the gas molecules with each other and the walls of the container. Okay? This is in physics. So, no matter what, no matter any way that you're going to describe pressure, you're going to be involving a container in what you're talking about, because we don't have any example where pressure is created without containment.
Okay.
The idea behind the globe is that there's no container and yet we have pressure. And we're asking, how come? Because there's apparently this ever-expanding volume called the universe. It's always expanding. There's a huge vacuum. It's this open area, open space for the gas to fill. And it's not doing it. There's a ton of kinetic energy in the gas that's produced on the Earth. And gas goes freely and randomly in all directions, and it fills available volume. In fact, it seeks out the area that has the lowest pressure, meaning the most open space. That's what gas molecules do. That's called entropy. So if that is what we know, and you're describing pressure, there's a disconnect, because all of that gas is going to find the most open available volume to be into. That means that there would be no pressure. That means that there would be the same pressure in deep space as there was on the surface of the Earth at all times. Gas fills space, equalizes pressure. That's just what we know. So if we have pressure, there's a problem. We should have 10 to the negative 17 torr on the surface of the Earth.
He can't do that though.
Okay.
Because he's on.
Well, I mean, I think I would just think about that as like it's a gravitational container. Like if everything is being pulled to a central point, then that kind of still functions as a form of containment.
Okay. Yeah. No, I get you. Okay, that's the next place to go. So from the heliocentric paradigm, they dictate. They say, right? They say that there's this force. That would be Newtonian gravitation. The idea that mass, which is undefined in physics, mass attracts things. So we have something that has no definition and it attracts things. That makes no sense. But ultimately, what you're actually trying to describe is not Newtonian, but Einsteinian mathematics, conceptual ideas, where mass, which is undefined, usually they conflate it with weight, okay, is warping these other two concepts called space and time. A space-time fabric is how it's reified. And that mass, that weight, is deforming the space-time fabric, and everything is flowing towards this central point within the gravity well in the fabric. And they demonstrate this in a classroom with kids, and they go, look, we've got this trampoline or this big rug. And the whole time, they're using a downward vector on Earth, which we experience. I'm not going to deny that, right? Like, we all live in air. You and me, we live in the region of the air. We have to breathe it. We're not fish, so we're up here in the air. And if you take a solid object in the air and you let go of it, it will go downward. That's the observation, right? Okay? We both agree on this. No problem. And they take that same principle and they put this frickin' bowling ball on the fabric or on the trampoline, and then they take like a marble and you can see that depression, right, in the fabric. And you're like, oh yeah, cool. And they'll take a marble and they'll throw it in the rug or the fabric or the sheet or the trampoline, and it'll kind of spin around, right? And they give you this perception of what's actually going on. The whole time they haven't bothered to remind you that space and time are both concepts. They're not real. And so you can't warp them. But they're giving you a magic trick to look at and say, this is our reality. When the whole time you forgot that when you're in the air, because you breathe the air, you'll drop a solid object, right? And it will go down. Yes, we observe that. Now, if we change the medium, and just follow me for a second, we change the medium. Now I'm not any longer in the air. I'm in a pool. I'm in a pool, and I take solid objects of all different kinds. I could take a rock, and I'll let go of it. And in the water, it will kind of, float down. Everybody's observed this. If they've ever gone swimming or been in a lake, right? Like the rock will kind of slowly descend. It'll kind of wobble back and forth depending on the shape of it. We know this. And then we'll grab different things. And then all of a sudden we'll grab a piece of wood. And we'll take the piece of wood and we'll drop it, and it floats at the top of the water. And you go, oh yeah, of course, it's less dense. And you push it towards the bottom of the lake, towards the ground, where gravity's supposed to be. And the block of wood comes back up. Why? Well, because there's a relationship in densities of objects and the medium that they're in. There's a relationship. So, yeah, in the air, a lot of stuff goes down, except for when you grab gas. Oh, gas is really hard to grab. We actually have to put it in containers. You can't do that. You can't make pressure without containment. The gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions, but it's under pressure. And if you realize that if you have a vacuum chamber and you have water in the vacuum chamber and you start to draw pressure out, the water turns to gas and evaporates and leaves the chamber too. So you have a void, a volume, where there's very little air. There's still air in there. There's pressure. You can put a gauge on it. It's really hard to create a vacuum because nature freaking hates that. There's a saying that nature abhors a vacuum, right? So it's always trying to get in there. So you live in a pressurized system. Any void, gas is trying to fill it. If the void is outer space, the gas is trying to fill it. If we have pressure here, we're under containment. Solid objects, for the most part, through air go downward. If you change the medium to water, things start to not do the same thing. Some things will go up. We have helium balloons that go up in air. There's this density column that we live in. But it's all vertical and horizontal. It's flat, right? Horizontal and vertical. It's all flat. It's all we experience. So I know you'll go down every road. You'll go down, oh, the gravity's holding the gas in. Well, no, because if we create two chambers, and in the bottom of one chamber we have gas pressure, and we have a chamber on top of that one, and there's a little doorway called a valve, right? If we have a valve and there's a vacuum on the top and pressure on the bottom, and you open that valve, the gas goes and equalizes with the vacuum above it, and pressure stabilizes. That's what entropy does. So there is no reason for us. No, there's no scale, because guess what? There's no force of gravity that can be detected, and there's no space-time fabric. Those things are concepts and pseudoscience.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the two vacuum container things. It's like, yes, I agree that's what would happen, right? But again, it's the scale of the thing, and it's I mean, I guess if you don't acknowledge gravity as a thing, if you don't think that's a reality, then I can see that complicating explaining it.
Bro, it's not a matter of me accepting the idea. I understand the idea. I get the concept. I mean, I explained it to you fairly well. I get the concept completely. The problem is that, number one, I don't have any scientific experiment in the history of all mankind to validate the ideas, either one of them. These are the most two common ones. Okay, you would be shocked to know it, but there's probably more than 80 theories about what gravity is. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 80, and then we have the two most.
The thing
ones.
is, if we knew what gravity was, we'd be using it. You know what I mean?
We do use it. We use it every day. You want to know what we use?
I mean, like using it to get around.
No, listen. We do. I'll tell you what we use. You ready? We don't use Big G. Big G is the idea behind the observed phenomena. The observed phenomena is things go down in air at an average. Okay, actually, this is in a vacuum. An average rate, because not all elements fall at the same rate within the vacuum. You should be surprised to know, but an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. 9.8 meters per second in a vacuum as an average. This is what we observe. So in the medium of a vacuum, this is how fast things go down. Now, if we take those same elements and we put them in water, we would be discussing how fast most of the things go up. It's all medium dependent. There is no downward exclusive vector. Things go up and down depending on the medium. That's it. That's the observed phenomena. And they're trying to give us some kind of nonsensical explanation for why this happens, and they can't do it. They're just guessing. What actually is happening is the gas is moving. The gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions, bro. There's no gravity. It's going up and down and all around. There's no gravity. Sorry. We're in a pressurized system. That's the way it is. I'm not denying anything. I'm actually hoping for someone to give me a gosh damn answer about why nature is the way it is, and they're just going, I don't know. Neil deGrasse, Michio Kaku, all these dudes, they're just like, I don't know. You want to know what they're telling you? This is the observed phenomena. Things go up and down based on the environment or the medium that they're in, and that's what we know. We're trying to give you a reason as to why that happens, but we don't have one. But hey, look, NASA photos, and hey, look, I'm dropping a microphone in air, by the way, and I'm showing you the scam. There's no gravity. There's none. We have relative density. They call it Archimedes' principle. It's been around forever. We actually already have what gravity is. It's what we observe. That's it.
And it's reproducible. It's testable, right? Measurable.
Yeah.
It's you can demonstrate that using the scientific method, right? You can say why is that egg floating, or no, why is it sunken to the bottom and not floating at the top? It's just change the medium, the density of it, right, to salt water. Pop, up it goes.
So what is the downward force then?
Hold on a second. There isn't one. So you're asking, in air, why does stuff go down? I'm going to ask you the same question. Why in water do most things go up?
Because they're less dense than the water.
There you go. It's the same thing, dude. It's the same thing. Now, if you want to ask me personally, I'm not speaking for anybody else in this VC, okay? Just you and me. We have laws of nature, okay? We have the first law, which is essentially matter cannot be created nor destroyed. I think most people understand that. These are laws of nature. These are the things that we just observed. Everything changes states, and it seems like it all kind of recycles, okay? So matter can change states, but it can't be created, nor can it be destroyed. We just have what we have. That's the first law. We just observed that. Number two, high pressure goes to low pressure over time. That's the idea. That I try to make this really simple for people. Over time, we see this degression or an attempt by nature to equalize pressure and heat, mostly. That's what we're talking about. These are energy states. So, you know, when you get your coffee in the morning and you bring it in and you're sipping it and it's really hot and you're like, oh, damn, I don't want to. It's too hot. And then if some time goes by and it's a little cool and you're like, okay, I can tolerate it and it's good. And then, you know, 10 minutes go by and you're like, oh, it's about to that point where I don't want to drink it anymore because cold coffee sometimes is nasty. But if we put it over ice and add some sugar and some cream, it's not that bad. Right. So you're at that point and you're like, I'm going to freshen this up. I'm going to throw this out and get warmer coffee. That's because the high energy state always tries to equalize with the low energy state. There's always there's a balance that's trying to be established in nature. This is just what we observe. It's a law. We can't change it. We don't even know why. It just happens. It almost seems like it's by design. And I think that this idea, we call it the law of gravity. Everybody talks about the law of gravity, and we all sort of like understand it, where we're like, one thing moves towards another thing, but usually we think of it in a vertical relationship. I think there is a vertical relationship between items within their particular medium, and they have this relationship. Wood in water floats. Rocks in air, they sink, and so that they do it in water too. But if you get mercury is a really dense liquid metal, and you can float an anvil in mercury. So there are things that are so dense that they will support cast iron, okay? So everything is based on this law of a vertical relationship of the item and the medium that it's in, and then when it hits another solid, it stops. That's what we see. It seems to me that is just the relationship. It's like a law of nature, and we call it the law of gravity. And someone's all like, yeah, but it's the bending and warping of space-time. They're full of shit.
Okay, so even with that model, then, if you've got like you've got air, you've got water, and then you've got Earth, is there anything above air or below Earth?
I don't know. That's the fun part about this whole thing. What I can tell you is that air needs containment to have pressure. So whatever is above us, okay, you know, and Indio talked about this before. I don't know what it looks like. Dome, blah, blah, blah. Who knows? It looks like a cake top. It could look like a tetrahedron or whatever the hell it is. I don't care what it looks like. We have pressure. So what is it made of? I don't know. How high is it? But we have pressure. And we understand that pressure needs containment. And yes, it can be more at the surface level and less at the top, because number one, we have a dynamic system. Number two, most of the gases that we breathe are circled around water. Like the oceans are the thing that circulate and process and create the most gas. And the trees, you know, they kind of filter it, blah, blah, blah. But most of our oxygen, the breathable air, all the gases, everything that's circulated, everything that comes from the surface, we actually have pockets of gas that are being released from the surface constantly. Like it all happens down here, so there's more pressure here. This is where most of the temperature is. There's more surface area. That's why we have more pressure. Up top, not so much, and it's colder. And there's a relationship between the pressure and the temperature. It's this just varying scale, but it's still under pressure. We still have the oceans. They haven't evaporated off into space, which is exactly what they should do. Everything is going to go back to its gaseous state and try to fill the available volume at 10 to the negative 17 torr. It's ridiculous. It's a bad idea. Doesn't make sense. It's a lie.
Yeah, it's almost a triad relationship.
between the states of matter, because one can't really exist in the form that it does without the other being at a certain consistency or pressure, temperature, etc. Right? And the triple point demonstrates how there's an optimal environment within which all three states of matter can exist simultaneously. And the way that they demonstrate it to physics students in classrooms, it gets out in a container. You can't demonstrate it any other way.
Yeah. But yeah, man, this is just how we all experience the Earth, right? And the scientific communicators, everybody is actually sort of admitting that they're just throwing stuff at the wall and hoping it sticks. Like there is no established cause of vectors of objects within mediums, period. There's nothing that you can point to. We're talking about relative density, but that's not a cause, it's a description. People talk about like putting salt in, a container, like, so you can take an egg and you can put it in a glass of water and it'll sink to the bottom. And if you pour salt into the water, it makes it more saline and more dense, in the same way that like the Great Salt Lake or the Black Sea or the Dead Sea or whatever it is, they're so saline that you don't even have, like, you almost have to force yourself to sink. The more saline, the medium or the water, the more dense it is. And so you can do this with like a glass of water with an egg in it and add a bunch of salt, and then the egg will eventually float. Okay, so you're like, oh, well, that's a scientific experiment. I've proven that density, creates some kind of action. It's like, no, actually, you've just changed the description. It's like you've changed the description of what the medium is. It's like, okay, so it's more dense. But density doesn't cause things. It's just a description. What is the cause of it? There's no way to determine that, because the pressure is equal, like all the way around the object in the medium. And I'll give you a perfect example of this. If you've ever been in the ocean or a pond or a lake and you see bubbles coming up from the surface, or any time you've ever seen a bubble rise from the bottom of the water to the top, you'll notice that it's like, at first it kind of is very oblong. It'll change shape. That's the pressure equalizing. But by the time it gets close to the top, it's basically a sphere. So that means that there's equal pressure around the gas. So there's not more pushing it up from the bottom. There's no relationship about their push. It just does that. It just goes up in the medium. And you can't even really explain why. It just does it. It's just a relationship. And so you're like, well, that's not a cause either. And that's why everybody's like, yeah, it's the space-time warping. And, the mass, which isn't defined. Yeah, that mass attracts stuff. It's retarded. The Earth is measured flat. It doesn't move. There's no motion of it. We know it when the motion happens. We call it earthquakes. Everybody shits their pants and hides under a table. That's what happens when the Earth moves. Otherwise, this sucker is solid. It's not moving, and we're in a contained system. And everyone's just going to have to go ahead and like come to terms with what you experience every damn day of your life.
Wow, what a trip. That's really interesting. Does it happen to some extent though with the moon?
It does. Yeah, I mean, you can watch well, yeah, it does to some extent. I mean, same with stars to some extent. But not that extent. Like, not even close. Not even close. Like, fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent of its extent.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, isn't that weird? You've got a dimmer light source. It seems to be much better at reaching your eye when it's low to the horizon than the freaking sun. What's going on, guys? Yeah, it's one of my favorite glitches in the heliocentric matrix. It's almost up there with the Selenelian eclipse. You know, and if light fully extinguishes after 298 kilometers due to Rayleigh scattering, according to the Rayleigh model of the atmosphere, then, you know, let's say that the furthest you can see the sunlight is like 300 miles, and it's somewhere above you is going to be like a beautiful red band of reflected light and refracted light. But nobody's showing that from space on the Terminator line of Earth between night and day. Nobody's showing that beautiful color gradient between night and day reflected off the surface from space. We only see like daytime and then like maybe a little gradual shift to gray and then blackness at night. Where's all the pretty colors from the sunset and sunrise happening over dozens, if not hundreds of miles? Hundreds of miles of beautiful color gradients going from blue to red. Blue water to red water. White clouds to pink clouds. I can't think of any example I've seen from the ISS doing these orbits showing, you know, every 90 minutes around the globe. I mean, maybe they've updated their software, but what about all this full disk imagery from supposed satellites way out at like Lagrange points staring at Earth? They don't show that either. So just like for some reason they can't show us a picture of a satellite from another satellite. Oh, it's all proprietary. Yeah, thanks, Josh. Thanks for nothing, Josh.
Yoder, I got another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do we see different stars in from different countries then?
Because you're at a different place at a different time, so you have a different view of the sky. It's kind of like being in a different room of your house. There's so many strange oddities with the globe. They don't teach you this stuff in school. One of my other favorite oddities has to do with the equinox and the equator. I got to give a big hat tip to Indio for this. So for some of our English language learners, this is going to get a bit technical. I'm going to do my best to be as easy to understand as possible. So the equator is not necessarily a specific location on Earth. It is necessarily a position in the sky, in the sky that's governed by the motion of the sun throughout the course of a year. The equator, also called the celestial equator, is the midpoint between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. And you know you're at the equator when it's the equinox, so they say. When you're looking east on the equinox and you can see the sunrise, you are under the celestial equator. So here's the thing. Throughout the year, let's say you are at the equator and you're staring east and you watch the sunrise. On the equinox, it'll rise seemingly straight up and pass directly overhead. And at some point during the day, it won't cast a shadow because it will be directly overhead. It won't be a little bit to your left. It won't be a little bit to your right. It won't be behind you or in front of you. At a specific point in the day, there won't be any shadow cast by you. Now, if you jump, there would be a shadow of your feet on the ground directly underneath. But as soon as you hit the ground again, There's no shadow. On other days of the year, the sun will migrate in the sky. It will start to rise instead of directly in front of you facing east. It'll start to rise a little bit to the left of that point. And then it will pass somewhat directly overhead and then set in the west. And as the sun migrates further north, it'll rise further to your left. And as it makes these paths in the sky, it goes from tracing almost like a perfect straight line circle. I hate to call it that, an arc directly overhead. It'll start bowing. It'll start taking longer paths in the sky. It'll start to bow towards the north as it migrates towards the north, towards the Tropic of Cancer. And then after it reaches the solstice, it'll reverse path, come back to you, and then pass directly overhead at the equator. And then it will do the same thing, but towards the south. So in the mornings, you'll see the sun rise to your right, to the right of where it was rising before. And then again, to the further right from where it was rising before, and so on. And it'll start to make these big bows in the sky. But on the equinox, it's not making these gigantic bowing arcs to the north or to the south in the sky. It's just rising straight up and overhead and behind you. So you can go to timeanddate.com, and you can see throughout the course of a year, you can pick a city on the equator. Okay, and you can look at the times and the angles of the sun and its position through the sky throughout the course of every day. So go to the equator and pick the equinox on the calendar and see if you can see a 90 degrees east sunrise and a 90 degree or 270 degree west sunset. See if you see that at a chosen city, and then go to another place. First, maybe go to somewhere in Ecuador, the country of Ecuador on the equator. Go to Quito, somewhere closer to the equator than Quito. But get as close as you can, and then look at time and date and see if it's doing that on the equinox. See if it's rising directly 90 degrees east.
Is it?
Well, it may there, but it doesn't in other places along the equator. You can go to another place in Kenya, right on the equator.
Yeah.
On the same day, and the sun isn't going to rise in the same spot on that particular day. You might have to shift time and date forward or backwards like a week or two.
Yeah. No,
the maps are wrong.
Yeah, I've heard this before. That the equinox isn't always the same for everyone.
Right. It's not at the same time and place as you'd think. It's not consistent. This is something I think that Antonio Subirats picked up, which is why Indio was talking about it. Isn't that fascinating? And I checked it out. I couldn't believe it when I first heard this, and I went and researched it myself, and I discovered it was true. I was like, I'll be damned. In one place, it was 6 weeks off from the actual equinox that the sun made its shortest path in the sky.
What?
Yeah, 6 weeks before.
Wow. Shortest path in the sky.
The shortest path, yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Because it's got to take longer paths when it's migrating north. Because it's tracing these big bowing arcs instead of this nice clean arc from directly east to directly west and, directly overhead in between. It's going to start bowing towards the north and then come back and start bowing towards the south. So you want to find the shortest path in the sky, and that's going to be the equator. Because they say in the globe model that's when the Earth is directly like up and down.
Yeah.
And the sunlight is hitting the equator of the globe directly on. And that's when you should have the equinox, and that highest point should be on the equator. Sorry, I'm pumping gas if you hear any radio in the background.
Yeah, that helps me a little bit
I've been struggling with the equator for a while. If we talk about that sun's straight path over a 24-hour period,
Yeah.
if it's not over a 24-hour period, then there's more questions.
There are. I mean, and this kind of goes like with when Antonio Subarats did that simultaneous sun observation all around the world with that great gigantic column that his listeners were a part of. And he tried to map the sun to the globe based off of everyone's positions, and it wouldn't reconcile.
No.
The sun really was like observer dependent even on the globe and was not producing consistent globe results. And that's how Antonio Subarats like used some of that to develop his map. So, yeah, crazy.
What now?
So where's the Earth resting on? Are we in space or?
The ground, the earth, the dirt underneath your feet, the rocks, that's the foundation. There's nothing underneath it that you can experience, so nobody knows.
It's like a black hole kind of thing?
No, not like a black hole kind of thing. Like nobody knows because nobody can experience it. So it's like you lack information to be able to make a claim.
Like we cannot like fly there or send robots there, like we sent
No,
to the
you
moon.
can't fly in the ground. I don't know who can fly in the ground.
Like what's underneath it though? I don't understand.
Like nobody knows because nobody can experience it because nobody can go there.
And why not? Has nobody been there? Is it like
They
Because the
tried to
deepest they've
dig.
ever dug was 7.6 miles, and on the way down, they were making
no? I mean like on
predictions.
the edge, on
And
the
the
edge of
whole
the
time they were
surface.
digging down, they didn't know what they were talking about. They were wrong every time they
No,
went
I'm not
deeper.
talking about digging through the Earth. I'm talking about like on the edge, just going over
Yeah, we're
the
not
edge.
claiming that the Earth is a disk. We're not claiming the Earth's a flat planet or a disk-shaped object floating around in space or something like that, where there's an edge that you could go and rock climb down underneath
So,
of,
but it's
or something
flat,
like
but
that.
it has no edge.
Well, no, flat's
Yeah,
just
there's
a
no outer
description.
space like you think of
Yeah.
it.
Flat's
Sorry?
the description of a surface area that's not curving. It's not a shape.
Yeah.
Edge just means farthest from center. So the perimeter of the area that you can experience, that would be the edge. Whereas that not near you, you've never experienced it. You can
You guys like
attempt
have
to,
a
be my guest.
sorry.
So we don't know. I definitely don't know because I never attempted to try and find the
You would
perimeter.
die. You would die if you tried to. You'll just die, so why bother?
What would the cause of death be?
Starvation, bears, freezing to death, falling off a mountain. I don't know. Yeah, falling in the ocean. Yeah, bears, penguins, something.
Murder by penguin.
Yeah, see what happens
You,
when
you
go
guys
to-
are vegans. I mean, it's you know, fair
yeah,
game.
especially for vegans. Yeah, they're probably easy to eat. Penguins are probably just easy to kill them.
Why is that?
Because you won't kill them back.
Why not?
No, because that's bad for you.
What? What are you talking about?
Because they're
I'll kill a
stronger than
penguin.
you.
Yeah, they have more muscle than you do, especially the king penguins.
Okay, so they're like protecting
we're joking,
the
bro.
edge.
Yeah.
Essentially,
Hey,
they're like
hey, look, this is the thing, man. To be serious, right? Like, no one's ever just kept going south. No one's ever just kept going away in the south, and then if the Earth was a globe, they'd come back to where they started again, and that wouldn't be possible if the Earth were flat, right? But that's never happened. No one's ever just kept going south.
Well, they did. They just never came back. That's how we know that.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah,
that's how we know
exactly.
that's there because they never came back. They found the party on the other side.
Yeah. But yeah, like the amount of people that have done, east to west, general direction circumnavigations, right? There's plenty of them, but no one's ever done it north to south. East to west would work just fine on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. Right? No one's ever done the north to south, though.
But even east to west, how would that work? If I'm just going on a straight line on a flat surface, how would I?
Yeah. East and west are circles around a pole, basically. So, I mean, if you want to continue going due east or due west, you're going to have to keep correcting to the north. Okay, because your compass is going to point to the north. Let's say we have a football field, okay, and then we're going to stick a big magnet in the center of the football field, and then we get a compass, okay? And if we want to go east, we're going to go in a circle around that north pole, or around the magnet, and come back to where we started. Same with west. But if I wanted to circumnavigate south, right, I would be walking away from the north, right, away from the magnet, and obviously I wouldn't come back to where I started on the football field.
Yeah, and if south was center, then you would just do the opposite of what he just explained.
So what if a plane flies that direction? What would happen?
It'll run out of fuel and crash.
Which direction? South, you mean?
How come you can't think of? How come you can't think of these answers on your own? Why do people have to tell you these things?
Because I don't think the Earth is flat, right? I just want to understand. Is it wrong?
Well, we know it's flat because when we test the surface of the water, it's not curving. This has been done thousands of times now. Right? There's no curvature over the surface of large bodies of water. That's not possible if the Earth is a globe. Okay, they tell us that the globe is 70% covered in water, and that water would be curving at a specific rate. So we can calculate how much curvature there should be, and then we can test for the curvature.
Oh, you guys scientists?
It's not even a science question.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just geometry. It's like, okay, if you tell me you're 6 foot tall, and then I measure you and you're 5 foot tall, okay, then you're not 6 foot tall. Okay, but you told me you were 6 foot tall, so something's up, right? I've falsified your claim. So they tell us that the Earth is a globe. It has a radius of 6,371 kilometers. Okay, then we can calculate over 20 kilometers that there should be X amount of Earth curvature present. That Earth curvature would have byproducts, right? It would have a horizon at a certain distance, depending on your height. And then things that go beyond the horizon would start to become hidden behind the physical curvature. And that doesn't happen. So we're testing it. It's not a science question. Science is more about cause and effect relationships, that kind of thing. This is more about testing a geometric claim.
And the moon, how does it work? And the other planets?
Well, you step outside at night or during the day, and you look up, and then you see the moon, and it's in the sky.
Yep, that's how that one works.
When you say other planets, that would be insinuating that the Earth is a planet, but the Earth is not a planet.
Well, I mean planets.
In general, yeah, we can't test those. We see some little lights in the sky that we've been all told a big story about, a big concept about. Okay, and then they move in cycles. That's what we do know. But when it comes to their composition, what medium they're in, how big they are, all of that kind of thing, that's going to require a bunch of speculation and assumptions and things like that. We try to stay away from that mostly. But we can confirm that whatever's happening in the sky is definitely not happening above a curving Earth. But we can also, so we can tell that whatever we're looking at in the sky, let's use the moon as an example, okay? The Earth doesn't share any characteristics that the moon has. It's just a different thing, basically.
So all the other bodies we see, because you can even see planets, I mean, from home, right, with a telescope yourself. So you're saying all of these things, which we are saying there, which are all
Yeah, Earth is not in space. Yeah, that's right. Earth is not
Earth is
a
like
thing
special and
in space. Yeah. No, it's not comparable. Those things aren't worlds. They're not Earths.
Yes, it
Right.
is special. Yeah, it is special. That's right.
Yeah, this is not like those things. Exactly.
Oh.
Look, man, it's perfectly normal for people to do this, but because we've been taught the heliocentric model growing up, okay, everyone tries to sort of incorporate the flat Earth inside the globe model that we've been taught. This is a completely different system, different way of looking at the reality that we live in, rather than trying to incorporate it into the heliocentric concept of the universe, the big space vacuum.
I mean, you can see it with your own eyes, no? Like you can see
Yeah, and so even if you get the best quality telescope, okay, let's say we're looking at Mars or something like that, you see a little red blurry looking light in the sky. Okay, when you see the super enhanced telescope versions of Mars and things like that, it's manipulated using CGI, using image stacking, until they finally get it to look what they have imagined in their head. Okay, but the actual thing you're seeing is like a little blurry red light in the sky. That's what the raw image will always look like. Now, we've been fed a big story that's in a space vacuum. It's X distance away, it's X size, its composition is whatever they're saying it is, and we can't confirm that. It's going to require faith.
Well, you could calculate it, right? Judging by the size of the dot that you're seeing and the telescope.
Not really. You wouldn't be able to calculate it doing that, because you'd have to make a bunch of assumptions.
Yeah, you'd need something as reference, because you can look at the angular size of it. Now that could be something smaller and closer, or something larger and further away. That's even if what you're seeing is like the physical matter, like a reflection of light of physical matter.
Any light in the sky, right? Let's use stars as an example. Okay, any light that you look at from a distance looks like a circle, even if it's a 4-foot tube light, or even if it's 2 lights or 4 lights on the front of a car. If you look at that car from a distance, it just looks like one round light. Okay, if you look at a tube light that's a street light, it looks like a round light from a distance. So it's very difficult to know exactly what you're looking at when you're looking at a distant light, like a star, for example. Right? Even reflections, like check this out. This is kind of trippy. Okay, have a look in the side chat. Okay, here's 3 spheres of roughly equal size. Okay, now the source that reflected light is coming from are actually shards of glass, right? So when he moves that board closer to the little broken bits of mirror, right, that are reflecting the light, you can see the actual shapes and sizes of the little shards of glass that he's using to reflect onto the board. But when he moves the board over to the other side of his yard, they all just turn into spheres. It's kind of weird. And street lights and things like that, right, they do the same thing. So there's a lot of mystery when it comes to the sky. We're told, that they've worked it all out, blah, blah, blah. But there's a lot of assumptions. There's a lot of textbook definition pseudoscience involved. Okay, here's another example. Look, here's a street light. This is actually a HPS, high pressure sodium bulb. Okay, they're like this. This is what it looks like. But from a distance, it just looks like a round ball. Not even a ball, just a round disc or whatever you want to call it.
And
So
that's
yeah,
that.
What's that?
I said, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Triggering triangle. Hello. Hello. Triggering triangle.
Yeah, you're gonna trigger me.
Yeah. I asked in the side chat, why do you hate balls?
Oh yeah, I'm not into that like you guys are. I said Globers like that. Globers like handling balls for some reason. Male Globers do. I typed back to you.
Yeah, entire universe is full of balls, bro.
the entire outer space is full of balls.
Space is fake, dude.
Yeah, you can't have outer space in reality, right? It just exists in your imagination, in some CGI artworks, in a story form that you've been told.
No, not in my imagination, but in the belief of billions of people.
Yeah, billions of people that don't have any empirical evidence at all, right? They're just believers, right? Just like you.
No, they have empirical evidence, and those evidences are footage from NASA and other
footage from
organizations.